Book 14, Chapter 7. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 7, Mulberry Receiving Village. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Translation Nations. Shinyu did not care about the golden cores of the metal beasts. From Suzong's memories, Shinyu knew that these golden cores were of some benefit to the people from the Dark Star Realm. To be more exact, it is beneficial toward those who train in the Gold Punishment Sect's martial technique. Thank you, Lord. Shoya was filled with excitement. She was thanking Shinyu repeatedly. Don't mention it. These golden cores do not have much use to the current me, said Shinyu while smiling. Since he planned to pretend to be a resident of the Dark Star Realm, he naturally had to pretend to be an expert. When Shoya heard what Shinyu said, she immediately grew astonished. The golden core possessed a very large usefulness toward those who trained in the Gold Punishment Sect's martial technique. For example, even the ordinary king-level golden cores are very useful to the 17 and 18-star king-level experts. Could it be that he's an emperor-level expert? Shoya secretly guessed in her heart. Merely, she did not dare to ask. I believe we're about to arrive at the Mulberry Receiving Village? Said Shinyu while smiling. His immortal awareness had already discovered a village not far away from where they were. However, even though he possessed Suzong's memories, it was still impossible for him to determine whether the village was the Mulberry Receiving Village. That was because the 8 villages of the Deep Mulberry Star frequently migrate. That was because they would sometimes encounter herds of metal beasts and have no choice but to evade through migration. That's right, my village should be located several hundred miles ahead. Shoya looked at the surrounding before nodding. Immediately after, she smiled and said, Lord, the brothers and sisters in my village, they would definitely be very happy to see you. The cultivators of the Dark Star Realm adores the strong. As for Shinyu, he was a strong expert not just in name only but also in reality. For now, you do not have to publicize my strength. I am only planning to temporarily stop by your village. I do not wish for your village to change too much because of me. After some time, I would also have to go to the Elder's Palace, said Shinyu with a light smile. Shinyu was already prepared. How to become a member of the Dark Star Realm? When Shinyu obtained Suzong's memories, he had already devised a complete plan in his heart. Of course, before then, he must also learn the martial techniques of the Gold Punishment Sect. Fortunately, in Suzong's memories, there was a primary level of Gold Punishment Sect's martial technique. The martial technique of the Gold Punishment Sect was divided into 3 different sects of 3 different levels: primary, middle, and advanced. In actuality, one could reach the pinnacle of emperor level with any one of the martial technique sets. Merely, the efficiency of each sets of martial technique was different. For ordinary people like Suzong, they were only able to obtain the primary level martial technique. Shinyu and Shoya continued to fly. Soon, they came to see a village before them. Lord, we've arrived at my village. If you do not mind, you could come and live at my place, Shoya said with a smile. The residence of every one of us in our village was constructed by ourselves. There are no empty residences. Shinyu nodded and smiled. In that case, I'll trouble you. You're not troubling me, of course not. Shoya's complexion turned slightly red. For an emperor-level super expert to come to her house, what else other than the greatest honor could it be? Especially this expert who was both handsome and possessed magnanimity. What kinds of stupid things are you thinking about? Shoya abandoned the wild imaginations that she had in her mind. Shinyu did not know about what Shoya was currently thinking. Instead, his attention was completely concentrated upon the Mulberry Receiving Village in front of him. With his immortal awareness, he had casually inspected the entire village. This Mulberry Receiving Village is truly powerful. There are over 1,000 people in the village. Other than several hundred ordinary level people, the remaining 1,000+ people are all king-level experts. Shoya ought to still be considered as a weakling in this village. Shinyu had attained the complete understanding of the strength of everyone in the village. While he was investigating with his immortal awareness, Shinyu had discovered one thing: the people of the Dark Star Realm, over 90% of them were all training unceasingly. They were either training in their own house, sparring with another, or training via fighting metal beasts outside the village. Only a small amount of them were chatting and laughing with each other. What a magnificent cultivation atmosphere! Shinyu gasped in admiration in his heart. No wonder when Shoya first met me, she introduced herself as a cultivator from the Mulberry Receiving Village. It would appear that every single person of the Dark Star Realm is a cultivator. At this moment, Shinyu and Shoya had arrived outside the village. There were currently several hundred youths sparring with each other outside of the village. Upon seeing Shoya, some of them smiled and greeted her. Shoya, you have been away for an entire month now. Did you manage to harvest anything this time around? You'd best not say that you haven't even encountered a single metal beast. Shoya raised her head up slightly and said confidently. I encountered one. Furthermore, it's a king-level metal beast. I even killed it. As she said that, Shoya took out the golden core from the metal beast that she killed. After showing off in front of her companions for a while, those couple teenagers all looked to her with astonishment. Shinyu was laughing in his heart. It seemed like these teenagers are about the same age as Shoya. Just by looking at their strength, Shinyu was able to tell that these couple teenagers were all not at the king level. They were even a lot weaker than Shoya. Thus, he was able to determine that they ought to be about the same age as her. King level? A teenage girl covered her mouth in shock. At this moment, many of the people who were still sparring with each other had also walked over. A middle-aged man amongst those people said laughingly, Littleya, you've killed a king-level metal beast? Not bad at all. Littleya's potential is very high. She could already be ranked amongst the top 10 for the people her age. Another middle-aged man also nodded and said. At this moment, a tanned and robust middle-aged man with naked tops and wearing only trousers stared at Shinyu. Immediately after, he looked to Shoya. Littleya, where did this expert behind you come from? How come I have never seen him before? Shinyu did not pay any attention to that robust middle-aged man. While this robust middle-aged man possessed pretty decent strength, he was likely comparable to a level 8 demon king, but in front of Shinyu, he is still greatly inferior. Upon hearing this question, Shoya's expression turned into one of anger. She said, Uncle Silu, this time when I left the village, I had encountered a king-level metal beast. Only through great difficulty did I manage to kill it. However, never would I had anticipated that Su Zong from the Golden Sun village would take advantage of my serious injuries, try to kill me and steal my golden core. Su Zong, is that the youth from the Golden Sun village that had once pursued you? The robust middle-aged man called Silu said with a frown. In the Dark Star realm, each of the villages are usually extremely united. That was also the reason why Shoya immediately showed off the golden core that she obtained in front of her brothers and sisters. However, similarly, two different villages are always under constant strife. Shoya, what did Su Zong do to you? Many of the teenagers around were filled with anger. Amongst them, a simple and honest-looking youth said angrily. The next time I see Su Zong, I will definitely kill him. Such a shameless, despicable and nasty person, he must definitely be killed. The surrounding youths all started shouting. Shoya instead started to laugh. There's no need for that, Su Zong is already dead. Dead? The surrounding people were all shocked. Many of the people looked to Chinyu who stood beside Shoya. Shoya nodded and said. That's right. When I was about to be killed, it was precisely this person who killed Su Zong and saved my life. That middle-aged man called Silu placed his left fist on his right chest. He slightly bowed and said. Silu, on behalf of Shoya, give thanks to you, friend. May I know your name, friend? What's my name? Shinyu was slightly startled. Immediately, he smiled and said. Lu Xing. Lu Xing? Shoya, who stood to the side, muttered. It was also the first time for her to hear Chinyu's name. Lu Xing, this mulberry receiving village, thank you for saving our Littleya. I am wondering if you would like to come to my residence so that I could be honored to entertain the distant arrival friend? Silu's manner was very courteous. Chinyu lightly smiled and shook his head. He said. There is no need. I am only planning to stay in the mulberry receiving village temporarily. After some time, I plan to go to the Elder's Palace. Upon hearing the Elder's Palace, Silu's attitude grew a bit more respectful. Lu Xing, if you need anything, feel free to have people come and find me. In the mulberry receiving village, I, Silu, manage nearly everything. Lord Lu Xing, Uncle Silu was very powerful. In our village, only the village chief is slightly stronger than Uncle Silu, said Shoya to Chinyu. Chinyu slightly bowed and said. If I need anything, I would most definitely come to you, Silu. Chinyu knew that for the experts of the Dark Star realm, he cannot use their soul realm's level to determine their strength. As for the strength of one's body, it was something that was very hard to determine with merely immortal awareness. This Silu in front of him, his soul was merely at the level of level 8 Demon King. However, as for how powerful his body was, that was something that's hard to determine. Shoya, you can bring me to your residence. Chinyu looked to Shoya. Shoya smiled and said. Sure, come with me. Silu then shouted to the surrounding onlookers. You all, continue training. Stop wasting time here. Yes. All the surrounding people returned to sparring or training in their own residences. As for Chinyu, he had followed Shoya and arrived at her residence, a very ordinary-looking house. This house was only a single story tall. There are 3 rooms in the house. Usually, Shoya would live in the room to the left. The middle room is the living room that's used to receive and welcome guests. As for the room to the right, it had now turned into Chinyu's residence. Lord Lu Xing, please go ahead and tell me if you need anything. Shoya's face was red. She slightly bowed and said to Chinyu. Chinyu nodded and smiled. I do not have anything I need. As you've obtained the golden cores, it's best for you to go and properly train. I would have to do seclusion training for a period of time. When I am finished with my seclusion training, I would inform you about it. Seclusion training? Shoya was slightly startled. Immediately after, she smiled and nodded. When your lordship is finished, you merely need to call for me. Afterwards, Chinyu closed the door to the room. Seeing the surroundings, Chinyu did not dare to arrange any barriers. He feared that his identity would be discovered. After thinking for a while, Chinyu had came to a decision. It's better that I return to the Jianglan's realm and train there. With an intention. A silhouette flew out from Chinyu's body. Immediately after, it stood on the ground cross-legged. It had the same appearance as Chinyu. Sword Immortal Puppet, it's been a long time since I've used it. It'll temporarily replace me. Chinyu merely left behind a trace of his soul power in the Sword Immortal Puppet. He then took out all of the top-quality elemental spirit stones. With a movement of his body, Chinyu disappeared from the room. As for the clone that he had created with the Sword Immortal Puppet, it continued to sit there cross-legged. Inside the Jianglan's realm, Chinyu did not go and greet his brothers. Instead, he went directly to the private room in his own residence. Chinyu sat down cross-legged. A gold punishment sex martial technique appeared in his mind. This Dark Star realm is truly peculiar. The entire martial techniques of the Dark Star realm were only divided into 3 different schools. This martial technique of the gold punishment sect could also be considered as being loved by the world and was extremely peculiar. Upon inspecting this martial technique, Chinyu started to gasp in admiration. According to Suzong's memories, this set of martial technique was merely the most fundamental amongst the 3 sets of martial techniques of the gold punishment sect. It was also the slowest one to train in. After reading information regarding the martial technique carefully, Chinyu came to a realization. The boundless amount of elemental spirit energy in the immortal, devil and demon realm could be converted into gold attribute energy, cold attribute energy and also fire attribute energy. In order to convert the energy, a formation array was necessary. As for the major gravity-gathered planets, they all possessed an already set-up enormous formation array that has been conducting the transformation. When on those origin movement planets, people are able to directly absorb the gold attribute energy. However, if one wanted to set up their own conversion array, one must at the very least reach the king level in order to be successful. Never had I expected that the cultivators in the Dark Star realm do not absorb elemental spirit energy when training. Instead, it's a converted energy. Chinyu exclaimed in admiration. Every set of gold punishment sex martial techniques contained within them the method to arrange the conversion array. The size of the conversion array and how many elemental spirit stones are used are all factors that determine the efficiency of the conversion array. When absorbing golden attribute energy, when one absorbed more than one could control, it would actually turn into metal. Chinyu was unable to refrain from smiling. When training in the martial technique of the gold punishment sect, one must absorb golden attribute energy slowly and allow one's body to steadily transform as one absorbed the energy. At the same time, the amount of energy one absorbs must be within one's control range. If one were to absorb too much gold attribute energy, so much that it surpassed one's ability to control, one's body would turn into metal. The reason why the people from the Dark Star realm search for metal beasts to kill was because when they crack open the golden cores from the metal beasts, a golden liquid would flow out from the golden core. If one were to absorb this golden liquid, then one would be able to develop a part of one's potential at an earlier date, allowing one to absorb even more gold attribute energy. Those people with soul realms at the level of level 8 demon kings, if they were to not use golden core, they would at the very most become 15 or 16 star king level experts. If they were to use the golden core, after the golden liquid had been absorbed by the body, another portion of their body's potential would be opened up, allowing their bodies to be able even more golden attribute energy. Their strength would then be able to reach 17 or 18 star king level expert. Golden core. It was the possibility of bypassing ranks. However, the stronger one was, the less effective the golden cores are. If one were to become an emperor level expert, then the golden core would have practically no effect. Golden cores merely allow one's potential to be released at an earlier date. Thus, to king-level experts and the 1 or 2-star emperor-level experts, the golden core was still very useful to them. Merely, when one become an high-star emperor-level expert, the golden core would then become useless. The effectiveness of the formation arrays are dependent on the quality and amount of elemental spirit stones? Xinyu smiled. He casually set up a conversion array in his private room. Xinyu was able to clearly sense that a large amount of elemental spirit energy were being absorbed by this conversion array and then converting into a special energy. I'll just train according to the primary martial technique of the Gold Punishment sect. Soon after, Xinyu started to train quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 8. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 8, 36 Trial Dark Stars. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. After spending 36 top-quality elemental spirit stones, Xinyu set up a gold attribute conversion array and sat within the formation array. The elemental spirit energy, after passing through the conversion array, was changed into gold attribute energy. Soon after, the energy was frantically absorbed by Xinyu. Unprecedented. Never had there been anyone in the Dark Star realm that dared to absorb gold attribute energy so crazily like Xinyu. 36 top-quality elemental spirit stones was so extravagant that likely even the main formation array of the mulberry receiving village could not compare to it. However, even though that was the case, there was still not enough gold attribute energy for Xinyu to absorb. The martial techniques of the Dark Star realm are truly blessed by the world. To change the body fundamentally, it is no weaker than 9 steps dark gold body martial technique. Xinyu felt very relaxed. His body had already transformed to a frightening level. And now when absorbing the gold attribute energy, he was simply absorbing as much as possible. The cultivators in the Dark Star realm trained to precisely increase their body's level. That is, the amount of capacity they have toward gold attribute energy. The larger their body's capacity, the more they'll be able to absorb. However, what about Xinyu? His body had long since reached a frightening level. His body's capacity was frighteningly large. He could absorb as much as he liked. There's still not enough gold attribute energy. As Xinyu absorbed the energy, he did not sense any great change in his body. Thus, he started to ponder. Suddenly, I'd forgotten that this is Zhong Lan's realm. Xinyu laughed at himself. He waved his hand and undone the gold attribution conversion array. At the same time, he disappeared from the private room. Setting up formation arrays in the Zhong Lan's realm, would Xinyu even need to use elemental spirit stones? In the Zhong Lan's realm, he was omnipotent. In Zhang Lan's realm space, Xinyu was standing in the air. Inside the Zhong Lan's realm, I could make the conversion array as big as I want it to be. Xinyu pointed forward. A golden ray of light flew out from Xinyu's finger. Casually, Xinyu drew a formation array. After a while, a golden formation array with a circumference of over 10,000 miles was created. Convert. With an intention, that enormous formation array with a circumference of over 10,000 miles started to revolve. It started absorbing a large amount of elemental spirit energy and began converting it into gold attribute energy. Decreased the conversion speed by half. With an intention, the conversion speed of the formation array immediately decreased by half. Immediately after, Xinyu sat inside the great formation array with his legs crossed. The gold attribute energy that covered the entire sky started to rush into Xinyu's body from all directions. It rushed into Xinyu's muscles, bones, muscle fibers, and even the cells. Xinyu's entire body was being slowly transformed. Now that I've decreased its speed by half, its speed is the same as my absorption speed now. Xinyu was very satisfied. When comparing the two, the 9 steps dark gold body has some weak points. The 9 steps dark gold body focuses the most the bones and secondly the muscles. However, this gold punishment sex martial technique instead pay equal attention to the bones and muscles. When comparing toughness, Xinyu's bones were now comparable to that of a mid-quality divine artifact. However, his muscles' toughness were likely only comparable to that of a low-quality divine artifact. If he were to be attacked by a mid-quality divine sword, then he would likely bleed. Yet, it would be unable to break through his bones. After 3 entire days and nights. With such a frantic amount of gold attribute energy rushing into his body, Xinyu's bones and muscles were changing unceasingly. After 3 days, Xinyu's body had finally reached the limit that it could bear. If he were to continue to absorb, then his body would turn into metal. With a whip of his hand, Xinyu undid the 10,000 mile circumference great formation array. To me, the gold punishment sect's primary, middle and advanced martial techniques are all the same. Xing Yu lightly smiled. He then took a step and disappeared into the air. The difference between the primary, middle and advanced martial techniques was that they determine the speed at which one's body transformed. However, for Xing Yu, his body had already been trained to a successful level. Currently, he was merely going through a process to transform his exterior. Xing Yu's strength did not change much. However, he now possessed the gold punishment sect's golden force flowing through his body. Xing Yu directly arrived at Yi Chu's residence. At this moment, Ho Fei and He Yu were training. For the time being, Xing Yu did not wish to bother them. Yi Chu. Xing Yu saw Yi Chu, who was not far from him. Yi Chu stopped his training and turned around to look at Xing Yu. Immediately, he opened his wide mouth and started laughing. Xing Yu, how does it feel now that you've arrived on the Dark Star Realm? Pretty good, said Xing Yu while smiling. However, Yi Chu, I just recently obtained a gold punishment sect's training technique. It is only a primary level training technique. But, after I trained in it, I discovered that the 9 steps dark gold body appeared to be inferior to the gold punishment sect's training technique. For real? Yi Chu did not believe it one bit. That's absolutely impossible. With a wave of his hand, Xing Yu took out a jade slip. On the jade slip recorded the martial technique of the gold punishment sect. Yi Chu received the jade slip from Xing Yu and then inspected it. He carefully pondered for a moment and then said to Xing Yu, Xing Yu, I believe that the gold punishment sect's martial technique is inferior to my dinosaur clan's martial technique. Why is that? When the 9 steps dark gold body reaches the 9th stage, one's bones will be comparable to high-quality divine artifacts. However, one's muscles will be a level weaker. However, when one reached the pinnacle of the gold punishment sect's martial technique, both one's bones and muscles would be comparable to a high-quality divine artifact. Which one's better and which one's worse is obvious, said Xing Yu. Yi Chu shook his head. That's wrong. If 2 people, with the same aptitudes, were to train respectively the 9 steps dark gold body and the gold punishment sect's martial technique, the one who trained in the 9 steps dark gold body would certainly be stronger. Let me tell you, the 9 steps dark gold body is a martial technique that one can train anywhere. However, what about that gold punishment sect's martial technique? One can only train that after constructing a conversion array. This is the first reason. The second reason is that the 9 steps dark gold body does not require the use of elemental spirit stones in setting up a formation array. However, the gold punishment sect's martial technique do. The amount of element spirit stones that would be used would be a large expense, Yi Chu said confidently. And the most important reason is, bones are naturally much tougher and stronger than muscles. The 9 steps dark gold body allows for those who are strong to become even stronger while simultaneously increasing the power of the muscles. However, what about the gold punishment sect's martial technique? When one first trains in it, it would not increase the toughness of the bones. Instead, it increases the toughness of the muscles. It would wait till the 2 reach the same level before slowly increasing both of them together. For the gold punishment sect's martial technique to be like this, it would definitely be extremely difficult to reach the peak in the martial technique. That is because the bones are most definitely easier to reach high-quality divine artifact level hardness compared to the muscles. Xing Yu immediately started to laugh. Yi Chu, never had I expected that what you said would be pretty reasonable. During his training, Xing Yu had also sensed that it was much easier to increase the toughness of the bones compared to increasing the toughness of the muscles. Muscles not only need to be hard, it was more important for them to be tough. In order to transform the entire body's muscles, it required an extremely careful and slow process. However, what about the bones? Although toughness was important, hardness was even more important. I can assure you that, when the gold punishment sect's martial technique is trained to the later stage, it is completely impossible to reach the pinnacle where it could be compared with a high-quality divine artifact without outside help, said Yi Chu with absolute certainty. Xing Yu was shocked. How did you know that? The martial technique that he had given to Yi Chu did not state that. Xing Yu only knew about it from Su Zhang's memories. Yi Chu said confidently. That's because my dinosaur clan has tried multiple times to use energy at the same level as the elemental spirit energy to train. The muscles would only be able to obtain the hardness of mid-quality divine artifacts. Only the bones, due to the fact that they're superior to begin with, would be able to become comparable to high-quality divine artifact. I do not believe that, without using external help, the people in the Dark Star Realm would be able to make their muscles reach the high-quality divine artifact level. Xing Yu nodded and smiled. That's right. If one were to continue to train on a planet, one's muscles would at the very most reach mid-quality divine artifact level. As for the method that the Dark Star Realm used to solve this difficult problem, it is, with the help of gravity. Gravity? Yi Chu grew confused. How does that help you? Dark Star, said Qin Yu. Yi Chu's expression changed. Impossible. Different dark stars possess different gravity. Some dark stars possess gravity so strong that even experts that have reached the 9th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body cannot withstand it. Upon setting foot on those stars, their entire body would be crushed to pieces. Even the soul cannot escape. Qin Yu understood that the dark stars are, in his master Lei Wei's previous cosmos, the science and technology cosmos, the neutron stars, white dwarf and other planets with frightening level of gravitational force. Different dark stars possess different level of gravity. Some of the frightening dark stars possessed attractive force approaching that of black holes. Even bodies that are as tough as high-quality divine artifacts would also collapse under the weight. I do not believe that the people from the dark star realm are capable of finding dark stars that are most suited for them to train on, where the gravitational force just happen to be their limits and not surpass their ability to bear the weight. How could there such a coincidence? Said Yi Chu with certainty. Back then, the seniors of my dinosaur clan had also once thought of using dark stars' gravitational force to train. However, many of the seniors instead lost their lives when they stepped foot onto the dark stars with terrifying level of gravity. Since then, no one dared to enter a dark star without permission. Qin Yu nodded. It was indeed very difficult to tell how strong a dark star's gravity was. Some dark stars possess very weak gravity that even ordinary immortal emperors would be able to bear. However, there are some that possess extremely strong and terrifying gravity. They're so strong that even nascent souls would be crushed by it. I also do not know how the seniors of the Dark Star Realm managed to find a dark star that suited their needs. However, what I do know is, they have the legendary 18 Emperor-level dark stars. These 18 dark stars are respectively suited for 1-star Emperor-level expert to 18 stars Emperor-level expert. Those who are able to persist for 2 entire hours on a dark star would be able to be rated with stars according to the dark star. Said Qin Yu with a smile. 18 Emperor-level dark stars. 18 King-level dark stars. The legendary 36 trial dark stars were something that practically everyone in the dark star realm knew about. More than half of the experts in the entire dark star realm were training on those dark stars. As for how these 36 planets that just so happened to be suited for king and emperor level experts were discovered, Qin Yu had no idea. Qin Yu had the same thought as Yi Chu: this was practically impossible. For example, in order to find a dark star suitable for an 18-star emperor level to train on, at the very least the person finding the dark star ought to be an 18-star emperor. That was the strongest one could be before ascending to the divine realm. For such an expert to go find dark stars, well, it's one thing if he managed to find one, but if he were to find a dark star with a gravity stronger than what he could bear, then it would mean that he'll die instantly. How many 18-star emperor level experts are there in the dark star realm? It's likely hard for there to even be one. So how would they possibly be able to risk searching for dark stars? If they were to slowly draw closer to a dark star and withdraw when unable to bear the gravity and descend when they are able to, using this kind of method should be able to allow them to find a dark star. Suddenly, such an idea came to Qin Yu's mind. However, merely after a moment, this idea was rejected by Qin Yu. I am truly foolish. Qin Yu laughed at himself. If one were to do what Qin Yu suggested earlier, then while flying near the dark star realm, what would be resisting the gravitational force of the would not be one's body, but instead it'll be the energy within one's body. The stronger the body's energy was, the stronger the gravity it could resist. Those who cultivate and train their body was usually more powerful than the energy they have in their body. For example, when training in the 9 steps dark gold body, one would use the 9 steps force to resist the gravity when flying. However, the body's tolerance is usually stronger than the 9 steps force. By slowly approaching the selected dark star type planet, it would definitely be unable to reach the body's limit and would have no effect on training the body. Outside the Mulberry Receiving Village of the Dark Star Realm, a lot of the youths of the Mulberry Receiving Village were gathered together. In the middle of the group of youths were Xiaoya, who had trained for 3 days now. Xiaoya had absorbed the golden liquid in the golden core and then the gold attribute energy. And now, her strength had just reached the 1-star king level. Little Ya, congratulations. Starting from today, you would be ranked amongst the top 5 from your generation, said a brown-haired youngster while smiling. The several tens of youths in the surrounding were all chatting and laughing. For there to be an outstanding talent in their village, of course all the villagers would be happy. Suddenly, a blonde girl spoke out. Aya, exactly how strong is that Lu Xing? He appeared to be very outstanding. From the way I see it, it's very possible that he's a fake expert. Don't talk gibberish, that Lu Xing has at the very least killed Su Zong. A youth defended Lu Xing. The blonde-haired girl humped. That's hard to say. It's likely that Lu Xing killed Su Zong with a sneak attack. That is not enough to show that he's powerful. Aya, say, is that Lu Xing very powerful? Xiaoya wanted to speak. However, she remembered what Qin Yu had asked her to do. He didn't want her to speak of his strength. Since Aya isn't even speaking, seems like that Lu Xing is really nothing great. That blonde-haired girl grew even more certain. From the way I see it, that Lu Xing would at the very most be a one-star king-level expert. He's about the same level as the current Aya. Xiaoya said angrily. I am much weaker than Lord Lu Xing. You all didn't know about this, but 3 powerful king-level metal beasts were about to kill me, but Lord Lu Xing killed all 3 of them in a blink of an eye. Blink of an eye? Everyone was startled. Impossible. Immediately, a couple young males and females all spoke out. However, just when they were talking about that, the brown-haired youngster from before suddenly frowned. Stop making all this noise. There's a group of people coming toward our village from the south. Immediately, this group of youths all grew quiet and looked to the south. A moment later, several hundred silhouettes had rapidly flown over from the sky. Afterwards, they descended outside of the mulberry receiving village. They were led by 3 middle-aged men. They're from the Golden Sun village. The brown-haired youth frowned and immediately said with a clear voice. This is the mulberry receiving village, what might the Golden Sun village come here for? Of the 3 middle-aged men who lead the group, the one in the middle stepped forward and said, I am the village chief of the Golden Sun village. Not long ago, we encountered a herd of metal beasts and were forced to migrate our village. Only after we finished selecting our new village location did we discover that your mulberry receiving village is located less than 100 miles from our new village location. Thus, we decided to come and greet you all from the mulberry receiving village. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 9. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 9, Emperor-Level Metal Beast. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. Being attacked by a large and powerful herd of metal beasts and then forced to migrate the village. This was a common occurrence in all the gravity-gathered planets of the Dark Star Realm. Jin Feng, if you want to greet our mulberry receiving village, you only need to come by yourself. Why did you bring such a large group of people with you? There are several hundred people. Furthermore, all of them are king-level experts. They should all be the 3rd stage experts of your Golden Sun village, right? Following the thick and strong voice, a robust man without any shirt on walked out. It was precisely Si Lu, the number 2 person of the mulberry receiving village. The village chief of the Golden Sun village, Jin Feng, smiled lightly. The reason why we came was first to greet you all and secondly to ask about a matter. What is it? Si Lu frowned and said. Jin Feng's expression turned cold. This time, our Golden Sun village split our people into multiple groups for the migration. Amongst a group of them were a bit over 100 people, however, everyone in this group has died. Every one of them died? Si Lu's expression took a huge change. Even the group of youths including Xiaoya were astonished. It was truly rare for there to be so many people dead at once. That was because the metal beasts possess very low intelligence. It is practically impossible for them to kill over 100 experts at once. After we searched, in that group of people, other than Su Zong, we were unable to find even the corpses of the other people. Also, looking at the injuries that Su Zong had that caused his death, he ought to have been killed by humans and not metal beasts. Jin Feng's voice was cold. In the surrounding area, only your mulberry receiving village is located near there. I want to know whether or not it's your people that killed Su Zong and the over 100 people that were migrating? The Golden Sun village was antagonistic towards the mulberry receiving village. They possess a hatred that has persisted for countless years. Adding on the corpse of Su Zong, it was no wonder that Jin Feng would suspect the mulberry receiving village. No, we haven't, said Si Lu resolutely. Jin Feng sneered. Although there is hatred between our 2 villages, it's not at a level where you should kill over 100 of our people at once. At this moment, a silver-haired old man walked out from the mulberry receiving village. Beside him was precisely Qin Yu, village chief. Si Lu, Xiaoya, and the rest of the mulberry receiving villagers all bowed. At this moment, all of the villagers of the mulberry receiving village who had been training in their residences had also walked out. Over 1,000 people had gathered here. Lord Lu Xing, allow me to take care of this matter first. This silver-haired old man said to Chinyu via voice transmission. Chinyu slightly nodded. It had been 2 days since Chinyu came out from the Jianglan's realm. These past 2 days, he had been together with the village chief of the mulberry receiving village, Silu's father. Sisu. Chinyu slightly exposed a bit of his strength and Sisu immediately began to welcome Chinyu respectfully. Village chief Sisu, could it be that you're also planning to deny that the over 100 people of my Golden Sun village were killed by your mulberry receiving village? Said the village chief of the Golden Sun village, Jin Feng, coldly. Sisu's silver brows jumped. He lightly smiled and said, I admit that Su Zong was killed by our people. However, the other people were absolutely not killed by our people. Father. Silu looked to his own father with a frown. The matter would become very troublesome once they admitted that they had killed Su Zong. Jin Feng laughed out loud. What a joke. Since you've admitted that Su Zong was killed by your people, how could you not dare to admit that the remaining over 100 people were also killed by your people? Sisu, you ought to not be this sort of person. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. Village chief of the Golden Sun village, Su Zong was planning to plunder my golden core and kill me when I was seriously injured. Only then did he get killed. As for the other people, I have never seen them. Said Shoya as she stared at Jin Feng. Little girl, do not interrupt when I haven't asked you. Jin Feng shot a cold glance at Shoya. Furthermore, don't you dare go and insult the honor of a descendant of my Golden Sun village. The descendants of my Golden Sun village would rather die than do that sort of thing. Chinyu, who stood to the side, merely lightly laughed in his heart. A man whose strength was merely around the level of a level 9 demon king actually dared to be this tyrannic. You are Jin Feng, right? That Su Zong was killed by me. I can bear witness, the descent of your Golden Sun village, Su Zong, indeed tried to take advantage of another person's hard work and tried to kill Shoya. Said Chinyu indifferently. Jin Feng was about to shout and berate Chinyu. However, when his gaze landed on Chinyu, his expression slightly changed. Immediately, his manner changed greatly. Courteously, he said, May I know who your lordship might be? Upon hearing these words, the youths that were still disputing with Shoya regarding Chinyu earlier were all shocked. This was especially true for that blonde-haired girl. Unable to believe it, she said to Shoya, who stood beside her, in a low voice. Aya, is that Lu Xing truly that powerful? Even the village chief of the Golden Sun village has to address him as Lord? Lord Lu Xing is truly very powerful. Said Shoya with absolute certainty. In the Dark Star realm, people would usually address those who are stronger than them as Lord. The people in the Dark Star realm, when compared with the people from the Immortal, Devil and Demon realms, adored the strong even more. In the Immortal, Devil and Demon realms, those with amazing backgrounds might be able to be respected and revered. However, in the Dark Star realm, even if it was the son of one of the 3 sovereigns, he should still be looked down upon if he were too weak. This is Lord Lu Xing. Said Sisu. Lord Lu Xing only recently arrived at my mulberry receiving village. He had saved Shoya en route. Jin Feng, could it be that you do not believe in what Lord Lu Xing has said? Jin Feng was immediately distressed. For one, he was unable to sense Chinyu at all with his soul's strength. Thus, Chinyu was at the very least at the same level of power as him. Secondly, Chinyu was radiating an aura from his body. That kind of aura was something that only Emperor-level experts possessed. Jin Feng had only sensed those kinds of auras before, when he met some Emperor-level experts on the 36 Trial Dark Stars. Jin Feng definitely would not dare to doubt what Lord Lu Xing has said. It's just that, how else did the other 100 people die? Jin Feng continued. Furthermore, Su Zong was amongst the same group as them. How was it possible that such a thing like what Lord Lu Xing said had happened? And at this moment, a middle-aged man who stood beside Jin Feng raised his head and said, Lord Lu Xing is extremely powerful and possesses majestic status. Your lordship is someone that I should not doubt. It's just that Su Zong is a descendant of my Golden Sun village. At the very least, he ought to possess the dignity as a descendant of my Golden Sun village. The action that your lordship spoke of, I am unable to believe that those are things that Su Zong would do. One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Do you all understand this principle? Said Chinyu with a light smile. These people from the Golden Sun village had indeed believed themselves to be infallible. Chinyu continued. Furthermore, had it really been as you all had said, in that the people of the mulberry receiving village had indeed killed your people, then since they've already disposed of the traces of 100 people, why would they leave the corpse of this Su Zong behind? Jin Feng and the rest of them Golden Sun villagers were dumbstruck. That's right. If over 100 people's corpse had disappeared, why would the corpse of Suzong remain? Furthermore, at the moment when I had arrived on the deep mulberry star, I had once used my soul's power to inspect the planet and discovered a large group of metal beasts surrounding over 100 corpses. It's just that I did not pay much attention to it back then. If my guess was correct, those people ought to be from your Golden Sun village," said Qin Yu indifferently. In the Dark Star realm, the people referred to things like immortal awareness and demon awareness as soul's power, as what is used to search was the soul's power anyways. Thus, Qin Yu naturally referred his immortal awareness as soul's power. The expression of the people from the Golden Sun village changed. Jin Feng said coldly, "Lord Lu Xing, you said that your soul's power managed to discover a large amount of golden beasts surrounding and attacking a group of over 100 people? In that case, why didn't your lordship save my clansmen?" "Save?" Qin Yu was startled. He had never thought of saving. This could not be blamed on Qin Yu. During the time when he wandered the immortal, devil and demon realms, when he used his immortal awareness to search on a planet, he would frequently discover hundreds and thousands of people fighting on the planet. How could Qin Yu possibly save each and every one of them? After a long time, Qin Yu had grown accustomed to it. When he arrived on the deep mulberry star and used his immortal awareness to inspect the planet, he had already discovered several tens of battles happening. Could it be that Qin Yu really must go and save the weak? Save all of the weak from the occurring battles? If he were to save all of them from every single battle that occurred, then he would have long since collapsed during the moment when he was wandering the immortal, devil, and demon realms. "Who do you think me to be? Your Golden Sun village's protector?" said Qin Yu coldly. "When I wander the Dark Star realm, how many battles do you think I discover on every planet I pass? Do you think that I am required to save the people from each and every battle?" The group of people from the Golden Sun village were all stunned. Merely, in their heart, they were angry. After all, Qin Yu once had the opportunity to save their people. That village that's being constructed right now around 100 miles from here ought to be your Golden Sun village, right? Qin Yu suddenly said. "Right." Jin Feng replied. Qin Yu lightly smiled and said, "Let me tell you all a thing. At this moment, there is a large herd of metal beasts. Their number is no less than 1,000. They are currently split into two groups, one from the front and one from behind, proceeding toward your village." "Ah?" Jin Feng was startled. Immediately after, Jin Feng spread out his soul's power and then lightly smiled. A total of a little over 1,000 metal beasts, although they are a bit hard to take care of, killing all of them is still possible. "Do not be too confident in yourself," said Qin Yu with a light smile. Qin Yu had already discovered that this herd of metal beasts was still not at a frightening size. However, the leader of this herd of metal beasts was one of the strongest metal beasts on the entire deep mulberry star, an emperor-level metal beast. Jin Feng instead had a completely confident appearance. "Lord Lu Xing, could it be that you don't know that the metal beasts are the targets that we people from the Dark Star realm used to test ourselves? No matter what, it is impossible for them to extinguish our village. At the very least, the elder would not ignore it." "Oh?" Qin Yu said confused. "Targets to test yourselves?" The village chief of the mulberry receiving village, Sisu, who stood to the side, said to Qin Yu, "Lord Lu Xing, you might now know about this matter. This is what the elder has told us. The reason why the metal beasts came to be was for the purpose of helping our clansmen grow. However, all of the metal beasts are under the control of the elder and will not endanger the safety of an entire village." Qin Yu came to a realization. Every elder of each gravity-gathered planet were there to protect the planet, while monitoring what happens on it. They are there to prevent major catastrophes such as an entire village being wiped out. After all, the population of the Dark Star realm was small to begin with. But the strength of your elder is inferior to that emperor-level metal beast, thought Qin Yu in his heart. The elder's palace was located on top of a mountain peak of the deep mulberry star. That elder was indeed an emperor-level expert. However, when looking at his soul realm's level, he was merely comparable to that of a level 2 demon emperor. That emperor-level metal beast, on the other hand, possessed the strength of a level 4 demon emperor. That elder was simply unable to detect that emperor-level metal beast. Thus, how would he protect them? "As I have said, it's best for you all to not be overly confident," said Qin Yu with a light smile. This time, Jin Feng spoke to the group of people surrounding him. "Let's return first. Although those 1,000 metal beasts or so cannot be considered catastrophic, if we do not return, then it'll be somewhat hard for the remaining villagers to take them on." "Yes, village chief." Immediately after, those couple hundred people began to rapidly fly toward the direction of the Golden Sun village. Sisu, follow me, we shall have a look. Chinyu suddenly said. Chinyu knew very well in his heart that with merely the group of villagers from the Golden Sun village, whose strongest individual only possessed the strength of a level 9 Demon King, it was simply impossible for them to take on that metal beast with a strength comparable to a level 4 Demon Emperor. Okay. I shall have a look as to how this Golden Sun village will deal with the metal beast's attack, said Sisu as he nodded. Immediately after, Sisu followed Chinyu and proceeded toward the direction of the Golden Sun village. Silu said to the surrounding villagers of the mulberry receiving village. Everyone, return to your residences first. Currently, the herd of metal beasts is attacking the Golden Sun village. It might be possible for them to spread over to us. Everyone must be on alert. At this moment, Xiuya and the group of youths were discussing. Aya, how strong is that Lord Lu Xing? Earlier, I saw that our village chief and the village chief from the Golden Sun village were both very respectful toward him. That blonde-haired girl's eyes were shining. Could he be an emperor-level expert? Xiuya did not speak. Instead, she was looking to the direction that Chinyu left toward. Sisu, let me ask you a question. Usually, the metal beasts possess very low intelligence. What might be the reason for that? Could it be that all of the metal beasts possess very low intelligence? Chinyu asked in confusion. Sisu smiled and said. Had your lordship been training on uninhabited planets? That's right. Chinyu knew that his question was somewhat stupid. Sisu nodded and said. No wonder your lordship isn't familiar with this. Metal beasts are only born on the origin movement planets. All of the metal beasts are very powerful. However, for some unknown reason, they all possess a very low intelligence. But, once a metal beast reaches emperor level, it develops an intelligence comparable to ours. Emperor level? Chinyu understood everything now. No wonder that herd of metal beasts cooperated so well when they charged into the Golden Sun village. It all made sense now. However, emperor-level metal beasts are extremely rare. While there are a lot of metal beasts that have reached the peak of king level, the number of metal beasts that have reached the emperor level is so small that it's frightening. Once they break through that gateway, they will be able to attain intelligence. Metal beasts that do not possess intelligence are not scary at all. However, once they develop intelligence, even though the body of an emperor-level metal beast possesses nearly twice the hardness when compared to a peak king-level metal beast, the difference between their strength is 10 times or greater. Sisu said solemnly. Even on the sacred planet, there is an organization, the Enforcement Squadron, specially created to search and kill some emperor-level metal beasts. The reason being that an emperor-level golden beast could easily cause the entire population of an origin movement star to die out. At the very least, in the past 100 million years, there were already 5 origin movement stars that have been annihilated. Chinyu smiled and said. Had it not been for my arrival, then the deep mulberry star would have been the 6th. Sisu's expression changed. What your lordship means is, there's an emperor-level metal beast here? Impossible. How did the elder not manage to discover it? Chinyu's gaze was cast toward the Golden Sun village located not far away. Elder? The elder's strength is merely around 4-star emperor level or so. However, that emperor-level metal beast is roughly at 7-star emperor level. How would your elder be able to discover it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 10. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 10, Elder. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. 7-star emperor-level metal beast? Sisu's eyes were wide open. Shock was written across his face. Sisu repeatedly shook his head, saying, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Every successive generation of elders have been monitoring the entire time. No matter what, they would never have allowed the metal beast to mature to a 7-star emperor level. When a metal beast first reached emperor level, it would definitely be killed by that generation's elder. Hearing what Sisu said, Chinyu also thought that this emperor-level metal beast should not be able to exist. Furthermore, it is even more impossible for it to reach 7-star emperor level. Then what is the reason why those 5 origin movement planets were wiped out by the metal beasts? Chinyu suddenly asked. Sisu was slightly startled. Immediately after he sighed and said, The reason why those 5 origin movement planets were wiped out by the metal beasts was because when those metal beasts first reached 1-star emperor level, it had immediately left the origin movement planets. Only after their strength grew stronger did they return to those origin movement planets to attack. Clever. Chinyu started to laugh. Those Emperor-level metal beasts were truly clever. They knew that they were unable to handle a powerful expert when they first reached Emperor level and actually decided to leave the Origin Movement planets. They decided to first raise their strength before returning to the Origin Movement planets to attack. Sisu, I think this Emperor-level metal beast probably also descended to the deep mulberry star from outside. Qin, you guessed. Sisu said solemnly. This matter is of utmost importance. A 7-star Emperor-level metal beast poses immense danger. This matter definitely has to be reported to the Elder and the Sacred Planet. As he said that, Sisu took out a transmission spiritual pearl. Unexpectedly, the tool that the people of the Dark Star Realm use to send transmission is also the transmission spiritual pearl. Qinyu was shocked. What Qinyu did not know was that the reason why the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and Demon Realm possessed transmission spiritual pearls was because they learned from the Dark Star Realm. If one were to compare who had the transmission spiritual pearls for the longest period of time, then the Dark Star Realm possessed it for much longer than the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. The Elder will be coming immediately. Sisu put away his transmission spiritual pearl and said to Qinyu. Qinyu nodded. He then looked to the Golden Sun village. We still do not have to worry right now. That Emperor-level metal beast has not attacked yet. The only ones attacking are some King-level metal beasts. In the entire Golden Sun village, close to 2,000 silhouettes were flickering about rapidly. They were fighting against the metal beasts. From the appearance, it was obvious that the humans were dominating. Although the metal beasts possessed pretty decent strength, their intelligence was truly too low. Without intelligence, it would already be pretty decent if they were able to display half of their strength. Hiss. A metal wolf's abdomen was directly pierced through by 2 hands. Immediately afterwards, it was ripped apart into 2. The middle-aged man who killed that metal wolf even frantically howled. This middle-aged man was precisely the village chief of the Golden Sun village, Jin Feng. Jin Feng is very powerful. Although his soul realm's level is merely an 18-star king, his body is extraordinarily valiant and is comparable to that of a 1-star emperor-level expert. Sisu said to Qinyu. Qinyu naturally was able to guess that this was because of the golden cores. After using a large amount of golden cores and absorbing the liquids within them, one's body would be able to be opened up for development even more and one's strength would become even stronger. With a body of a 1-star emperor, when facing a king-level metal beast, Jin Feng was indeed extremely confident and at ease while fighting. Like a lightning bolt, wherever Jin Feng passed, the metal beasts were ripped apart, sprinkling blood everywhere. Village Chief. Some of the cultivators within the Golden Sun village started to cheer. In merely a moment, more than half of the metal beasts were killed. However, only 3 of the Golden Sun village's villagers were killed and several tens were injured. With the increase in the superiority of their numbers, it was likely that there would be even less injuries and deaths when killing the remaining metal beasts. Your elder has arrived, said Qinyu with a smile. His immortal awareness clearly discovered a silhouette flying over rapidly. In merely a blink of an eye, this man had arrived in the sky above the Golden Sun village. From his appearance, it seemed that he was also currently using his soul's power to carefully search for the Emperor-level metal beast. The Elder of the Deep Mulberry Star was a bald-headed middle-aged man. His body was radiating a faint golden light. His gaze was like lightning as it swept through every corner of the Golden Sun village below him. Upon seeing Qinyu and Sisu, he merely nodded and did not fly over to them. Clearly, this elder was more concerned about the existence of the Emperor-level metal beast. He was using his soul's power to continuously search the region below him. With the gap between the soul realm levels being so great, how could you possibly be able to find it? Thought Qinyu in his heart. Qinyu looked to that Emperor-level metal beast with his immortal awareness. That Emperor-level metal beast had the appearance of a cheetah. Its body was composed of a dark cyan-colored metal. Its ice-cold eyes took a glance at the elder on the sky with great disdain. It was evident that this Emperor-level metal beast did not care about the elder at all. The Emperor-level metal beast then cast his gaze at Jin Feng, who was currently massacring the metal beasts. Die! Jin Feng had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. His hand had turned into a claw as it ripped through the surrounding space. With a kacha sound, he grabbed and smashed a tiger-type metal beast's head. Suddenly, a deep cyan-colored light ripped through the sky. It was shot directly toward Jin Feng. The elder, who had been keeping a close watch over the battlefield, had also immediately shot himself toward the dark cyan-colored light. As for Jin Feng, when he saw the dark cyan light rushing toward him, he was unable to help himself from feeling a burst of fear in his heart. Immediately, he flew backwards. Bang! The elder had actually managed to intercept that cheetah metal beast. Upon seeing this scene, Sisu had a smile on his face. Jinyu, on the other hand, shook his head. That Emperor-level metal beast had intentionally slowed down its speed. Jinyu spoke. That Emperor-level metal beast attacked first, whereas the Elder intercepted later. With the Elder's strength, how would his speed be able to match that of a 7-star Emperor-level metal beast? For him to be able to block the metal beast, it is evident that the metal beast had intentionally slowed down. Sisu immediately realized. It was planning to kill the Elder? Sisu shivered. At this moment, the Elder of the Deep Mulberry Village, Lu Tong, was currently filled with shock. A couple days ago, he had received a message from the sacred planet saying that there had been an Emperor-level metal beast roaming around the surrounding star fields and to be on alert. In these past couple days, Lu Tong had been carefully monitoring the entire planet. And earlier, the message from Sisu had caused him to immediately rush over. And now, he had also encountered the so-called Emperor-level metal beast. However, Lu Tong had never anticipated that this Emperor-level metal beast would actually be this powerful. In merely 3 bouts, a large cut had appeared on Lu Tong's chest. His blood was flowing out unceasingly. Had it not been for the fact that he had slightly dodged earlier, then his chest and abdomen would have already been split open. To immortals and devil experts, having their chest and abdomen split open does not mean much. However, to the people from the Dark Star realm, it was an extremely serious injury. Elder of the Deep Mulberry Star, do not try resisting anymore, you are no match against me. All of the people on this Deep Mulberry Star shall be killed. Not one will be able to escape. The deep cyan-colored cheetah stared at Lu Tong with his eyes. His voice had resounded in Lu Tong's mind. Lu Tong was startled. Emperor-level metal beasts possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Sure enough, that was true. You will be the second Origin Movement Star Elder that I've killed, said the dark cyan-colored cheetah metal beast via voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong was shocked. Could it be that another Elder of an Origin Movement Star had died? Whoosh! That sharp claw speed had immediately increased by 50%. In merely a blink of an eye, it had appeared before Lu Tong. Against this claw, Lu Tong closed his eyes. He was simply unable to dodge it. All he could do was to close his eyes and await his death. For star against a 7-star, the gap between them was truly too great. However, Lu Tong waited for a long time, but the claws still have not arrived. Hey, little cheetah, don't stare at me. A voice resounded. Lu Tong opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene that caused him to be dumbstruck. A youngster was grabbing the neck of the Emperor-level metal beast with a single hand. The Emperor-level metal beast was hanging in the air. The cheetah Emperor-level metal beast was unceasingly radiating a flickering light from its body. It was trying to resist. However, although it merely had its neck grabbed, no matter what it did, it was unable to throw itself off from that youngster's hand. That's right, he's that youngster that stood beside Sisu. Lu Tong immediately remembered. At this moment, Jinyu looked to Lu Tong. He smiled and said, Elder of the Deep Mulberry Star, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Xing, an interstellar cultivator. Interstellar cultivator. Lu Tong was shocked. There was indeed a group of interstellar cultivators in the Dark Star realm. This group of people do not seek pleasure. Instead, they only wish to continuously wander the Dark Star realm and train. Although this group of people do not possess a prominent reputation, they are usually dreadfully powerful. After all, if one was not powerful, how would they dare to wander the Dark Star realm? I am the Elder of the Deep Mulberry Star, Lu Tong. Thank you, Lord Lu Xing, for saving my life. Thank you, Lord Lu Xing, for saving this Deep Mulberry Star. Lu Tong was filled with an endless amount of thankfulness. A 7-star Emperor-level metal beast. Had it not been for Jinyu, the Deep Mulberry Star would be most definitely doomed. Furthermore, a 7-star Emperor-level metal beast could use greater teleportation to continue to endanger the other Origin Movement planets. The dangers of a 7-star Emperor-level metal beast were truly too great. Furthermore, according to what that Emperor-level metal beast had said via its voice transmission, it had already killed another planet's elder. And at this moment, the group of metal beasts that no longer had the Emperor-level metal beast controlling them, started to frantically flee after finding themselves at a complete disadvantage. In merely a moment, all of the surviving metal beasts had fled. Lord Elder. Jin Feng and the rest of the people all walked over. Respectfully, they greeted the Elder. Sisu had also walked over. Lord Elder. Jin Feng glanced at that Emperor-level metal beast with some fear in his heart. He asked, Lord Elder, what level is this metal beast? Could it be Emperor level? Who amongst them didn't know of the terrible reputation of Emperor-level metal beasts? Elder Lu Tong nodded and said, "This Emperor-level metal beast is extremely powerful. It is much stronger than myself. As for its true strength, Lord Lu Xing should be able to tell." Elder Lu Tong looked to Qin Yu respectfully. Jin Feng's eyelids jumped. All of those Golden Sun villagers were startled. Even the elder addressed him as Lord. Qin Yu nodded and said, "This Emperor-level metal beast's strength can be considered as pretty good. It possesses the strength of a 7-star Emperor-level metal beast." Qin Yu was still grabbing onto this Emperor-level metal beast by the neck with a single hand. No matter how hard it tried to struggle free, it was unable to move in the slightest. 7-star Emperor level? All of the cultivators of the Golden Sun village had their eyes wide open as they looked to the cheetah metal beast that appeared like a plaything in Qin Yu's hand. A cheetah metal beast that had become unable to resist after having its neck pinched was a 7-star metal beast? If that really was the case, then how many star Emperor level is this Lord Lu Xing that's smiling in front of them? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 11. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 11, The Mystery to Its Birth. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. Lord Lu Xing, please forgive this Jin Feng for the disrespect that I showed you before. Jin Feng suddenly walked forward. He said respectfully, as he placed his left hand on the right side of his chest and lowered his head. Upon seeing that Qin Yu was able to subdue a 7-star Emperor-level golden beast, Jin Feng had completely realized that such an expert was not someone that he, who was not even Emperor-level, could risk offending. "Lord Lu Xing, please forgive us," said Jin Feng's two brothers, respectfully, to Qin Yu. Elder Lu Tong looked to Qin Yu. He asked, "Lord Lu Xing, did Jin Feng and them commit an offense against you? If Jin Feng and them were to have offended your lordship, I too ask for your lordship to forgive them." Elder Lu Tong also requested for Qin Yu's forgiveness earnestly. In the Dark Star realm, strength determined one's status. Having absorbed Su Zong's memories, Qin Yu knew very well about the rules of the Dark Star realm. Immediately, he laughed unconcernedly. Village Chief Jin Feng need not mind about it too much. Back then, you've merely had your eyes clouded by hatred after your villagers were killed. I am capable of understanding your hatred. Lord Lu Xing. Jin Feng was moved. He still remembered the manner he had toward Qin Yu back on the mulberry receiving village. Never had he anticipated that the respectable Lord Lu Xing would be so open-minded. Qin Yu felt helpless in his heart. He looked to Elder Lu Tong and said, "Elder, I have a matter that I came to seek your help with. Of course, before you decide whether to help me, would you be willing to come to the mulberry receiving village along with me? I shall bid farewell to that girl who guided me." "Lord Lu Xing, please do." Elder Lu Tong stood beside Qin Yu. He even slightly distanced himself to the back. His respect toward Qin Yu can be clearly seen. Afterwards, Qin Yu, Sisu and Elder Lu Tong flew toward the mulberry receiving village located not far from here. And at this moment, almost everyone on the mulberry receiving village was on alert. They were afraid that the herd of metal beasts would attack their village. Upon seeing Sisu flying over, those villagers who were on alert immediately spread the news to the entire village. Almost immediately, over 1,000 villagers of the mulberry receiving village had all come out. Amongst them included Xiaoya. Aya. That blonde-haired girl who had originally suspected Qin Yu pulled Xiaoya's arm and slightly pointed at Qin Yu who was flying over. "Look, that's the elder." The elder also appears to be somewhat respectful toward Lord Lu Xing. For some unknown reason, Xiaoya had a bad feeling. However, she still said to the friend who had grown up together with her beside her, "Liexin, Lord Lu Xing had told me before that he had came to our planet to find the elder." As Elder Lu Tong monitored the entire Deep Mulberry Star, he had also appeared several times in those 8 villages of the Deep Mulberry Star before. Almost everyone on the Deep Mulberry Star recognizes the strongest protector of the Deep Mulberry Star. Lord Elder. All of the cultivators respectfully saluted to the elder. Elder Lu Tong flew ahead. He said to the bunch of people below him, "This is Lord Lu Xing. Lord Lu Xing is about to depart from here. Before he leaves, Xiaoya." Qin Yu suddenly called out for Xiaoya directly. This girl called Xiaoya was tenacious, hardworking, and optimistic. Qin Yu, from the bottom of his heart, liked her a lot. Of course, he merely liked her like a younger sister. Now that he was about to leave, he figured that he must at least bid his farewell with her. Otherwise, Qin Yu was unable to feel comfortable. "Lord Lu Xing, are you leaving?" Momentarily, Xiaoya's heart was in a state of confusion. Rarely did Xiaoya revere a person. When she saw that Qin Yu was able to instantly kill 3 king-level metal beasts, she had already grown to revere him. In her heart, Qin Yu was very powerful, very perfect. "That's right, I'm leaving." Qin Yu nodded and said. He then raised up the Emperor-level metal beast in his hand. Under the grasp of Qin Yu's hand, the 7-star Emperor-level metal beast was unable to resist at all. "Before I leave, I'm going to give you a present," said Qin Yu while smiling. "Present?" Xiaoya was slightly startled. And at this moment, Elder Lu Tong seemed to have guessed what Qin Yu was about to do. He hurriedly sent Qin Yu a voice transmission. "Lord Lu Xing, no matter what, we cannot let that Emperor-level metal beast live. We must definitely kill it. In the Dark Star realm, the dangers of an Emperor-level metal beast is too great, truly too great. Everyone from the Dark Star realm, when they encounter an Emperor-level metal beast, they all have to spare no effort in killing it. No matter what, we cannot allow it to have an opportunity to destroy our origin movement planets." Qin Yu was slightly startled. When he captured this Emperor-level metal beast, he had originally planned to tame it and then gift it to Xiaoya. Although it might be hard for others to tame an Emperor-level metal beast, Qin Yu was instead still able to do it. However now, it seemed that the Dark Star realms simply do not allow for Emperor-level metal beasts to live. In that case, that's also quite simple. Qin Yu smiled and was about to kill this 7-star Emperor-level metal beast. However, at this moment, "It's best for you to not kill me. Otherwise, my brothers would not let you get away with it." That 7-star Emperor-level metal beast stared at Qin Yu. Its 2 eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Yu was slightly shocked. The 7-star Emperor-level metal beast had brothers? However, with his strength, would he fear a mere metal beast? "Little cheetah, did you think that your brothers are able to rival me?" Qin Yu asked back with his voice transmission. The 7-star Emperor-level metal beast was shocked. For Qin Yu to be able to take care of him so easily, his strength was clearly unfathomable. With merely a kacha sound, the 7-star Emperor-level metal beast's neck was broken by Qin Yu's hand. Immediately after, a golden energy was shot out from Qin Yu's hand and a golden core flew out. A 7-star Emperor-level metal beast's golden core. Countless people of the Mulberry Receiving Village had their eyes shining. The golden core of an Emperor-level metal beast was simply something that was rarely seen in millions of years. Even Elder Lu Tong grew a bit startled. Qin Yu lightly smiled and said to Elder Lu Tong, "Elder Lu Tong, you ought to know of the preciousness of this 7-star Emperor-level metal beast's golden core. The golden liquid within this golden core, you are to let Xiaoya absorb it after she reached a sufficient level. As for the corpse of this 7-star Emperor-level metal beast, it shall be my gift to you." Lu Tong grew excited. "Thank you, Lord Lu Xing." Lu Tong looked to the corpse of that 7-star Emperor-level metal beast. His eyes were shining. Toward Emperor-level experts, the effects of golden cores were less and less useful. To 1-star and 2-star Emperor-level experts, the golden cores were still of some appeal. However, to 4-star Emperor-level experts like Elder Lu Tong, the ordinary golden cores were simply of no appeal. Even the golden core of a 7-star Emperor-level metal beast would only cause him to be slightly excited. The thing that truly attracts Elder Lu Tong was the 7-star Emperor-level metal beast's corpse. The reason why metal beasts are called metal beasts was because their bodies are composed of metals. When metal beasts are born, although their bodies were composed of metals, their bodies were incomparably agile. When the metal beasts die, their bodies would solidify and completely turn into a metal ore. One could easily imagine how hard the metal ore that a 7-star Emperor-level metal beast's corpse would turn into. Even without refining it, the weapons created by the corpse of this 7-star Emperor-level metal beast would also be extremely sharp and tough. If one were to refine it, then the weapons created from the corpse would possess a hardness that approaches that of a low-quality divine weapon. "Thank you, Lord Lu Xing." Xiaoya wanted to say something, but she ended up not saying much. "Make sure to continue training hard." Qin Yu gave a word of encouragement. Soon after, Qin Yu turned around and looked to Elder Lu Tong. "Elder, let's return to your elder's palace first." Elder Lu Tong nodded. He absorbed the corpse of the metal beast into his space ring and then set off with Qin Yu. Seeing the rear views of Qin Yu and Lu Tong flying away, Xiaoya merely bit her lips. "Lilia, Lord Lu Xing is truly too far away from us." Si Lu stroked Xiaoya's head and comforted her. Xiaoya merely continued to stare at the shadow of Qin Yu that had disappeared into the horizon. Her gaze was extremely firm. The Elder's Palace was located on top of a mountain. Following an arc, Qin Yu and Lu Tong rapidly flew to the palace located atop the mountain. The Elder's palace was constructed by the people from the sacred planet. It was extremely luxurious. The Elder's palace was not large. It was composed of 2 palaces, one in the front and one behind. Usually, the Elder would reside in the palace in the back. I must truly thank Lord Lu Xing this time around. Not only have you saved me, you've also saved the entire Deep Profound Star. You've even gave me the corpse of this 7-star Emperor-level metal beast. Elder Lu Ton's entire face was red as if he had a blush on. Evidently, his mood was extremely good. Elder Lu Ton, to be honest, I have been wondering about a matter the entire time. Qin Yu muttered. When Elder Lu Ton was talking with Qin Yu, they had stepped into the palace. The 2 of them sat on 2 chairs. Elder Lu Ton looked to Qin Yu and said, "Wondering about a matter? What might this matter be?" Metal beasts. Qin Yu had been wondering about the metal beasts the entire time. And now, he decided to ask. During the times when I have been training amongst the cosmos, I had also discovered some uninhabited origin movement planets. However, there are no metal beasts on those origin movement planets. Furthermore, people only lived on the 3 great star fields in the Dark Star Realm. Gold Punishment Star Field, Black Flame Star Field and the White Profound Star Field. Of which, the origin movement planets of the Black Flame Star Field possesses not metal beasts but instead blazing fire beasts. On the origin movement planets of the White Profound Star Field, what they had was also not metal beasts but instead frost ice beasts. I am truly unable to think of exactly what the cause of all these might be. Qin Yu sighed. Elder Lu Tong started to laugh. Ha, Lord Lu Xing, if you were to ask other elders, then I suspect 9 amongst 10 elders would not know the reason. However, I am knowledgeable about this. Oh? Qin Yu looked to Elder Lu Tong. Qin Yu had merely asked. Never did he expected for Elder Lu Tong to be able to provide an answer. Elder Lu Tong gasped in admiration and said, "The metal beasts, frost ice beasts and blazing fire beasts were all beasts that are only available in the Dark Star Realm. The reason why they exist only in the Dark Star Realm is because of the conversion array." Elder Lu Tong, are you talking about the conversion array that converts elemental spirit energy into gold attribute energy? Qin Yu suddenly had a guess in his mind. Elder Lu Tong nodded and said, "That's right. This was actually something that my teacher told me back in the sacred planet. Lord Lu Xing, I can tell you that the metal beasts, frost ice beasts and the blazing flame beasts were all birthed by the world. For example, on the origin movement planets, because of the fact that we have to set up gold attribute energy conversion array, the person setting it up need at the very least have king level strength. Furthermore, a sufficient amount of elemental spirit stones are required. However, ordinary babies and children were simply unable to set up those kind of formation arrays. Thus, we set up an enormous gold attribute conversion array on the origin movement planets. This great formation array would convert the elemental spirit energy to gold attribute energy at all times. Thus, the gold attribute energy covered the entire origin movement planet. Elder Lu Tu explained carefully. Qin Yu nodded. He too knew about this. Elder Lu Tong continued. Those gold attribute energy are not merely absorbed by the cultivators on the origin movement planets. Some of the gold attribute energy gathered together and even formed metal beasts. As to why they formed metal beasts, I too am not certain about that. However, what I know is that the metal beasts are formed because of the gold attribute energy. Qin Yu completely understood everything now. Ah, I understand now. The blazing fire beasts on the origin movement planets of the Black Flame Star Field were formed by the fire attribute energy covered by the fire attribute conversion array. The frost ice beasts of the White Profound Star Field was formed through the same method. The reason why the origin movement planets of the other star fields didn't have any such beasts was because they do not possess the conversion arrays. Qin Yu suddenly had understood everything. However, after he knew the reason why, Qin Yu grew curious. How come the large amount of gold attribute energy created through conversion would create metal beasts for no reason? The mysteriousness of the cosmos is not something that I could understand. Qin Yu gasped in admiration. Elder Lu Tong also nodded and said, "Right, the cosmos are truly too mystical. A lot of the things that happens in the cosmos is not something that we could understand. Why the metal beasts are born, why they would attain intelligence after reaching emperor level, it is truly a mystery." Qin Yu nodded. He then smiled and said to Elder Lu Tong, "Elder Lu Tong, the reason why I came to find you was because I have a matter that I seek to inconvenience you with. Lord Lu Xing, please go ahead and speak without hesitation. As long as I can help out, I would definitely help out." Elder Lu Tong was very frank and straightforward. Qin Yu said slowly, Elder Lu Tong, you ought to know that I am an interstellar cultivator. All these years, I had been drifting about the cosmos. I had never cared about where I might be at. I had merely wandered all over the place and trained. However, 1,000 years ago, I had discovered that I had reached a bottleneck. No matter what I do, I was unable to move forward. Thus, a certain place came to my mind. A place that I had never been to before. The 18 Emperor level trial Dark Stars. I have decided to enter the 18 Emperor level trial Dark Stars and test myself there. Elder Lu Tong said in approval. Lord Lu Xing ought to go there. The 18 Emperor level trail Dark Stars are the places where one would be able to train the fastest. Never had I imagined that. Your lordship had reached your current strength without going to the trail Dark Stars. In all these years, I had been drifting about the cosmos and have never used my stellar identity diamond. Back then, when I departed from my home planet, I had used greater teleportation and didn't go to the Elder's Palace to receive my stellar identity crystal. And now, I hope to be able to use your Deep Mulberry Star's stellar identity crystal. Qin Yu finally spoke his purpose in coming. The existence of the stellar identity crystal was also something that Qin Yu learned through Su Zong's memories. To be able to carry a stellar identity diamond, it signified that the Elder's Palace recognized this person's strength. Usually, the cultivators that had decided to leave their planet would go to the Elder's Palace to receive a stellar identity diamond. That was one could only receive the special treatment that was specific to the people from the Dark Star realm after possessing a stellar identity crystal. For example, entering a dark star to test oneself, entering the bewitching god temple, becoming a guard of the sacred planets and so on. They were all things that one need a proof of identity for. However, there were also a lot of proud and aloof people who thought that it wasn't worth their time to go and receive the stellar identity crystal. They are cultivators that trained by themselves. They believed that strength was everything. Only when they truly needed a stellar identity crystal, they would randomly go to a planet and obtain an identity crystal. As for the elders that received those proud and aloof experts, they were also extremely willing to present them with a stellar identity crystal. That was because, giving them an identity crystal signified that the extremely powerful expert had originated from their planet and would allow their planet's reputation to spread far and wide. Lord Lu Xing, as someone this powerful, are you truly willing to accept the stellar identity crystal from my Deep Mulberry Star and become a person of my Deep Mulberry Star? Elder Lu Tong was filled with a pleasant surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 12. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 12, Identity Inspection. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. Upon seeing Lu Tong's expression, Qin Yu merely smiled and nodded. Yes, Elder Lu Tong, I shall trouble you with a stellar identity crystal. No trouble at all, said Elder Lu Tong as he waved his hand. Now, Lu Tong was already beginning to imagine the future where when others mentioned Lu Xing, they would also mention that Lord Lu Xing was from the Deep Mulberry Star. As the elder of the Deep Mulberry Star, his reputation would also grow. He had also heard from a lot of his friends, the elders of other planets, that they have also received interstellar cultivators before and given them stellar identity crystals. Never had anticipated that he too would attain such an opportunity. Lord Lu Xing, please wait a moment. Lu Tong took out a triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar. What is that for? Qin Yu looked at the triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar in confusion. He was able to sense a special kind of aura from it. Elder Lu Tong casually explained. Lord Lu Xing, this is the first time you've received a stellar identity crystal. Thus, you likely do not know the procedure. This is the rules set by the sacred planet. Everyone that is to be granted a stellar identity crystal must be inspected by this crystal pillar first. Inspected? What sort of inspection? Qin Yu had a bad feeling. Could it be that this mysterious crystal pillar would be able to tell his identity? Lu Tong smiled and said, Lord Lu Xing, please don't worry. This triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar is used to inspect the person's strength. It could determine whether you're king level or emperor level. At the same time, it could tell one's energy attribute. I remember that 10 million years ago, it even managed to find a Devil Realms person trying to disguise his way into the Dark Star Realm, but... Oh? A Devil Realms person was found through the inspection 10 million years ago? What did that person from the Devil Realm come to the Dark Star Realm for? Asked Qin Yu. Elder Lu Tong casually replied. I have heard that Devil was a Black Devil Path cultivator. The Black Devil Path also trains one's body. Although their method is somewhat different from ours, the difference was not large. That Devil Realms expert wanted to enter our 18 Emperor level Dark Stars and train there. However, in order for one to enter the 18 Emperor level Dark Stars, one must possess an Stellar Identity Crystal. Thus, that Devil Realms expert tried to obtain a Stellar Identity Crystal and was found out by this triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar. This crystal pillar is that amazing? Xinyu exclaimed in admiration. However, in his heart, he had become careful. Xinyu was very confident about himself. After all his energy was stored in the stellar space. Furthermore, in order to guard against the unexpected, Xinyu had also learned the Gold Punishment Sex martial technique, and he also has the Gold Force, the characteristic to the Gold Punishment Sex cultivators. However, who knows what kind of principle this crystal pillar uses to investigate? Maybe it might search for the characteristics specific to the people of the Dark Star realm. As he does not know the principle behind the crystal pillar, Xinyu had grown a bit worried. However, having reached this situation, all Xinyu could do was to brace himself for the inspection. Lord Lu Xing, we merely need a short moment. This crystal pillar will be able to determine your lordship's type as well as strength. The gold force in Elder Lu Tong's hand was poured into the triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar. The crystal pillar started to give off a misty radiance. Soon, the misty radiance covered Xinyu's body. The triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar slowly started to shine. This sensation feels pretty comfortable. Although Xinyu was a bit worried in his heart, he was still enjoying the massage-like sensation. Xinyu spoke and asked, Elder Lu Tong, do you know how this crystal pillar conducts its inspection? I'm not certain. This triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar is given to every elder's palace by the sacred planet. I don't even know how many years it's been inherited for. However, it has never malfunctioned, said Lu Tong with absolute certainty. Never malfunctioned. Upon hearing those words, Xinyu's heart grew tense. Seems like I might have to use my last resort if I were to be discovered. Xinyu didn't want to rely on his last resort. Not only was it extremely sinister, it was also quite risky. After some time, Lord Lu Xing, it is done. Elder Lu Tong held the triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar in his hand and looked at it. Immediately after, he looked at Xinyu with a shocked expression. Seeing Lu Tong's expression, Xinyu grew nervous. However, he still asked, Elder Lu Tong, what happened? Elder Lu Tong swallowed a gulp of saliva. He stared at Xinyu and said, Your lordship, what star-ranked emperor-level expert are you? Why are you asking me that? Said Xinyu with a smile. The expression that Elder Lu Tong looked at Xinyu with was somewhat passionate. Lord Lu Xing, granting a stellar identity crystal does not only signify one's status. It also signifies that one has been recognized by an elder. Only one who has reached a high star king or emperor level is qualified to receive a stellar identity crystal. This crystal pillar is precisely the tool used to inspect one's identity and strength. What is my strength? Asked Xinyu with a smile. Elder Lu Tong placed the crystal pillar on his hand. Lord Lu Xing, this crystal pillar's strength inspection is very rough. For king levels, it simply divides them into elementary level, middle level, and advanced level. Amongst them, the elementary level represents 1 to 6 star king level, middle level, 7 to 12 star king level, and advanced level, 13 star to 18 star. The emperor levels are also divided into elementary, middle, and advanced level. Your lordship. Lu Tong firmly stared at Xinyu. Is an advanced level emperor. Advanced level emperor is advanced level emperor, what's so shocking about that? Said Xinyu with a light smile. Finding it hard to believe, Lu Tong said, Lord Lu Xing, could it be that you do not know that ever since the previous Gold Punishment Lord ascended, our Dark Star realm hasn't had any 15-star Emperor level experts? 15-star Emperor level, why are you mentioning this? Xinyu was puzzled. Lu Tong immediately remembered that Xinyu was an interstellar cultivator. At once, he explained. Our Dark Star realm possessed 3 great sovereigns. In order to become a candidate for the next sovereign, one must, at the very least, be a 15-star Emperor level expert. However, our Gold Punishment sect, for some unknown reason, hasn't had a 15-star Emperor level expert, even after all these years. Thus, the position of the Gold Punishment Lord has been empty the entire time. Xinyu slightly nodded. A 15-star Emperor was comparable to a level 8 Immortal Emperor. Xinyu found it a bit hard to believe. In the large Dark Star realm, how could there not be a 15-star Emperor level Gold Punishment sect expert? Elder Lu Tong, you said there weren't any 15-star Emperor level experts? I find that a bit hard to believe, said Xinyu as he shook his head. Elder Lu Tong also had a face filled with helplessness. He nodded and said, I also do not understand why. Back then, when I was still on the sacred planet, I had heard from my teacher that other than His Majesty the Gold Punishment Lord, our Gold Punishment sect also possessed two other great experts. One was a 17-star Emperor level expert, whereas the other was a 15-star Emperor level expert. I do not know what happened for there to not be even a single 15-star Emperor level expert left. You're saying there were many powerful experts in the past? Xinyu found this matter to be somewhat fishy. Elder Lu Tong continued. 17-star Emperor level is at the level where one's about to undergo the divine tribulation. It might be possible for that 17-star Emperor level expert to have ascended to the divine realm. But, what about that 15-star Emperor level expert? I do not believe that it is possible for him to have undergone the divine tribulation and ascended to the divine realm in such a short period of time. Sigh. Forget about it. After all, there are no 15-star Emperor level experts appearing. This matter is also not something that I, a mere elder of a planet, could manage. Lu Tong laughed. Xinyu nodded. Who knows what sort of secrets there are in the internal parts of the Dark Star realm? Lu Tong looked to Xinyu with a burning gaze. Lord Lu Xing, you are an advanced level Emperor expert. That is to say, you are at the very least a 13-star Emperor level expert. Lord Lu Xing, is it possible for you to tell me whether or not you've reached 15-star Emperor level? 15-star Emperor level. Xinyu was very clear about his own strength. With merely his body, he possessed the strength of a 15-star Emperor. However, when adding on his miraculous life elemental energy, it was possible for him to take on a 17 or 18-star Emperor. Elder Lu Tong, let's just say that I am not a 15-star Emperor, said Xinyu with a mysterious smile. Consider, Lu Tong's eyes were wide open. From Xinyu's words, he was able to tell that this interstellar cultivator in front of him ought to have reached 15-star Emperor level. A 15-star Emperor level expert. Who amongst them was not someone with a name that spread far and wide? Lord Lu Xing, I would not tell anyone. Seeing Xinyu trusting him like so, Elder Lu Tong also felt a sense of pride. Suddenly, Elder Lu Tong thought of something and said in astonishment. Lord Lu Xing, you've said that you've never been to the 18 trial Dark Stars? That's right. Xinyu nodded. Elder Lu Tong took a deep breath and then looked at Xinyu. Lord Lu Xing. In the history of the Dark Star realm, there has been a Gold Punishment Lord that had originally not entered the 18 trail Dark Stars and had only been drifting about the cosmos while training. It's the same as Lord Lu Xing. That Gold Punishment Lord Majesty had reached the 16-star Emperor level before reaching a bottleneck. That Majesty had once said before that if he were to not have used the Dark Stars, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach 17 and 18-star Emperor level. Xinyu thought of what Yi Chu had said. With the cultivation method of the Gold Punishment sect, if one were to not use the assistance provided by the gravity of the Dark Stars, 16 stars would be the peak one could reach. It would appear that what Yi Chu said was correct. In the entire history, only that Majesty reached 16-star Emperor level without using the Dark Stars. The number of Majesties that have managed to reach 15-star Emperor level, without using the Dark Stars, is also so small that it can be counted on merely one's hands. Never had I, Lu Tong, thought that I too, would be able to meet one such expert. Lu Tong was very excited. What Xinyu had accomplished was enough to be recorded in the annals of the Dark Star realm. Xinyu smiled. Elder Lu Tong, please do not spread this to the others. I do not wish for everyone in the world to know about it. Elder Lu Tong nodded. To be able to obtain the trust of such an expert, Elder Lu Tong was already very moved. Elder Lu Tong, what about my stellar identity crystal? Are you not planning to present that to me? Xinyu said jokingly. Elder Lu Tong was unable to refrain from laughing. My apologies, Lord Lu Xing. While we were talking, I had forgotten to present you with your stellar identity crystal. Please wait a moment. After he finished, Lu Tong flipped over his hand and took out a 3-colored stellar crystal. He then inserted it into a hollow space in the bottom of the triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar. The 3-colored stellar crystal fit perfectly into the hollow space. Lord Lu Xing, this crystal pillar will record all the information into the stellar identity crystal, explained Elder Lu Tong. After a short period of time, the stellar identity crystal rolled out from the hollow space. Xinyu was unable to refrain from gasping in admiration. The Dark Star realm was truly miraculous. Lord Lu Xing, you merely have to place a drop of your blood onto the stellar identity crystal and it will merge into your palm. After it merges into your palm, you will naturally know how to use it. Elder Lu Tong smiled as he handed the stellar identity crystal to Xinyu. After Qin Yu received the stellar identity crystal and dripped a drop of his blood onto it to become its master, the stellar identity crystal immediately merged into his body. So that's how it works. Qin Yu immediately understood how to use the stellar identity crystal. The method of usage was indeed very simple. Having obtained the stellar identity crystal, Qin Yu's problem could now be considered as having been solved. Now what he planned to do was to find an interstellar map that would record the passage that leads to the 18 Emperor-level trial dark stars and the bewitching God Temple. The 18 Emperor-level dark stars, Qin Yu wanted to go and experience them. Merely, Qin Yu was currently in no rush to ask for an interstellar map from Elder Lu Tong. He thus stayed in the Elder's palace for 2 days. In these past 2 days, he would frequently chat with the Elder. Through the conversations, Qin Yu grew to know a bit about the secrets of the Dark Star realm. 3 days after Qin Yu's arrival at the Elder's palace, Qin Yu and Elder Lu Tong were both in the Elder's palace. They were waiting for a group of people from the Gold Punishment Starfield sacred planet. This group of people were called the Enforcers. The Enforcers, originally their duty was to chase and kill the Emperor-level metal beasts in the Dark Star realm. Later on, their duty became to not only chase and kill the Emperor-level metal beasts in the Dark Star realm but to also chase and kill some of the insane and frenzied cultivators of the Dark Star realm. After all, amongst the cultivators of the Dark Star realm, it was unavoidable that some extremely sinister ones would appear. The destruction and harm brought about by those people was sometimes even more terrifying than Emperor-level metal beasts. This group of enforcers had came to the deep mulberry star precisely because of the Emperor-level metal beast. Elder Lu Tong, the news sent by the enforcers is truly too shocking. 3 Emperor-level metal beasts had arrived on the regions surrounding this planet. We have only killed one, where are the other 2? Gasped Qin Yu. Elder Lu Tong nodded. It was indeed extremely shocking. According to the news sent over by the enforcers, there were 3 extremely powerful Emperor-level metal beasts. The weakest amongst the 3 was a 7-star Emperor-level metal beast. The strongest amongst them had actually reached 12-star Emperor level. 12-star Emperor-level metal beast. In the entire Dark Star realm, there was not a single Gravity Gather planet's elder that would be able to take it on. Qin Yu also recalled that the moment before that 7-star Emperor-level metal beast was killed by him, it had tried to threaten him saying that its brothers would come for revenge. 12-star? Revenge? Qin Yu did not care in the slightest. A 12-star Emperor-level metal beast was something that he could kill with a flip of his hand. Why would he be worried? The enforcers have arrived. Qin Yu suddenly looked to the sky. Elder Lu Tong also raised his head. They saw 6 figures rapidly flying toward the Elder's palace. The man leading them was wearing a silver mask. His 2 eyes were emitting a sharp radiance. Qin Yu's eyebrows were raised. 15-star Emperor-level expert. 2 days ago, this Elder Lu Tong had even told him that there were no 15-star Emperor-level experts in the Gold Punishment sect and that the seat of the Gold Punishment Lord had been empty the entire time. However, he instead saw a 15-star Emperor-level expert now. Furthermore, this person was an enforcer. This group of enforcers were very powerful. The leader amongst them was a 15-star Emperor-level expert. The other 5 all possessed strength no less than 10-star Emperor level. The enforcer party of 6 were all wearing black clothes. Other than the leader who wore a silver-colored mask, the other 5 did not wear any masks. Merely, the gaze of all 6 enforcers were cold and detached. The leading male descended onto the Elder's palace. His gaze was on Qin Yu the entire time. I am called Wen Feng, who are you? Lu Xing. Qin Yu had a smile on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 13. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 13, The New Gold Punishment Lord. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Translation Nations. You're very strong. The leader of the enforcers, Wen Feng, looked at Qin Yu and said, You're not bad yourself. Qin Yu swept his gaze at the 5 people behind Wen Feng and nodded slightly. The enforcers truly lived up to their name. No wonder you're capable of causing those sinister people to fear unceasingly. The 5 enforcers behind Wen Feng all looked to Qin Yu. Their gazes were extremely cold. At this moment, Elder Lu Tong immediately spoke with a light laugh. I am the Elder of the Deep Mulberry Star, Lu Tong. This person is the interstellar cultivator, Lord Lu Xing. Lord Lu Xing is currently also a person of our Deep Mulberry Star. Interstellar cultivator. Wen Feng repeated the words. He then placed his left fist on his right chest. Respectfully, he said. Wen Feng thanks Lu Xing for killing the 7-star Emperor-level metal beast. The 5 other enforcers behind Wen Feng also saluted to Qin Yu. Qin Yu lightly smiled and said, "It is merely a very slight effort." "Oh, that's right. At the moment when I killed that 7-star Emperor-level metal beast, that metal beast had sent a voice transmission to threaten me. He was saying that if I killed him, then his brothers would return to avenge him." Enforcer Wen Feng's lips were slightly raised. It appeared as if he had a slight smile on his face. That 7-star Emperor-level metal beast must have most likely been mistaken with his plan. "I reckon that even if his 2 brothers were to join hands, there'll still be no match against you, Lu Xing. More like joining paws, XD. Qin Yu merely slightly nodded his head. The reason why he stayed on the Deep Mulberry Star for a couple more days was because he was worried about that 7-star Emperor-level metal beast's brothers coming to the Deep Mulberry Star and retaliating against the people of the Deep Mulberry Star. According to Qin Yu's estimation, if those brothers of that 7-star Emperor-level metal beast were to come for revenge, it'll happen in these couple of days. Now that the enforcers have arrived. Furthermore, looking at their strength, they are definitely able to take care of the 2 surviving metal beasts. Qin Yu also did not worry about it or staying on the Deep Mulberry Star any longer. "Lord Enforcer, please come inside and rest," Elder Lu Tong immediately said. Amongst this group of people, he, Elder Lu Tong, was the weakest. Elder Lu Tong knew very well that the enforcers were a violent force that chases to kill those sinister people who causes destruction to the Dark Star Realm. Thus, the enforcers were even more bloodthirsty compared to those sinister and bloodthirsty people. Inside the inner palace of the Elder's Palace. Elder Lu Tong, these 3 Emperor-level metal beasts first appeared on the Origin Movement planet located to the north, the O-Esteemed Star. They massacred all of the several tens of thousands of people on the O-Esteemed Star. Even the Elder of the O-Esteemed Star was killed. Afterwards, we enforcers were dispatched. We were separated into 3 squadrons. However, we did not anticipate for the 3 Emperor-level metal beasts to be that powerful. When the 3 Emperor-level metal beasts destroyed another Origin Movement planet, one of our small enforcer squadron managed to intercept these 3 Emperor-level metal beasts. In the palace, Wen Feng was carefully presenting what had happened. Merely, at that time, the people that we dispatched were not strong. The strongest amongst that enforcer squadron was merely a 10-star Emperor. Of that small squadron of 6, 3 were killed and 3 fled. However, the captain of that squadron, the 10-star Emperor, had already deduced that the strongest amongst those 3 metal beasts is around 12-star Emperor level. Of course, that does not eliminate the fact that Emperor-level metal beast might be concealing its strength. When Lu Tong heard all these, his heart was overwhelmed with horror. Never had he anticipated that 2 Origin Movement planets had already been massacred into extinction. Had it not been for Qin Yu, then his Deep Mulberry Star would have become the 3rd. It should not be hiding its strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let 3 of your men escape. Qin Yu determined. Wen Feng, who was wearing a silver mask, cast his gaze to Qin Yu. He nodded and said, "I also believe that to be the case. Furthermore, we have managed to determine the strength of the other 2 metal beasts. One of them is 10-star Emperor level whereas the other is 7-star Emperor level. Those are absolutely certain. No matter how powerful the last one might be, it would not be much stronger than those 2. Lu Xing, you said that before that 7-star Emperor-level metal beast died, it had once tried to threaten you, saying that its brothers would come to avenge him?" Wen Feng looked at Qin Yu and asked. "That's right." Qin Yu nodded. "Rest assured, had those 2 Emperor-level metal beasts appeared, then I would have been the first one to discover them." Currently, Qin Yu's immortal awareness had covered the entire Deep Mulberry Star. With Qin Yu's current immortal awareness, covering the entire Deep Mulberry Star non-stop would not affect him in the slightest. "You all go rest first," Wen Feng said to his subordinates. "Yes, your lordship," the 5 enforcers said as they saluted. Immediately after, they left the main hall of the palace. And at this moment, Wen Feng's gaze was shot toward Elder Lu Tong. Elder Lu too also tactfully departed the main hall. Immediately, only Qin Yu and Wen Feng remained in the main hall. Wen Feng looked to Qin Yu. The mask on his face had instantly disappeared. Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from opening his eyes wide. This Wen Feng's appearance had indeed caused Qin Yu to be shocked. Never had he thought that someone from the Dark Star Realm would have an appearance similar to that of someone from the Demon Realm. A 3rd eye. To be more exact, there was a closed crack on Wen Feng's forehead. Qin Yu was able to tell with his immortal awareness that inside that crack was an eye. "Lu Xing, your strength is sufficient for me to unmask myself. Let me introduce myself first." I am called Wenfeng, the newly appointed Great Captain of the Enforcers, a 15-star Emperor-level expert. A hard-to-come-by smile appeared on Wenfeng's face. Xinyu was unable to determine what the purpose of this Wenfeng in front of him was. I am called Lu Xing, an ordinary interstellar cultivator. Xinyu casually introduced himself. Someone that even I, Wenfeng, am unable to see through as an ordinary interstellar cultivator? A while back, the sacred planet had even called for a summon of all the 15-star or higher Emperor-level experts of the Gold Punishment sect to assume the position as the leader of our Dark Star Realm's 3 great sovereigns. Gold Punishment Lord. I am confused. With your strength, why have you not gone to the sacred planet? Wenfeng asked straightforwardly. Dark Star Realm's 3 great sovereigns, it was a position that everyone yearned for. Furthermore, the Gold Punishment Lord is the leader amongst the 3 great sovereigns. The status of the Gold Punishment Lord is even more reverend. Xinyu smiled and said. Let's not talk about me, what about you then? From the way I see it, you've also reached 15-star Emperor level. However, why haven't you gone and become the Gold Punishment Lord and instead became the Great Captain of the Enforcers? Regarding this, Xinyu was incomparably confused. Wenfeng had a self-mocking smile. Did you think that I didn't want to become the Gold Punishment Lord? The Gold Punishment Lord, the leader of the 3 great sovereigns, oh how revered that status was. The Emperor-level metal beasts have arrived. Xinyu suddenly interrupted Wenfeng. Wenfeng also stopped talking. The two of them took a glance at each other. Almost simultaneously, the two of them disappeared into thin air. A vicious bird with an entire body composed of blue-colored metal was currently circling around the sky. This vicious bird was precisely the metal beast that had reached 10-star Emperor level. It was currently hesitating as to whether or not to eliminate the deep mulberry star. Second brother, quickly, flee. There's expert here. A voice sounded in this vicious bird's mind. The vicious bird also felt its heart shaking in fear. Not good, there's danger here. However, right at the moment when it was prepared to use greater teleportation to run away, a hand suddenly appeared in the air and grabbed onto its neck. Little bird, you're still trying to flee? A voice with a trace of mocking tone was heard. The vicious bird turned its head to the side to look. The person who grabbed his neck was a smiling youth. This youth was standing in the middle of the sky. This vicious bird did not know at all that a couple days ago, its third brother was also caught by the neck by the same person. At this moment, another figure appeared beside Xinyu. It was Wenfeng. We've let it escape. Wenfeng's expression was a bit ugly. That 12-star Emperor-level metal beast is hiding in the cosmic space. It had also set up a formation array around itself, causing me to be unable to directly teleport over to it. Formation array? Metal beasts also know formation arrays? Xinyu was slightly shocked. Wenfeng had a self-mocking smile. Who knows, it's also my first time seeing one. However, there had also been powerful Emperor-level metal beasts setting up formation arrays in the records of history. As they possess the intelligence of humans, it is not impossible for them to set up formation arrays. It's best for you all to let me free. Otherwise, my big brother would definitely come and kill you all. That vicious bird actually spoke human language from its mouth. Ha ha. Xinyu started laughing. Hey, little bird, did you know that a couple days ago, that 7-star Emperor-level metal beast was also captured by me like this? When I was about to kill it, he had also threatened me with the same words. It's you who've killed my third brother. That vicious bird firmly stared at Xinyu. However, the vicious bird discovered that after having its neck grabbed by Xinyu, the golden core within its body had been completely wrapped up by Xinyu's gold force. It was unable to use even the slightest amount of its energy at all. Wenfeng, even if that 12-star Emperor-level metal beast was to be in the formation array, you should also be able to capture it, said Xinyu in confusion. After all, Wenfeng was a 15-star Emperor-level expert. Wenfeng shook his head and said, as it was in the formation array, I was unable to use greater teleportation to teleport to it. In a blink of an eye, that 12-star Emperor-level metal beast had left the great formation array from the other side and fled. How shall we take care of this little bird? Xinyu looked to Wenfeng. However you want. All's good as long as you killed it. The golden core and the corpse is naturally yours, said Wenfeng casually. As if it had sensed its doomsday coming, that vicious bird looked to Xinyu in dismay. Your lordship, please spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I would do anything you want me to do. It indeed has a human-level intelligence. Xinyu gasped in admiration. Spare? Would he spare it? Xinyu still remembered that the Enforcer leader Wen Feng had said that these three metal beasts had massacred two Origin movement planets. Such cruel and savage metal beasts, how could he possibly spare their lives? Xinyu's fingers slightly squeezed. A sound like metal breaking sounded. That 10-star Emperor-level metal beast's neck was completely snapped off. Its golden core had also been taken out by Xinyu. Wen Feng, what I had asked you earlier, you still haven't given me an answer. Weren't you a 15-star Emperor-level expert? How come you didn't become the next Gold Punishment Lord? Xinyu was still concerned about this question. Wen Feng shook his head and smiled helplessly. I too had once wanted to become the Gold Punishment Lord. That's why I had tried my best in training myself. Half a year ago, I had finally managed to attain a breakthrough and became a 15-star Emperor. However, only when I returned to the sacred planet did I find out that a super expert had already returned to the sacred planet. That super expert had already been determined to become the new Gold Punishment Lord. After half a year, they would likely make it public. At that time, I felt a bit helpless. Thus, I assumed the position of the great captain of the Enforcers and decided to chase and kill some people to vent my anger. Never had I expected that you became the great captain of the Enforcers just to vent your anger. Oh, that's right, you've mentioned that the new Gold Punishment Lord had been decided. How strong is that person? Xinyu asked. Wen Feng clenched his fist tightly. He said. The new Gold Punishment Lord is extremely strong, frighteningly strong. Xinyu was astonished. For even Wen Feng to say that the new Gold Punishment Lord's strength is frighteningly strong, exactly how strong was this new Gold Punishment Lord? How strong could he get? Said Xinyu while smiling. Wen Feng instead replied solemnly. No, he's truly extremely powerful. Back then, I was also not convinced as to why he's the one who should become the new Gold Punishment Lord. Only later did I find out that he's already an 18-star Emperor. 18-star Emperor. Xinyu was stunned. 17 and 18-star Emperor level experts usually possess souls at the level of level 9 Immortal Emperor. They were people that were about to undergo the divine tribulation. For an 18-star Emperor level expert to appear, the probability was truly low. 18-star Emperor, then his bones and muscles were all comparable to high-level divine artifacts. Xinyu felt a bit terrified in his heart. Xinyu suddenly frowned. How did such an expert suddenly appear out of nowhere? Xinyu looked to Wen Feng and asked. Where is this super expert from? How come he would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Dark Star. Wen Feng said solemnly. The 18th Dark Star of the 18 Emperor level trial Dark Stars. Lu Xing, you ought to know that one would be considered as an 18-star Emperor level expert once one managed to persist on the 18th Dark Star for 2 hours. In all these years, I have never known anyone that would go and train in that 18th Dark Star. However, about a year ago, a person suddenly appeared out from the interstellar conveying array that is connected to the 18th Dark Star. Upon saying to this part, Xinyu also understood it. The 18 Dark Stars all possessed interstellar conveying arrays leading to them. For this person to be able to walk out from the interstellar conveying array that was connected to the 18th Dark Star, that person was definitely an 18-star Emperor level expert. Sigh. Who would have known that there would be people on the 18th Dark Star? Just like that, he suddenly appeared. After he appeared, 2 months later, another person appeared from the interstellar conveying array that led to the 17th Dark Star. Xinyu was unable to refrain his shock. Another one? This one ought to be a 17-star Emperor. Seemed like it wasn't injustice for that Gold Punishment Lord's position to be taken away from you. That's right, how come these two super experts suddenly appeared? Wen Feng smiled wryly. How would I know? Based on the records of the interstellar conveying arrays, the last time someone had used the 17th and 18th Dark Stars interstellar conveying array was several hundred years ago. The majority of the people had thought that those people who had entered to those dark stars were crushed to pieces by the gravity and died. Who would have known that they'll appear again after all these years? Xinyu nodded and said jokingly. Indeed, it's quite terrifying. If 10 or 20 people were to walk out from that 18th Dark Star that day, just imagine what sort of scene that would be. Hearing Xinyu's words, Wei Feng grew numb from head to toe. Rarely does anyone enter the 17th and 18th Emperor level Dark Stars. Likewise, no one knew whether or not there are any super experts training themselves on those two Dark Stars. Wen Feng sighed. Xinyu nodded. It's time for me to go to the 18 Emperor level trial Dark Stars. Thought Xinyu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 14. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 14, Set Off to the Trail Stars. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Violent gale whistling. The Elder's Palace was located on the summit of the mountain. Above this mountaintop and amongst the whistling gale, Xinyu was currently bidding his farewell to Elder Lu Tong, Wenfeng and the other 5 enforcers. Lord Lu Xing, you do not have a transmission spiritual pearl? Upon hearing Qinyu's response, Elder Lu Tong was shocked. Qinyu nodded and smiled. Back when I was drifting and training amongst the cosmos, there was no need for a transmission spiritual pearl. Thus, I had never gone to purchase one. What? Is that very strange? Qinyu was instead blushing with shame in his heart. Of course he possessed a transmission spiritual pearl. Merely, the transmission spiritual pearl that he had was created by the people from the immortal realm. It was likely that if he were to take it out, then he'll immediately incite the suspicions of others. So that's what happened. Elder Lu Tong suddenly understood. Immediately after, Elder Lu Tong said with a straight face, Lord Lu Xing, it's one thing that you do not possess a transmission spiritual pearl before, as you were an interstellar cultivator. However, now, you are an emperor-level expert from our deep mulberry star. If something were to happen to our deep mulberry star, we might have to ask Lord Lu Xing for help. However, if you do not possess a transmission spiritual pearl, it would become very hard for us to find you. I have a transmission spiritual pearl here. If Lord Lu Xing do not mind about it, then please accept it. Upon seeing the transmission spiritual pearl in the elder's hand, Xinyu was unable to refrain from smiling. This elder Lu Tong was indeed someone who knows how to conduct himself. Lu Xing, you should accept it. In the future, if I have anything that I need to find you for, I could also contact you through the transmission spiritual pearl. The leader of the enforcers Wenfeng also said to Qinyu. In that case, I shall accept it. Qinyu received the transmission spiritual pearl. He then exchanged soul imprints in the transmission spiritual pearl with Elder Lu Tong and Wenfeng so that they could contact each other. Now that I've obtained a transmission spiritual pearl, all that remains is an interstellar map. Qinyu was very satisfied. It was truly complicated for a foreigner like him to enter the interior sections of the Dark Star realm. Especially during the moment when he was being inspected before being granted a stellar identity crystal. At that time, Qinyu was truly worried that he would be discovered. According to Qinyu's own deduction, the reason why he was not discovered was all because of the stellar space. If it were someone else, it would be absolutely impossible for them to be able to pass the inspection. Wenfeng, I have never been to the Trial Dark Stars, nor do I know how to get there. Might you have the interstellar map with the way to the Trial Dark Stars? Qinyu looked to Wenfeng. The goods that this 15-star emperor-level expert would take out was most definitely not of inferior quality. Therefore, Qinyu did not ask Elder Lu Tong but instead asked the leader of the enforcers, Wenfeng. Wenfeng's lips were slightly raised. A smiling intent was in his eyes. Lu Xing, I truly must admire you. To be able to reach such a level without ever setting foot on the Trial Dark Stars. This interstellar map is the map of the entire Dark Star realm. Each of us enforcers possess one. As he said that, Wenfeng handed Qinyu a jade slip-like crystal. After receiving the crystal, Qinyu swept through it with his soul's power. Inside the crystal was an interstellar map. This interstellar map was extremely large. It actually contained all 9 great star fields of the Dark Star realm and was extremely detailed. Furthermore, it also marked the location of the bewitching God Temple. Qinyu was overjoyed. With this detailed interstellar map, no matter how big the Dark Star realm might be, he was now able to go wherever he wanted. Wenfeng, thank you. As I have never been to the Trial Dark Stars before, I am truly filled with anticipation now. Laughed Qinyu. Qinyu had his own determination regarding the Dark Stars. He had once seen the introductions of the Dark Stars from his master Lei Wei's science and technology universe. White dwarf, neutron star, and other planets like them. The density of their gravity was extremely intense. However, Qinyu had also discovered something: the planets of the science and technology universe that his master Lei Wei was from seemed to not be very big for the most part. For example, planets like his hometown, the Purple Mystic Star. Superplanets like such with diameters over 100 billion miles were something that had never been discovered before in the science and technology universe. Furthermore, they were determined to be planets that were unlikely to exist. The immortal, devil and demon realm, as a cosmic space that is a stage higher than the mortal realm, how might the dark star here be different than the dark stars of the mortal realm? Qinyu started to guess in his heart. Qinyu, as it is your first time going to the dark stars, there are a couple things you must take note of. Wen Feng's expression suddenly turned serious as he spoke. When you are transferred to the Trial Dark Star from the Trial Sacred Planet, it's best for you to put both of your hands and legs on the floor when you're in the conveying array. If you were to do that, then it would allow the pressure that your body would bear to become a bit smaller. If you were to rely only on your two legs, then if the gravity were to become too frightening, it is possible for the gravity to crush your bones to powder. Upon hearing those words, Xinyu was unable to refrain his shock. Hands and legs on the ground, what's with that? Furthermore, do not overestimate yourself when selecting the Trial Dark Star to enter. You must try to conserve as much as possible. You should only enter the next Trial Dark Star after being able to stand still while holding a Dark Star piece, that weighs twice your weight. Wen Feng continued. Afterwards, he smiled. I'm going to stop. I had forgotten that these were all things that you'll be taught once you reach the Trial Sacred Planet. Trial Sacred Planet? Xinyu only knew about the 36 Trial Dark Stars. He did not know what the Trial Sacred Planet was. What is the Trial Sacred Planet? Xinyu asked. Elder Lu Tong, who stood to the side and said, Lord Lu Xing, you don't even know about the Trial Sacred Planet? It would appear that you're truly lacking knowledge in this field. Let me tell you. The three great core planets of the Dark Star Realm's three great star fields are the three great sacred planets. They are respectively the Gold Punishment Sacred Planet, Black Flame Sacred Planet, and the White Profound Sacred Planet. Other than those three great sacred planets, there is another planet called Sacred Planet. That is the Trial Sacred Planet. Wen Feng continued. Lu Xing, the 36 Trial Dark Stars are respectively the 18 Emperor-level Trial Dark Stars and 18 King-level Trial Dark Stars. And in order to reach the 36 Trial Dark Stars, one must reach the Trial Sacred Planet. This Trial Sacred Planet is the transfer planet that leads to the 36 Trial Dark Stars. Xinyu suddenly realized. Wasn't it just a transferring planet? However, after carefully thinking about it, Xinyu came to realize that this Trial Sacred Planet was likely even more bustling than the other three sacred planets. After all, more than half of the Dark Star Realm's experts were gathered on the 36 Trial Dark Stars. Experts would most certainly frequently appear on this soul transfer planet. Elder Lu Tong said. My teacher once said to me that there are an extremely number of experts on the Trial Sacred Planet. Even Emperor-level experts were commonly seen there. Thus, it is better for one to be restrained there. But Elder Lu Tong, you don't have to say those words to Lu Xing, said Wen Feng. Oh, right, I've forgotten. Elder Lu Tong laughed at himself. There are not many people in the Dark Star Realm who are stronger than Lord Lu Xing. Xinyu slightly arranged the new information he obtained in his mind. He then said to Elder Lu Tong and Wen Feng, Elder Lu Tong, Wen Feng, I shall be taking my leave toward the Trial Dark Star. Take care, Lord Lu Xing, said Elder Lu Tong respectfully. As for Wen Feng, he saw Xinyu off with his gaze. Xinyu's figure turned into a ray of light and flew away from the mountaintop. His figure shot into the horizon. Afterwards, it disappeared. Xinyu did not use the interstellar conveying array to proceed toward the Trial Sacred Planet. Since he now possessed the interstellar map of the Dark Star Realm, he had decided to directly use greater teleportation to rapidly proceed toward the Trial Sacred Planet. Trial Sacred Planet. It was a planet with a diameter of over 1,000,000 miles. The Trial Dark Star could be considered as the planet in the Dark Star Realm that contained the most experts. On this Trial Dark Star, there are 36 extremely tall buildings. All 36 of these extremely tall buildings have 99 floors. As for the other buildings on this planet, the tallest among them was merely 10 floors tall. Naturally, the 36 99-floor tall buildings were extremely eye-catching. The reason why the constructions on this planet was like so, was because of the rules of the Trial Sacred Planet. The rules were like this because the 36, 99 floors buildings housed the experts participating in the trials. On top of each of the 36, 99 floor tall buildings were a layer of words. They were respectively 1-star king level, 2-star king level, up to 18-star king level, 1-star emperor level, 2-star emperor level, up to 18-star emperor level. Groups of males and females were currently walking about the street. Almost everyone possessed the same kind of aura. The kind of aura that all cultivators that had trained hard possessed, the tenacious aura. There were also a lot of such people in the stores and restaurants of the Trial Sacred Planet that possessed such aura. A youth wearing a black gown and possessed long hair that trailed over his shoulders was walking on the street. There are indeed a lot of experts here. Xinyu looked at his surroundings. What's happening? Xinyu looked to a tall building not far away with a puzzled expression. This tall building was 99 floors tall. Looking from afar, one could clearly see the words on it 18-star Emperor level. It ought to be that 18-star Emperor level experts are very sparse. But why is it that there are the most people gathered there? Qin Yu was a bit confused. He started to walk toward the direction of the 18-star Emperor level building. According to Qin Yu's understanding, these 36 tall buildings were there as the residences of the cultivators undergoing the trials. The first floor was for drinking and eating, whereas the second floor and above were the living spaces. The cultivators were able to eat and drink for free on those buildings. Upon entering the 18-star Emperor level building, Qin Yu heard a large clamor. Lord Yu Yang, I heard that you've successfully managed to train in the 8-star Emperor level Dark Star. I suspect you're about to step into the 9-star Emperor level Dark Star soon. Most definitely not. Although I have trained on the 8-star Emperor level Dark Star for over 3,000 years, but I reckon it'll still take me a couple hundred more years before I could step into the 9-star Emperor level Dark Star. Hey, check please. 36 low-quality elemental spirit stones. The noisiness directly entered into Qin Yu's ears. However, with Qin Yu's sharp sense of hearing, he was still able to hear a lot of the dialogues. Qin Yu was unable to refrain from being puzzled. It seemed that these people were not 18-star Emperor level. Why is it this noisy? Qin Yu was confused and decided to enter into the building through the main entrance. Right when Qin Yu entered into through the entrance, a triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar located on top of the entrance started to emit a misty light that enveloped Qin Yu's entire body. Upon looking at the crystal pillar, Qin Yu noticed that this crystal pillar appeared very similar to the crystal pillar that Elder Lu Tong had used to inspect him. After entering from the main entrance, Qin Yu reached an enormous lounge with a length and width of several hundred meters. In the middle of the lounge was a conveying array. Beside the conveying array was a long-bearded old man who currently had his eyes closed. This conveying array was evidently used to send people to the 18-star Emperor level Dark Star. This first floor occupied a very large space. Other than this several hundred meters long and wide lounge, there was an even larger restaurant. At this moment, several hundred people were gathered in that restaurant eating and drinking. The triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar located on top of the main entrance stopped radiating the misty light. However, a ray of light was shot out from the peak of the pillar. The ray of light landed on that red sphere on top of the lounge. Ding! A clear ring sound echoed through the entire first floor. Almost instantly, the first floor grew completely quiet, including the several hundred people that were drinking and eating. Huff! In a blink of an eye, those several hundred cultivators had all rushed into the lounge. Almost everyone looked to the entrance, only Qin Yu was standing there. Elder, an advanced level Emperor level expert, had arrived. A waiter immediately shouted to the long-bearded old man that seemed to have already fallen asleep. Lord Elder, wake up! Man? That long-bearded old man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes wide. He looked to that red sphere on top of the lounge. At this moment, that red sphere was radiating a dazzling light. Unable to believe what he saw, that long-bearded old man rubbed his eyes. And at this moment, the several hundred people who had been surrounding Qin Yu started to discuss with each other. It's an advanced Emperor level expert. At the very least a 12-star Emperor level expert. He don't have the black flame sect's fiery aura, nor do he have the white profound sect's cold aura. It's clear that he's from the gold punishment sect. From my recollection, there doesn't seem to be anyone from the gold punishment sect that has reached 15-star Emperor level. There is. For this lord to come here, could it be that he's an 18-star Emperor level expert? I've heard that not long ago there was an 18-star Emperor level expert who came out from this conveying array. At that time, I was also here. Quiet. The long-bearded old man seemed to have completely woken up. He suddenly shouted to those group of people. Those several hundred people immediately grew quiet. At this moment, that long-bearded old man slowly walked to Qin Yu. Respectfully, he said. I am Elder Lu Yu. I have been the supervisor of the 18-star Emperor level Dark Stars conveying array the entire time. May I ask what business your lordship has in coming? Is it to enter the 18-star Emperor level Dark Star? Elder Lu Tong carefully looked at the man standing in front of him. He muttered in his heart. From his aura, it doesn't look like he's from the Black Flame sect or the White Profound sect. I reckon he's from the Gold Punishment sect. Ah, could it be that someone who's daring to enter the 18-star Emperor level trial Dark Star had appeared from the Gold Punishment sect? No, I have not reached that level yet. Qin Yu immediately said. Qin Yu was instead shocked greatly. He had just entered, but that triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar had already displayed his strength and even attracted the attention of a great amount of people. What is exactly happening here? Is an advanced level Emperor level expert worthy of being shown such a scene? Qin Yu felt a bit aggrieved. What Qin Yu didn't know, however, was this. Advanced Emperor level experts were extremely sparse to begin with. Usually, it was hard for people here to even encounter one in several tens of years. The most important matter was, this building is connected to the 18-star Emperor level Dark Star. For someone to come here and also be an advanced level Emperor, it was possible for that person to be an 18-star Emperor level expert. It was only because of that a large amount of people became shocked like so. Oh. It is our honor for your lordship to come here. Over there is the location for you to dine at. Your lordship is able to enjoy everything at half off here. That elder Lu Yu hurriedly said. If one was not an advanced level Emperor level expert, one must pay the full price here. Ordinary advanced level Emperor level experts were able to enjoy everything at half price. Only 18-star Emperor level experts were able to enjoy everything for free. Qin Yu nodded. I understand. Farewell. After he finished, Qin Yu directly left here. Understand? Understand what? That elder Lu Yu was a bit puzzled. When Qin Yu heard about the half price off, he realized the reason why those people were there eating and drinking. Logically, 18-star Emperor level experts would be able to enjoy the meals and lounge there for free. Seems like those group of people have to spend money there. No wonder they were able to gather there. After leaving the 18-star Emperor level building, Qin Yu walked toward another tall building, the 14-star Emperor level building. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 15. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 15, Training on the Dark Star. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Qin Yu walked into the 14-star Emperor level building. Like before, the triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar located on top of the entrance of the 14-star Emperor level building immediately discovered Qin Yu's strength. The familiar ding sound echoed through the lounge. Even the noise of the people eating had immediately turned into silence. When that sound rung, it signified that an advanced Emperor level expert had arrived. In the middle of the lounge was a conveying array. Beside that conveying array was an elder. This elder's job was precisely handling all the affairs regarding the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star. Quiet. This elder shouted to the people in the dining area. He then walked to Qin Yu. Respectfully, he said. Your lordship, I am the elder in charge of all affairs regarding the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star, Elder Ji Chao. I am Lu Xing. Qin Yu nodded and said. Might your lordship want to enjoy a meal and rest here, or could it be that your lordship wants to enter the Dark Star to train? Elder Ji Chao asked. However, Ji Chao was a bit shocked. It's another super expert that I've never heard of before. It's already the second one today. I wish to enter the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star and train, said Qin Yu tranquilly. Once Qin Yu said those words, many people beside him immediately started to discuss among themselves. It's another one going to the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star to train. There had already been one earlier. And now, another one had appeared. How did the Gold Punishment sect have so many experts? 14-star Emperor level. Forget about 14-star Emperor level. If I were able to reach 1-star Emperor level, I'd already be thanking the heavens and earth. Upon hearing what those group of people were saying, Qin Yu was surprised. Man? Someone had already entered the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star today? Lord Lu Xing, this is all the key information regarding training in the Dark Star. Your lordship, please look over it. That elder Ji Chao handed a jade slip over to Qin Yu. Qin Yu received the jade slip and ran his spiritual awareness over it. Although this jade slip was very small, it contained within it a lot of information. Upon looking through it, Qin Yu learned a lot of the information regarding the trial. First of all, in order to enter the trial Dark Stars, one must use their stellar identity crystal. Earlier, when Qin Yu stepped through the entrance, the reason why the triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar shined was that it was inspecting Qin Yu's stellar identity crystal. Furthermore, in order to enter the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star, one must have the proof that one possesses the strength of a 13-star Emperor. The proof of this strength is through successfully passing the trial on the 13-star Emperor level Dark Star. Once successful, one would be granted a 13-star Emperor level title plate. Of course, as Qin Yu was determined to be an advanced level Emperor level expert through the inspection, he was at the very least a 13-star Emperor. Thus, there was no need for him to have the 13-star Emperor level title plate. Furthermore, if Qin Yu were to successfully train on the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star, then he would be granted a 14-star Emperor-level title plate. Other than this, the jade slip in Qin Yu's hand also contains some information that one must know when training on the Dark Star realm. Of course. Qin Yu was also able to eat, drink, and rest here for free. Elder Ji Qiao. Qin Yu put away the jade slip. With a smile, he asked. I've heard that not long ago someone had entered into the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star? They're all extraordinary experts. Elder Ji Qiao gasped in his heart. He said. That's right. There had indeed been a person entering the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star not long ago. Ha ha. I've been here all this time. Sometimes, I would not even receive a single visitor proceeding to the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star. Yet, today, I received 2 visitors at once. Well then, please start the conveying array, said Qin Yu. Immediately after, Qin Yu walked into the center of the conveying array. Please wait a moment. Elder Ji Qiao walked to the front of Qin Yu. He raised his hand, pointed it toward the conveying array, and then a white-colored energy was shot out from his hand and poured into the conveying array. Immediately after, the conveying array started to shine. At this moment, several hundred people had surrounded Qin Yu and were watching him. Within their eyes as envy and adoration. Your lordship, please be careful. Seeing Qin Yu standing so proudly like that, Elder Ji Qiao was unable to refrain from reminding him to be more careful. Qin Yu lightly smiled and shook his head. Elder Ji Qiao gasped in his heart. What a relaxed and careless attitude. After the radiance of the light covered the entire conveying array, it disappeared after a short period of time. Qin Yu had also disappeared with the light. The surrounding cultivators started to grow noisy again. In merely a single day, 2 people had gone to the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star. That was certainly something worthy to be discussed. Qin Yu knew his own strength very well. With merely his own bones, he was certain that they were definitely able to compare with a 15-star Emperor-level expert. However, if he were to compare his muscles instead, then it was likely that Qin Yu would be inferior to even a 14-star Emperor-level expert. Qin Yu decided to come to the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star precisely to train his muscles. Qin Yu saw a flash pass by his eyes. Following the flash, a desolate world appeared before him. However, before he was able to clearly inspect his surroundings, he felt an extremely powerful and terrifying pressure engulfing his entire body. Bang! Qin Yu kneeled onto the ground with a crash. His knee was smashed onto the ground. His hands were also on the ground. What's happening? Qin Yu felt that his entire body's muscles were shivering. Both the muscles inside and outside. It was as if all his cells were being shattered to pieces. The terrifying gravity caused his cells to be unable to maintain their original form and start to collapse. Qin Yu's skin started to rupture. The crimson-colored veins and arteries were exposed. His crimson-colored muscles lumps were clearly visible. However, his muscles were still slowly being ripped apart. Qin Yu was feeling a pain that penetrated through his soul. This pain came not from merely the ruptures of skins and muscles. Instead, it was the collapse of the cells that existed in the depths of the skins and muscles. Even his heart, lungs, and other organs were starting to slowly collapse. It was the ultimate pain. It's someone who had overestimated his abilities. He actually dared to come to the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star without training on the 13-star Emperor-level Dark Star till he reached a sufficient level. A cold voice sounded from nearby. With great difficulty, Qin Yu turned his head toward that voice. It was a robust youth whose situation was currently a bit better than him. Compared with Qin Yu, that youth's skin had also ruptured. However, his muscles were still all right. Merely, that youth's entire body was giving off a crackle sound. This youth was also kneeling on the ground on one knee. His hands were also pushed against the ground. You are not much better off than me. Qin Yu tried his hardest to say those words. However, at this moment, the muscles in his throat were causing him immense pain. Qin Yu knew very well in his heart that there was still some gap between his muscles and the muscles of a 14-star emperor. However, the gap shouldn't be large. Had the gap been larger, then it was likely that his entire body's muscles would have been crushed into fine dust instantly. However, Qin Yu's bones had reached 15-star emperor level. On this 14-star emperor level Dark Star, his bones were still pretty relaxed. However, that youth located not far from him was currently experiencing an immense pressure on his bones, causing his bones to give off a crackle and rattle sound. There's gold attribute energy here? Qin Yu's soul's power managed to sense the energy here. The seniors of the Dark Star realm had most definitely prepared these conversion arrays for their descendants. Qin Yu understood it clearly in his heart. Immediately, he began to absorb the gold attribute energy. Qin continued to kneel on one leg. He strived his hardest to crawl 3 steps forward and out from the range of the conveying array. Afterwards, he sat down on the ground cross-legged. The situation of his muscles was still not too bad. Although the weak muscles like his skin had ruptured, the life elemental energy hidden in every single cell of Qin Yu's body was restoring his body at a terrifying speed. Skin ruptured, restored. Slowly, his muscles ripped apart. Once again, the life elemental energy restored them. The life elemental energy was also slowly transforming Qin Yu's muscles. As for Qin Yu, he was currently absorbing the gold attribute energy unceasingly. He was increasing the toughness of his muscles with a frightening speed. Once Qin Yu sat down, he sat down for an entire year. A year later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. My muscles have reached the 14-star Emperor level now. With a push from his hands, Qin Yu stood up. At the moment when Qin Yu stood up, a voice sounded. You've succeeded in the training? Qin Yu looked to the direction where the voice sounded from. Not far away from Qin Yu, at a location about 10 meters away, a naked man sat cross-legged with only his shorts on. Not only that person, Qin Yu was also only wearing shorts created by the gold attribute energy. His upper body and his thighs were all bare. Even his feet were bare. After all, in a circumstance where his skin had ruptured and his blood was flowing unceasingly, it was very uncomfortable to wear clothes. Didn't you say that I was overestimating my capabilities? Said Qin Yu while smiling. That robust man also tried his hardest to stand up. However, his skin would still occasionally burst open a small crack. That robust man laughed to Qin Yu. In that case, I shall apologize to you. However, you're truly amazing. In merely a single year, you've managed to stand on this 14-star Emperor level Dark Star without the slightest amount of damage being done to you. Qin Yu knew very well in his heart that the reason why he was able to succeed so fast was most definitely because of the life elemental energy. Let me introduce myself. I am called Meng Long, said that robust man with a grin. I am Lu Xing. Qin Yu replied. Meng Long nodded. He then said, you should continue training. However, this time around, you don't need to be too anxious. A year ago when you first came out of the conveying array, I was able to clearly tell that your muscles had not reached a level where you could endure the 14-star Emperor level. At that time, I thought that you would immediately run back. Who would have expected that you were actually able to persist until today and even succeeded? I was not careful enough last time around. This time around, I will pay more attention. Meng Long, I shall go and train first, said Qin Yu while smiling. Meng Long nodded. He then immediately sat back down in a cross-legged position. Actually, earlier, when he was standing up on his 2 legs, the pressure on his bones was truly too great. His bones were currently still unable to bear the terrifying pressure standing up. As for Qin Yu, he was currently walking at a slow speed like taking a stroll. It's been a long time since I felt such a state of reaching my limits. Qin Yu felt that his entire body seemed to have received an extremely frightening pressure. According to the descriptions of Master Science and Technology Universe, on dark stars like the White Dwarf and Neutron Star, that possess a terrifying level of gravitational force, a matter of a cubic centimeter was comparable in weight to a large mountain. However, this is the immortal, devil, and demon realm. It is a cosmic space of a higher stage than the mortal realm. The dark stars here seem to be different from the dark stars in the mortal realm. Qin Yu looked at the ground under his foot. It was indeed different. According to Qin Yu's understanding, the dark stars in the mortal realm science and technology universe ought to be formed by the later stage of a star. Furthermore, a neutron star could even be considered as a complete giant atomic nucleus. Science and technology? It seems to be impossible to me. Qin Yu smiled as he walked on this dark star. Of the 18 Emperor-level dark stars, this was the 14th. Its gravitational force ought to be considered as one of the most terrifying amongst them. According to Qin Yu's estimation, its gravity ought to be able to be compared with that of the mortal realm's neutron star. However, as a living person, he was actually able to walk on it. Although his cells collapsed earlier, due to the transformation they had underwent. With the help of the meteoric tear, they were now even more powerful. They were now able to completely bear the gravity of the dark star that he was stepping on. Qin Yu started to spread out his soul's power. Man? This dark star is actually able to attract the soul's power? Qin Yu was shocked to find out that this dark star's frightening gravity was actually able to affect the soul's power. However, Qin Yu possessed the assistance of the meteoric tear. Thus, he was still able to observe the entire dark star. This dark star was very small. To be more exact, dark stars are usually extremely small. This dark star possessed merely the diameter of around 1,000 miles. Had it been a normal mortal realms planet, then Xinyu would have likely passed through the entire planet in an instant. However, what about now? To walk 1,000 miles with the speed of taking a stroll, how long would that take? If he were to walk 100 miles a day, it would still take 10 days. Furthermore, that was merely the distance of the diameter. To walk a circle around the dark star, the time it would take would be absolutely more than a month. Only myself and that Meng Long are on this 14-star Emperor-level dark star. This is exactly as I had anticipated. However, there's actually liquid on this dark star? Xinyu was a bit shocked. Earlier, Xinyu's soul's power had discovered that in a distance greater than 300 miles away from him, was a small hole with the length of about 2 meters and width 1 meter. Inside that small hole was a green-colored liquid. There's liquid on the dark star? According to Xinyu's understanding of the neutron star, he was completely unable to explain this phenomenon. All he could do was to comfort himself. This was the immortal, devil, and demon realm. It was a cosmic space at a higher layer than the mortal realm. A distance over 300 miles. So far. Xinyu had a long sigh. Xinyu was only able to reach the speed of taking a stroll after his muscles' toughness reached their limit. To walk over 300 miles with that kind of speed. Perhaps only on the dark star would Xinyu feel that a distance of over 300 miles was extremely far. What Xinyu didn't know was Meng Long, who found it difficult to even stand up, was currently extremely envious of him being able to stroll. After a day. Huff, huff. Xinyu was breathing hard. Wearing only shorts, Xinyu's entire body was completely covered in sweat. He immediately collapsed under the frightening gravity. All the muscles on Xinyu's body were shivering. An entire day. Strolling for an entire day. Xinyu was using his muscles to their limits. At this moment, Xinyu was able to clearly sense the aching pain coming from his muscles. Fortunately, he possessed the life elemental energy that continuously restored his body. Otherwise, walking an entire day would be nothing but wishful thinking. As he walked, Xinyu raised his head and saw the endless outer space. There were no other planets beside this dark star. That was because this dark star's gravitational force was too great. Only very far away were there some very small planets. What exactly is the liquid on the dark star? And then, continue walking. Xinyu clenched his teeth and continued to, heavily, walk step by step. The muscles of his body that had reached their limits were being sprained unceasingly. On this dark star with the extremely terrifying gravity, Xinyu walked step by step like so. Each of his steps were heavier than Mount Tai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 16. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 16, Unitary Heavy Water. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Dark stars were created through the evolution of stars. Thus, the temperature on its surface was still very frightening. In that kind of temperature, even ordinary steel would be melted and evaporate into gas. However, to Xinyu, this kind of temperature was nothing much. That was because, with Xinyu's current body, he would not even be slightly damaged by blue heavenly flames. As for the extremely silent heavenly flames, Xinyu's current body was still a small step away from being able to completely ignore them. This gravity is truly frightening. All the muscles in Xinyu's body were extremely tired. Each and every step that Xinyu took was so heavy. With the assistance of his life elemental energy, Xinyu managed to walk to his destination without stopping. Xinyu had been curious the entire time. A liquid that could exist on a dark star. According to Xinyu's estimation, with the 14-star Emperor-level dark star's gravity, even if a mountain was to be placed here, it'll likely be instantly crushed and compressed into a finger-size-like thing. As for ordinary rivers and other liquids, they'll likely be crushed and compressed into nothingness. However, this green liquid was a gleaming little pond. MN? Roughly 30 miles away from that green pond, Xinyu sensed that the temperature of his surroundings had suddenly fallen. Even the solid land of the dark star underneath his feet was dropping in temperature. Puzzled, Xinyu continued onward. When Xinyu reached a point 20 miles away from that pond, the temperature had dropped to a level where mortals could survive on. Could it be that ahead is frighteningly cold? In his confusion, Xinyu continued to proceed onward. However, he was guessing the entire time. His speculations were also changing unceasingly. 10 miles away from the green liquid pond, Xinyu was shivering all over. He was thinking in his mind. The temperature is now this low. It should be comparable to the coldness of the jade mist cold air. When he was 3 miles or so away from that green liquid, Qin Yu was sensing a bone-chilling coldness. The temperature here is definitely comparable to the weeping gold cold air. Flames were separated into heavenly flames, blue heavenly flames and extremely silent heavenly flames. As for the cold airs, they were separated into the jade mist cold air, weeping gold cold air and the ice soul cold air. TL, quite certain IET referred to the cold air as mist before. At a distance 3 miles away from that green liquid, the temperature in the surrounding had already reached a level comparable to that of the weeping gold cold air. Through that, one could imagine exactly how frightening the temperature of that green liquid was. When Qin Yu originally used his soul's power to inspect the green liquid, he was only able to see it. That was because the soul's power could only display the scene and not the perception of cold or hot. Isn't this a bit too cold? Qin Yu looked to the ground under his feet. His expression had also changed somewhat. The dark star was an extremely solid existence that was condensed completely through frightening gravity. When Qin Yu walked out from the conveying array, all the ground of the dark star underneath his foot was condensed together like a single block. However, at this moment, the dark star's ground underneath his foot, because of the frightening coldness, had cracked. Even the terrifying gravity of the dark star was unable to cause them to condense together. Thus, one could imagine how cold the temperature was. And at this moment, Qin Yu was around 600 meters from that jade liquid pond. What exactly is this green liquid? I must inspect it closer. Qin Yu grew stubborn and continued to walk toward the jade green liquid pond. The extreme coldness caused all the muscles in Qin Yu's entire body to shiver. Shivering. This meant that Qin Yu's tolerance had reached a critical level. However, it was still alright. At the very least, his muscles were still able to shiver. Had they stopped shivering and were instead frozen, then it meant that the interior of his muscles might be frozen and split open. Qin Yu continued to walk forward. SSSS The exterior muscles of Qin Yu's left arm had already turned white from the coldness and cracked open. Before the bright scarlet blood was able to flow out from the wound, it was already frozen to a dark red color. Qin Yu frowned. However, he still took another step forward. SSSS His thighs, left face, and chest instantly split open from the cold. Abruptly, Qin Yu stopped moving. Seems like I cannot proceed forward anymore. If I were to proceed forward, then I reckon that all my muscles would be frozen to death. Even the life elemental energy would not be able to recover them in time. Qin Yu knew very well of his body's current condition. All of his muscles were violently shivering. The tiny cells in his body were also violently moving about. It was as if they were trying to use the shivering to create some heat to counteract the coldness of the outside. Under such coldness, the tough and powerful muscles also began to slowly rip apart. The life elemental energy was recovering the muscles unceasingly. At this moment, the limit had been reached. Qin Yu was just a bit more than 300 meters away from the location of that jade green liquid pond. The coldness here is very close to that of the ice soul cold air. I reckon that when I reach the distance of 200 meters, the temperature would be the same as the ice soul cold air. What exactly is that jade green pond? Its temperature is actually even colder than the ice soul cold air. The ice soul cold air was a coldness at the same level as the hotness of the extremely silent heavenly flame. Even low-quality divine artifacts were unable to resist being split open by its coldness. It was likely that even mid-quality divine artifacts were unable to resist it repeatedly. Only a high-quality divine artifact would not be damaged by the ice soul cold air. The frightening coldness that it possesses is very clear. This green-colored liquid appears to be much more terrifying than the ice soul cold air. Where exactly did this green-colored liquid come from? Qin Yu began to ponder. He was certain that with such a powerful liquid, it definitely could be used for a major function. But how would he be able to obtain it? Using the gold force to obtain that green liquid? Qin Yu was pondering. No. With such a large gravitational attraction force from the dark star, my gold force would be crushed the moment he leaves my body. Furthermore, with such a powerful coldness, the gold force would also not be able to resist it. Qin Yu had immediately rejected his first idea. What about the Jianglan's realm? Although the Jianglan's realm could absorb things, the distance between them cannot be too great. Furthermore, it also depended on what the thing being absorbed was. If it was a person, then it won't work should that person resist being absorbed. If it was an object like a dark star, then it would be impossible for the Jianglan's realm to absorb it. As for a pond of liquid, it should be able to absorb it, if the distance between them was smaller. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes shined. At times like this, I could only believe in Uncle Lon. A figure was split from Qin Yu's body. It was the sword immortal puppet. The toughness of the sword immortal puppet is much stronger than my current body. I suspect it'll be able to resist the cold. Qin Yu's awareness entered into the sword immortal puppet. He then prepared to control the sword immortal puppet to move forward. However, when Qin Yu proceeded to lean forward to walk, bang! The sword immortal puppet had been crushed by the gravity. The body of the sword immortal puppet was indeed extremely tough. Even under the crushing weight of the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star, its body did not receive the slightest amount of damage. Its body also did not receive the slightest amount of damage in the surrounding temperature that was close to that of a ice soul cold air's temperature. However, the sword immortal puppet's maximum strength was only that of a level 9 golden immortal. The sword immortal puppet that was powered with a level 9 golden immortal strength was simply unable to even walk a single step on the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star. While it was still able to stand earlier, but once it started to lean forward to take the first step, it lost its balance and was crushed to the ground on his stomach. It would appear that it is impossible for me to obtain that green liquid. Qin Yu had a self-mocking smile. He then directly retrieved the sword immortal puppet back into his body. If he were to help out, then it might be possible. Qin Yu suddenly remembered a person. Soon after, he disappeared and a green speak appeared on the Dark Star. Inside the Zhonglan's realm, Wu Lan and He Tong were sitting beside each other. As for Guofan, he was bitterly training. Wu Lan had merely said 2 sentences casually, but Guofan instead started to think real hard about what Wu Lan had said and then started training. Uncle Wu Lan, my eldest uncle has arrived. He Tong suddenly said. There was only a single person who was called eldest uncle by He Tong. It was Qin Yu. Wu Lan turned around to look. He then smiled and said, Qin Yu, didn't you said that you're going to go to the Dark Star realm to train last time around? How come you've come here instead? I've already reached the Dark Star realm. Not long ago, I've discovered some liquid on a Dark Star. However, that liquid was extremely and frighteningly cold. I was unable to approach it at all. Nor was I able to collect it. Thus, I came here to seek the help from you, Wu Lan. With how strong your body is, I believe it should be possible for you to approach it. Qin Yu immediately got into the main subject. Upon hearing Qin Yu's speech, Wu Lan grew puzzled. He asked, You said, liquid? Wu Lan, you could spread your demon awareness out of the Zhonglan's realm and observe it yourself. Qin Yu controlled the Zhonglan's realm to allow Wu Lan's demon awareness to be able to travel through it. Wu Lan nodded and began to spread his demon awareness out. After a short moment. How was it? Qin Yu looked to Wu Lan. Wu Lan smiled and said, Who could have known? Never had I expected this thing would appear on a Dark Star. That jade green colored liquid, if my guess is correct, it ought to be unitary heavy water. Unitary heavy water? Qin Yu was a bit puzzled. He had never heard of the name unitary heavy water before. Wu Lan explained. Unitary heavy water is a cold attribute liquid energy of the same rank as the divine flame. Merely, when compared with the divine flame, this unitary heavy water is even more rare. Back during the time when I was in the divine realm, I had only seen it once before. Rare? Could it be that this unitary heavy water is extremely hard to obtain? Although he still had not ascended to the divine realm, Qin Yu was already anxious to know more about the divine realm. Wu Lan laughed at himself and said, My status in the divine realm was not high. Thus, I do not know much about it. However, I know that the deities usually possess black divine flames as their true flame. Thus, there are quite a lot of people who utilizes the black divine flame. However, as for those who uses the unitary heavy water, I've only ever seen one. Qin Yu carefully listened. That time, I happened to be lucky and saw the master of the Bewitching God Temple refining artifacts. At that time, I saw that the master of the Bewitching God Temple was using the unitary heavy water. Wu Lan said in detail. Qin Yu was shocked. Wu Lan, you said that the master of the Bewitching God Temple was refining artifacts? Qin Yu wanted to know everything regarding the master of the Bewitching God Temple. Wu Lan nodded and said. The master of the Bewitching God Temple was also an extraordinary big shot in the divine realm. Of course. I reckon that the master of the Bewitching God Temple was still not as amazing as your Uncle Lan. Qin Yu started to laugh. How do you know that he's not as powerful as Uncle Lan? Wu Lan said with an inevitable tone. How is that even a question? Merely by looking at this Zhonglan's realm, being able to refine this Zhonglan's realm, his status in the divine realm, is that something that cannot be questioned. Although the master of the Bewitching God Temple was extraordinary, it was still impossible for him to create the Zhonglan's realm. If the master of the bewitching god temple were able to match your Uncle Lon, then he wouldn't have caused such a great fanfare when coming from the divine realm to the immortal, devil, and demon realm. Nor would it have been that troublesome. Shin Yu nodded in understanding. Having witnessed Uncle Lan's strength, Shin Yu was even more certain that Lear ought to be in the divine realm. Likely there was some specific reason as to why Uncle Lon and Lear were residing on the mortal realm's purple mystic star. Who knows how much time it will take for me to grow strong enough to see them? Shin Yu sighed in his heart. During the time when Shin Yu was training in the mortal realm, he had felt that he was so far away from reaching Lear that the distance seemed to be boundless. However now, Shin Yu knew in his mind that he should be able to find Lear once he ascends to the divine realm. Oh, Wu Lan. Shin Yu woke back up and proceeded to ask Wu Lan. This unitary heavy water, are you able to get them in here? Wu Lan muttered to himself. The unitary heavy water, I have also never attempted to touch it before. I am not afraid of ordinary divine flames, but unitary heavy water? That's truly hard to say. Wu Lan did not have absolute certainty that he was able to do it. Wu Lan, help me out and give it a try, said Shin Yu. Now, all Shin Yu could do was to ask Wu Lan for help. Wu Lan muttered to himself for a short period of time before saying, in that case, let me leave the Zhonglan's realm and try it out. Of course, if I were to fail, then there's nothing else I can do. In that case, thank you very much. Shin Yu was overjoyed. Eldest uncle, that unitary heavy water that you two are talking about, is it very powerful? Heitong, who was confused as she listened to the conversation from the side, asked. Shin Yu stroked Heitong's head affectionately. He smiled and said, of course it's powerful. Even your eldest uncle was unable to approach near it. Say, do you think it's powerful or not? Afterwards, Shin Yu looked to Wu Lan. Wu Lan nodded. Shin Yu then let Wu Lan out from the Zhonglan's realm. On the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star. Shin Yu and Wu Lan suddenly appeared on the Dark Star. Upon returning to the Dark Star, Shin Yu once again felt that frightening pressure. However, Wu Lan appeared to be completely fine on the Dark Star. The gravity here is pretty good. Wu Lan seemed to be unable to sense that frightening gravity. He then looked to that cold pond located 300 meters away. He asked Shin Yu. It should be that, right? Shin Yu nodded. Wu Lan, if you can't do it then don't force yourself. As you'll be too far away from me, it would be impossible for me to return you back into the Zhonglan's realm. Shin Yu carefully entrusted the task to Wu Lan. Indeed, this was very dangerous. If Wu Lan were to encounter any dangers beside that cold pond, it would likely be impossible for Shin Yu to save him. Don't worry. Wu Lan smiled confidently. Then, with a movement of his leg, he shot toward the cold pond like an arrow. He was so fast that Shin Yu even saw a blur. A speed so fast that it created a blur on the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star? To have a speed this fast on the Dark Star, his body is able to bear it? Shin Yu was amazed. It was the first time that he discovered that he had underestimated Wu Lan. Shin Yu, I forgot to tell you this. That time when I saw the master of the bewitching god temple refining his artifacts, I was only several meters away from him in the unitary heavy water. Thus, at the very least, it would be very easy for me to get near the unitary heavy water. Wu Lan's voice transmission sounded in Shin Yu's mind. Shin Yu was unable to conceal a smile. A distance of over 300 meters. Had it been Shin Yu, then it would have taken a long time to walk over there. However, Wu Lan was like an arrow. With 2 steps, he had arrived beside the green pond. Wu Lan's expression started to change. It turned serious. The relaxed expression that he had before was gone. The unitary heavy water was extremely cold. Ordinary storage rings were simply unable to endure it. As even low-quality and mid-quality divine artifacts were unable to resist its coldness, much less ordinary storage rings. Wu Lan, cover the unitary heavy water with your body's energy, said Shin Yu via mind voice transmission. Can't do. With the unitary heavy water's coldness, I reckon my demon elemental energy would be frozen to nothingness the moment it touches it. How would taking the unitary heavy water be as easy as Shin Yu had imagined? Wu Lan could only use his 2 hands. A faint black light started covering Wu Lan's right hand. Shin Yu remembered that when Wu Lan was fighting against the Peng Demon Emperor, his 2 hands had also been covered with a layer of black light. Wu Lan's right hand, with the black light circulating around it, started to slowly proceed towards the jade-green-colored cold pond. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 17. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 17, Training for 100 Years. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Xing Yu held his breath as he stared at Wu Lan from afar. Wu Lan's right hand that was covered by the flowing black light slowly touched the surface of the jade-green-colored liquid. Wu Lan's right hand started to shiver. Could it be that even Wu Lan is unable to resist the unitary heavy water? Xing Yu grew anxious. Wu Lan's right hand slightly stopped for a moment. Immediately after, he pulled it back at a lightning-fast speed. After some continuous movements, Wu Lan had instantly arrived beside Xing Yu. Wu Lan, what happened? Xing Yu already had a bad premonition. Wu Lan had a serious expression. At this moment, the skin on Wu Lan's right hand was frozen to a pale color. Wu Lan's gaze was still on the jade-green-colored cold pond located over 300 meters away. With a low voice, he said, "Xing Yu, I am certain that jade-green-colored pond is no mere unitary heavy water." How could that be? Xing Yu wasn't aware of the details about what happened earlier. All he saw was Wu Lan extending his right hand into the green liquid and then pausing for a moment. Wu Lan suddenly started laughing. He looked at Xing Yu while laughing. He said, "Xing Yu, when I extended my hand into that unitary heavy water pond, I sensed that there was a mysterious thing at the bottom of the pond." Mysterious thing? Xing Yu looked at Wu Lan in confusion. That's right. If it was merely unitary heavy water, my hands would be able to endure its coldness. However, when I extended my right hand into it earlier, an extremely sharp coldness had corroded my right hand instantly. The coldness from that surpassed that of a unitary heavy water's coldness. The thing that emitted that sharp coldness ought to be a certain mysterious thing located at the bottom of the pond. It even caused my right hand to be injured. Wu Lan had a self-mocking smile on his face. Xing Yu shook his head and said helplessly, "Seems like that thing does not belong to me. Thus, I too shall not wastefully seek it." "No," Wu Lan said with a smile. "Do not give up, it is still possible for you to obtain that thing. Please speak, let's hear it." Xing Yu's eyes shined. Wu Lan said in details. "Earlier, when I extended my hand into it, I was able to confirm one thing, that even if it was a high-quality divine artifact, it too would not be able to withstand the coldness within it. Thus, trying to obtain the unitary heavy water as well as the thing located at the bottom of the pond is absolutely impossible. Therefore, there is only one method left, relying on the storage space." "You mean, the Jianlan's realm?" Xing Yu frowned. Wu Lan nodded and said with a smile, "Xing Yu, think about it. This thing had remained here the entire time. The three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm have never taken it away. Evidently, the three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm also have no means to take the cold pond. Furthermore, ordinary storage rings, even divine storage artifacts, would still be unable to resist the coldness of the unitary heavy water, much less the coldness from the item located at the bottom of the cold pond. But isn't the Jianlan's realm also a spatial divine artifact?" Xing Yu asked in confusion. Wu Lan sneered. "Divine artifact, you're truly looking down on the Jianlan's realm." Xing Yu's eyes shined. "Wu Lan, what do you mean by that?" "It is useless for me to tell you about it now. You'll understand it yourself once you reach the divine realm." Divine artifact? Just think about it. The Dragon Clan's inherited treasure and the Pang Clan's inherited treasure, aren't they both more powerful than a high-quality divine artifact? This Jianlan's realm is the most precious treasure I have ever seen in my entire lifetime," said Wu Lan as he gasped in admiration. Xing Yu didn't press on. He knew that Wu Lan didn't wish to tell him. If he did, then he would have already done so. You could consider the Jianlan's realm as a space. However, this space is different from the storage ring space where there isn't a bit of life energy. This space is a space that's similar to the cosmic space. Its level is below that of cosmic space, but it's not far from it. As long as you're able to get near that cold pond, you'll be able to use the Jianlan's realm and directly absorb the cold pond into it," said Wu Lan with certainty. Xing Yu thought about it for a moment. He then looked to Wu Lan and asked, "Then, in order to get near that cold pond, what level of strength must I be?" "What level of strength?" "It'll be more or less about when one's body is trained to a level comparable to that of a high-quality divine artifact," said Wu Lan with a light smile. "However, I reckon that it's impossible for you to use this sort of treasure in the immortal, devil and demon realm." Xing Yu did not think too much. After all, the number of people that could defeat him in the immortal, devil and demon realm was not many now. His goal had always been the divine realm. That was because Lear was there. Even with Uncle Lon, he was only able to ensure that Lear would not be forced. Thus, he could imagine the final difficulty he would stumble upon in the divine realm. Identity, strength, status, they are very important regardless of which realm one might be in. After training for all these years, Xinyu was naturally very knowledgeable about it. He had never once considered that upon reaching the divine realm, Lear's father would directly give him Lear. Everything required him to strive for it. High-quality divine artifact, right? I got it. Xinyu smiled and said to Wulan. Wulan, thank you for all of this. I'll immediately send you back into the Jianglan's realm. Wulan smiled and nodded. Continue to try your best, Xinyu. Let me advise you. It's best for you to get used to moving about under immense pressures. Wulan, what do you mean by that? Xinyu grew confused by Wulan's advice. Aya, the gravity of this dark star is truly difficult to bear. Xinyu, let me return to the Jianglan's realm. Instead of answering, Wulan shifted the subject. Xinyu felt helpless in his heart. He understood that Wulan did not wish to say any more. Afterwards, within thought, Wulan disappeared from the dark star. Continue to properly train on the dark stars. Once I have finished training, I will proceed toward the bewitching god temple. Xinyu had a plan in his mind. As long as it would be helpful to him in the divine realm, Xinyu would definitely strive for it. Xinyu looked at his surroundings. Feeling that bone-chilling coldness, Xinyu slightly nodded. The conditions here just so happened to be suited for training. Coldness. Gravity. Soon after, Xinyu started running. He no longer walked, instead, he was running. Xinyu's gaze was firm. His legs' muscles started to bulge. Each and every one of his steps firmly smashed onto the ground. With the jade-green colored cold pond as the center, at a distance over 300 meters away from the cold pond, Xinyu was unceasingly running around it. This was the limit to the coldness that he could sustain right now. In a state of absolute limit, the life elemental energy was unceasingly pouring into Xinyu's muscles, causing them to be accustomed to that kind of oppression. Running, the simplest type of running. Xinyu continued to run for 3 entire years. With the assistance from his life elemental energy, the past 3 years have given Xinyu an exceptional amount of improvement. Xinyu's current speed was much faster than before. However, even though this was the case, Xinyu was only able to get closer to the cold pond by 10 more meters. I'll start running with weights now. Xinyu sensed that his muscles had improved by a lot. His gaze was cast toward the ground. Under that frightening level of coldness, the ground here had already cracked open. The cracks created strips among the ground. Xinyu grabbed a strip of ground with his hands. He planned to pull it out. However, Xinyu was shocked to find out that he was unable to pull it out. This substance is extremely hard. Suddenly, the mid-quality divine sword, Skypiercer, appeared in Xinyu's hand. When comparing the hardness, the divine sword Skypiercer was harder than the dark star's matter. Further, it was also much sharper. Using a great amount of force, Xinyu slashed his sword downward. After using a great amount of effort, Xinyu managed to slice off this strip. The strip was merely a finger wide and a finger thick. It could even be considered as a stick. Even though it's so thin, Xinyu still had to borrow the sharpness of his divine sword in order to sever it. It was a 3-inch long, 1 finger wide, and 1 finger thick dark red-colored strip. Xinyu wanted to pick it up with his hands. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pick up this nearly 3-inch long strip. Moreover, he was even unable to move it in the slightest. What Xinyu didn't know was that this dark red strip, had it been on other ordinary planets, would still possess a weight greater than a large mountain. To be able to exist under the gravity of the dark star, one could easily imagine the density of this dark red strip. Furthermore, in a place like the dark star with a terrifying amount of gravity, the weight of this strip was over 100,000 times Xinyu's weight. Although it appeared to be very small, but how could Xinyu possibly be able to move it? How do I add weight then? Xinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He then looked to the divine sword Skypiercer in his hand. Xinyu had already dripped his blood on the divine sword Skypiercer and had become its master. Thus, it did not possess even the slightest amount of weight in Xinyu's hands. Gravitational barrier. Xinyu immediately pat his head. I actually forgot about the gravitational barrier. After he said that, he created a gravitational barrier with his hands and increased the gravity by 3 times. This gravitational barrier secret technique was something that nearly everyone from the Dark Star realm knew how to use. When Xinyu used his soul searching on Su's own, he had also came to know about this rather primary level gravity barrier technique. This is truly heavy. And it's only 3 times. Xinyu felt that his entire body had suddenly sunk. It was as if standing up had turned into a kind of burden. Xinyu suddenly started laughing. He remembered his childhood. Back in his childhood period, he had also carried weights and frantically ran to temper his body. Compared to his childhood, what he stood on was no longer the mountain roads of the East Misty Mountain but instead the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star. Back during his childhood, he carried stones and the likes behind his back. However now, Xinyu was relying on the gravitational barrier technique of the Dark Star realm in order to increase the gravity. Although his body weight had only increased 3 times, with the gravity of the Dark Star, the weight surpassed over 100 East Misty Mountains. The sound of footsteps was heard. Xinyu started to resolutely run step by step. As he ran, a peaceful smile appeared on Xinyu's face. With his awareness getting fuzzy, Xinyu seemed to have begun to feel that the Dark Star that he was on had turned into the mountain roads of the East Misty Mountain from back then. Furthermore, a familiar voice seemed to sound from behind him. Faster, even faster. That voice was the voice of his first teacher, Zhao Yunxing. Xinyu was running unceasingly. Sweat drops appeared on his body endlessly. However, once they appeared, they were immediately extinguished by the terrifying gravity of the Dark Star. Xinyu still remembered that before he entered the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star, there was such a line in the Jade Slip that Elder Ji Qiao gave him. Do not use transmission spiritual pearl on the Dark Star. Under the terrifying gravity of the Dark Star, the transmission spiritual pearl would be crushed to nothingness. Even Xinyu's sword immortal puppet was crushed by the gravity. One could imagine how terrifying the gravity was. Thus, Xinyu's sweat did not even possess the qualifications to exist on this Dark Star. Xinyu continued to run. His gaze was incomparably resolute. After 100 years, Xinyu had already increased the gravitational barrier on his body to 4 times his body's weight. He was still running. His gaze was still that resolute. He had run for 100 years now. Actually, being pressured by such a strong gravity, one's body would be transforming endlessly with just standing. However, running like Xinyu, every single muscle within his body was undergoing an evolution with the assistance of the life elemental energy. Training for an entire 100 years. My muscles should have reached 15-star Emperor level now. Recently, Xinyu was able to sense that his bones were also slowly undergoing a transformation through weighted running. Evidently, his bones and muscles were now at the same level. Xinyu looked to the cracked Dark Star strips underneath his foot. This thing is as heavy as hell. Since I've arrived in the Dark Star realm, might as well show this to little Tong in them. Xinyu used his divine sword Skypiercer to cut off 3 sticks of the dark red-colored strips. Although it was impossible for him to pick it up, he was still able to absorb it with his Jianglan's realm. With a thought, Xinyu absorbed the 3 dark red sticks into the Jianglan's realm. He then turned around and glanced at the jade-green-colored cold pond located not far away from him. I can only come again after I have reached 17-star Emperor level. Xinyu then proceeded to run toward the direction of the interstellar conveying array. This time around, Xinyu removed the gravitational barrier. The speed that he ran at had turned exceedingly fast. In merely half a day, Xinyu had arrived by the conveying array. Not far away from the conveying array, Xinyu saw Meng Long, who was currently walking. Evidently, the past 100 years of training had only allowed Meng Long to slowly walk. Meng Long looked at Xinyu, who was rapidly running over with shock. Meng Long. Xinyu greeted while smiling. Meng Long pointed at Xinyu and said stammeringly. You've already successfully finished your training? One must know that the further down the road, the harder it was to train. Meng Long's speed was already very fast. However, the plan that Meng Long had for himself was to be able to stand up and walk within 100 years, to be able to run regularly in 10,000 years, to be able to run with twice his body weight in 100,000 years, and to be able to run with 3 times his body weight in 1,000,000 years. He had planned for 1,000 years. However, what about Xinyu? How many years had it only been? How could he not be shocked? He was even starting to feel that his brain had been jolted. Xinyu nodded and said with a smile. That's right. I've succeeded. I think I am able to step onto the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star now. To be able to carry the weight of twice one's body weight and run regularly was the requirement to succeed. However, Xinyu is currently able to carry 4 times his weight when running. How is that possible? How is it possible that you've succeeded this fast? Meng Long was unable to accept it. Xinyu also knew that his training speed was somewhat frightening. Immediately, he smiled and said, "It might be that my aptitude is good. Meng Long, I'll take my leave first." Xinyu no longer say anymore and directly walked into that conveying array. This interstellar conveying array was specially manufactured and did not require elemental spirit stones to supply energy. Instead, it required the cultivator to pour in his own energy. After all, it was impossible for elemental spirit stones to exist on a dark star like this. After Chinyu poured in gold force into it, the interstellar conveying array started to shine. In over 100 years, Chinyu's muscles had completely reached 15-star Emperor level. So much that it was likely even a bit higher level than that. Seeing Chinyu disappear, Meng Long still felt that he was about to faint. How could this be? I had personally seen his muscles being unable to withstand the pressure of the gravity at first. Could it be that he was faking from the beginning? No, that can't be. Why would be faking it to me? No matter how hard he tried to think, he was still unable to understand why that Lu Xing was able to train so fast. Trial Sacred Planet. On the transfer planets of the 36 trial dark stars. The interstellar conveying array on the lounge on the first floor of the 14-star Emperor level building started to shine. Immediately, it attracted a large amount of people. Hello, Lord Lu Xing. Elder Jiqiao was smiling to Chinyu. Did your lordship manage to succeed in your training? Chinyu felt a bit helpless in his heart. He knew that if he were to train in the dark stars one after another, then his astonishing training speed would definitely shock everyone. Forgot about it, who cares about what others think? I'll just let others think that I'm a genius. Ultimately, Chinyu could only reach such a decision. Chinyu nodded to Elder Jiqiao and said, "That's right. Lord Lu Xing, please wait a moment. Let me prepare the 14-star Emperor level title plate," said Elder Jiqiao while smiling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 18. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 18, Reaching the Final Stage of the Soul. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. To Chinyu, this title plate was still of significant importance. For one, it would allow him to continue his training on the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star. Secondly, it was a mark of his identity. It would allow Chinyu to travel about the Dark Star realm easier. Elder Jiqiao took out a triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar. That crystal pillar started to emit a misty radiance that covered Chinyu. Lord Lu Xing, you haven't obtained your Emperor-level title plate? Elder Jiqiao looked to Chinyu in shock. According to the rules, when awarding a new Emperor-level title plate, the old one must be returned. Chinyu had seen the information in the Jade Slip and knew about this matter. He explained. I had never trained on the Dark Stars before. So that's the case. Elder Jiqiao nodded with a smile. However, he was still a bit shocked. Soon after, Elder Jiqiao took out a title plate that appeared to be of stellar crystal construction and handed it to Chinyu. Your lordship, this is the 14-star Emperor-level title plate. Your lordship can drip your blood on it to become its owner. Chinyu received the title plate. The title plate was a bit transparent. It radiated 3 different colors. On the front of the title plate was the word Emperor. On the back of the title plate was the word 14. After Chinyu dripped his blood on it and became its master, he absorbed it into his body. Elder Jiqiao, farewell, said Chinyu, and then he immediately proceeded to leave through the entrance. All of the people standing around immediately spit a road open for him. They watched as Chinyu proceeded toward the 15-star Emperor-level building. Unable to refrain themselves, these people started discussing what happened. On one of the 3 great sacred planets of the Dark Star realm, the Gold Punishment Star. When Chinyu was training on the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star, the new Gold Punishment Lord had already ascended the throne and had completely made it public. At this moment, the Gold Punishment Lord and a group of people were gathered in the main hall of the Gold Punishment sect. The Gold Punishment Lord sat on the owner's seat, whereas the 6 people sat on the guest seats. At this moment, one person stood up. Respectfully, he reported. Your Majesty, news has arrived from the Trial Sacred Planet. The 2 lords that had entered into the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star from back then, one of them has already come back out. It is Lord Lu Xing. Lu Xing, he is currently a member of the Deep Mulberry Star. In the past, he was an unknown interstellar cultivator, said the Gold Punishment Lord indifferently. The newly appointed Gold Punishment Lord's name is Xing Yuan. He was originally also an unknown interstellar cultivator. Later, he came out from the 18-star Emperor-level Dark Star and, with his overwhelming strength, undisputedly became the next Gold Punishment Lord. Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan continued. According to the information Wenfeng sent over, this Lu Xing's strength ought to be no weaker than Wenfeng. In that case, why did this Lu Xing enter the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star to train? I reckon this Lu Xing's strength is at the 15-star Emperor level. According to the information, this Lu Xing had never gone through training in the Dark Stars. It might be that he was not confident in himself and thus decided to train on the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star for a period of time before entering the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star? Said a white-bearded old man with a smile. Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan nodded and smiled. That makes sense. For this Lu Xing to possess such a strength, it would seem that he would be a candidate for the next Gold Punishment Lord. Humph. A cold humph came from a seat to the left of the Gold Punishment Lord. It was a cold-looking middle-aged man. Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan lightly smiled and said, Vice Sect Master, you do not have to think about it too much. Since he has reached 15-star Emperor level, he shall be considered as a candidate for the next Gold Punishment Lord. However, with your 17-star Emperor level strength, is there even a need for you to worry about him? Merely, you're the same as me. Neither one of us know when our divine tribulation might arrive. Once we pass the divine tribulation, the position of the Gold Punishment Lord would still be something that Lu Xing, Wen Feng, and them would be left to fight over. The cold-looking middle-aged man nodded. This man was precisely one of the 3 vice sect masters of the Gold Punishment sect. He is a 17-star Emperor level expert with strength only second to the Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan. A breeze brushed past. The countless soft branches of the large tree drifted with the wind. While drinking wine, Xing Yu looked through the window and saw the scenery outside. The scenery on the Trial Sacred Planet was very decent. When Xing Yu came out from the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star, he did not immediately continue his training. Instead, he decided to first dine and drink in the first-floor restaurant of the 15-star Emperor level building and then go on to the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star later. The surroundings of Xing Yu's table were extremely empty. Although there were several hundred people in the restaurant dining and drinking, all of them took their own initiative to distance themselves from Xing Yu. This was their reverence toward the strong. That is Lord Lu Xing, you see him? He's the one beside the window. I've heard that Lord Lu Xing had only trained for a bit over 100 years on the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star before coming out. That kind of speed is truly astonishing. A baldy boasted in a low voice. It might be that Lord Lu Xing was powerful to begin with? A youth beside the baldy said. Not necessarily. The baldy said to the surrounding people in a low voice. How about this, let's have a bet as to how long it'll take for Lord Lu Xing to reach the 16-star Emperor level Dark Star. Even if he's a genius, it'll still take at the very least 10,000 years. Someone said. The baldy smiled and said. In that case, let's bet if it would take less or more than 10,000 years for Lord Lu Xing to reach the 16-star Emperor level. Fine, who will be the banker? TL, banker equals dealer. Not sure which term is better, since I felt that the dealer is more like a card dealer, whereas banker is like the house player that everyone bets money to. Arg. Quiet down, his lordship has stood up. Seeing Xing Yu standing up, the entire restaurant lounge grew quiet. Xing Yu smiled and then walked toward the waiter. I'd like to pay my bill. That waiter looked at Xing Yu with eyes filled with admiration. Respectfully, he said. Lord Lu Xing need not pay anything. As your lordship is planning to enter the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star, you're also entitled to eat here free of charge. I thought that I'm only qualified to eat here for free after I obtained the 15-star Emperor level title plate? Xing Yu was puzzled. That waiter shook his head. Elder had said that there was no need. He was certain that you possessed the strength of a 15-star Emperor. Of course, among those who dared to enter the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star, how many would dare enter it without sufficient confidence in themselves? If one were to enter without sufficient confidence, then it was literally no different from suicide. Finally, Xing Yu exited the restaurant lounge and walked into the main entrance lounge where the interstellar conveying array stood. A middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged beside the conveying array stood up. He walked to Xing Yu and said respectfully, Lord Lu Xing, I am the elder in charge of the affairs here, but you can start the conveying array. Xing Yu was very straightforward. On the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star. This time around, Xing Yu was not in a sorry state like last time. Immediately after he was transferred over, he merely felt a slight pressure causing him to sink down. The familiar pressure of the gravity had once again returned. There's actually someone else on this planet. Xing Yu's soul's power clearly sensed that there was a woman located some 20 miles away from where he stood. She's from the White Profound sect. Xing Yu was able to clearly sense the cold aura emitting from that woman. For a woman to be this powerful, it truly is a rare occasion. Xing Yu praised in his heart. Xing Yu did not bother to waste time. Immediately, he deployed the gravitational barrier and increased his body weight by 1/4. MN? Yu suddenly remembered a thing. Something's amiss. The gravity of these 18 Emperor-level dark stars are increased gradually and corresponds to the tolerance of the 1-star Emperor level to 18-star Emperor level. However, since that was the case, there should only be a need for only a single dark star. One only needs to train on the first dark star and then increase the pressure on oneself through gravitational barriers. The seniors of this dark star realm, why did they go through all the hardships of finding 18 Emperor-level dark stars? Yu found himself a bit unable to understand the reasoning. Forget about it, I'm not going to bother with it anymore. However, Yu didn't know at all that it didn't take a lot of time for the seniors of the dark star realm to find these 18 Emperor-level dark stars. Furthermore, only through having these 18 Emperor-level dark stars would they be able to confirm the strength of the people. Only through them would the 3 great sacred planets be able to record the people's strength more accurately. Yu had also decided on a matter. He had decided to only train on this 15-star Emperor-level dark star and just continue to increase the weight on himself. There was no need for him to go to other dark stars. Training. Yu took a deep breath. Soon after, he began his long training journey. Experts are lonely beings. Yu was also only able to accumulate his strength through an extreme amount of loneliness. On this dark star, Yu began his solitary training. After 800 years. Merely only a pair of shorts. With a naked upper body, Yu was doing a handstand. His hands' 10 fingers were like trees as they firmly grabbed the ground. He was supporting his entire body's weight with his 10 fingers. At this moment, Yu had also added 4 times his body's weight to himself through the gravitational barrier technique. Furthermore, this was all done on the 15-star Emperor-level dark star. Yu clearly understood that his 2 hands are his most effective weapons in the future. Thus, he must attach a lot of importance to temper his fingers. Is the high-quality divine artifact truly the limit? As Yu was training, he was also pondering in his mind. Was the 9th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body the limit? Right at this moment, Yu started to frown. Soon after, his face displayed an ecstatic expression. After all these years, my soul realm's level has finally reached the limit. Yu immediately stopped training and sat down on the ground cross-legged. Within his boundless mind, Yu's soul was rolling about unceasingly, viscous like a thick liquid. At the same time, sharp golden light would occasionally emit from the thick liquid. According to the 3 souls' 9 refinements, when the soul has reached the limit, the stage of satisfaction, it would be able to turn into essence. A figure appeared in Yu's mind. The appearance of this person was exactly the same as Yu. This person was sitting there in a cross-legged position. He was executing the 108 hand seal technique's 3 souls' 9 refinements with his 2 hands at a lightning speed. When Yu began to execute the first hand seal, his soul started to flow like quicksilver. As the hand seals continued to be executed, the speed of the quicksilver like flow grew faster and faster. When he executed the final hand seals, his boundless mind started to vibrate. The figure that was sitting there cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bright like a torch. Unite! Within his frantically shaking mind, rays of golden light suddenly started to shine. Immediately, his entire brain stopped vibrating. It returned to the peacefulness from before. Clearly, one could see, a circular golden pellet was whirling around in Yu's mind. That was precisely the soul that had reached the satisfactory stage. Is this the soul of ordinary deities? Yu looked at that deep brilliance that was the round golden pellet in his dantian. That round golden pellet was extremely dazzling. Suddenly, an even more astonishing green light shined from another location. Immediately, the green light covered the golden light. Yu's mind had turned completely green. As for the thing that was radiating the endless amount of green light, it was precisely a near-transparent tear. Meteoric tear. Yu was shocked. Suddenly, the meteoric tear started to radiate a 7-colored brilliance. That 7-colored brilliance was directly shot into Yu's golden soul pellet. At this moment, a large amount of information had rushed into Yu's mind. Yu was immediately attracted. Immediately afterward, he continued to sit cross-legged on the dark star. Motionlessly, Yu began the longest cultivation period he had ever underwent, from since he was born till now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 19. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 19, Her name is Zwachome. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The meteoric tear that was radiating an endless amount of green light in Yu's mind was extremely dazzling. The green light had covered everything. The meteoric tear was currently emitting a 7-colored brilliance into Qin Yu's golden soul pellet. As the 7-colored brilliance entered into Qin Yu's golden soul pellet, the meteoric tear started to reduce in size with a speed visible to the naked eye. When Qin Yu's golden soul pellet was absorbing the 7-colored brilliance, Qin Yu's awareness had entered into a particular setting. A boundless amount of seawater. At this moment, Qin Yu appeared to have turned into a drop of seawater. He was connected with the boundless amount of seawater and experiencing the extensiveness of the peacefulness of the ocean, the ire during the time when enormous waves surged in the ocean and the boundless depths of the ocean. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu had even come to believe that he was indeed a droplet of water. Suddenly, the ocean disappeared. Qin Yu had entered into a vegetative state. He was surrounded by all kinds of flowers and plants. They were many and varied. So many and varied that Qin Yu was unable to even count them. As for Qin Yu, this time around, he was merely regular grass among them. He grew and then withered. Soon, once again, he revived and germinated. Again he grew, he again withered. A cycle, a continuous cycle. As he was undergoing the cycle, Qin Yu suddenly sensed that his surroundings were once again undergoing a change. His surroundings had turned into nothingness. It was the outer space. Qin Yu was able to see the celestial bodies far away, the blazing sun, the uninhabited planets. All of these celestial bodies were eternally floating in the cosmic space. It was as if they would never change. Occasionally, Qin Yu would become one amongst countless weapons. Occasionally, Qin Yu would become a speck of dust in the air. Occasionally, Qin Yu would enter into an endless void. Occasionally, Qin Yu would enter a boundless sea of flames. As he went through the mysterious experiences one after another, Qin Yu did not know how much time had passed. After seemingly a countless number of years had passed, a voice sounded. "Child, this is what I left behind before my death. Contained within it is my comprehension toward the cosmic space. Try your best to comprehend as much as you can. I, Zhuqiumei, have never accepted a disciple in my life. You could be considered as my sole disciple. However, you must remember, before you are able to comprehend everything that I have passed on to you, do not speak of my name to others. Disciple of mine, I hope that you'll be able to enjoy a more relaxed and more happy life than mine." That gentle and soft voice had caused Qin Yu's mind to enter a state of hypnosis. Mother. In his fuzziness, Qin Yu appeared to have heard the voice of his mother. That sort of tranquility was extremely comfortable to him. He wished that voice would never stop. However, that voice disappeared after merely a moment. As the voice disappeared, Qin Yu became sober-headed again in a short period of time. Was it this Zhuqiumei who passed on the meteoric tear to me? Qin Yu grew somewhat understanding of what had happened. Based on what that Zhuqiumei had said, she appears to have already died. For an unknown reason, upon knowing that this Zhuqiumei had died, Qin Yu unexpectedly had a painful feeling in his heart. Qin Yu still clearly remembered the final voice of that Zhuqiumei. Qin Yu was unable to understand at all. She who possessed such a voice that could allow even one's soul to enter a state of tranquility, who would be willing to kill her? The comprehension toward the cosmic space? Qin Yu was able to clearly sense that within his soul were some things that are similar to the most ancient and origin of the universe. They were the things that this woman called Zhuqiumei left behind for him. I shall allow my body to naturally continue its training with the 9 steps dark gold body and the gold punishment sex martial technique. Qin Yu's awareness entered into the dazzling 7-colored radiance within his soul. In Qin Yu's mind, the meteoric tear had stopped shooting out the 7-colored radiance. The current meteoric tear, when compared to before, was an entire size smaller. Earlier, when Qin Yu experienced all those scenes, the time seemed to be very long. However, only a couple days had actually passed. The meteoric tear that had become a size smaller once again fused with Qin Yu's golden soul pellet. As for Qin Yu, he was currently submerging his awareness into the depths of that 7-colored radiance. He was appreciating the comprehensions that Zhuqiumei left for him. These were the most precious things that Zhuqiumei had left behind with the assistance of the meteoric tear. It was unknown how long it would take for Qin Yu to comprehend these things. Just like that, Qin Yu's awareness entered a state of comprehension, training at the depths of the 7-colored radiance. Qin Yu sat cross-legged on the dark star. The 27,000 seals and patterns merged with the depths of Qin Yu's bones and muscles. They were unceasingly absorbing elemental spirit energy and tempering Qin Yu's bones and muscles. As for the martial technique of the gold punishment sect, it too was being used constantly and absorbed an endless amount of gold attribute energy into Qin Yu's body. Time passed. Qin Yu, in the depths of his training, did not know how much time had passed at all. Inside the Jianglan's realm. On a snow-peaked mountain. Ho Fei, He Yu, and Wu Lan were currently together. Ho Fei was donned in golden clothes. His fiery eyes were flickering with a sense of helplessness. Standing beside Ho Fei was Heiyu, who was dressed in all white with a grave and stern expression. As for Wu Lan, he was sitting on the side and drinking wine. Monkey, what's with Big Brother this time around? Even with using mind-voice transmission, Big Brother still did not respond. Heiyu's brows were creased. Qinyu's training this time around was truly too long. It was so long that even Ho Fei and Heiyu grew worried. Heiyu and Qinyu were brothers who grew up together. Thus, there was a special kind of connection between them. Between Heiyu and Qinyu, they do not even need to use soul's power to send voice transmissions. Instead, with merely a mind's intention, they were able to communicate with each other. Wu Lan lightly smiled and said, "The mind-voice transmission would only sound in one's true spirit." True spirit, what is that? Ho Fei looked to Wu Lan in confusion. Wu Lan explained while smiling. "Oh, I've forgotten about it. This true spirit is the same as the awareness that you all know. Usually, one's awareness would be able to receive communications coming to it. Since even your awareness voice transmission was not received by him, it would seem that Qinyu has entered a deep-level training where even his awareness is immersed." Deep-level training? Ho Fei and Heiyu glanced at each other. How deep must it be for even mind-voice transmission to not work? This was truly too astonishing. What's the most important is that Big Brother had already trained for 20,000 years. No, only 2,000 years have passed outside. However, training for 2,000 years, isn't that a bit too long? Said Ho Fei anxiously. Wu Lan laughed as he scolded. What would a brat like you know? This sort of deep-level training is something that can be discovered but not sought. Usually, when one trains, one would train one's body of the power of one's nascent soul. Much less awareness voice transmission, even a voice transmission through the demon awareness would be able to wake him up. This sort of deep-level training is not a training of the body or one's energy. Instead, it's the training of the state of being. It's the achieving of comprehension regarding the cosmic space. That is both the most basic and the most deep-level training. It is something that would not come even if I sought for it. It's best for the two of you to not be bored and randomly send mind-voice transmission to your big brother. I wish for your big brother to continue training like this for several tens of thousands of years more." Hearing what Wu Lan had said, Ho Fei and Heiyu were only able to smile. For Big Brother to possess such good luck, we are naturally happy for him. It's just that both monkeys and my soul have reached level 9 Demon Emperor level. Our power had also reached the limit of level 8 Demon Emperor. Had it not been for us restricting ourselves, we would have already reached level 9 Demon Emperor level. Said Heiyu helplessly. Training for 20,000 years, Ho Fei and Heiyu's souls have both reached level 9 Demon Emperor level. In terms of strength, had they not been suppressing themselves, they too would have reached level 9 Demon Emperor level. Ho Fei mucked up his lips and said, "Once one enters the level 9 Demon Emperor, it's very possible for him to encounter the divine tribulation. Although it is very hard to say when the divine tribulation would arrive, in order to not ascend to the divine realm too early, the two of us could only suppress our powers." Heiyu also nodded. Wu Lan, who stood to the side, said helplessly, "You two brats, your cultivation speed is so fast. I, on the other hand, wished to reach level 9 Demon Emperor level earlier but was unable to do that." That holds true for Yi Chu and Wushu too. They have been working very hard on their training these past years. Ho Fei and Heiyu both smiled apologetically. The speed in which the two of them progressed caused an immense shock to Yi Chu and Ao Wushu. The cold and detached Ao Wushu did not bother to say anything, he merely frantically trained by himself. As for Yi Chu, he was also training with great effort. "Sigh, we'll just have to continue waiting. Who knows when Big Brother will finish his training?" said Ho Fei helplessly. Heiyu smiled. "In these past years, I have also not spent time with Linger. Now, I shall go and spend some time with Linger and give some guidance to little Tong and Guofan." Currently, Qinyu's awareness was completely submerged in unceasingly absorbing comprehensions. Like an extremely hungry traveler, he frantically absorbed the comprehensions left behind by Zuo Qiumei. Qinyu's body was faintly radiating a golden light. Even the bones within his body were faintly radiating a dark gold light. Evidently, this was the sign that Qinyu had reached the 9th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body. Before Qinyu submerged his awareness into a deep-level training, he had already reached the 8th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body. In the following 2,000 years, even though he did not proactively train in it, the long period of time still allowed him to reach the 9th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body. After a long time, Qinyu, who had been sitting cross-legged the entire time, suddenly opened his eyes. Two essence-like lights were being emitted from his eyes. It's already been 3,000 years. Xinyu calculated the amount of time in his heart and was shocked to discover that he had trained for 3,000 years. The deep-level training of his awareness, now that he recalled it, it appeared to have only taken a blink of an eye. In a flash, 3,000 years have passed. Who exactly is this Zuoqiumei? The comprehension of the cosmic space that she left behind is so astonishing. In these 3,000 years, I merely managed to comprehend 10 or 20% of it. However, with barely this 10 or 20%, it allowed me to become 10 to 100 times stronger than before. Xinyu stood up. Dark star's gravity? Even if this gravity were to increase by 10 times, it would still not affect me in the slightest. Suddenly, gold force were emitted from Qinyu's body. The gold force was drifting through the surrounding of Qinyu's body. Like a lump of golden rings, it covered Xinyu. Xinyu started to float. That's right, he was floating. He was floating on the dark star. A 15-star Emperor-level dark star. Even if one was a 16-star Emperor-level expert, one would only be able to, at the most, jump on the 15-star Emperor-level dark star. Floating was practically impossible. It was only possible if one was an 18-star Emperor-level expert. However, Qinyu's current strength was still not at the 18-star Emperor level. He had merely just reached 17-star Emperor level. However, through his comprehension of the cosmic space, Xinyu had easily transformed the space surrounding him and decreased the dark star's gravity in the space surrounding him by several tens times. Laws, that is the most basic and most powerful force. Xinyu had already understood this. However, he also understood that when two people with the same level of comprehension fight each other, they would still have to resort back to using their most primitive strength. Nevertheless, the comprehensions regarding the laws is still very important. Laughable, truly laughable. The meteor finger technique, the 10,000 weighty fingers, 1,000 illusion fingers, 10 termination fingers and that sky-piercing finger, they are truly laughable, laughable. Xinyu laughed at himself. When viewing the sky from the bottom of a well, one would not know how the sky is. However, once one exited the well, one would be able to see that the sky was boundless. Xinyu was precisely feeling like this. The comprehension he had toward the cosmic space from before was merely that of an Emperor-level expert from the immortal, devil and demon realm. He merely had an experience of sensing the cosmic space yet though himself to be extraordinary already. Furthermore, coming up with the domain, truly ignorant and narrow-minded. Xinyu was certain that even if the Pang Demon Emperor dared to come and fight him again, then, with merely his comprehension toward the space, he would be able to greatly decrease the Pang Demon Emperor's speed and make the fastest person in the immortal, devil, and demon realm to become the slowest amongst the demon realm's three great emperors. Never mind the meteor finger technique, all I need to know is the sky-piercing finger. Xinyu extended the index finger of his right hand. A ray of gold force was shot out from Qinyu's finger. Dot. As if passing through the layer of space, that golden finger ray was shot directly on the ground of the dark star. Even though the dark star was extremely tough and durable, a half-meter deep hole was still created by the finger ray. Ha ha. Xinyu started laughing. Back when I was on the 14-star Emperor-level dark star, through great efforts, I merely managed to cut a small stick's worth of dark star substance with my divine sword Skypiercer. However now, with merely a simple finger ray, its power is more than 10 times greater than the divine sword. Xinyu had not used his black hole to increase the speed of his finger ray. This finger ray was shot through utilizing the comprehension Xinyu had toward the cosmic space. He caused the surrounding space of the finger ray to disintegrate. Thus, even the dark star substance was shot through half a meter by the finger ray. Merely, Xinyu's comprehension level was still not enough. Had it been that Zuoqiumei, then Xinyu reckoned that with a wave of her hand, she would be able to turn the entire dark star into dust. I'm still very weak. Xinyu sighed in his heart. Weak? Was Xinyu really weak? With merely his body that was comparable to that of a high-quality divine artifact, there are already not many people that could defeat him. However, the strongest thing that Xinyu possessed was instead the comprehension toward the space. Although he merely managed to comprehend 10 to 20% of what Zuoqiumei had left for him. In the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, perhaps only people like the Dragon Emperor who possessed an inherited treasure could be able to resist his attack through his turtle-like defense. I reckon my body has now reached 17-star Emperor level. I should not be far away from 18-star Emperor level. There is no need for me to rush training myself anymore. Xinyu had prepared to leave this dark star. However, right after walking 2 steps, Xinyu opened his eyes wide. It's been 3,000 years. Fei Fei and them had already trained for 30,000 years in the Zhonglan's realm. Don't tell me that the two of them have already undergone the divine tribulation. Xinyu disappeared from the dark star realm. He had entered the Jianglan's realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 20. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 20, Stick Technique Walkthrough. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Inside the Jianglan's realm. Heiyu, Bai Ling, their daughter Heitong and their son-in-law Guofan were currently having a meal together. Other than their family, Guofan's master Wulan was also present. Of course, Ho Fei was certainly to be there too. This large group of people were happily drinking and eating. As for Ho Fei, he was currently boasting to Heitong. Little Tong, let your second uncle tell you, in the immortal realm, the devil realm and the demon realm combined, there are not many people who could match against your second uncle. With my heaven-startling 3 stick strikes, who would dare to take it on? Ho Fei blinked his eyes complacently. Ho Fei's heaven-startling 3 stick strikes was indeed very powerful. This held especially true with the assistance of the black stick that Uncle Lan gifted him. Its attack power was so strong that even Heiyu didn't dare to take it on with his defensive scaled feathers. Thus, one could easily imagine how strong it was. You have the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes, my father also has it, said Heitong. Your father? Your father had learned it from me, said Ho Fei with his head raised up. Sitting on the side, Heiyu merely smiled. At this moment, he did not dare to say anything. Indeed, more than 80% of his spear technique was learned through Ho Fei's stick technique. The other 20% was created by himself. Heitong smiled and laughed. She said, "Second uncle is amazing. However, is it possible for you to teach my big brother Guofan that heaven-startling 3 stick strikes of yours?" Little Tong. Bai Ling uttered a voice of rebuke. Whenever Heitong sees someone powerful, she would ask that person to teach their techniques to her husband. Guofan smiled and said, "Little Tong, my comprehension is insufficient. Moreover, I think that it would be sufficient as long as I can master the fist technique that Master taught me. It is good to specialize in one thing. Little Tong, you need to learn more from Guofan," lectured Wu Fan. At the beginning, Wu Lan merely gave Guofan some guidance. However, as time passed, Wu Lan discovered that Guofan, who appeared to be very simple and honest, was actually extremely meticulous. His comprehension of things was also extremely high. The speed at which he learned the fist technique that was taught to him was also extremely fast. "Where's Uncle Yi Chu? Is he not coming today?" Ho Tong said with a frown. Wu Lan smiled and said, "Regarding Yi Chu, your father and your second uncle are now able to become level 9 demon emperors anytime they want and have controlled their power in order to wait for your eldest uncle. Your uncle Yi Chu, on the other hand, is still at the level 8 demon emperor level. Thus, he naturally has to try his hardest." Even if he has to try harder, there is no need for him to concern about such a small bit of time. A thick voice sounded. With a mountain-like figure and heavy steps, Yi Chu walked over. He then directly sat down. "Little Tong is the best after all, she still thinks of me even now." Cleverly, Heitong nodded her head. Soon after, she looked to her surroundings. It's one thing for Master to not come because she had entered seclusion training, but didn't Uncle Wushu reach level 9 demon emperor level not too many years ago? Why didn't he come? He's not used to places with a lot of people. Yi Chu explained. "Oh, that's right, Uncle Wushu doesn't like lively places." Heitong nodded. Suddenly, she looked to a distant place with excitement. Eldest uncle came. How could that be? I am certain that I know about Wushu's personality, said Yi Chu confidently. Heiyu, Ho Fei, and them also looked over. Big brother, you finally returned. Okay, this might be confusing. The reason why Yi Chu thought Heitong was referring to Wushu is because she calls them all with eldest uncle. However, Jinyu was the only one referred to her with only eldest uncle. Since technically they are related, and Ho Fei is the second uncle, I have translated Jinyu as the eldest uncle. Shocked, Yi Chu also turned around to look. Jinyu? Indeed, the person who came was Jinyu. Jinyu walked over. He said, "I'm sorry about the fact that I ended up training 3,000 years at once and caused you all to wait for a long time." He then looked to Ho Fei and Heiyu. Fei, Xiao Hei, both of your souls have reached the level 9 demon emperor level. Amen, not bad. Even your strength has reached the limit of level 8 demon emperor. Fortunately, you two still haven't gone through the divine tribulation and ascended. Ho Fei stood up, with a slanted mouth, he said. What's so fortunate? Mixed Hair Bird and I have reached our current level a long time ago. Had it not been for the fact that we have been suppressing our power, we would have long since reached level 9 Demon Emperor and likely be in the Divine Realm by now. Monkey. Heyu frowned. He did not like what Hofei had said. The reason why we were able to cultivate so fast was because Big Brother allowed us to be in the Jianglan's realm. Had we been outside, then I suspect we wouldn't have reached our current level yet. Hofei immediately smiled apologetically. He said, "Mixed hair bird, I'm merely joking. Enough now, stop fooling around." Shinyu smiled and put a stop to the two. The two of your souls have reached level 9 Demon Emperor level for quite some time now. Seems like the speed at which the two of you progressed is pretty fast. However, I am unsure about what your actual strength might be. Hofei said confidently. Strength? I have completely comprehended the heaven-startling 3-stick strikes now. My current strength is definitely no weaker than the Great Ape Emperor. You asked about how my strength is? Big Brother, are you feeling inferior now? Shinyu smiled. He then looked to Heyu. Heyu had instead grew confident. The black feathered armor formed by my feathers ought to possess a defense close to that of a high-quality divine armor. With my speed and the cloud-piercing spear, Big Brother, I think that there are not many people in the immortal, devil and demon realm that could surpass me. Although Heyu did not say it, the meaning behind his words were very clear. He was also confident in beating Shinyu in a fight. Seems like you're all very confident. Shinyu was smiling. Eldest uncle, second uncle, and father had been in the Jianglan's realm the entire time. They have trained many times longer than you have. It's not unreasonable if you were to lose. Heitong comforted Shinyu out of kindness. Shinyu merely smiled helplessly. Xiaohei, Fei, let me know of the progress you've made in this period of time. Come, attack at me, said Shinyu. Big Brother, you want the two of us to fight against you? Hofei's eyes were wide open. Heyu also looked to Shinyu in shock. The two of them were both extremely powerful. It would have already been pretty amazing if Shinyu managed to defeat one of them. Yet, he wanted to fight against two? Shinyu, Fei's heaven-startling 3-stick strikes possesses an extremely powerful might. Even a high-quality divine artifact would be unable to resist it. This was precisely the reason why the Great Ape Emperor was able to match up against the Peng Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor. Wu Lan reminded Shinyu. Wu Lan knew that Shinyu had received comprehension. However, he did not believe that Shinyu would be able to increase his power by much in a mere 3,000 years. That was because in the divine realm, experts would spend tens of thousands of years every time they entered seclusion training to achieve comprehension. However, Wu Lan did not know at all that Shinyu had not been trying to attain comprehensions with no direction. Instead, he had directly comprehended the achievements that Zuoqiu may have toward the laws of the cosmic space. This was comparable to collecting diamonds. Others have gone through the entire world to collect them one by one. However, for Shinyu, a large amount of diamonds were displayed in front of him. He merely need to reach out his hand to grab them and they would have been his. The speed in which Shinyu had achieved comprehension was at a level of its own. Although he merely trained for 3,000 years, Shinyu's achievements were likely better than the 3 million years long training of some of the experts in the divine realm. Don't worry about it, just come at me. A faint golden light was emitted from Shinyu's body. I have already reached the 9th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body. My entire body could be comparable to a high-quality divine artifact. It would be hard for you two to injure me. Hofei and Heyu took a glance at each other. Immediately after, they nodded. Big Brother, in that case, please excuse us. Excited, Hofei licked his lips. It wasn't that Hofei had never fought against Shinyu before. Merely, almost every single time he fought against Shinyu, he would end up being trampled upon by Shinyu. Thus, Hofei currently wanted to turn the table around and devastate Shinyu instead. Big Brother, you're seeking to be trampled upon, you cannot blame me for it. Hofei was smiling excitedly. As for Heyu, he was also holding onto his cloud piercer spear with a single hand. His gaze directed at Shinyu. In his eyes were a trace of excitement. This was the first time the three brothers fought each other after 3,000 years. Was this the time for Hofei and Heyu to bring about change and ravage Shinyu, or would they be oppressed by Shinyu again? Eldest uncle, add oil, eldest uncle, add oil, I believe in you. Heitong started clapping to encourage Shinyu. At the same time, she comforted. Eldest uncle, it's fine if you lose too. They're 2 against 1. TL, add oil equals Chinese word meaning to try harder. Encouragement. Shinyu could only smile. Soon after, with a movement of his figure, Shinyu had reached the sky. Hofei and Heyu had also teleported into the air. Let's start. Xin Yu said. Stop. Ho Fei suddenly yelled. What's wrong? Xin Yu looked to Ho Fei. Ho Fei said. Big brother, this is the Jianglan's realm, your territory. You are able to completely control everything that happens in the Jianglan's realm. Thus, I demand that you must not use the Jianglan's realm to fight against us and could only use your own strength. Hey, you also looked to Xin Yu. The two of them had realized this. Sure, I guarantee you that I would not control the Jianglan's realm. Xin Yu agreed. He, however, felt helpless in his heart. Not control the Jianglan's realm. Even if Xin Yu did not control the Jianglan's realm, but once he started using the comprehension he had toward the laws of the space and create space distortions and the like, it was likely that his two brothers would think that he was controlling the Jianglan's realm. Big brother, eat my stick. Ho Fei roared. A black stick silhouette merely flashed before passing through space and arriving in front of Xin Yu. Against this incoming stick strike, Xin Yu merely slightly moved and easily dodged it. Man? Impossible. Ho Fei's expression changed. He was very confident in his own stick techniques. It was one thing if Xin Yu used his body to resist it. However, Xin Yu actually managed to easily dodge it. Chie. A black spearhead had arrived in front of Xin Yu in an instant. This spear strike's comprehension toward the laws of the space is also pretty good. However, from the looks of it, Xiaohei also merely knows of its existence but doesn't know what it is yet. Xin Yu's body moved once again. He had dodged the incoming spear. The comprehension toward the space was something that Xin Yu was able to use on any technique that he possessed. Movement technique, spear technique, finger technique, leg technique, fist technique, over 10,000 of them. Ho Fei and He Yu had merely achieved the comprehension of spear and stick techniques. Although they knew that if they were to attack using the spear or stick technique one way, it would allow for an immense attack power. However, they do not know the reason why it would display such an immense attack power. Impossible. Ho Fei's eyes were filled with shock. He Yu was also staring at Xin Yu in shock. Soon after, Ho Fei and He Yu took a glance at each other and nodded slightly. The black stick and the cloud-piercing spear almost came attacking at Xin Yu simultaneously. Stick and spear silhouettes were flying toward Xin Yu unceasingly. However, as if it was a child's play, Xin Yu was easily evading all of them. Wu Lan, He Tong, and the rest of the people down below were filled with shock upon seeing the scene. Impossible. Big brother, did you control the Jianglan's realm and change your body's location? Ho Fei grabbed onto his black stick and stood up in the air. He looked to Xin Yu and said, Big brother, it is wrong for you to do that. He Yu also grabbed his spear and looked to Xin Yu. I have said that I would not use the Jianglan's realm, so I would definitely not use it. Xin Yu sighed in his mind. Sure enough, it was exactly as he anticipated. Ho Fei and He Yu guessed that he was using the Jianglan's realm. However, your ability to dodge is too abnormal. Ho Fei found it somewhat hard to accept. Xin Yu smiled and said, It is not my dodging ability that is abnormal. Instead, your stick technique could only be considered as being ordinary. Back in the inherited prohibited area, I have already seen and understood the heaven-startling 72 stick strikes, heaven-startling 36 stick strikes, heaven-startling 18 stick strikes, heaven-startling 9 stick strikes, heaven-startling 3 stick strikes and the heaven-startling single stick strike. Xin Yu extended his hand. An ordinary metal stick appeared in his hand. The amount of spatial laws that the heaven-startling single stick strike contained was still an extremely sparse amount. Compared to Xin Yu's current comprehension, it was much less. In the past he did not understand the heaven-startling single stick strike. However, now that he had managed to comprehend part of the spatial laws, he managed to understand the heaven-startling single stick strike completely upon remembering it. Big brother, what are you planning to do? Ho Fei looked to the stick in Xin Yu's hand. He started to have a guess in his heart. However, that guess of his, even he himself thought it to be extremely crazy. Xin Yu held the long stick with a single hand. Immediately after, the long stick in his hand started to shake. This is the heaven-startling 72 stick strikes. Xin Yu's figure flashed at a lightning speed. Countless stick silhouettes covered the entire sky. Xin Yu had executed the heaven-startling 72 stick strikes extremely naturally. Although Xin Yu's execution of the heaven-startling 72 stick strikes did not contain the grandeur of Ho Fei's, yet Ho Fei knew that this was because Xin Yu had managed to achieve complete comprehension of the stick technique and have polished it to its true brightness. This is the heaven-startling 36 stick strikes. Xin Yu executed every single move from the heaven-startling 36 stick strikes. The final move, the 36 overlapping waves, had even bursted forth an amazing power. Ho Fei mumbled. That's too crazy. Don't continue anymore. I don't even dare to continue watching it anymore. This is the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes. This was already the 5th set of stick technique that Chinyu executed. When executing the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes, Chinyu used his gold force to protect the metal stick. That was because no ordinary metal sticks would be able to bear such a stick technique. 3 explosions were heard. Cracks have appeared in the space. Monkey, Big Brother executed the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes even more effortlessly than you did. Furthermore, its power was much stronger than yours. Hey, you looked to Ho Fei. Ho Fei was however staring at Chinyu. Please don't tell me you even know the heaven-startling single stick strike. After Chinyu finished executing the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes, he took a glance at Ho Fei and Hey Yu. With a smile, he said, "This is the heaven-startling single stick strike." Chinyu held the long stick in his right hand. He then directly thrust it forward. When Chinyu thrust the long stick forward, everyone who were watching him saw that his figure had turned blurry. Even the long stick had turned blurry. It was as if there were 7 or 8 blurs. When the blurs united with each other, Chinyu's long stick had also stopped. Bang! The space that the long stick struck started to shake. Unceasingly, the vibration was being sent forward unceasingly all the way till it reached a large mountain located far away. That large mountain slightly vibrated for merely a moment before turning into fine powder. Everything that the long stick pointed to had turned into fine dust. Did you manage to see that clearly? The metal stick in Chinyu's hand disappeared. Chinyu looked to his 2 brothers while smiling. Ho Fei and Heiyu took a glance at each other. They both saw the unbelieving expression in each other's eyes. What an abnormal big brother. Ho Fei felt a bitter pain in his heart. He raised his head to Chinyu and said helplessly, "Big brother, I have trained here for 30,000 years and only managed to learn the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes. You, on the other hand, did not train like I did and have only stayed outside for 3,000 years. Yet, you've mastered even the heaven-startling single stick strike." Heiyu looked to Chinyu's figure. He thought to himself, "Big brother is still that strong. It appears that I have to try harder. Actually, the stick technique of your monkey and ape clan has already entered the Tao. However, a Tao is the same as 10,000 Taos. As long as you possess enough comprehension toward the cosmic space, then stick techniques, spear techniques, fist techniques, you'll know them all. The movement techniques that I displayed earlier were through the use of merely my comprehension toward the space. When I reach a sufficient amount of spatial comprehension, I am even able to cause the space in a certain place to disintegrate. The people that exist in that space would also naturally be disintegrated. This is the power of the greater Tao." Chinyu explained. TL, Tao equals Taoism/Taoism equals path/way. Hard to explain. Basically, kinda like All Might's one for all. Wait, no, arg. From Wikipedia, the term Tao means way, path, or principle, and can also be found in Chinese philosophies and religions other than Taoism. In Taoism, however, Tao denotes something that is both the source of, and the force behind, everything that exists. Just go check out DE or ISSTH or something, which you guys probably have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 21. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 21, The Second Layer of the Jianglan's Realm. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The large mountain far away had already disappeared. All that remained was a large amount of rocks and powder, where the mountain used to be. As the wind blew, the powder followed the wind and started flying. Upon seeing the scene in front of them, Ho Fei and Heiyu looked at each other and then started laughing. "Big brother, there's no use in telling us about things like the greater Tao. Our soul realm levels are merely level 9 Demon Emperor. How much do you think we'd possibly be able to comprehend?" said Ho Fei helplessly. Chinyu slightly nodded. He knew that the only reason he himself managed to attain such an accomplishment, in merely 3,000 short years, was because of the assistance of the meteoric tear, the assistance of that Zhuqiumei. The fact that Ho Fei and Xiao He were able to achieve comprehension in the spear technique and stick technique, was already a pretty good accomplishment. "Come, let's descend." With a movement of his body, Chinyu arrived on the ground. Beside a short and robust large tree, everyone was surrounding a table, laughing, eating and chatting. Chinyu had also started talking about what had happened all these years. Of course, he had not mentioned the name, Zhuqiumei. That was because Chinyu remembered very well that Zhuqiumei had said to not mention her name unless he managed to completely comprehend everything that she had left for him. "Chinyu, to what extent did you comprehend the spatial laws? What level is your soul now?" Wu Lan suddenly asked. Qin Yu looked to Wu Lan. For Wu Lan to ask him such questions, it was evident that Wu Lan knew quite a lot. Unable to refrain himself, Qin Yu asked. Wu Lan, do you know how many levels there are for the soul? When one's soul reaches the final stage and obtains satisfaction, it will condense into a golden pellet. This golden pellet is called Golden Soul Pellet. This is the level of ordinary deities. The stage above this is called the embryo soul, which is when your soul takes the appearance of an embryo, making one become very powerful. That being said, Qin Yu, based on everything that you displayed earlier, I am certain that your soul's level is extremely high. Have you reached the Golden Soul Pellet stage? Wu Lan asked. Qin Yu nodded. Golden Soul Pellet? Before he started comprehending all those laws regarding the space, Qin Yu's soul had already reached the Golden Soul Pellet stage. Qin Yu theorized that his current Golden Soul Pellet was over 10 times stronger compared to his Golden Soul Pellet from 3,000 years ago. The spatial laws are extremely immeasurable and possess no end point. The path of comprehending the spatial laws is a very, very long and endless path. Actually, one would be able to tell one's comprehension toward the spatial laws just through by looking at one's soul's level. When your soul surpasses the level of embryo soul, then you'll likely gain complete comprehension of the spatial laws. However, in all my years in the divine realm, I had never once seen anyone who managed to achieve complete comprehension of the spatial laws. For people like that, with merely a thought, they'd be able to kill hundreds of millions of me. Gasped Wu Lan. Ho Fei and He Yu were overwhelmed with shock. They were very familiar with Wu Lan's strength. However, to be able to kill hundreds of millions of Wu Lans, with merely a thought. That sort of strength was truly too frightening. Amen. When one has reached that level, then with merely an intention, one would be able to cause the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. Qin Yu nodded. Qin Yu understood very well the strength one would possess after completely comprehending the spatial laws. That was because he had only managed to comprehend 10 to 20% of what Zuo Qiumei had left him. Furthermore, the meteoric tear had also only grown a ring smaller. It was likely that all that had been passed to Qin Yu was merely a part of what was contained within the meteoric tear. Wu Lan had already said earlier. When one's comprehension regarding the spatial laws reaches a certain level, one's soul will transform from the Golden Soul Pellet to the embryo soul. When one reaches the level of embryo soul, one will still be on the journey of comprehending the spatial laws. Only when one surpasses the embryo soul stage will one have completely comprehended the spatial laws. Thus, one could easily see how long and boundless this cultivation journey was. Golden Soul Pellet, embryo soul, how long will it take? Qin Yu thought in his heart. Presently, he did not sense any sign that his Golden Soul Pellet would transform into an embryo soul. Clearly, he was still very far away from reaching the embryo soul stage. Upon seeing Qin Yu's expression, Wu Lan smiled and said, Qin Yu, don't think about it anymore. With your current strength, with merely your comprehension of the spatial laws, you could essentially be unparalleled in the entire immortal, devil, and demon realm. Unparalleled? Qin Yu laughed. That's hard to say. While I might not care much about the Peng Demon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor, against the Dragon Emperor's defense, I am not confident that I would be able to break through it. Although the Peng Demon Emperor possessed a very fast speed, Qin Yu was able to use his comprehension toward the spatial laws to decrease his speed immensely. The Peng Demon Emperor who no longer possessed his absolute speed would have no hope at all against Qin Yu's attack. As for the Great Ape Emperor, the reason why the Great Ape Emperor was powerful was because of the heaven-startling stick techniques. However, Qin Yu's comprehension toward the stick techniques was even better than his, so how would the Great Ape Emperor be able to match up against Qin Yu? Only the Dragon Emperor with the abnormal defense remained. Qin Yu was uncertain whether his strongest attack would be able to penetrate through the defense of the Dragon Emperor. Not only the Dragon Emperor, there are also the three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm. I also do not have absolute certainty in defeating them. Qin Yu's gaze was deep. Slowly, he said. All of the three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm possess inherited treasures. Their bodies are already extremely valiant when they do not use their inherited treasures. Once they use their inherited treasures, I reckon, they might be even more powerful than the Dragon Emperor. All the people around the dinner table started to quietly ponder over it. They're that powerful? He Tong muttered in a low voice. Wu Lan, Ho Fei, He Yu, Yi Chu, and the rest of them were still quiet and pondering about the words that Qin Yu had just said. Seeing everyone acting like this, Qin Yu smiled. What I meant is that they're extremely exceptional. However, as for whether their defense is able to resist my attack, that's still unknown. Qin Yu looked to Ho Fei. Fei, you ought to know about the might of the heaven-startling single stick strike of your monkey and ape clan. Ho Fei said confidently. If I were able to execute the heaven-startling single stick strike, then I am certain that I would be able to pulverize even a high-quality divine artifact. Xinyu smiled and said, "My comprehension toward the spatial laws is much greater compared to the comprehensions contained within the heaven-startling single stick strike. If I were to attack, then with my strongest attack, the possibility that the Dragon Emperor and them would be able to resist it would also be very low." Ha, I still have quite a large gap from you, big brother. I'm not going to compete with big brother anymore. It's all good as long as I am able to trample upon the mixed hair bird, said Ho Fei while giggling. Who's actually trampling upon who now? Hey, you asked. Ho Fei suddenly grew silent. Ha, everyone started laughing. After having their dinner, Xinyu, Ho Fei, and He Yu were wandering the mountains. Big brother, how's your progress in your stellar transformation martial technique? He Yu asked. Ho Fei also looked to Xinyu. Xinyu was unable to refrain his shock. Stellar transformation martial technique? After he finished his 3,000-year-long training, Xinyu had rushed back into the Jianglan's realm. He had yet to enter into the stellar space to see what the progress his stellar transformation martial technique had made. Xinyu stopped walking. His awareness directly entered into the stellar space. Inside the stellar space. The stellar space was as spacious and empty as before. However, its volume had turned a lot larger compared to last time when Xinyu was there. A vast amount of flower paste energy had permeated through the membrane and assimilated into the dark golden sphere located in the center of the stellar space. It's changed color? Last time I was here, it was still a golden color. Xinyu immediately took control of that dark golden sphere and made it shoot out a ray of energy. Xinyu carefully inspected the pureness of that ray of energy. Its strength is much stronger than before. It is even stronger than the current 9 steps force and the gold force. Xinyu was overjoyed. When the 9 steps dark gold body reached the 9th stage, his 9 steps force and the gold force were both comparable to a level 8 immortal emperor's energy. However, Xinyu's current origin energy was actually even stronger. Suddenly, Xinyu thought of a thing. I might be able to open the second layer of the Jianglan's realm now. Of the Jianglan's realm's 3 layers, Xinyu has only opened the first layer. According to what Uncle Lan had said, he, Xinyu, would only be qualified to see Leer after opening all 3 layers of the Jianglan's realm. Big brother, what's wrong? Confused, He Yu looked to Xinyu. Let me try to see if I am able to open the second layer of the Jianglan's realm. With an intention, Xinyu made the dark golden color origin energy to directly enter into the true body of the Jianglan's realm. Xinyu's origin energy entered into it continuously. Ho Fei and He Yu were quietly watching. Time passed. There's something. Xinyu sensed that his awareness vaguely came into contact with the gateway to the second layer of the Jianglan's realm. Immediately, Xinyu poured even more amount of origin energy into it. Boom! Xinyu suddenly felt that there were 2 layers in the Jianglan's realm. One was the first layer of the Jianglan's realm, whereas the other was the second layer. Uncle Lan? Xinyu was delighted. Immediately, he disappeared. Where's Big Brother? Ho Fei and He Yu saw Xinyu disappear in front of their eyes. They were unable to refrain their shock. There are 3 spaces within the Jianglan's realm. Earlier, Xinyu had directly entered the second space of the Jianglan's realm from the first space. Inside the second space of the Jianglan's realm, the second space of the Jianglan's realm was completely empty. Xinyu appeared out of thin air. In front of Xinyu was a person. With a deep and unflustered gaze, with a tranquil aura, the identity of the person was obvious. Uncle Lan. Xinyu was pleasantly surprised. Uncle Lan was as unflustered as he was before. He lightly smiled to Xinyu and said, Little Yu, congratulations on opening the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm. Your cultivation speed is indeed very fast. Uncle Lan, is this your image or your awareness? Xinyu asked. To be able to converse with you, what do you think it is? Uncle Lan slightly smiled. Little Yu, I want to ask you about a thing. Uncle Lan, please ask away. Xinyu calmly waited for the question. Uncle Lan opened his mouth. He then shook his head and took a deep sigh. Unexpectedly, he did not say anything. Xinyu was unable to refrain his shock. The Uncle Lan who he had always considered to be something who would be unbothered by even the heavens collapsing actually would have a moment when he was unable to say something. Your soul has condensed to a golden pellet, right? Finally, Uncle Lan asked. Yes. Xinyu nodded. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Uncle Lan. Uncle Lan, was this what you wanted to ask? Xinyu did not believe this question to be something that's hard to ask. Uncle Lon had a self-mocking smile. A sparking tear seemed to have flashed through his eyes. However, when Chinyu carefully looked to Uncle Lan's eyes, he instead found that there were no tears at all. He ended up not knowing whether what had flashed by was actually tears or not, whether he was seeing things. Your soul has condensed to a golden pellet. I suspect you've managed to attain a part of what you left behind. Uncle Lon took a deep sigh and then no longer held himself back. Her? Chinyu was shocked. Could it be that Uncle Lon knows about that Zwichome? After a moment, Uncle Lon regained his calmness from before. He lightly smiled to Chinyu and said, "Let's not talk about that. Chinyu, continue to strive your hardest. With how you're doing, if you continue on with it, then there would definitely be one day when you'll be able to be together with Lear. No one would be able to stop the two of you. I can guarantee you that." Uncle Lon patted Chinyu's shoulder. With an extremely resolute expression, he looked at Chinyu. Chinyu was able to sense that the hand that Uncle Lon placed on his shoulder was filled with power. Uncle Lan's guarantee? Chinyu was startled. However, what's most important is still that you'll have to try hard yourself. It is not enough with only my help. Lear is also trying her best. In the past, she disliked training. However, now, she is also training her hardest. Merely, with her strength, it's still impossible for her to leave the divine realm. Uncle Lon slightly leaked some information about Lear. Chinyu was unable to refrain his emotions. At once, he came to find out that Lear was actually also striving her hardest. I will definitely continue to strive my hardest. Chinyu clenched his fists. Uncle Lon happily nodded his head. His figure then disappeared. Only a voice remained. Chinyu, continue to strive hard. When you open the third layer of the Jianlan's realm, I will try to find a way to allow you and Lear to meet each other. Chinyu nodded. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with enthusiasm. Uncle Lon, thank you. After calming himself down, Chinyu thanked Uncle Lon in his heart. Chinyu knew that he, as a nobody from the mortal realm, would definitely have caused Uncle Lon to spend a great amount of effort to allow him and Lear to be together. After all, Chinyu was able to recall some of the things Uncle Lon had done for him. The next step shall be going to the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star's green-colored liquid cold pond. After that, I shall proceed toward the bewitching God Temple. Chinyu thought in his heart. As long as it'll help him in the divine realm in the future, Chinyu would definitely go and do it. Chinyu returned to the first layer space of the Jianlan's realm. He gathered Wu Lan, Yi Chu, and a lot of other people together. Chinyu, what's the matter for you to find us? Wu Lan asked while smiling. The other surrounding people were also curious as to why Chinyu had gathered them. As for Ho Fei and Heiyu, who had already knew that Chinyu had opened the second layer of the Jianlan's realm, they were on the side smiling. Chinyu directly said, "Earlier, I opened the second layer of the Jianlan's realm. In the Jianlan's realm's second layer space, when one spends 100 years in there, only a single year would be passed in the outside. Furthermore, the density of the elemental spirit energy there is 100 times that of the outside. Whoever wants to enter into it, do let me know. 100 years inside is a year outside?" Yi Chu's eyes shined. With how fast Ho Fei and Heiyu were training, they had already provoked Yi Chu to frantically train. With such a great opportunity in front of him, how would he possibly let it slip by? At once, Yi Chu said, "I want to go to the second layer space to train." Wu Lan also nodded. He said with a smile, "Consider me too. My soul's level is indeed a bit too low." Chinyu looked to them and then nodded. "Good. Wu Lan and Yi Chu shall temporarily enter the second layer of the Jianlan's realm to train. As for everyone else, if you want to enter into it, you can come and let me know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 14, Chapter 22. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 22, Freezing of the Soul. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. After some discussions, only Yi Chu and Wu Lan decided to enter the second layer of the Jianlan's realm. As Ao Wushu had already reached level 9 Demon Emperor level, he did not want to enter the second layer of the Jianlan's realm. After Chinyu transferred Yi Chu and Wu Lan to the second layer of the Jianlan's realm, he exited the Jianlan's realm. On the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star, Chinyu appeared out of nowhere on the Dark Star. Immediately after, he rapidly proceeded toward the interstellar conveying array. Currently, he was able to decrease the gravity in his surrounding by 10 times. Thus, his speed naturally grew faster. MN? That woman from the White Profound sect. Qin Yu's speed slowed down abruptly. That was because Qin Yu discovered that not far ahead of him was a white-clothed woman. When he first entered into the 15-star Emperor-level Dark Star, he had also noticed this woman. However, he didn't expect that after 3,000 years, this white-clothed woman was still here. That white-clothed woman was located only several hundred meters away from the interstellar conveying array. As Qin Yu wanted to go to the interstellar conveying array, he would naturally be noticed by this woman. Qin Yu did not hesitate much. He continued to advance toward the interstellar conveying array. The surface of the dark star was blazingly hot. The ground was completely scorched with a dark red color. There was even rising steam in the air close to the surface of the dark star. However, in the surroundings of that white-clothed woman, the surface had turned black. When Qin Yu got closer to this woman, he also sensed that the temperature surrounding this woman was starting to decrease. Suddenly, she turned around. The white-clothed woman's clear and cold gaze fell on Qin Yu. Her brows slightly creased. From the Gold Punishment sect? I am Han Shui of the White Profound sect. Han Shui. Qin Yu nodded. I am called Lu Xing. The Gold Punishment sect is worthy of being the leader of the three sections. Not only that new sect master and the new vice sect master, there's also you Lu Xing. They truly have a large number of hidden experts. Han Shui nodded. She then continued on with her training and did not bother to look at Qin Yu. What a cold woman! Qin Yu gasped in his mind. He then continued to proceed toward the interstellar conveying array. When he stepped into the interstellar conveying array, Qin Yu started to pour his gold force into it. Following a misty radiance that covered the entire formation array, Qin Yu disappeared from the interstellar conveying array. Did he succeed in his training? But it has merely been 3,000 years. That woman called Han Shui looked to the interstellar conveying array and muttered in a low voice. Many cultivators were gathered on the Trial Sacred Planet. On the Trial Sacred Planet were high-level experts from the Gold Punishment sect, White Profound sect and the Black Flame sect. There were also a lot of powerful solitary cultivators, silent cultivators, and even assiduous nobodies. 15-star Emperor level. 15-star Emperor level was the boundary that separated the mountains. Upon reaching 15-star Emperor level, one would be qualified to become a candidate for the Lord position. There was no need to speak more about how revered that position was. The enormous 15-star Emperor level building was located on the Trial Sacred Planet. A countless number of cultivators in the Dark Star realm all wished to one day be able to step into the interstellar conveying array of the 15-star Emperor level building. Thus, a lot of people would rather pay a huge price to dine in the 15-star Emperor level building's restaurant. The majority of them were there in order to sense the aura of a 15-star Emperor. On the wide street, when people passed by the 15-star Emperor level building, quite a lot of them would involuntarily look to the 15-star Emperor level building's entrance. Looking through the entrance, they are able to clearly see the interstellar conveying array. Ah, the interstellar conveying array is shining. Look, that interstellar conveying array is shining, but... A youth on the street pointed toward the 15-star Emperor level building's entrance in excitement. Immediately, a large number of cultivators on the street started rushing over. Likewise, the majority of cultivators who were dining in the 15-star Emperor level building's restaurant also ran over and surrounded the interstellar conveying array. To be able to come out from this interstellar conveying array, then they most definitely must have come from the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star. A 15-star Emperor level expert. While being surrounded by all these people, Qin Yu's figure appeared in the interstellar conveying array. Qin Yu had just come out and instantly saw this scene in front of him. To this, Qin Yu merely smiled lightly. He didn't mind it at all. When he came out from the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star's conveying array, he was also surrounded by others like that. Thus, he was able to understand how the people of the Dark Star realm revere the strong. Lord Lu Xing. The elder in charge of the interstellar conveying array said respectfully. Lord Lu Xing spent 3,000 years on the Dark Star. You are now qualified to be granted the 15-star Emperor level title plate. Please wait a moment. Qin Yu nodded. That elder also took out a triangular prism-shaped crystal pillar. That crystal pillar emitted a radiance that covered Qin Yu's body. Immediately after, he said apologetically. Lord Lu Xing, please return the 14-star Emperor level title plate. Qin Yu knew the rules. When being awarded a higher level title plate, he must first return the title plate that he had. Qin Yu removed his blood contract from the 14-star Emperor level title plate and handed it over to that elder. After the elder accepted the title plate, he respectfully handed Qin Yu the 15-star Emperor level title plate. Lord Lu Xing, you can conduct the blood contract with it. Compared to the 14-star Emperor level title plate, the 15-star Emperor level title plate was composed of the exact same material. It was still as transparent as before and was still radiating 3 different colors. The front of the title plate was still the word Emperor. Only the back was different. The 14 had changed to 15. After Qin Yu dripped a drop of his blood on the title plate and became its master, he was prepared to leave. However, the elder blocked Qin Yu. Apologetically, he said, "Lord Lu Xing, I have a message that His Majesty the Gold Punishment Lord had left for Lord Lu Xing." Gold Punishment Lord? Qin Yu was unable to refrain from being puzzled. He didn't know of the Gold Punishment Lord at all. Why would the Gold Punishment Lord leave a message for him? Lord Lu Xing. The elder bowed and handed Qin Yu a jade slip. After accepting the jade slip, Qin Yu swept through it with his soul's power and discovered the message that the Gold Punishment Lord left for him. "Lu Xing, as a cultivator of our Gold Punishment sect, as you've managed to reach the 15-star Emperor level, then I shall inform you that you've become a candidate for the next Gold Punishment Lord and are qualified to compete for the position of the next Gold Punishment Lord." This was the first of the 2 messages that the Gold Punishment Lord left for Qin Yu. Merely this message had already shocked Qin Yu. Being a 15-star Emperor level would automatically make one a candidate for the next Gold Punishment Lord? Who decided that? Other than this message, the other one was, at the same time, your strength has been recognized by the entire Gold Punishment sect. Thus, the Gold Punishment sect would like to invite you to take the position of consecrated. Of course, you can decline the invitation. Lu Xing, I am not far away from undergoing the divine tribulation. I wish that you'll continue to train hard so that you'll be able to seize for the position of the next Gold Punishment Lord. Qin Yu flipped his hand and retrieved that jade slip. Qin Yu knew of the strength of the current Gold Punishment Lord, Xing Yuan. He was an 18-star Emperor level expert. His divine tribulation might come at any moment. However, unexpectedly, after 3,000 years, he had still not undergone his divine tribulation yet. The speed in which the divine tribulation comes is truly strange. That hidden Emperor Linian had long since reached level 9 Immortal Emperor. After all these years, even the Cyan Emperor had finished his divine tribulation and ascended to the divine realm, but the hidden Emperor had yet to even undergo his. Qin Yu gasped. Who knows when this new Gold Punishment Lord will undergo his divine tribulation? Qin Yu didn't know. Although the Cyan Emperor had told everyone that he possessed the strength of a level 8 Immortal Emperor, his soul had long since reached completion and condensed into a golden soul pellet. When the Cyan Emperor managed to succeed in his cultivation and no longer suppressed his power, the divine tribulation ascending that fast because of his strength was also a very natural thing. As for ordinary level 9 Immortal Emperors, it would usually take them tens of thousands of years before their divine tribulation arrives. Consecrated? Qin Yu smiled and then directly walked out the entrance. All of the cultivators that were standing in circle and watching Qin Yu naturally moved aside and created a path for Qin Yu. However, what Qin Yu did next caused a lot of people to be confused. That was because Qin Yu entered into the 14-star Emperor level building and even stepped into the interstellar conveying array leading to the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star. He's already a 15-star Emperor level expert, why is he entering into the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star? This was something that countless people were puzzled about. However, none of them knew the reason why Qin Yu entered the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star. While the group of people were puzzled, Qin Yu ordered the elder to start the conveying array. On the interstellar conveying array on the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star, Qin Yu's figure appeared. Might as well accelerate my speed. The surface of Qin Yu's body started emitting gold force. As the gold force drifted, it seemed to cause a distortion to the surrounding space around Qin Yu. The gravity of the Dark Star had been weakened by over 10 times by Qin Yu. Soon after, with an explosive power, Qin Yu was leaping forward unceasingly. He was traveling like a sharp arrow. It merely took Qin Yu 10 breaths worth of time before reaching the distance of 300 miles. It's more cool and relaxed here. Sensing the coldness in his surroundings, Qin Yu had a face filled with smiles. The other places of the Dark Star is truly too hot. Now that I've reached the 9th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body, I think I should be able to get closer to it now. Qin Yu slowly walked toward that jade green liquid cold pond. At a distance 300 meters from the cold pond. Currently, Qin Yu's muscles and bones were comparable to a high-quality divine artifact. Thus, the temperature of the green liquid cold pond at a distance of 300 meters no longer had much effect on him. Qin Yu continued onward. When Qin Yu reached a distance 10 meters away from the cold pond, he started to feel numb from the cold. Seems like this unitary heavy water will be mine. Qin Yu was filled with confidence. Although his body was somewhat numb from the cold, it had yet to reach the point where his life elemental energy would step in and recover it. Qin Yu continued onward. When he was 5 meters away from the cold pond, his surroundings were filled with fog. That was the ice-soul cold air. Qin Yu had started feeling as if his body was about to be unable to resist it anymore. 5 meters, I should be able to absorb this cold pond now. Qin Yu tried to absorb the unitary heavy water cold pond into the Jianglan's realm. However, no matter how hard he tried, that cold pond did not move at all. Usually, when Qin Yu absorbed people into the Jianglan's realm, even if they were tens of meters away, as long as they do not refuse it, he would be able to easily absorb them into the Jianglan's realm. However, this cold pond, although the distance between them was merely 5 meters, Qin Yu was unexpectedly unable to absorb it. Qin Yu understood that, the harder it was to absorb it, the more exceptional the item within the cold pond would be. Onward, 1 step, 2 steps, ... At this moment, Qin Yu was merely 3 meters or so from the cold pond. Qin Yu's muscles were so frozen that they started to slowly tear. His life elemental energy was rapidly recovering them. Once again, Qin Yu tried to absorb the unitary heavy water with the Jianglan's realm. The jade-green color unitary heavy water started to sway back and forth. Qin Yu was unable to refrain his joy from showing on his face. Come! Qin Yu increased the suction power of the Jianglan's realm. Violently, the jade-green colored liquid in the cold pond disappeared. Qin Yu sensed that the jade-green liquid, the unitary heavy water, had appeared in the Jianglan's realm. Success! A cheerful expression appeared on Qin Yu's face. However, Qin Yu did not feel that the temperature in his surrounding had changed. And at this moment, Qin Yu also saw the item located at the bottom of the cold pond. In the bottom of the cold pond was a small puddle of golden liquid. In the middle of the small puddle of golden liquid was a small bead that was radiating a golden light. Qin Yu frowned. Although I've absorbed the unitary heavy water, the temperature here did not change much. It would seem that the originator that caused the temperature in the surrounding to be this cold was the small amount of golden liquid and that golden bead. Furthermore, when I absorbed the cold pond, I managed to absorb the unitary heavy water but was unable to absorb this golden liquid or that golden bead. It would appear that they are even harder to absorb. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. The preciousness of these items definitely surpasses that of unitary heavy water. Even the unitary heavy water was that hard to absorb. I'll risk it all. Whoosh! Qin Yu suddenly rushed forward. Qin Yu covered the distance of 3 meters in an instant. However, Qin Yu's body had also rapidly frozen and split open. Qin Yu's bones had also instantly froze and fractured. Come! At a distance only half a meter from the cold pond, Qin Yu started to control the spatial energy of the Jianglan's realm. With extreme difficulty, that final small amount of golden liquid as well as that golden bead were unwillingly absorbed by the Jianglan's realm. Qin Yu, on the other hand, had fallen on the ground to the side. So close. Qin Yu inhaled a mouthful of cold air. In that instant from earlier, 90% of his muscles were frozen to death. Even for his bones, 70% of them were fractured. The might of this golden bead and the golden liquid was something that one can well imagine. And this was merely from approaching them. Had he touched them, then the result would be something that one would know just by imagining it. The green life elemental energy instantly poured into the fractured bones and dead muscles. Qin Yu's body had recovered to the perfect condition. Having lost the cold pond, the temperature in the surroundings started to rise rapidly. As for Qin Yu, he disappeared from the dark star and entered the Jianglan's realm. First layer space of the Jianglan's realm. Qin Yu had already created a small region to store the pond of unitary heavy water as well as the small amount of golden liquid and the golden bead. Even through using his control of the Jianglan's realm, Qin Yu was still only able to see the outward appearance of the golden bead. Having returned to the Jianglan's realm, Qin Yu planned to use his soul's power to cover that golden bead and carefully inspect it. Qin Yu's soul's power penetrated through the golden liquid and proceeded to touch the golden bead. However, when Qin Yu's soul's power had just touched that golden bead, SSS. Icy coldness instantly froze Qin Yu's soul power. Following Qin Yu's soul power, it instantly reached into Qin Yu's golden soul pellet. That coldness had covered Qin Yu's soul entirely. The freezing of the soul. Instantly, Qin Yu grew completely lifeless. At the moment when Qin Yu's soul was frozen, the meteoric tear that had fused with Qin Yu's soul and had turned a size smaller suddenly burst forth a green radiance. Like the spring wind and rain, the coldness was instantly dispersed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 23. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 23, The Entrance of the Bewitching God Temple. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Qin Yu's complexion had turned somewhat pale. Only after a long time did Qin Yu manage to open his mouth and exhale slowly. That golden bead is truly dreadful. Qin Yu's heart was filled with a lingering fear. It actually managed to freeze even my soul. Had it not been the meteoric tear helping me out at the final moment, then I'd likely have lost my life just then. Qin Yu stood in the air. He was staring at the floating golden bead in front of him. This golden bead had caused Qin Yu to tremble with fear. To not even be able to touch it with his soul's power, this was also the first time for Qin Yu to discover such an item that could pass through his soul's power and injure his soul. Against this sort of problem, Qin Yu remembered Wu Lan. Soon after, Qin Yu's figure disappeared from the sky. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the second layer space of the Zhanglan's realm. He had arrived at the location where Wu Lan was training. Wu Lan was quietly sitting there with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. Wu Lan. Qin Yu spoke. Wu Lan slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Qin Yu, he displayed a smile and asked, "Qin Yu, for you to come here, is there something you need?" Qin Yu solemnly nodded his head. "Yes, there's a matter. I would like to ask whether or not there are things that even soul's power could not inspect. Upon trying to inspect it, the soul might even be attacked." "Things?" Wu Lan lightly smiled and said, "As long as the thing does not possess a life, there would be no problem in inspecting it with the soul's power." "You said that using the soul's power to inspect would cause the soul to suffer an attack? I don't think that's likely." Qin Yu immediately understood it. Likely Wu Lan doesn't know about those sort of things either. "Oh," Qin Yu nodded. "Wu Lan, you can continue training. I won't bother you anymore." With a movement, Qin Yu's body disappeared again. Wu Lan looked at Qin Yu in confusion. He muttered, "Something that the soul's power is unable to inspect? Something that would directly attack the soul through the soul's power?" After pondering over it for a long time, Wu Lan gave up and started training again. Blazing hot surface. Astonishing gravity. Qin Yu had returned to the surface of the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star. As to what exactly that golden bead was, Qin Yu was currently at a loss. After all, even Wu Lan appeared to not have heard about a treasure like it before. However, Qin Yu understood that the small puddle of golden liquid possessed an even more astonishing coldness than the unitary heavy water. That is to say, the golden liquid that surrounded the golden bead was even more precious than the unitary heavy water. As for the golden bead, Qin Yu estimated that he would only discover what it was after he descended to the divine realm. "Men, I'll temporarily leave the golden bead here and study it later. For now, I shall go to the bewitching God Temple." Rapidly, Qin Yu started to proceed toward the interstellar conveying array. In a short moment, Qin Yu had arrived by the interstellar conveying array. Trial Sacred Planet. On the first floor's lounge of the 14-star Emperor-level building. The interstellar conveying array started shining and attracted quite a few people. A moment later, Qin Yu appeared from it. This immediately caused all the surrounding people to be confused once again. Not long ago, Qin Yu, an expert who was awarded the 15-star Emperor-level title plate, had entered into the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star and caused confusion to a lot of people. In merely a short period of time, Qin Yu had came back from the 14-star Emperor-level Dark Star. The surrounding people were unable to refrain from being confused. "Lord Lu Xing," Elder Ji Qiao said respectfully. As for Qin Yu, he merely casually nodded his head and then quickly left while being watched by a bunch of confused people. After leaving the Trial Sacred Planet, Qin Yu started to rapidly proceed toward the location of the Bewitching God Temple in accordance to the interstellar map given to him by Wen Feng. Currently, Qin Yu's greater teleportation possessed an even more frightening range. The range was now more than 10 times compared to before. It was more than sufficient to pass through an entire star field. After merely a couple greater teleportations, Qin Yu had arrived near the Bewitching God Temple. When Qin Yu reached a distance of a galaxy away from the Bewitching God Temple, he no longer dared to use greater teleportation again. That was because there were a large number of spatial cracks in the nearby vicinity of the Bewitching God Temple. Those spatial cracks of astonishing length had caused the space surrounding the Bewitching God Temple to become unstable. After spending some elemental spirit stones, Qin Yu was transferred to the planet closest to the Bewitching God Temple. This planet that was closest to the Bewitching God Temple was called the Dragon Arrow Star. Upon arriving on the Dragon Arrow Star, Qin Yu was able to sense that the entire space of the Dragon Arrow Star appeared to be shaking like having an earthquake. Furthermore, Qin Yu discovered something. There were barely any people on the Dragon Arrow Star. It was a pitiful number of 10 people. That's right, there were only 10 people on the entire planet. Currently, Qin Yu's soul's power could be considered as divine awareness. Using his divine awareness, he searched the entire planet and was unable to help himself from becoming confused. What's with the experts of the Dark Star realm? Could it be that none of them want the items in the Bewitching God Temple? Qin Yu knew that in the demon realm, because of the Bewitching God Temple, it had even caused the planets close to the Bewitching God Temple to be known as the Chaotic Starfield. The reason why it was chaotic was precisely because of the Bewitching God Temple. However, on the Dark Star realm's side, there appeared to be no one here. There were only 2 interstellar conveying arrays on the Dragon Arrow Star. One receiving and one transporting. Your Lordship, what brings you to the Dragon Arrow Star? The person managing the interstellar conveying array looked to Qin Yu and asked. Qin Yu asked. MN, what's happening? There doesn't seem to be a lot of people on the Dragon Arrow Star. Could it be that there are not many people going to the Bewitching God Temple? The man in charge of the interstellar conveying array shook his head and laughed. Your Lordship, why would the experts from our Dark Star realm want to go to the Bewitching God Temple? Furthermore, how many among us would be able to open the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple? The entrance of the Bewitching God Temple cannot be opened? Qin Yu was slightly shocked. The man explained. Your Lordship, it's not that the entrance cannot be opened but rather that there are not many people who are capable of opening it. Thus, over time, the number of people proceeding toward the Bewitching God Temple grew fewer and fewer. However, every 100,000 years, a large group of experts from all over the Dark Star realm would all proceed into it together. Qin Yu understood it now. It would seem that the entrance on the side of the Dark Star realm has also been sealed. Hopefully this seal is not as astonishing as the 8-9 space sealing array. Qin Yu's figure turned into a ray of light and shot toward the sky. Of the 2 great entrances to the Bewitching God Temple, Qin Yu had already tried the one in the demon realm. At that time, he had joined hands with Hofei, Heiyu, Wulan, Yichu and Ao Wushu, but was still unable to open it. Although his strength had increased greatly, Qin Yu was still not certain of being able to open it. Qin Yu was rapidly flying in the cosmic space. Right away, Qin Yu saw a several thousand miles wide and a boundless length enormous spatial tear. That spatial tear was unceasingly restoring and ripping apart, causing the space to fluctuate the entire time. Because of this tear, it was very easy for Qin Yu to find the Bewitching God Temple. All he had to do was fly at a parallel line with the spatial tear and find the place where it originated from, in order to find the Bewitching God Temple. An enormous spheroid was floating in the cosmic space. This spheroid was much greater than ordinary stars. The exterior of the planet was composed of the golden cosmic fragmentary golden stream and a large amount of a different kind of black speck. The entrance in the demon realm was located on the half with the cosmic fragmentary golden stream. As for the entrance in the Dark Star realm, it was located on the side of the black specks. This black speck, its strength is no weaker than the cosmic fragmentary golden stream. Qin Yu discovered that when he flew very close to those black specks, his body unexpectedly had a pricking pain. With how tough and durable Qin Yu's current body was, to be able to sense a pricking pain just from getting closer, the might of these black specks was imaginable. Qin Yu's divine awareness was able to clearly detect that there were human auras on the side of the black specks. The location with human aura was precisely the entrance in the Dark Star realm. At once, Qin Yu started to rapidly fly over there. Stop! The white-haired old man beside the entrance shouted at Qin Yu. Immediately, Qin Yu took out his 15-star Emperor-level title plate. He said, I am Lu Xing. Let me into the Bewitching God Temple. Qin Yu knew that in the Dark Star realm, one's strength and status was very important. Upon seeing that Qin Yu was a 15-star Emperor-level expert, that white-haired old man immediately said respectfully. The elder in charge of the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple, Lian Fan, pays his respect to Lord Lu Xing. Elder in charge of the entrance? Qin Yu's brows creased. His gaze was shot toward that circular tunnel entrance with a diameter of around 10 meters. At this moment, there was an energy circulating around the entrance that caused Qin Yu to be worried. Open this entrance for me. That elder in charge of the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple, Lian Fan, immediately replied helplessly. Lord Lu Xing, I am merely here to supervise the entrance. How would I be able to open the entrance? Could it be that your lordship doesn't know that it was sealed by the 3 great sovereigns through using their inherited treasures? Only through gaining the consent from the 3 great sovereigns would one be able to open the entrance, but... 3 great sovereigns? Qin Yu was slightly startled. It's grown troublesome. Qin Yu frowned. He did not expect for the bewitching god temple's entrance on the Dark Star Realm side to be this troublesome to enter. He had originally thought that he merely needed to become an expert of the Dark Star Realm in order to enter it. What if I break through this seal? Qin Yu asked. Lian Fan laughed and said. Lord Lu Xing, the three great sovereigns from back then had once said that if anyone were to be able to break through the seal, then feel free to break through it. The three great sovereigns would definitely not look into it. Instead, they would reward that person. Qin Yu nodded. His gaze once again fell on that seal on the entrance. For the three great sovereigns that set up the seal from back then to be this confident, the seal was obviously very extraordinary. Qin Yu had already sensed the oppressive sensation that the energy from the seal was giving him. Move aside. Qin Yu said indifferently to Elder Lian Fan. Yes, Lord Lu Xing. Elder Lian Fan happily flew to a faraway location. Being in charge of looking after the entrance, Lian Fan would usually only train. It was truly boring. For this Lord Lu Xing in front of him to want to try to break open the seal, he naturally grew cheerful and decided to watch. The gold force on the surface of Qin Yu's body started to fill the air. Like a water ripple, the space several tens of meters around Qin Yu started to twist. Seeing this scene, that Elder Lian Fan's eyes were wide open. What kind of technique is this Lord Lu Xing using? Qin Yu stared at that seal in front of him. The black hole in Qin Yu's dantian started to rotate in the opposing direction. A dark golden-colored origin energy was accelerated by the black hole and reached a frightening speed instantly. Qin Yu extended his index finger. He pointed to the entrance and shouted. Break, dot. A sharp energy ray was suddenly shot out from the tip of Qin Yu's index finger. Wherever the finger ray passed, faint spatial cracks would appear, with a bang. The finger ray firmly landed on the seal. A finger ray containing the strongest spatial comprehension that Qin Yu had, created through the strongest origin energy that Qin Yu possessed and sped up to the extreme by Qin Yu's black hole. With this strike, even if what stood in front of it were three top-quality divine artifacts, Qin Yu was confident that he'd be able to penetrate through them. Buzz ripples appeared from the seal. At the same time, a special kind of sound was heard. A soul-oppressive feeling was actually spreading about from the seal. It had caused Qin Yu to be stunned for a moment. Failure. Sure enough, one cannot look down upon the three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm. Qin Yu turned around and looked to that Elder Lian Fan. At this moment, Lian Fan was all excited and had flew over. Lord Lu Xing, you're actually able to shake up the seal and cause it to fluctuate? What, is that strange? Qin Yu said indifferently. That Lian Fan promptly said. Lord Lu Xing, this seal was created by the three great sovereigns through the use of the three great inherited treasures. Even if one of the three great sovereigns were present, they would at most cause the seal to fluctuate. And without an inherited treasure, a 17-star Emperor-level expert from back then, with his strike with all his power, it did not cause the slightest reaction to the seal. Lord Lu Xing, may I know how many star Emperor level you are? Lian Fan was extremely respectful. At this moment, he didn't believe in the 15-star Emperor level title plate at all. Qin Yu's strike had already displayed a strength comparable to the three great sovereigns. However, Lian Fan didn't know that. There are both strong and weak fluctuations of the seal. Although the three great sovereigns in Qin Yu were all able to make the seal fluctuate, the strength of the Gold Punishment Lord was a bit greater than the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord. Thus, the Gold Punishment Lord was able to make the fluctuations width to be a bit bigger. As for comparing the Gold Punishment Lord and Qin Yu, which one of them was stronger? It was very hard to tell without comparison. How many star Emperor level I am? I'm about to ascend to the Divine Realm. Qin Yu said indifferently. Currently, merely by comparing his soul, Qin Yu was already a bit stronger than some of the weaker deities. Thus, he was qualified to say these words. Upon hearing those words, Lian Fan immediately understood. To possess such strength without an inherited treasure, it was something that no one had heard about before. Thus, it was natural for Qin Yu to be someone who was about to ascend to the Divine Realm. Lian Fan, remember, do not spread the news of my strength. Understand? Qin Yu's voice grew cold. Your lordship, please rest assured. I will definitely not tell others about it. Lian Fan's heart was pounding. How would he dare resist the orders of someone who was as powerful as the three great sovereigns? Qin Yu nodded. He continued to ask. Lian Fan, do you know what I must do in order to break the seal and enter into the bewitching god temple? This Lord Lu Xing ought to be a super expert who's been training for his entire life. He seems to not know about a lot of matters. Lian Fan thought in his heart. He then said respectfully. Lord Lu Xing, entering the bewitching god temple is not a hard matter either. Your lordship merely needs to go to the three great sovereigns and obtain their permission and the passage title plate refined by the three of them. Passage title plate? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth was slightly raised. It would seem that I will have to go to that consecration. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 24. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 24, Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The immortal, devil and demon realm was immensely boundless. Among the powers within it, the most mysterious one, the Dark Star Realm, was divided into three great sections. The three great sects were headed by the Gold Punishment Sect. The Gold Punishment Star was the sacred planet of the Gold Punishment Sect. It was also one of the three great sacred planets of the Dark Star Realm. Gold Punishment Star. There was only a single super-enormous city on the entire Gold Punishment Star. A large number of experts lived in this city. The main road of the city was enormous and wrapped around the entire city. On the edge of the road were numerous buildings of all sizes and shapes. There were places where one can spar with others, places to relax, restaurants to dine and drink at. The liveliness of the Gold Punishment Star was comparable to the top-notch planets of the immortal, devil and demon realm. Lots of people traveled about the street. Qin Yu, who was dressed in a black gown, was one of them. Quietly walking on the street, Qin Yu's footsteps appeared to be slow-moving. However, in merely a couple steps, he had reached the end of the street. Immediately after, he turned and continued walking. Qin Yu's target was the Sacred Mountain. At the center of this Gold Punishment Star city was a mountain of 10,000 fathoms. This enormous mountain stood in the middle of the city. On the summit of the mountain was the location of the headquarters of the Gold Punishment Sect. In there gathered the high-level experts of the Gold Punishment Sect, including the leader of the Dark Star Realm's three great sovereigns, the Gold Punishment Lord. He too lived there. This sacred mountain of 10,000 fathoms occupied an extremely large area. The cultivators within the city were all very aware of the sacred mountain and stayed far from it. The sacred land of the sacred mountain, ordinary people were not allowed to enter it. As for Qin Yu, he had just arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain. A mountain within the city, imposing indeed. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth were slightly raised. He then proceeded to walk toward the path leading to the sacred mountain. The foot of the sacred mountain was guarded. When the guards saw Qin Yu, they shouted at him. "This is the sacred mountain, outsiders are not allowed entrance." Qin Yu did not bother to talk rubbish with them. He directly took out his 15-star Emperor-level title plate. Upon seeing the title plate, the guards immediately grew respectful. Lord Lu Xing. The Great Elder has already given the order to let Lord Lu Xing pass should he come. You know that I am Lu Xing? Qin Yu was slightly puzzled. That guard said respectfully. Currently, the only cultivators of the Gold Punishment Sect that have been granted a 15-star Emperor-level title plate are Lord Lu Xing and Lord Wenfeng. I know who Lord Wenfeng is. As your lordship was able to take out the 15-star Emperor-level title plate, your lordship is naturally Lord Lu Xing. Qin Yu was unable to refrain from laughing. So it turned out that the experts of the Gold Punishment Sect, only he and Wenfeng were granted a 15-star Emperor-level title plate. Stepping onto the flight of steps, Qin Yu proceeded onward up the mountain. Qin Yu did not fly or run. Instead, he merely slowly walked up the steps toward the top of the mountain. He was observing the sacred mountain as he walked. The mountain road of the sacred mountain was very complicated. It shuttled through forests, rivers, and even the mountain itself. The sacred mountain occupied an area of several hundred miles. Many of the ancient trees on the mountain were over a kilometer tall. Their trunks were so wide that it would take several tens of people holding hands in order to hug it. There were also some animals and plants residing in the mountain. Merely, Qin Yu was unable to tell what sort of animals they were. They were vastly different from the animals of the purple mystic star. Qin Yu suddenly saw a ray of light shooting toward him from the sky. Only when this ray of light descended did he manage to see the figure of the person. It was precisely the great captain of the enforcers, Wenfeng. Wenfeng currently had a smile on his face. Lu Xing, you're still here? The Great Elder and I received the transmission from the guards down below and have been waiting for you outside the main hall of the sect. However, after a long time of waiting, you still didn't arrive. Even when using the soul's power to search, we were unable to find you. Thus, I started flying downwards, following the mountain path. Never would I have expected that you'd only walk such a short distance in such a long period of time, said Wenfeng in a slightly annoyed tone. Xin Yu was unable to help himself from smiling. Wen Feng, I didn't know that you all were waiting for me. Furthermore, when I was walking up the mountain, I've discovered that the scenery of the mountain was pretty good. Thus, I started to appreciate the scenery as I walked. I am truly sorry about that. Fortunately, I came down to find you. Had we listened to the Great Elder and continued to wait, then with your speed, we'd truly have to wait till the sun sets before you reach the summit. Wen Feng said with a smile. Come, stop checking out the mountain. You'll have all the time in the future to do it. Xin Yu nodded. Then I'll follow you and go up there quickly. Xin Yu and Wen Feng both turned into two rays of light. They shot over two curves and directly arrived on the top of the mountain. Xin Yu and Wen Feng descended down on the summit. In front of them was a grassy open area. There were quite many cultivators training on the open area. Below the open area was a majestic palace. That palace gave off a very imposing aura. It was worthy of being the Gold Punishment Sect's headquarters. This is the grass plain. It is the place where the inner disciples of the Gold Punishment Sect frequently train and spar. The palace in the back is the front palace of the Gold Punishment Sect. The main palace is located behind the front palace, said Wen Feng as he pointed to the palace. Xin Yu nodded. However, he was filled with shock in his heart. He had thought that the palace in front of him was the main palace. Never had he expected that it was merely the front palace. The scenery of the sacred mountain is pretty good. There are 17 summits with heights about the same level. The buildings on those summits all possess distinguishing features. Xin Yu looked to the surroundings. The summit that the main palace of the Gold Punishment Sect was located on was not the tallest one. Instead, it was one of the shorter ones amongst the 18 mountains. Wen Feng also looked to the surrounding 17 summits. He smiled and said, of the 17 summits and the surroundings, the buildings on 7 of them are side palaces. They are all private residences. The other 10 buildings are buildings that the Gold Punishment Sect possesses collectively. Xin Yu nodded. Those side palaces on the 7 summits were respectively the residences of His Majesty the Gold Punishment Lord, the 3 Vice-Sect Masters, the Great Elder, the Guard Elder and I, the Great Captain of the Enforcers. Wen Feng's words allowed Xin Yu to come to an understanding. These 7 summits belong to the 7 major big shots of the Gold Punishment Sect. Wen Feng smiled and said, Lu Xing, this time, in your consecration, the sect will most definitely also provide you with a side palace. After all, of the 10 other summits, only 2 of the buildings on them are in use. The other 8 buildings were all residential side palaces that the former Gold Punishment Lords had left behind. Their purpose was only to commemorate the former Gold Punishment Lords. Xin Yu shook his head, smiled and said, There is no need, I am fine with any casual residence. That won't do. Wen Feng immediately shook his head and said, Lu Xing, it would seem that you still do not know of the meaning behind being granted the consecrated position. Throughout history, all the experts of the Gold Punishment Sect that have reached 15-star Emperor level were all qualified to compete for the title of the Lord. Likewise, another rule stated that if there were no special position to be granted to the 15-star Emperor level expert, then he shall be granted the position consecrated. The status of the consecrated is the same as that of the Vice-Sect Master. Merely, he would not have many things to take care of. So that's how it is. Xin Yu asked. Why is it that there are only Vice-Sect Masters in the Gold Punishment Sect and no Sect Master? Could it be that the Gold Punishment Lord is the Sect Master? This was merely Xin Yu's guess. After all, the Sect Master of the Gold Punishment Sect ought to be the position with the utmost supreme position. If such a person were to exist, then what would the position of the Gold Punishment Lord be? That's right. Wen Feng nodded and said with a smile. The Gold Punishment Lord is in fact the Sect Master. There are 3 Vice-Sect Masters. That was done for the purpose of better administering all of the Origin Movement planets. Wen Feng. A red-haired old man walked over from the green lawn in front of them. Here I stood waiting over there, yet you started chatting with Lu Xing. Ah, my apologies, Great Elder. Wen Feng said with a smile. Immediately after, he turned to Xin Yu and said, Lu Xing, this is the Great Elder, Fu Lan. Great Elder Fu Lan is in charge of a lot of things. To simplify it, he's in charge of the information. Great Elder Fu Lan felt a bit helpless. Promptly, he turned to Xin Yu and said while beaming with smiles. Lu Xing, I am called Fu Lan. You can call me Fu Lan. ED note, and I'm Robin, you can call me Robin. Great Elder Fu Lan, nice to meet you. Xin Yu slightly nodded. Consecrated Lu Xing, the fact that you are willing to come to the sacred mountain and receive the position of the consecrated, makes me very happy. However, it would appear that His Majesty would be distressed, because he would have to arrange the construction of your residence, consecrated Lu Xing. Great Elder Fu Lan said while laughing. Qin Yu shook his head. He did not wish to speak about this anymore. Great Elder Fu Lan, may I know if it's possible for you to arrange a meeting between His Majesty and I? Qin Yu directly got to the point. He came to the sacred mountain to take upon the position of consecrated? Of course not. He did all this just for that passage title plate. Great Elder Fu Lan nodded and said. Of course, in fact, you'll be able to meet His Majesty right away. In that case, please bring me over. Qin Yu did not wish to waste any time. Great Elder Fu Lian turned to Wen Feng. While smiling and laughing, he said. Wen Feng, look, Lu Xing is already anxious to meet His Majesty to receive his position as the consecrated. Wen Feng also nodded and looked to Qin Yu. In order for Qin Yu to truly receive the position of consecrated, he must first obtain the official imperial order from the Gold Punishment Lord. Currently, Qin Yu is still not a consecrated. I want to meet His Majesty because of an important matter. Qin Yu explained. Great Elder Fu Lian, please help lead the way for me. Great Elder Fu Lian did not bother to say anymore. He nodded and said. Follow me. Presently, His Majesty is inside the conference hall. As he said those words, Great Elder Fu Lan started walking in the front. As for Qin Yu, he started following Great Elder Fu Lian with Wen Feng. Lu Xing, what exactly do you plan to do? Wen Feng asked. In Wen Feng's mind, Qin Yu was an interstellar cultivator. Although his strength was extremely deep and unfathomable, he still did not seek for reputation. Thus, he did not believe that Qin Yu came for the position of the consecrated. There must definitely be another important matter for him to come. I wish to enter the bewitching God Temple. Qin Yu directly said his reason for coming. Merely, I do not possess the passage title plate. You want to enter the bewitching God Temple? Now. Wen Feng opened his eyes wide. What? Is there something strange about it? Said Qin Yu while smiling. Puzzled, Wen Feng said. Although there are a lot of divine artifacts in the bewitching God Temple, but with your current prowess, I suspect that only high-quality divine artifacts would be of use to you. However, finding a high-quality divine artifact in the bewitching God Temple is an extremely difficult task. Wen Feng still thought that Qin Yu was a 15-star Emperor-level expert. He didn't know that Qin Yu's body had reached 17-star Emperor level now. Even if he managed to obtain a high-quality divine artifact, it would also be barely useful. Furthermore, with Qin Yu's current comprehension toward the spatial laws, the high-quality divine artifacts have been rendered useless. The external barrier of the bewitching God Temple is the divine barrier. It is extremely powerful. Lu Xing, it's better for you to not go in there. Wen Feng advised. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. How could Wen Feng possibly know that Qin Yu possessed the bewitching God painting? Furthermore, Qin Yu didn't care for the divine artifacts located on the external parts of the bewitching God Temple. What he truly had his eyes on was the inner palace of the bewitching God Temple, the true core of the bewitching God Temple. Qin Yu had seen the prowess of the Cyan Emperor. The Cyan Emperor was so powerful that even the current Qin Yu does not possess absolute certainty in handling him. After all, even the Peng Demon Emperor could not move in the slightest in front of the Cyan Emperor. The power that the Cyan Emperor possessed was unquestionable. The reason why the Cyan Emperor was so powerful was precisely because of the treasure he obtained in the bewitching God Temple. According to Qin Yu's estimation, the Cyan Emperor might have luckily obtained a treasure that had been leaked through the inner palace of the bewitching God Temple. Qin Yu was determined to possess the inner palace of the bewitching God Temple. Sai, forget about it. I won't try to urge you to not go anymore. However, entering the bewitching God Temple is not a simple matter. With merely the passage title plate, one must obtain the permission from all three sovereigns. Said Wen Feng. Upon hearing obtain the permission from all three sovereigns, Qin Yu's brows started to crease. This was indeed what caused Qin Yu a headache. And at this moment, after being led by Great Elder Fu Lan, Qin Yu and Wen Feng had already walked a long distance. The three of them had already passed by the front palace and the main palace. At this moment, the three of them had arrived outside an ordinary courtyard mansion. Lu Xing, here is the conference hall. His Majesty and them ought to be inside. Said Great Elder Fu Lan with a smile. Qin Yu nodded. Just at the moment when Great Elder Fu Lan proceeded to open the doors opened by itself. After the doors opened, a man walked out from inside. It was a plump and short middle-aged man. This short middle-aged man looked to Qin Yu. This ought to be Lu Xing, right? Qin Yu nodded. However, he had instantly spread his divine awareness to check the strength of the person in front of him, 12-star Emperor-level expert. Wen Feng said to Qin Yu, "Lu Xing, this is one of our gold punishment sect's 3 vice sect masters, Vice Sect Master Ko Feng. Vice Sect Master Ko Feng has been a vice sect master for a very long time. Currently, majority of the matters within the sect is under the administration of Vice Sect Master Ko Feng." Vice Sect Master Ko Feng. Qin Yu slightly bowed. "Come, His Majesty is waiting inside." An amiable smile appeared on Ko Feng's fat face. He grabbed Qin Yu's hand and proceeded to pull him inside. Qin Yu, however, slightly frowned. He was not used to being held hand by others, especially if the person was a man. Qin Yu slightly moved his hand and pulled it back. This was actually merely a small trick that Qin Yu used through his comprehension of the spatial laws. Eh? Startled, Ko Feng turned around and looked at Qin Yu. He did not sense that Qin Yu had used any strength at all, but Qin Yu's hand had already slipped out from his hand. Ko Feng did not believe that he had a loose grip on Qin Yu's hand. "This Lu Xing is extraordinary," thought Ko Feng to himself. Soon after, Ko Feng continued to proceed while smiling. After crossing through the front courtyard, the 4 of them stepped into a relatively spacious and empty great hall. At this moment, there were 4 people inside the great hall. Only one amongst them sat on the master's seat. Without a doubt, this man was definitely the person with the highest status in the entire Dark Star realm, the leader of the 3 great sovereigns. Gold Punishment Lord. Qin Yu entered into the great hall. The 4 people inside the great hall all looked to Qin Yu. As for Qin Yu, he also looked to the Gold Punishment Lord. Contained within Qin Yu's eyes was not reverence. Instead, he merely exchanged gazes with the Gold Punishment Lord tranquilly. Humph. A cold hump sounded in the main hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 25. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 25, The Original Residence. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Hearing the hump sound, Qin Yu turned around to look at the origin of the sound. The person who had humped earlier was a cold-looking middle-aged man. His ice-cold gaze contained vicious fierceness within them. What a fierce man! Qin Yu still had a tranquil smile on his face. The man in front of him possessed fairly decent strength. He was a 17-star emperor. Only comparing their bodies, that man was at the same level as Qin Yu. Unfortunately, if they were to really fight, Qin Yu was absolutely confident that he could take care of him in a single hit. Lu Xing, this is Vice Sect Master Lu Lan. Vice Sect Master Lu Lan is already at the 17-star Emperor level. He is the second strongest expert in our Gold Punishment sect. Great Elder Fu Lan immediately said to Qin Yu. Next to Vice Sect Master Lu Lan is Vice Sect Master Bao Yu. As for the final one of the 3 great Vice Sect Masters, you've already met him. He's Vice Sect Master Ko Feng. As for this person, he is our Gold Punishment sect's prestigious guard elder. In the middle of the Great Hall, Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan was seated on the master seat. To the right of the Gold Punishment Lord's seat were 3 seats. There sat the Vice Sect Masters Lu Lan and Bao Yu. The last seat was empty. Qin Yu suspected that it should be the seat for that Vice Sect Master Ko Feng. To the left of the Gold Punishment Lord's seat were 4 seats. Only the guard elder sat on the first one. The other 3 were all empty. Qin Yu knew that those ought to be the seats of Wen Feng, Great Elder, and himself. Qin Yu merely slightly bowed. He indifferently said, Lu Xing pays his respects to Vice Sect Master Lu Lan, Vice Sect Master Bao Yu, and the guard elder. Immediately after, Qin Yu stopped looking at Lu Lan. Instead, he turned to the Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan and slightly bowed. Lu Xing pays his respects to your majesty. Qin Yu's appearance, expression as well as his words have all displayed his proud and aloof personality. Originally, when people see the Gold Punishment Lord, they would bow completely and say Bai Jian, kowtow, and pay one's respect to your majesty. Qin Yu, however, merely slightly bowed and said pays his respects. The difference between the two was immensely great. Okay, this is pretty hard to translate. What Qin Yu did was that he basically said I, Lu Xing, saw your majesty. This basically means paying one's respect. However, the Bai Jian version would be I, Lu Xing, kowtowed and saw your majesty. See the difference? Essentially, both of them were very respectful, but the second version made one more of a subordinate. Consecrated Lu Xing seems to be a bit arrogant. Sneered that Vice Sect Master Lu Lan. Qin Yu, however, ignored that Vice Sect Master Lu Lan. Vice Sect Master Lu Lan's expression immediately changed. This Lu Xing actually ignored his existence. How would he not get angry? Back then, Lu Lan had wanted to become the Gold Punishment Lord. However, he was merely a bit weaker than Xing Yuan and thus ended up with the position of Vice Sect Master. Other than Xing Yuan, he had never showed any respect to anyone. Lu Xing's temperament might be a bit proud and aloof. You shouldn't mind too much about it. Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan spoke. Lu Lan coldly cast a side-eye glance to Qin Yu and then stopped talking. Qin Yu did not care about that Lu Lan at all. He knew that this Lu Lan does not affect him much. Lu Xing, I am very glad that you've come to the sacred mountain. Originally, I had thought that you'd continue training and ignore the position of consecrated. Xing Yuan said with a light smile. That Xing Yuan possessed a very sharp facial appearance. Even though he had just been sitting there, he was giving off the imposingness of Mount Tai, causing one to not dare to be the slightest contemptuous toward him. Your Majesty, Lu Xing has come to the sacred mountain to accept the position of consecrated. However, the main reason why he wanted to come to the sacred mountain was not merely to accept the consecrated position, said Wen Feng with a smile. At the same time he looked to Qin Yu. Qin Yu took over from Wen Feng, he nodded and said. Your Majesty, I came to the sacred mountain in hopes that your Majesty would grant me a passage title plate to the Bewitching God Temple. Bewitching God Temple. Lu Lan, Bao Yu and Ko Feng and the rest, including the Gold Punishment Lord himself, were all shocked. Even the guard elder who had his eyes closed the entire time also opened his pair of muddle eyes. He took a glance at Qin Yu before closing his eyes again. Bewitching God Temple, there are indeed divine artifacts there, but Lu Xing, with your strength, you shouldn't need any divine artifacts. As for high-quality divine artifacts, the possibility of obtaining one is extremely low, said Vice Sect Master Bao Yu. Qin Yu was merely silent. How could these people possibly know that Qin Yu possessed the Bewitching God painting? Lu Xing, our three great sovereigns of our Dark Star Realm have already determined a rule that the Bewitching God Temple shall be closed all the time ordinarily. Only once every 100,000 years would we all obtain an opportunity to enter it. Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan frowned as he explained. Qin Yu frowned. How much longer till the next time the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple will be opened? Qin Yu asked. The last time it was opened was over 60,000 years ago. For the next time, it'll take over 30,000 years more. Great Elder Fu Lan instead answered Qin Yu's question. Over 30,000 years? Qin Yu simply cannot wait that long. At once, Qin Yu spoke out. Your Majesty, I was told that the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple was sealed together by the past three great sovereigns through using their inherited treasures. Only through using the passage title plate refined by all three great sovereigns would one be able to open the seal. I wish to obtain the help from your Majesty to open the seal. I would like to know what I must do in order to have my request agreed? Qin Yu's question had made it clear that he was determined to enter the Bewitching God Temple. It is not that I am not willing. As you are the consecrated of our Gold Punishment sect, I naturally would agree to help you. Merely, there is no certainty that the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord would agree to help you. Back then, the reason why such a rule was established, sealing the Bewitching God Temple and opening it once every 100,000 years, was firstly to prevent others not from our Dark Star Realm from forcing their way into it, and secondly to make sure the divine artifacts in the Dark Star Realm remain in control of our three great sects. Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan explained. Qin Yu grew slightly relaxed. Since your Majesty has agreed, why not invite the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord over to have a discussion? Said Qin Yu sincerely. Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan smiled and nodded. Good, I shall invite the two of them. Merely, the chance that the two of them would agree to it would be extremely low. You must know that the Black Flame sect and the White Profound sect had been in competition with us the entire time. For your Majesty to be able to invite the other two Majesties to come, Lu Xing is already extremely thankful. If we were to be unable to come to an agreement at that time, then I can only renounce my wish to enter into the Bewitching God Temple, said Qin Yu while smiling. Since you're prepared to fail, then the matter would be easier to deal with. The Gold Punishment Lord's impression of the Lu Xing in front of him grew a lot better. The Gold Punishment Lord was originally a person with a very good temperament. Everyone who knew Xing Yuan knew of his good temperament. Even though he had become the Gold Punishment Lord, Xing Yuan still did not have the arrogance of the sovereign. Good, let's not waste any more time. I shall now grant you the position of consecrated. The Gold Punishment Lord suddenly stood up. The few people that had been sitting all stood up following him. At this moment, Qin Yu also gave a well-behaved salute. The etiquette of all the cultivators of the Dark Star Realm. A bow with the left fist to the right chest. Take it. The Gold Punishment Lord Xingyuan placed 2 items in front of Qinyu. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qinyu received the 2 items. These 2 items, one was an imperial order and the other was the title plate of the consecrated. The imperial order was constructed by a special kind of silk cloth. Its toughness was comparable to that of a top-quality immortal artifact. Wen Feng, you are to bring Lu Xing to check out the first ancient palace and the inherited palace, said the Gold Punishment Lord with a light smile. Wen Feng stood up. Yes, Your Majesty. The front palace, main palace, and many other palaces were all located on the main mountain summit of the sacred mountain. At the same time, there were also a lot of places where cultivators lived. As for the 17 summits that surrounded the main summit, 7 of them were private residences, 8 of them were the residences of previous Gold Punishment Lords. The remaining 2 were important palaces of the Gold Punishment sect. These 2 palaces were respectively the First Ancient Palace and the Inherited Palace. First Ancient Palace occupied a very large area. It occupied roughly 70% of the summit that it was on. Qinyu and Wen Feng were currently outside of the First Ancient Palace. Halt! Lord Wen Feng, please have that lordship take out his title plate, shouted the guard of the First Ancient Palace coldly. Qinyu looked to Wen Feng. Wen Feng explained. Both the First Ancient Palace and the Inherited Palace are very important places for the Gold Punishment sect. There are less than 10 people in the entire Gold Punishment sect that are qualified to enter into them. You, as the newly appointed consecrated, are naturally qualified to enter into it. Qinyu promptly took out his consecrated title plate. Upon seeing the title plate, that guard immediately bowed and saluted. Lord Consecrated, please come in. Qinyu and Wen Feng walked through the gate together and entered the enormous First Ancient Palace. The First Ancient Palace was separated into the front hall and the back Great Hall. There were a lot of hanging boards in the front hall. Qinyu was unable to refrain himself from looking at those hanging boards. The third Gold Punishment Lord was called Lu Tian. His place of birth was the Cedar Lotus Star. He reached the first Star King level after spending 72 years. After that, he left the Cedar Lotus Star and started to wander the interstellar space. The 8th Gold Punishment Lord was called Hong. His place of birth was unknown. The amount of time he cultivated was unknown. Killed the 16-star Emperor level Massacre King, Shuashang. Written on each board was the biographical notes of a Gold Punishment Lord. On the front hall, there hung a lot of boards. With a sweep of Qinyu's eyes, he saw numerous boards closely packed together. There were definitely no less than 10,000 boards total. Hanging in the front were early generations of Gold Punishment Lords. As Qinyu and Wen Feng walked toward the back, there were even more boards. Wen Feng, exactly how many Gold Punishment Lords have there been? Qinyu looked to Wen Feng. Wen Feng smiled and said, could it be that you are unable to tell with your soul's power? Qinyu shook his head and smiled. It's not that I cannot count them. Rather, it's because I was able to count the amount that I found it hard to believe. There are over 70,000 boards here. From the past till now, there's already been over 70,000 Gold Punishment Lords? That's right. The current Gold Punishment Lord Majesty is already numbered over the 70,000th Gold Punishment Lord. Wen Feng nodded. Qinyu continued to ask. In that case, how long would each generation's Gold Punishment Lord usually hold their position? Wen Feng smiled and shook his head. That is very hard to say. Some Gold Punishment Lords ascended to their position when they were just a 15-star Emperor. Someone like that might be a Gold Punishment Lord for several millions of years or several tens of millions of years, before ascending to the Divine Realm. There are some, for example our current Gold Punishment Lord, that took up the position at 18-star Emperor level. Even though they become the Gold Punishment Lord, they'll also likely ascend to the Divine Realm in several tens of thousands of years or even earlier. Qinyu nodded. It was hard to tell how long each generation's Gold Punishment Lord would last. Some were there for an extremely long time and could be several tens of millions of years. Some were there for a short period of time and would be there for less than 10,000 years. However, with over 70,000 Gold Punishment Lords, even if each person were to be a Gold Punishment Lord for an average of 1,000,000 years, that would still be over 700 billions of years. Furthermore, Qinyu suspected that the average number of years was more than 1,000,000 years. Wen Feng, exactly how long does our Dark Star Realm's history go back to? Qinyu asked. Wen Feng muttered and shook his head. I'm afraid that no one knows. As far as I know, the history of the Dark Star Realm was separated into 2 different phases. The first phase was without inherited treasures. At that time, the Dark Star Realm was extremely chaotic. People were at war with one another constantly. This lasted until the inherited treasures appeared. Only then did the Dark Star Realm enter a peaceful development phase. Qin Yu was astonished. Holy, the amount of years these 70,000 gold punishment lords represented was merely the years when the inherited treasures appeared in the Dark Star Realm. Who knows exactly how long the chaotic period was? The history of the Dark Star Realm was truly long. Wen Feng gasped. The people of our Dark Star Realm were very warlike. Without a powerful enough strength, who amongst us would serve someone? Only when the 3 inherited treasures appeared did everyone in the Dark Star Realm start serving the holders of the 3 inherited treasures. Qin Yu's gaze was shot toward the back. Behind the front hall was the back Great Hall. The dimension of the back Great Hall was much greater than the front hall. There were numerous sculptures there. Over there are the sculptures of every generation of gold punishment lords. Do you wish to go and admire them? Said Wen Feng with a smile. Let it pass, it's not even the actual person. What is there to admire? Qin Yu said that and turned around. Wen Feng, let's proceed to the inherited palace. Oh, that's right, what's in the inherited palace? Wen Feng and Qin Yu walked as they chatted. The inherited palace is the location where each successive gold punishment lord merges with the inherited treasure. For example, after the previous gold punishment lord ascended to the divine realm, the inherited treasure had remained in the inherited palace the entire time. This lasted all the way until His Majesty Xing Yuan appeared. Only then did he fuse with the inherited treasure. The person in charge of the inherited palace is the guard elder. Wen Feng explained in details. By the time Wen Feng finished, the 2 of them had already arrived outside the inherited palace. The inherited palace was very simple and unadorned. It was black all over. It gave off an ancient aura. Merely standing outside the inherited palace would give one a repressive sensation. Lu Xing, Wen Feng, come inside. A voice sounded from within the palace. Qin Yu looked over. On the corner of the palace sat cross-legged a dark and thin old man. It was the guard elder. At this moment, the guard elder had already stood up and was walking toward Qin Yu and Wen Feng. What is the painting on the wall? Qin Yu looked to the wall of the inherited palace in confusion. On the walls were rows upon rows of carved pictures. With a sweep of his gaze, Qin Yu discovered that there were a total of 10,000 carved pictures on the wall. On the walls are some of the scenes of the people of our Dark Star Realm fighting each other before the appearance of the inherited treasures. Said the guard elder. Qin Yu suddenly looked to a picture amongst the many. That picture was actually the interstellar map of the entire immortal, devil and demon realm. Merely, there were a lot of symbols on this interstellar map. It was as if the entire immortal, devil and demon realm was occupied by the people of the Dark Star Realm. What's with this? Where are the people from the immortal realm, devil realm and the demon realm? Qin Yu asked curiously. The guard elder had a long sigh. After countless years, majority of our Dark Star Realm's descendants have forgotten about it. The immortal, devil and demon realm was originally called the Dark Star Realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was unable to refrain his shock. What? The entire immortal, devil and demon realm was originally called the Dark Star Realm? The guard elder closed his eyes and slowly said. The people of our Dark Star Realm were the original residents of this cosmic space. As for those immortals, devil and demons, they are all people who have ascended from the lower realm, merely, there are too many of them that have ascended to our Dark Star Realm. Furthermore, their ability to reproduce and multiply is truly too powerful, greatly surpassing us of the Dark Star Realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 26. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 26, The Gathering of the Three Great Sovereigns. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. It was the first time that Qin Yu came to know that the original inhabitants of the immortal, devil and demon realm were actually the people from the Dark Star Realm. The immortals, devils and demons were all people that have ascended from the lower realm and then started to propagate in the immortal, devil and demon realm. It was likely that even the name immortal, devil and demon realm was named by people afterwards. To ascend from a lower realm to a higher realm is the natural law of the cosmos. It is something that cannot be changed. Thus, the three great sovereigns of our Dark Star Realm from back then decided to step aside and retreat back to a single place to reside on. After all, our Dark Star Realm's population was tiny to begin with, it was useless for us to occupy so many territories. The guard elder said slowly. Qin Yu gasped in his heart. If the people from the Dark Star Realm had wanted to really kill those that ascended from the lower realm, then with the strength of those seniors of the immortal realm, devil realm and demon realm, that had just ascended, it would simply have been impossible for them to resist. It was likely that there would be a large number of casualties. As those people ascended from the lower realm, the cosmic space restrictions on them was much greater too. It was also a lot harder for them to reach Emperor level. Thus, even though their population is hundreds of millions times greater than ours, the number of Emperor level experts they possessed were much fewer than ours. The guard elder face was filled with confidence. Wen Feng, who stood to the side, also nodded. He said, "If we were to truly fight each other, then we merely need to execute the gravitational barrier and then fight them at close range. Humph, our people from the Dark Star realm would definitely be able to surpass them and kill them." Qin Yu was able to tell that these people from the Dark Star realm were very arrogant. However, Qin Yu knew that although there are more Emperor-level experts on the Dark Star realm, there were still some extremely powerful individuals in the Immortal, Devil, and Demon realm. When compared to the Dark Star realm, they were not much inferior. In this great hall, other than the four walls possessing numerous cravings, there was also an enormous altar over 100 meters wide and long in the middle of the great hall. This is the sacred altar. Whenever the position of Gold Punishment Lord is unoccupied, the inherited treasure will be kept in the sacred altar," said the guard elder tranquilly. Qin Yu asked, puzzled. "Could it be, guard elder, that you are not afraid of people harboring unfathomable motives coming to plunder the inherited treasure?" Wen Feng, who stood to the side, started laughing loudly. "Lu Xing, I suspect that you do not know this. This sacred altar contains within it the power of the inherited treasure. Forcibly seize it? That is simply an impossible matter." Qin Yu was unable to refrain from spreading out his divine awareness. It covered the entire sacred altar. Sure enough, a very astonishing power was contained within the sacred altar. The feeling it gave Qin Yu was very similar to the feeling that the seal on the entrance of the bewitching God Temple gave Qin Yu. Even without the inherited treasure in the sacred altar, it was already giving such a sensation. Once the inherited treasure was placed inside, Qin Yu reckoned that its defense would become even more powerful. No wonder Wen Feng said it was impossible to forcibly take it. "Guard elder, today I have gained knowledge and experience." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "Thus, I shall not bother you anymore. I'll take my leave first." Seeing Qin Yu like this, Wen Feng was a bit confused. However, he also bid his farewell to the guard elder. The guard elder nodded. Qin Yu and Wen Feng left the inherited palace. In Wen Feng's personal palace. As one of the 8 big shots of the Gold Punishment sect, his palace also occupied a very wide area. He also possessed many servants. For the time being, Qin Yu had decided to stay here. "Lu Xing, what exactly are you planning to do, going to the Bewitching God Temple? Is it possible for you to tell me?" Wen Feng asked. Qin Yu knew that Wen Feng would ask him this question. He had already made up an excuse. With a smile, he said, "Wen Feng, do you know of my true strength?" "I'm not certain, I think you ought to be a 15-star Emperor level," said Wen Feng uncertainly. Wen Feng's soul's level was much inferior to Qin Yu's. Thus, he was simply unable to see through Qin Yu's level. Naturally, he was also unable to determine Qin Yu's level. 15-star Emperor level? Qin Yu lightly smiled and shook his head. Wen Feng's eyes suddenly shined. It would appear that this Lu Xing was indeed concealing his strength. Wen Feng felt a bit of admiration toward Lu Xing. However, he was also puzzled. What exactly was the true strength of this Lu Xing who stood before him? "I am 17-star Emperor level," Qin Yu said to Wen Feng with a smile. 17-star Emperor level. Even though Wen Feng was prepared, he was still greatly shocked. Qin Yu continued. "As for the reason why I want to go to the Bewitching God Temple, it's precisely because of the treasures within it. My current strength is equivalent to that Vice Sect Master Lu Lan. Yet it would still be a bit hard for me to defeat him and become the next Gold Punishment Lord." "Ha ha! Lu Xing, you're certainly as I had expected." Wen Feng started laughing. "Lu Xing, I have heard that His Majesty will be undergoing the Divine Tribulation soon. Originally I had thought that, once His Majesty ascends to the Divine Realm, then with Lu Lan's strength, it would be absolutely certain that he'll become the next Gold Punishment Lord. However now, it would appear that it is still very hard to tell. I reckon that Lu Lan has no idea that your strength is already at the 17-star Emperor level." Qin Yu nodded. This was the only explanation Qin Yu could tell others. His Majesty will be undergoing the Divine Tribulation soon? Qin Yu was shocked. He didn't know about this information. Wen Feng nodded and smiled. "That's right. You've just arrived on the sacred mountain, how would you know about such hidden matter as this?" Furthermore, the matter of His Majesty undergoing the divine tribulation was not publicized at all. In these recent days, that Lu Lan has already prepared to take on the position of the Gold Punishment Lord the moment His Majesty ascends to the divine realm. Qin Yu was excited. He decided that it would be pretty good to compete for the position of the Gold Punishment Lord. At the very least, he would be able to experience the strength of one of the three great inherited treasures of the Dark Star Realm. Lu Lan, if he wants to become the next Gold Punishment Lord, he'll have to pass through me first. Qin Yu's face was filled with confidence. Good, Lu Xing, I'll support you. Wen Feng patted Qin Yu's shoulder. He then gasped and said, Back then, I had wanted to become the Gold Punishment Lord when I reached 15-star Emperor level. However, His Majesty Xing Yuan appeared. Afterwards, Lu Lan also appeared. His Majesty Xing Yuan was very broad-minded and open. It is one thing for him to become the Gold Punishment Lord. However, someone like Lu Lan, he's vicious and arrogant. I do not like him in the slightest. A trace of hatred appeared in Wen Feng's eyes. After knowing that His Majesty was about to undergo the divine tribulation, that Lu Lan grew even more domineering. From his point of view, with his strength as a 17-star Emperor-level expert, for him to succeed the position of the Gold Punishment Lord was merely as simple as stretching his hand and grabbing it. Lu Xing, you must definitely teach that Lu Lan a lesson. Wen Feng said to Lu Xing. Rest assured. However, before that, I shall first go to the Bewitching God Temple. If I were able to obtain a good weapon, then I'll hold even more certainty in defeating him, said Qin Yu while smiling. Suddenly, a man walked in front outside Wen Feng's private palace. It was Vice Sect Master Ko Feng. Vice Sect Master Ko Feng still had an amiable smile on his face. He said, Lu Xing, His Majesty the Black Flame Lord has arrived. His Majesty the Black Flame Lord has arrived? Qin Yu was overjoyed. Wen Feng also said, Lu Xing, make sure to try your best to persuade His Majesty the Black Flame Lord to help you. Vice Sect Master Ko Feng said while smiling. The three great sacred planets are all core planets in the three great star fields. Furthermore, they all possess interstellar conveying arrays to each other. After the Black Flame Lord received His Majesty's transmission, he immediately rushed over. It is said that His Majesty the White Profound Lord had also set off. I reckon he'll be arriving shortly. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He had not expected that the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord would come so fast. Vice Sect Master Ko Feng, quickly, bring me over. Qin Yu's face was filled with happiness. His Majesty the Black Flame Lord is located in the sect's main hall and is chatting with His Majesty Xing Yuan right now. Ko Feng explained to Qin Yu while flying with him and Wen Feng toward the summit where the main palace was located at. In the great conference hall. Ha, Xing Yuan, what I admire the most is your straightforwardness. Ha, Qin Yu and the other two were still outside when they heard a loud and clear laughter. Vice Sect Master Ko Feng said in a low voice. The person speaking is His Majesty Black Flame Lord. Lu Xing, His Majesty the Black Flame Lord is very straightforward. You must make sure to not speak in a roundabout way or do something like containing implied meanings within your words. Those are things His Majesty the Black Flame Lord hates the most, but I understand. Qin Yu thanked Vice Sect Master Ko Feng's advice in his heart. When trying to befriend someone, knowing their temperament was very important. Qin Yu, Wen Feng and Ko Feng walked to the doorstep of the main hall together. They then walked into the main hall. Qin Yu's gaze immediately locked onto the man with the most robust body in the main hall. That man possessed a steadfast appearance, extremely bulging muscles and fiery red hair. This was one of the three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm, the Black Flame Lord. 17-star Emperor-level strength. However, he possesses a mysterious aura. It ought to be because of that inherited treasure. Qin Yu had made this determination in his heart. Lu Xing pays his respects to Your Majesty Black Flame Lord. Qin Yu slightly bowed and said with a smile. The Black Flame Lord took a glance at Qin Yu. He then looked to the Gold Profound Lord Xing Yuan in shock. Xing Yuan, this consecrated of your Gold Punishment sect is extraordinary indeed. Even I am unable to determine his soul's level. Not only you, I too am unable to see through it. Xing Yuan said while smiling. He's really that exceptional? A clear and cold voice sounded from behind Qin Yu. Qin Yu turned around to look. What he saw was a handsome man walking over with a maid. Jumi, if you don't believe us then you can try checking it yourself, joked the Black Profound Lord. At this moment, Qin Yu took note of the strength of the person that had just arrived. This man called Jumi was also 17-star Emperor level. As for the maid following behind him, she was 15-star Emperor level. Furthermore, Qin Yu even recognized this maid. It was precisely the woman that he met on the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star, Han Shui. Lu Xing. Han Shui was a bit surprised to see Qin Yu. Little Shui, you know him? Jumi turned around to look at Han Shui. Han Shui nodded. Master, this Lu Xing is the person that I have mentioned to Master before. He's that man who trained for 3,000 years on the 15-star Emperor level Dark Star. 15-star Emperor level? With such a soul, I suspect that his level is higher than merely 15-star Emperor, said Jumi with a light smile. Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan said to Qin Yu. Lu Xing, this is the White Profound Lord. As I have anticipated. Qin Yu was already prepared. Immediately, he slightly bowed and said, Lu Xing pays his respects to Your Majesty White Profound Lord. Lu Xing, right? I've heard that Xing Yuan invited Wu Shan and I to come this time precisely for your matter. The White Profound Lord's appearance was as clear and cold as when he just walked in. It was as if his emotion have not moved at all. Qin Yu nodded and said, Precisely. I wish to enter the Bewitching God Temple. However, it is not yet the unified time to enter the Bewitching God Temple. Thus, I wish for the three majesties to help refine a passage title plate for me. This matter is a bit troublesome. The Black Profound Lord Wu Shan's blazing black brows jumped. He then started laughing. Oh Lu Xing, there's not anything good in the Bewitching God Temple anyways. It shouldn't matter for you to not go in there. Qin Yu merely shook his head. Your Majesty Black Flame Lord, please help me out. At this moment, the Black Flame Lord turned his gaze to the White Profound Lord. The White Profound Lord merely sat and shook his head indifferently without saying a single word. Immediately, the atmosphere within the Great Hall turned oppressive. Wu Shan, Jumi, Lu Xing's soul's level is extremely high. I reckon he would ascend to the Divine Realm very fast. Isn't it merely allowing him to enter the Bewitching God Temple once? That's not really anything of great concern. Just help him out. Furthermore, it would merely take us a blink of an eye's time to refine a passage title plate together. Now that we mentioned it, I have yet to refine any passage title plate after becoming the Gold Punishment Lord. Furthermore, I would soon be ascending to the Divine Realm. If I were to not refine a passage title plate now, then I reckon that I'll never have a chance to refine one again. Joked Xing Yuan. However, what Xing Yuan said was the truth. He had been the Gold Punishment Lord for merely several thousands of years. The Dark Star Realm would usually allow people to enter into the Bewitching God Temple once every 100,000 years. Only in every 100,000 years would the three great sovereigns meet and refine a passage title plate together. Xing Yuan would be ascending to the Divine Realm shortly. It was truly possible that he would not have an opportunity to refine a passage title plate again. Jumi, even Xing Yuan had said something like this, just help us out a little. Wu Shan muttered to himself for a moment and then said to Jumi. Jumi calmly shook his head indifferently. He said, there seems to be no need for this Lu Xing to enter the Bewitching God Temple. Why must we break the rules? At the very least, there ought to be a reason for us to break the rules. Lu Xing, if you are able to provide a reason that can convince me, then I will be able to agree to help. Reason? Qin Yu took a look around the Grand Hall. There were quite a lot of people in the Great Hall. Even that Vice Sect Master Lu Lan was present. Your Majesty White Profound Lord, Your Majesty Black Flame Lord, is it possible for the two of you to come to a side hall with me? Said Qin Yu with a smile. Upon hearing those words, the Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan, Vice Sect Master Lu Lan and the rest of the people were surprised. However, Wen Feng was instead smiling. He believed that Qin Yu was about to mention the matter of competing for the position of the Gold Punishment Lord. At this moment, Lu Lan was present. Thus it would be hard for Qin Yu to mention it in the Grand Hall. The Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord took a glance at each other. Fine, I shall see what kind of reason you'll give to persuade me. Nodded the White Profound Lord. Soon after, Qin Yu, Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord entered into a side hall. Once they entered into the side hall, the White Profound Lord waved his hand and set up a barrier around them. He then looked to Qin Yu. Lu Xing, I have already set up a barrier around this side hall, just go ahead and speak without hesitation. The Black Flame Lord also looked to Qin Yu. Your Majesty Black Flame Lord, Your Majesty White Profound Lord, the two of you have guessed correctly. My soul's level is high. My strength is also above 15-star Emperor level. It is actually 17-star Emperor level. Qin Yu said. The Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord nodded. The two of them were not shocked in the slightest. The two of you ought to know that His Majesty Xing Yuan would be undergoing the Divine Tribulation and ascending to the Divine Realm shortly. When that time comes, that Lu Lan and I would have to contest over the position of the Gold Punishment Lord. Currently, I do not have absolute certainty that I would be able to defeat him. However, my soul's level is high. I believe that if I were to go to the Bewitching God Temple and explore, I would be able to obtain a pretty good harvest. Thus, I want to obtain a good treasure so that I can defeat him. I wish for the two of you to help me out. Shinyu said his reasoning in one breath. The Black Flame Lord laughed and said, "So that was the case. This could also be considered as a reason. Jumi, what do you think?" The White Profound Lord shook his head indifferently. Competing for the position of the Gold Punishment Lord? It does not matter to us at all who would be the next Gold Punishment Lord. It also does not affect the Dark Star Realm at all. Why then must I help you? Shinyu was stunned. With his brows creased, Shinyu took a deep breath. He then stared at the White Profound Lord. "Your Majesty, White Profound Lord, then could you help me out once in honor of this?" A ring suddenly appeared on Shinyu's finger. The Blazing Profound Ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 27. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 27, Entering the Bewitching God Temple. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The calm and indifferent expression that the White Profound Lord Jumi originally had suddenly disappeared. An astonishing cold ray of light burst forth from his eyes. He stared at the blazing profound ring on Shinyu's finger. Black Flame Lord Wushan's expression had also turned serious. "Lu Xing, from where did you obtain this blazing profound ring?" The White Profound Lord Jumi stared at Shinyu with an extremely serious expression. Shinyu took a glance at the White Profound Lord and the Black Flame Lord. He nodded and said, "I obtained this blazing profound ring from Immortal Emperor Ni Yang from the Immortal Realm. You could consider that he gifted it to me." "Gifted it to you?" "Impossible," said the White Profound Lord coldly. Ni Yang knew of the usefulness of this blazing profound ring. He would definitely not gift it to others. However, he had died. Shinyu said directly. If he was still alive, then perhaps he would not gift it away. However, he was about to die. As someone who was about to die, how would they care about mere worldly possessions? Shinyu lightly smiled and said, "Your Majesty Black Flame Lord, Your Majesty White Profound Lord, the two of you might not know of this. I have once wandered the Immortal Realm and the Demon Realm. This blazing profound Lord was obtained through my luck." "I know that. Your Majesties possessed a friendly relationship with Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. I hope that the two of you are willing to honor the blazing profound ring and help me this one time." The Black Flame Lord sighed and said, "Can you tell me how he died?" Before Ni Yang died, he had once sent a transmission to us saying that he would definitely die. Merely, no matter how Jumi and I ask him, he still refused to tell us the cause of his death. The White Profound Lord also looked to Shinyu. Shinyu understood the reason why. He reckoned that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, who was poisoned by a poisonous bug of the Divine Realm, was embarrassed to tell his good friends. All the way till the time before his death, this Ni Yang likely was unable to bear to contain his secret anymore and ended up telling Shinyu, who had found his Ni Yang's realm. "Your Majesty Black Flame Lord, Your Majesty White Profound Lord, to be honest, Immortal Ni Yang's death is somewhat vexed. Before he died, he also did not wish for the reason of his death to be known and spread about. Please forgive me." Shinyu did not say the reason. The Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord took a glance at each other and sighed. "Vexed death, I truly do not know how vexed Ni Yang's death was." The Black Flame Lord took a deep sigh. He then looked to Shinyu. "Lu Xing, since you've obtained this blazing profound ring, we most definitely could help you out with a trifling matter like refining a passage title plate." The White Profound Lord also nodded. Shinyu felt a burst of relaxation. His gamble was a success. Shinyu was also without any other choice. Otherwise, how would he possibly take out the blazing profound ring? Taking out the blazing profound ring, Shinyu had even worried that the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord might think that he was the one who killed Ni Yang. He had even prepared a large amount of excuses. Fortunately, Immortal Ni Yang had communicated with the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord before his death. "Thank you, Your Majesties." Shinyu said his thanks. The White Profound Lord said indifferently, "No need. If you want to thank someone, then thank Ni Yang. Unfortunately, Ni Yang has died." Sigh. As Shinyu and the other two were chatting on the side hall, the couple people in the main hall also started discussing. The topic of their discussion was whether or not Shinyu would be capable of persuading the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord. You all know of His Majesty White Profound Lord's temperament. He's not that easily persuaded. Vice Sect Master Baoyu said with a smile. Vice Sect Master Lu Lan had his eyes closed as if he didn't care in the slightest. From the way I see it, as that Lu Xing is that anxious of going to the Bewitching God Temple, he ought to have prepared a method to persuade Jumi and Wu Shan. Although I am also unable to think of a reason as to how he'll persuade them. Laughed the Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan. When Feng, who stood down below, had been wondering the entire time whether or not Qin Yu's reason would be able to persuade the White Profound Lord. They've come out, said the Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan while smiling. At the same time, he looked to the door to the side hall. When Feng, Lu Lan, and the rest of them all looked over too, they saw Qin Yu and the White Profound Lord and the Black Flame Lord walking out from the door. Upon seeing Qin Yu's expression, everyone had an idea in their mind. Consecrated Lu Xing's mood seems to be pretty good. I suspect he managed to successfully persuade Wu Shan and Jumi, said Xing Yuan while laughing. Qin Yu was about to speak, but the Black Flame Lord Wu Shan instead opened his mouth first. He laughed loudly. Lu Xing had given us a pleasant surprise. Men, we'll help him refine a passage title plate. The White Profound Lord also nodded. Are we refining it here? Asked the Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan. Both the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord nodded. They did not object to it. Qin Yu was instead shocked. Could it be that one could refine the passage title plate anywhere? There was no need for any preparation at all? When Feng, who stood to the side, saw Qin Yu's puzzled expression, he said via voice transmission. Lu Xing, refining a passage title plate is extremely hard for us. However, to the Three Majesties, it's something that can be done in the blink of an eye. Good. As this is my first time refining a passage title plate, therefore I shall be the one deciding its appearance. The Gold Punishment Lord flipped his hand around and took out a dark black colored metal. A burst of gold force was emitted from his palm and wrapped around the dark black colored metal. Under the powerful control of the gold force, the appearance of that metal started to change. In merely a blink of an eye, this dark black colored metal turned into a hexagon-shaped title plate. On the front side was the word title, whereas the back side had a vivid and lifelike sculpture. It was precisely the sculpture of the Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan himself. Xing Yuan, you're truly narcissistic. Upon seeing the sculpture, the Black Flame Lord Wu Shan started laughing out loud. Everyone in the main hall was also unable to refrain themselves from laughing. Xing Yuan said in a deadly earnest tone. This is likely the only time that I would get to refine a passage title plate. You should all be a bit more serious. Well then. The appearance has been set. Wu Shan, Jumi, let's refine it. The White Profound Lord and the Black Flame Lord nodded. The expressions on the three great sovereigns all turned serious. Soon after, they all extended their right palms simultaneously. From the center of the palms of the three people, 3 rays of light simultaneously shot out. One of the rays of light was golden colored. The other was white colored, and the last one was black colored. The 3 rays of lights gathered on that title plate. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes in front of the light. The power of inherited treasures. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense that the 3 rays of lights all contained a mysterious energy. The aura of the energy was exactly the same as the aura of the energy of the seal at the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple. In an instant, the 3 great sovereigns withdrew their hands simultaneously. And at this moment, faint light was wandering about the surface of the title plate. After a brief period of refinement, this title plate had changed, becoming something more than just an ordinary metal. The Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan held the title plate in his hand. He looked at the sculpture of himself on the backside. After appreciating it for a short period of time, he threw the title plate to Qin Yu. Lu Xing, take it. Qin Yu immediately caught it. It is very easy to use this passage title plate. You merely have to bring it to the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple and then pour gold force into the passage title plate. The title plate itself will then naturally emit a ray of energy into the seal on the Bewitching God Temple. When that happens, the seal will disappear for a short moment. At that time, you should use that opportunity to enter the Bewitching God Temple. When leaving, the method is the same. You'll have to pour in gold power and it'll start the energy within the passage title plate. Explained the Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan attentively. The Black Flame Lord Wu Shan laughed. Lu Xing, you'd best not randomly go and pour in gold force and enter the Bewitching God Temple because you're bored. The amount of energy contained within this title plate is not a lot. I suspect it'll only allow you to use it 3 or 4 times. If you were to use all of the energy contained within it, then you won't be able to open the seal to the Bewitching God Temple anymore. I understand. Qin Yu grabbed the title plate in his hand. His mood was extremely good. He was able to clearly sense the energy within this title plate. The aura of the energy was the same as the aura of the seal. Merely, the amount of energy within the title plate was not much to begin with and would likely only work for a couple times. Lu Xing, this time, the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord have specially come over to help you out. I already had people prepare a banquet. You must properly entertain the two of them. The Gold Punishment Lord Xing Yuan said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded. Of course. Having obtained the passage title plate, Qin Yu enthusiastically entertained the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord. By the time the second day came, Qin Yu proceeded to leave for the Bewitching God Temple by himself. Having comprehended things for 3,000 years, Qin Yu's golden soul pellet was already at a level where even ordinary deities fall short. Adding on the meteoric tier, a single greater teleportation from Qin Yu was sufficient to cross over an entire starfield. With the speed of Qin Yu's greater teleportation, in merely a short period of time, Qin Yu had arrived on the closest galaxy to the Bewitching God Temple. On this galaxy, Qin Yu did not dare to use greater teleportation anymore. Instead, he used the interstellar conveying array to reach the Dragon Arrow Star. On the Dragon Arrow Star. Your Lordship, you've come again? That personnel in charge of the interstellar conveying array was unable to refrain his shock. Qin Yu had come once not long ago. That's right, I've come again, said Qin Yu while beaming with smiles. His current mood was great. Qin Yu then turned into a ray of light and was shot toward the cosmic space. Qin Yu started to fly toward the Bewitching God Temple rapidly. However, no matter how fast he flew, it was still much inferior to teleportation. For a distance less than half a galaxy, Qin Yu had spent a long time flying through it. By the entrance to the Bewitching God Temple, Elder Lian Fan was still sitting cross-legged in front of the entrance. Guarding the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple could be considered as a boring job. However, as Elder Lian Fan was calmly training, time also passed by quickly for him. The scene of that expert called Lu Xing attacking the seal a couple days ago would be occasionally remembered by Elder Lian Fan. He gasped in his heart. Lord Lu Xing is truly amazing. Lian Fan. A familiar voice sounded. Elder Lian Fan immediately opened his eyes. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, he immediately said respectfully. Lian Fan pays his respects to Lord Lu Xing. May I know what business Lord Lu Xing might have? Could it be, your lordship is going to break the seal? Qin Yu flipped his hand around and took out the passage title plate. This time around, I brought the passage title plate with me. Upon seeing the passage title plate, Elder Lian Fan gasped in his heart. He is indeed a super expert. He was actually able to make the three great sovereigns break the rules and personally make him a passage title plate, but... Lord Lu Xing, congratulations on obtaining the passage title plate. Lian Fan said promptly. Move aside first, said Qin Yu with a light smile. Yes. Lian Fan moved aside. He then looked to Qin Yu. To see someone enter the Bewitching God Temple, that too was a difficult scene to come by. The passage title plate started to float in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu pointed at it with his hand. A gold force energy was poured into the passage title plate. Immediately, the passage title plate started to vibrate. Chi! A three-colored light was shot out from the passage title plate. It shot toward the seal on the Bewitching God Temple's entrance. The seal that merely jolted under the all-out attack from Qin Yu, after being shot by the three-colored light, actually opened like curtains being pulled apart. The energy of the seal pulled apart to two sides. The tunnel to the Bewitching God Temple was exposed. Qin Yu retrieved the passage title plate. His figure turned into a ray of light and he immediately rushed into it. After a short moment, the seal started to slowly close again. The black speck-like matter was over 10 meters thick. After passing through the tunnel, Qin Yu saw the external region of the Bewitching God Temple. Seeing it with his eyes, fog covered his view. The entire external region of the Bewitching God Temple seemed to be enveloped by a layer of fog. When Qin Yu flew forward a couple more steps, he discovered that landslides, earthquakes, volcano eruptions and so on would occasionally appear within the fog. It would appear that this is the illusion barrier of the external region of the Bewitching God Temple. Qin Yu knew quite a bit regarding the Bewitching God Temple. The external region of the Bewitching God Temple was covered in a divine barrier. To be more accurate, it was covered in a divine realm's illusion barrier. The area that the barrier covered was extremely vast. Its area was comparable to 100 ordinary stars. This had also caused the illusion barrier's power to not be very powerful. The most important thing was, this illusion barrier did not possess the power to kill someone. It merely possessed the ability to trap someone. However, if one were to be trapped in this illusion barrier for hundreds of millions of years, then it would also be very difficult to bear. Ordinary, when people enter into the bewitching god temple, they would only go about this external region covered by the illusion barrier. That was because the area this barrier covered was truly too great. Thus, its strength was not large. As long as one does not enter the depths of the bewitching god temple and only move about the fringe, then by relying on one's soul's power, one would still be able to exit the bewitching god temple. Let's see, with my soul's level, how far in will I be able to go? Qin Yu's divine awareness immediately started to permeate into the illusion barrier. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense that the moment his divine awareness entered the illusion barrier, he felt as if his divine awareness had sunk into a quagmire. It was very hard for him to continue to spread it forward. After a short moment, this is my limit. Not even a millionth of the distance that the illusion barrier covers. Qin Yu clearly sensed that there were 3 divine artifacts floating in the areas where his divine awareness spread it out to. Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out the bewitching god painting. A misty radiance was shining in the surroundings of the bewitching god painting. Qin Yu muttered out loud. Illusion barrier? I have no time to waste on that. A part of Qin Yu's awareness entered into the bewitching god painting. The route to the inner palace of the bewitching god temple appeared in his mind. Merely, this route was changing unceasingly. Qin Yu took a step. He had instantly entered into the foggy land covered by the illusion barrier. With the routes pointed out by the bewitching god painting, Qin Yu had been turning left and right unceasingly. He had even turned back. However, Qin Yu knew that this was the closest route. After 6 hours, Qin Yu had managed to travel half the distance. Within this half distance that he had traveled, Qin Yu had already collected 36 divine artifacts. Some of the time, he merely needed to turn back and spend some time in order to pick up a divine artifact. However, Qin Yu was disinclined to even turn back to pick them up. That was because he knew, if he wanted to obtain it, it'd be extremely easy. When Yang entered the bewitching god temple with the bewitching god painting for the first time, he had surprisingly only obtained more than a dozen or so divine artifacts. His soul's level was too weak, much too weak. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Qin Yu continued onward with a fast speed. His divine awareness had covered a wide area around him. Yang, when he entered the bewitching god temple for the first time, the distance his soul's power covered was less than 1,000th of what Qin Yu currently covered. Thus, how could he possibly be able to compare with Qin Yu? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 28. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 28, The Inner Palace of the Bewitching God Temple. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Might as well leave behind a bit more divine artifacts for the people who'll come here in the future. Qin Yu thought in his heart. If he were to collect the divine artifacts unceasingly and take all of them, then the people in the future would not be able to find any more divine artifacts. Qin Yu immediately sped up. His figure turned into a blur. The remaining route was even more complicated and winding. After spending 8 more hours, Qin Yu finally passed through the entire region covered by the illusion barrier. There were now a total of 46 extra divine artifacts in the Jianglan's realm. There had been a couple divine artifacts in front of Qin Yu at locations where he could see them. However, he did not bother to take them. Qin Yu did not want to take too many divine artifacts. 46 divine artifacts were not a lot to the external region of the bewitching god temple. After passing through the fog-filled illusion barrier region, the place in front of him suddenly grew clear. At roughly a distance of 10 miles away from Qin Yu, was a purple-colored floating building. This purple-colored floating building was formed by 4 palaces. The 4 palaces were respectively located on the east, west, south, and north. They were all connected to each other through their walls. It was much like a 4-sided courtyard manor. 4 interconnected palaces were floating in the sky. This ought to be the main body of the bewitching god temple. Never had I expected that the bewitching god temple was constructed through 4 interconnected palaces. Qin Yu's divine awareness immediately covered the 4 palaces of the bewitching god temple. The volume of the bewitching god temple was not huge. The length of those 4 palaces was merely several hundred meters. The entire true body of the bewitching god temple was much smaller than the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. However, Qin Yu knew that this bewitching god temple was extremely extraordinary. That was because his divine awareness could only cover the external shell of the bewitching god temple and was unable to penetrate into it at all. There is only a single entrance. I reckon that Immortal Emperor Yang had entered through that entrance, got careless, stepped onto the poisonous insect and lost his life. Qin Yu started flying toward the entrance. The 4-sided courtyard manor-shaped bewitching god temple only had a single entrance. When Xinyu flew to the side of the entrance, Xinyu already started to be on guard. The death of immortal Emperor Ni Yang was already a warning to him. Thus, how would Xinyu dare to loosen his guard? What a luxurious entrance door! I reckon that not even a high-quality divine artifact would be able to leave a mark on it. Xinyu looked to the main gate of the Bewitching God Temple, a granite-like dark blue-colored entrance door. At this moment, the entrance door was wide open. Xinyu carefully looked to his feet. He then stepped into the entrance. For some unknown reason, divine awareness was inhibited within the Bewitching God Temple. Through great effort, Xinyu was only able to cover a region several meters around his body with his divine awareness. What Xinyu didn't know was that, when Immortal Emperor Ni Yang entered the Bewitching God Temple back then, his immortal awareness was unable to even cover anywhere past his body. Before Xinyu entered, his divine awareness and eyes had carefully surveyed the place. However, the divine awareness and eyesight were both something that would deceive oneself. When Xinyu stepped into the Bewitching God Temple, he had discovered that everything had changed. This is the same Bewitching God Temple that I surveyed earlier? Xinyu looked to everything in front of him in shock. The Bewitching God Temple was divided into 4 palaces. According to the observations Xinyu did on the outside, the 4 palaces were all only 10 meters or so tall. However, upon entering, he discovered that the peak of the palace was over 100 meters tall. Xinyu took a glance at his surroundings. Heavens, exactly how big is this Bewitching God Temple? When I observed it from the outside, its length was merely several hundred meters. However now, I was actually unable to see the end from here. Xinyu was a bit astonished. Toward the unknown, Xinyu didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Mind voice transmission. Wulan, I've entered the interior of the Bewitching God Temple. Xinyu directly sent a voice transmission to Wulan inside the Jianglan's realm. The knowledge Wulan possessed of the Bewitching God Temple was something that Xinyu cannot compare with. Wulan stopped his training. Interior of the Bewitching God Temple? You've already reached there? Good. Are you in the front palace? Wulan asked. Front palace? I do not know the names of these 4 palaces of the Bewitching God Temple. However, I've just recently entered the Bewitching God Temple. Merely, upon entering, I've discovered that the inside is much larger than when I was surveying it from the outside. Thus, I didn't dare to act blindly without thinking, said Xinyu via voice transmission. Wulan immediately laughed and responded back with a voice transmission. The 4 palaces of the Bewitching God Temple are respectively the Front Palace, Transfer Palace, Artifacts Palace and the Refinement Flame Palace. As Wulan had lived in the Bewitching God Temple before, he was still quite knowledgeable about the Bewitching God Temple. The palace that you have currently entered is precisely the Front Palace. Once you exit the Front Palace, you'll enter the courtyard located in the middle. Once you've reached there, I'll tell you more about it. Xinyu did not care about the other couple palaces. He immediately asked, why is the Front Palace much larger than when I observed it from the outside? Wulan said via mind voice transmission. The master of the Bewitching God Temple was an extremely extraordinary person. When I was in the Divine Realm, I was merely a person of low status. Although I am not very certain about the identity and strength of the master of the Bewitching God Temple, I know a bit. I know that the master of the Bewitching God Temple is very powerful and that his Bewitching God Temple was also very peculiar. The space inside it is actually extraordinarily large. It is over 10,000 times larger than how it seems from the outside. To be able to descend to the immortal, devil and demon realm from the divine realm, how could he be an average person? Thought Xinyu in his heart. Xinyu was able to guess that descending from the divine realm to the immortal, devil and demon realm was something that no ordinary divine realm expert would be able to accomplish. What must I pay attention to when I travel about the Bewitching God Temple? Xinyu asked. Wulan said via voice transmission. There are not many barriers in the Bewitching God Temple. You can walk freely. However, there are many rooms in the Front Palace. When you enter those rooms, it's best for you to rely on the Bewitching God painting. Otherwise, it is very easy for you to be lost within those rooms. Lost within those rooms? Xinyu was startled. At the same time, Xinyu swept his gaze around. Located in the center of the Front Palace was a large main hall. There were 3 winding corridors connected to the main hall. He was unable to see the road that leads to the courtyard at all. On the 2 sides of these winding corridors were some rooms. He would be lost within those rooms? Xinyu, do not be careless. Because there are not many precious things in the corridors of the main hall, there were no barriers in those places. However, there are precious things located in each room. Thus, you must be careful. Wulan advised. Xin Yu's eyes flared with determination. There are precious things inside the rooms? Xin Yu was immediately delighted. Firstly, Xin Yu carefully surveyed the main hall. There are red wooden chairs in the main hall. There are also some hanging ornaments on the wall. It appeared to have a very natural feeling. Xin Yu walked to a red wooden chair. He grabbed onto this chair with one hand and tried to crush it with his strength. What a strong wood! Merely this red wooden chair, its toughness was comparable to that of a high-quality divine artifact. Xin Yu discovered that the chair had only trembled a bit after he used all his strength. Why didn't Immortal Emperor Ni Yan take these chairs? The materials that these chairs are made of are extremely amazing. Xin Yu was a bit puzzled. He didn't know at all that Immortal Emperor Ni Yan from back then merely wanted to enter those rooms to find treasures and didn't care at all about these regular-looking chairs. Xin Yu looked around this main hall. I'll carefully inspect it again after I return. Let's go check out those rooms first. Xin Yu chose a winding corridor and walked down it. The external part of the palace was made of purple-colored stones. However, when one went inside, one would notice that the interior part was made out of blue stones. Xin Yu walked to the first room. Everything that the bewitching god painting displayed had appeared in his mind. After pushing open the door, Xin Yu was unable to see what was inside the room with his eyes at all. After spreading out his divine awareness to a distance of 10 meters, he managed to barely discover the road created through bluestone planks. That's right. There's actually a bluestone plank road inside the room. Xin Yu stepped into the room. The scenery immediately changed. What had been foggy the entire time had suddenly changed. He had walked into a very peaceful courtyard. The bluestones paved a road. There were even some stone benches in the courtyard. However, what caught Xin Yu's attention the most from this courtyard were the numerous prisoner cages. There was a demon beast within each cage. These demon beasts were fantastic oddities of every descriptions. However, each of the demon beasts were in their true forms. There were bugs, birds, beasts, and all kinds of other strange demon beasts. There was also a stele in front of every cage. House Pet Sharpwing. Originated from the dinosaur realm. True form is that of a sharp-winged dinosaur. Xin Yu looked to the cage in front of him. Inside this cage was a bird-like animal that's only half a man tall. Merely, Xin Yu was certain that he had never seen such a species in the immortal, devil and demon realm before. Xin Yu looked to the other places. House Pet Whitehair. Originated from the green matter realm. True form is that of a cosmic monster, white hair. House Pet Nine Beasts. Originated from the illusion light realm. True form is that of a illusion magic beast. House Pet Five Claws. Originated from the immortal, devil, and demon realm. True form is that of a five-clawed gold dragon. The numerous steles. The numerous cages. They were placed around the courtyard in picturesque disorder. All of the demon beasts in the cages were in their true forms. Xin Yu's mind was blank. Only after a long time did he manage to react. What is this? House Pet Courtyard? Xin Yu was a bit stupefied. He had never expected for there to be a courtyard in the room, much less all these prisoner cages. Wulan, I've entered a house pet room. What's happening? Xin Yu directly sent Wulan a voice transmission. Only after a long time did Wulan respond back. House pet room? Xin Yu, are there a lot of cages with demonic beasts in the room that you've entered? That's right, what exactly is going on? Xin Yu felt that his breathing had become somewhat hard. Wulan said via mind voice transmission. That was where Yi Chu and I were from before. Back then, Yi Chu and I were also considered to be pets by the master of the bewitching god temple and placed there. Xin Yu was stunned speechless. However, he was able to sense the pain contained within Wu Lan's voice. The master of the bewitching god temple was fond of raising pets. He was fond of raising exotic pets from exotic places. I remember that there were a lot of people from the divine realm that came to the master of the bewitching god temple and gifted him exotic pets in order to ask for his help. As for me, I was captured by an expert in the divine realm and then gifted to the master of the bewitching god temple, said Wu Lan after a long sigh. Xin Yu suddenly understood everything. When the master of the bewitching god temple grew bored, he would usually grab a pet cage and play with it. These pets, each and every one of them, were extremely rare. Many of them are from other cosmic spaces. Even in other cosmic spaces, these pets were also extremely rare. Wu Lan sighed. Xin Yu understood it. That was because he saw one of the pet. It was a super divine beast of the immortal, devil and demon realm, the five-clawed golden dragon. When Immortal Emperor Ni Yang entered this room back then, he had only released Yi Chu and I. However, with his strength, it was impossible for him to bring any more with him. Wu Lan sighed. Xinyu, if you are capable of doing it, I hope that you'll be able to restore the liberty to these demon beasts. After a moment, Xinyu muttered. Okay. According to the safe path pointed out by the bewitching god painting, only the bluestone path in the middle was safe. All the other paths, the paths that are near those cages, were changing unceasingly. Carefully, Xinyu continued to walk closer. Absorb. With an intention, Xinyu directly absorbed a cage into his Jianglan's realm. Like so, Xinyu absorbed over 80 cages at once. All of the demon beasts in the cages possessed pretty decent strength. However, none of them have reached the level of deity. The majority of them were Demon Emperor level. There were even some that were at the Demon King level. I'll go and open those cages after I finish checking out the bewitching god temple. For the time being, Xinyu had nearly absorbed all of the cages. At the same time, he remembered all the information written on those 80-some steels with his divine awareness. Afterwards, Xinyu left this house pet room. The master of the bewitching god temple knew how to enjoy life very well. While there was a house pet room, there was also a vegetation room. The vegetation room was an enormous garden. Inside the garden were all kinds of rare and priceless vegetations. Xinyu had also grown to like some of those vegetations in the room. After exiting the vegetation room, Xinyu randomly picked a room and entered it. There were no illusions in this room. It still had the appearance of a room. However, unexpectedly, none of the things in this room could be touched. There were dragons formed by stones, people formed by wood and so on. Essentially, the room was covered with carving artworks formed through natural things. Xinyu was unable to refrain himself from exclaiming in admiration. Beside each of the artworks were detailed notes. Each one of the artworks was created through natural things. Clearly, these things were also extremely precious in the divine realm. Merely, things of such a high quality, was something that only high-class people in the divine realm would be able to afford. Xinyu knew that once he reached the divine realm, these things would definitely be useful. However, when Xinyu tried to absorb them with his Jianglan's realm, he discovered that these artworks and carvings seemed to be protected by a kind of barrier. Even the Jianglan's realm was unable to absorb them. Finally, he had no choice but to helplessly leave the room. How come that wood from earlier looked exactly like jasper? Is it really wood? Could it be that the notes left by the master of the bewitching god temple were incorrect? Xinyu was still thinking about the adorable rabbit formed by a jasper-like wood. Having returned back to the corridor, Xinyu looked to the 3 remaining rooms in the corridor. Which one should I enter? Xinyu spreaded out his divine awareness. Within this bewitching god temple, Xinyu's divine awareness was only able to cover an area of 10 meters. I'll enter that one. Xinyu picked a room and proceeded to walk toward it. However, after walking 2 steps, Xinyu suddenly stopped. Xinyu's gaze suddenly turned to a carving on the wall of the corridor. Something's wrong. Xinyu carefully inspected that carving with his divine awareness. With Xinyu's current comprehension toward the spatial laws, he was able to sense that the space where the carving was located was somewhat unusual. It was as if the space was folding there. With a flip of his hand, Xinyu took out a long sword-shaped divine artifact. Using that divine sword, Xinyu tried to touch that carving. Right when the tip of the divine sword touched that carving, the space suddenly started turning around. At the same time, Gaga, a sound echoed. The walls on one side of the corridor started to slowly ascend upwards. A short moment later, a door appeared. So it turns out that there was actually a hidden door here. At this moment, a path had also appeared on Xinyu's bewitching god painting. Holding his breath, Xinyu took a step forward and passed through the door. Once he entered the room, the scenery suddenly changed. Xinyu, who was already shocked, was actually pretty calm. Rumble, an enormous rumble sounded. Waterfall? Xinyu was unable to refrain his shock as he looked at the scene in front of him. A several thousand-foot tall waterfall was rumbling down into the enormous pool in front of him and creating countless splashes. TL, feet Zheng Chinese feet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 29. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 29, The Message Left by the Master of the Bewitching God Temple. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. This was a beautiful valley. It was the intoxication of a beautiful spring day. The water of that several thousand foot tall and close to 100-foot wide waterfall was falling from high above. It was as if there was a curtain of white pearls hanging down from the sky. Under the sunshine, the waterfall splashes appeared like pearls as they radiated a touching luster. Shinyu was standing in front of this pond of water. The waterfall was falling unceasingly. Behind the waterfall was a steep and extremely straight rock wall. There's actually no danger here at all. Shinyu was shocked to discover that the bewitching god painting displayed that all of the routes were safe. Evidently, there was no danger whatsoever in this valley. Shinyu carefully looked everywhere. There were flowers and plants filled with vitality, clear lake water, a warm breeze. Everything had signified that there was nothing special here. However, why then did the master of the bewitching god temple hide this room? Wulan, I've entered a hidden room. I opened it by chance. However now, I am unable to find anything special about this room. Shinyu once again sent a mind voice transmission and asked Wulan. With Wulan here, if Shinyu didn't ask him and instead let his imagination run wild, then he'd truly be an idiot. Ever since the first time Shinyu asked Wulan about the bewitching god temple after entering it, Wulan had stopped his training. He knew that Shinyu might ask him again at any moment. Hearing Shinyu's question, Wulan pondered for a moment. He then said via mind voice transmission. Shinyu, I had never seen any hidden room like the one you spoke of, while I was still living in the bewitching god temple. However, according to my understanding of the master of the bewitching god temple, he is not a senseless person. As he has concealed the room, there must definitely be an important reason for him to do so. Oh, that's right. What does the bewitching god painting show? Nothing, the bewitching god painting shows that everything here is safe. Shinyu replied. He was still carefully inspecting everything with his eyes. At the same time, he had slowly spread out his divine awareness. The bewitching god painting actually displayed that everything's safe. Shinyu, you should explore the area carefully. You must also carefully examine even the things that are unremarkable. You might even be able to obtain a pleasant surprise, said Wulan while smiling. Shinyu nodded. Shinyu walked forward slowly. He was looking through his surroundings. His divine awareness was also carefully inspecting everything in this valley. MN? Shinyu's moving gaze suddenly locked onto a location, the waterfall. To be more exact, it was the mountain wall behind the waterfall. The mountain wall was yellow, but Shinyu clearly saw that there was a cyan-colored wall behind the waterfall. With how accurate Shinyu's sight was, he instantly determined that there was a cave behind the waterfall. There's actually a cave behind the waterfall. Had I not carefully inspected my surroundings, then I suspect I wouldn't have been able to spot the cave when it showed up for an instant. With a step, Shinyu's body flickered and shot toward that waterfall. After passing through the waterfall, Shinyu sensed that the scene in front of him had changed. Refreshing. This was the first sensation Shinyu felt when he entered the cave. The entrance to the cave was about 4 meters wide. After merely walking 3 or 4 steps, Shinyu had entered the cave dwelling. The arrangement of the cave dwelling was extremely relaxed and natural. An ancient dark black colored wooden table was in the middle of this cave. Beside the table was a chair. There were some swaying hammocks in the cave too. It was likely that when the master of the bewitching god temple grew bored, he would rest on those hammocks. There was even a bend of creek water in the cave. Crawling mountain plants were on one wall of the cave. The other wall of the cave was covered in a scarlet red color. It was like a red-heated boiler. There was unexpectedly a row of words on that scarlet-colored wall. To have come to my cave dwelling, it seems fate has brought us together. The things that I left behind in the bewitching god temple, you can have however many you'll be able to obtain. I am not afraid that you'll take too much, all I'm afraid of is that you won't be able to take them with you. Written by Che Ho. Che Ho? Shinyu was slightly startled. Che Ho seems to be a name. Che Ho is also a family name. Is the master of the bewitching god temple called Che Ho, or is his family named Che Ho? Back in the Hidden Dragon continent, Shinyu had indeed came across the surname Che Ho. Although it was very rare, but there were still people with that surname. However, it was hard to tell whether or not there are people with this surname in the divine realm. TL, Hidden Dragon Continent equals Qianlong Continent. Was this row of words written using his fingers? His calligraphy is actually pretty good. Shinyu walked to the scarlet-colored mountain wall. However, on the bottom of the scarlet wall was a stream of water. Shinyu was unable to get very close to the wall. After being separated by the stream of water, Shinyu stood merely a few meters away from the wall. Using his divine awareness, Shinyu carefully inspected this row of words. Shinyu knew that he cannot let anything slip by in here. I do not believe that this hidden room's purpose is only to leave a series of words for me. Shinyu carefully inspected the words with his divine awareness. Not only the words, Xinyu was also carefully inspecting the scarlet wall. After inspecting for a long time, the expression on Xinyu's face started to change. Initially, he had a confused appearance. However, slowly, he displayed a pleasantly surprised expression. That scarlet wall was slowly trembling at an almost invisible speed. Space ripples were passing through and forth the surface of the wall. So it's like this. Xinyu took out a divine sword. He held it in one of his hands and then suddenly jumped. The divine sword started to draw on the wall. A flamboyant carving. Soon after, a word appeared on the wall. Yuan. This yuan that Xinyu wrote covered almost the entire wall. Buzz. The space inside the cave started to vibrate. Suddenly, the entire space appeared to have been immersed in a layer of gold color. A dazzling white light shot out from the yuan that Xinyu carved. The white light that shot out suddenly turned into a person. This person was very handsome. Nearly, the hair on his temples was already white. He appeared to be 40 years old. However, his handsome face appeared to be only 20 or 30 years old. His gaze was extremely deep and serene. An indifferent expression was on his face the entire time. It seemed that nothing could change his expression. "Hello, I am called Cheho Yuan," said the man with white hair on his temples. Cheho Yuan, so he's actually called Cheho Yuan. Xinyu came to an understanding. However, Xinyu had a feeling that this man in front of him ought to be an image that was left behind and not a part of the bewitching god temple. Cheho Yuan continued. "This is an image I left behind. For you to be able to discover the barrier I left behind signifies that your soul's level is pretty decent and could be comparable to pretty powerful deities. For there to be an expert like you in the immortal, devil and demon realm, it is truly surprising." Xinyu was confused. If someone from the divine realm were to descend to the immortal, devil and demon realm, wouldn't they be able to enter here just like he did? Although I, Cheho Yuan, do not possess great strength, this bewitching god temple of mine possessed a barrier effect toward those from the divine realm. Even if a god king wanted to enter it, he'd have to spend a large amount of energy. Furthermore, if the bewitching god temple were to encounter some of the god king level expert intruding upon it, it would also self-destruct, said Cheho Yuan indifferently. Xinyu was excited. Although he did not know how strong the level god king was, for them to be able to become kings of deities, they were most definitely extraordinary. Since you found this location and also opened the image I left behind, you shall become the sole person with the opportunity to obtain the greatest treasure of my bewitching god temple. Of course, as to whether or not you'll obtain it, will depend on your luck as well as your ability. Cheho Yuan continued. Merely by listening to Cheho Yuan's words, Xinyu had already had a favorable impression towards him. Although there was no smile on Cheho Yuan's face, his speech gave off an amiable sensation. For you to be able to come here, you could also be considered a genius in the immortal, devil and demon realm. Now then, before everything else, let me introduce the divine realm to you. Cheho Yuan continued. Xinyu instead grew puzzled. For what purpose did this Cheho Yuan leave behind a hidden room in this image? Merely, the curiosity Xinyu had for the divine realm had caused him to continue paying close attention and listen. After all, Wu Lan was merely a low-level character in the divine realm and didn't even know a lot of the fundamental stuff about the divine realm. Divine realm is a cosmic space of an even higher level than your immortal, devil and demon realm. If my guess is correct, the divine realm ought to be the peak of all cosmic spaces. Cheho Yuan said slowly. The divine realm contains within it divine spiritual energy and gives off an extremely strong oppression toward those who ascend to it. Usually, the deities that have just ascended, upon entering the divine realm, would be oppressed by the divine spiritual energy to a level where they would barely be able to walk. Xinyu was startled. This divine realm was truly a bit too astonishing. This divine realm was much stronger than the immortal, devil and demon realm. Even deities that have just ascended to the divine realm would barely be able to walk. The experts of the divine realm, to put it simply, are separated into two great stages. The first stage is the deity stage. The second stage is the heavenly deity stage. The deity stage was separated into low-level deity, mid-level deity and high-level deity. Above that are the low-level heavenly deity, mid-level heavenly deity and high-level heavenly deity. Upon reaching this part of his speech, Cheho Yuan slightly stopped. It was as if he knew that this information would stun Xinyu. Xinyu was indeed somewhat shocked. So the divine realm's experts are actually separated into different levels like this. Xinyu had a relaxed sensation. The most frightening thing was the unknown. In the past, he didn't know anything regarding the divine realm. However now, he finally knew that the people in the divine realm were primarily separated into the deities and heavenly deities. The soul of deities is the golden soul pellet stage, whereas the soul of heavenly deities is the embryo soul stage. At the same time, the energy the deities use is merely divine energy, whereas the energy heavenly deities use is heavenly divine energy. Che-Ho Yuan continued. Qin Yu frowned. From what he had heard, it seems like the gap between deities and heavenly deities was pretty great. Suddenly, Che-Ho Yuan's mouth was slightly raised. It was as if he had a feeling of disdain. In the divine realm, although one's strength and soul is important, but other than those, weapons are also very important. Weapons are divided into low-quality divine artifact, mid-quality divine artifact and high-quality divine artifact, and above those are the low-quality heavenly divine artifact, mid-quality heavenly divine artifact and high-quality heavenly divine artifacts for a total of 6 great grades. A slight confidence suddenly appeared on Che-Ho Yuan's face. Divine artifacts are usually used by deities. Divine artifacts are merely very ordinary weapons. Ordinarily, anyone possessing strength would be able to take one out. Upon pouring one's divine energy into the divine weapon, one would be able to exhibit a formidable power. As for heavenly divine artifact, they are generally used by heavenly deities. A good heavenly divine weapon was capable of allowing one to skip past levels and kill those above. Of course, the power of the weapon is not all there is to it. With a good stratagem, a good method, or a good sneak attack, deities can still kill heavenly deities, said Che-Ho Yuan indifferently. Qin Yu was instead a bit puzzled. Deities were divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Heavenly deities were divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. The heavenly deities possessed both stronger strength and soul than deities, so how would a deity be able to kill a heavenly deity? But the reason why heavenly deities are powerful is mostly because of their ability to control the space. Their levels are divided into low-level heavenly deity, mid-level heavenly deity and high-level heavenly deity according to their ability to control the space. Once Che-Ho Yuan finished these words, Qin Yu suddenly came to a realization. So it turns out that heavenly deities were actually ranked like that. The deity and heavenly deity that I spoke of earlier are only the major levels. I myself am a high-level heavenly deity, said Che-Ho Yuan indifferently. Only now did Qin Yu know of the strength of the master of the bewitching god temple. The strongest amongst the heavenly deities. Above the high-level heavenly deities is another level. Che-Ho Yuan continued. That is the God King level. God Kings are practically unequaled existences in the divine realm. God Kings are people who have completely comprehended the spatial laws. Qin Yu nodded in his heart. Heavenly deities experts were differentiated through their comprehension of the spatial laws. However, the God Kings have completely comprehended the spatial laws. Their strength was almost unimaginable. In the divine realm, to a certain degree, the God Kings are the strongest existences. Merely, all of the divine realm experts know that there is actually another level above the God Kings. An omnipotent existence that could split the heaven and earth apart. Exalted Celestial. Upon reaching this point, Che-Ho Yuan's expression had also slightly changed. It seemed as if he grew a bit excited. Qin Yu felt that his heartbeat had suddenly stopped. Exalted Celestial? Merely the title of Exalted Celestial had already gave Qin Yu an oppressive sensation. After completely comprehending the spatial laws, one will become a God King. Although there are only so many God King level experts in the divine realm, those God King level experts still seek a higher level. They seek to comprehend and control an even higher law, the temporal laws. Upon completely comprehending the temporal laws and the temporal laws, one would become an exalted celestial. Che-Ho Yuan gasped. Legends say that exalted celestials are able to split the heaven and earth apart and bring about the apocalypse. Even if their soul were to be destroyed, as long as their true spirit remained, the exalted celestials are able to come back from the dead. This is the power of exalted celestials, the absolutely unequaled, absolutely supreme power. Qin Yu felt as if he was unable to breathe. Merely this Che-Ho Yuan had already given him an incomparably oppressive sensation. However, the God Kings were even stronger. To have completely comprehended the spatial laws, just thinking about it was already scary. Yet, above it, was the exalted celestial. Exalted Celestial. In front of an exalted celestial, everyone was just powerless ants. With a wave of his hand, the entire world would crumble. Even with my status in the divine realm, I have still only seen extremely exceptional God Kings. As for exalted celestials, I was lucky to have a chat with an exalted celestial. However, unfortunately, I was unable to see this exalted celestial's face the entire time. Sighed Che-Ho Yuan. Qin Yu had a speculation in his heart. This Che-Ho Yuan ought to not be an ordinary high-level heavenly deity. According to what he had said, exalted celestials are practically people of legends in the divine realm. However, Che Ho Yuan was actually able to have chat with an exalted celestial. Even though they have not met, it was still a shocking thing. I have told you all this to allow you to have a rough understanding of the expert levels in the divine realm. Actually, in the divine realm, as long as you can reach the heavenly deity level and not offend anyone, you'll be able to walk with your head up. After all, the divine realm is extremely boundless and there are only that many god kings. With their status being that high, god kings would not randomly come and handle a nobody like you, said Che Ho Yuan indifferently. Xin Yu understood very well about what Che Ho Yuan's intention was. It was likely that it would be extremely hard for him to meet a god king, much less an exalted celestial. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 30. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 30, A Spear. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Che Ho Yuan paused for a moment before slowly continuing. Junior, having heard all that I've said, I suspect your heart has also grown excited. However, you'd best not have excessive expectations. That is because it is truly extremely difficult to increase one's comprehension of the spatial laws. Che Ho Yuan took a deep sigh. Usually, when one ascends to the divine realm, one will require tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years in order to grow from low-level deity to a high-level deity. Xin Yu nodded in his heart. Zhuoqiumei had left behind the meteoric tear and the comprehension of the spatial laws for him, but even with that advantage, after spending 3,000 years comprehending those spatial laws, his soul was still only at the golden soul pellet stage. Clearly, Xin Yu's comprehension of the spatial laws was inferior to even the low-level heavenly deities. After all, when one's soul reaches the low-level heavenly deity level, it will turn into an embryo soul. Xin Yu had spent 3,000 years, but regular deities might not even attain his accomplishment even after spending 30 million years. Reaching the level of low-level heavenly deity? That's difficult. Xin Yu did not have any excessive expectations. He merely wanted to continue walking the path of cultivation, step by step. Back then, I was a child who was unable to even train in the internal techniques and was only able to train in the external techniques. Yet now, I've reached a strength that could move about unhindered in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm. What then would there be that's impossible to be accomplished in the world? Although I'm weak now, as long as I continue to try hard and train, I will definitely succeed one day. Xin Yu was extremely resolute. Toward the endless and limitless path of cultivation, Xin Yu had never once been fearful. In the divine realm, as long as you become a low-level heavenly deity, you'll be considered an expert. As long as you don't offend others, no one would go and cause trouble for a low-level heavenly deity. Che Ho Yuan consoled. Xin Yu had a bitter smile. Low-level heavenly deity? Xin Yu did not wish to offend others, but with that cousin of Lear, Zhou Sen, for example, Uncle Lan had said that there are many people in the divine realm who wished for Lear's hand in marriage. He is someone who needs to defeat that group of people. If he did not have sufficient strength, how would he possibly be able to defeat them? Che Ho Yuan had merely left behind an image, so naturally he didn't know what was going on in Xin Yu's head. Che Ho Yuan grew silent for a long time. I am an artifacts craftsman. Out of nowhere, Che Ho Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said these words. Xin Yu was startled. He then started smiling. Xin Yu had already made some guesses regarding the identity of this Che Ho Yuan. Merely by looking at the large amount of scattered divine artifacts located outside the bewitching god temple, where even high-quality divine artifacts were thrown away like garbage, he was able to guess a bit about this Che Ho Yuan. Che Ho Yuan continued. Earlier, I mentioned that weapons are separated into divine artifacts and heavenly divine artifacts. Usually, high-quality heavenly divine artifacts are the peak of the refining of artifacts. However, within the cosmic space, there is another kind of treasure. It is called the Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure. Che Ho Yuan's eyes suddenly started shining brightly. TL, Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure, Hongmeng Spiritual Treasure. Ren said to call it Grand Mist when I initially thought to call it Great Cheat, lol. Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure? At this moment, Xin Yu didn't dare to think about anything else. He had firmly remembered everything that Che Ho Yuan said. After all, everything that Che Ho Yuan had said would be helpful to him after he ascends to the divine realm. The Grand Mist Spiritual Treasures are separated into innate Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure and acquired Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure. Amongst them, the innate Grand Mist Spiritual Treasures are products of nature. Almost every one of the innate Grand Mist Spiritual Treasure possessed exceptional remarkable ability. The strongest amongst them was even able to bring about the destruction of the world or revive its user from the dead. Said Che Ho Yuan slowly. TL, innate Xiantian, acquired Hotian. Innate grand mist spiritual treasure? Products of nature? Qin Yu was stunned. This boundless cosmic space could actually produce spiritual treasures? After all, in all these years, the powerful weapons that Qin Yu knew of were all man-made. When comparing the innate grand mist spiritual treasures with heavenly divine artifacts, which one would be stronger? Qin Yu suddenly started guessing in his heart. Che Ho Yuan seemed to know that Qin Yu was puzzled, he said. The power of innate grand mist spiritual treasures are very hard to tell. That is because there are second and third-rated innate grand mist spiritual treasures as well as first-rate innate grand mist spiritual treasures. The inferior innate grand mist spiritual treasures were so weak that they're inferior to even ordinary heavenly divine artifacts. Qin Yu understood it now. The innate grand mist spiritual treasures only signified that they are products of nature and does not necessarily mean that they would be stronger than heavenly divine artifacts. However, being the products of nature meant that they would still possess miraculous characteristics. The first-rated innate grand mist spiritual treasures are so powerful that their strength is beyond reasonable limits. When compared with high-quality heavenly divine weapons, they are much more powerful. As for the spiritual treasures that the exalted celestials possessed in the legends, it was told that they possessed the power to bring about the destruction of the world. Those spiritual treasures are known as exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Che Ho Yuan's eyes were blazing. Exalted celestial spiritual treasures, the peak amongst the grand mist spiritual treasures. The grand mist spiritual treasures are divided into innate and acquired. I have already explained the innate grand mist spiritual treasures. As for the acquired grand mist spiritual treasures, they are those that are refined by man, said Che Ho Yuan slowly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was unable to refrain his shock. Acquired grand mist spiritual treasures, although they're man-made, they're still very powerful. There is no difference between the might of innate grand mist spiritual treasures and acquired grand mist spiritual treasures. They are still separated into third-rated, second-rated, and first-rated. The only difference is that one is a product of nature whereas the other is man-made. In the entire divine realm, there are not many people that are capable of refining acquired grand mist spiritual treasures. However, I am one of them. Che Ho Yuan had a confident expression on his face. It was a kind of confidence that one came to possess after reaching the peak of comprehension. As far as I know, the legendary exalted celestials are capable of refining acquired grand mist spiritual treasures. Amongst the God Kings, there also seems to be one or two that are able of refining acquired grand mist spiritual treasures. As for the heavenly deities, only I know how to refine acquired grand mist spiritual treasures. Che Ho Yuan's voice was powerful and resounding. Qin Yu's heart grew slightly excited. If he was to be able to learn the methods of refining acquired grand mist spiritual treasures, then it would likely be helpful to his journey in the divine realm. Do you know why the grand mist spiritual treasures are called grand mist spiritual treasures? Che Ho Yuan asked. After a short moment, Che Ho Yuan spoke of the reason himself. That is because the grand mist spiritual treasures contain within them grand mist spiritual energy. Qin Yu grew puzzled. What is the grand mist spiritual energy? In Qin Yu's mind, he knew of the mortal realm world spiritual energy, immortal, devil and demon realms elemental spiritual energy as well as the divine realms divine spiritual energy that Che Ho Yuan had just told him about. However, this grand mist spiritual energy was a complete mystery to Qin Yu. This grand mist spiritual energy is something that every grand mist spiritual treasure possesses. Grand mist spiritual energy is something that can be discovered but not sought. Even in the divine realm, it is very hard for even God Kings to acquire some grand mist spiritual energy. One can only obtain grand mist spiritual energy by chance if one's lucky, said Che Ho Yuan indifferently. Back when I was in the divine realm, I was once asked by a divine king-level expert to help refine a grand mist spiritual treasure for him. He had given me 10 parts of grand mist spiritual energy. Usually, I would save 3 parts grand mist spiritual energy for myself. Qin Yu snickered in his heart. This Che Ho Yuan was truly treacherous. There are 2 ways to obtain grand mist spiritual energy. The first method is to try one's luck and search for it all over the place. The second method is to destroy an old grand mist spiritual treasure and obtain the grand mist spiritual energy within it. But Che Ho Yuan shook his head and sighed. In my entire life, I once refined a first-rate grand mist spiritual treasure. However, my greatest desire is still to refine an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Qin Yu's heart jumped. The target of this Che Ho Yuan was truly far-reaching. He wanted to refine the strongest exalted celestial spiritual treasure. When solely comparing one's ability to refine artifacts, then in the entire divine realm, even the exalted celestials are inferior to me. Che Ho Yuan suddenly said. Truly arrogant. Qin Yu was unable to avoid laughing. That is because even the legendary exalted celestials are only able to refine first-rate grand mist spiritual treasures. As for the exalted celestial spiritual treasures, they are all products of nature, the innate grand mist spiritual treasures. They were not refined by the exalted celestials. Although they controlled both the spatial laws and the temporal laws, they were still only able to refine first-rate grand mist spiritual treasures. Yet I, a mere high-level heavenly deity, was also able to refine first-rate grand mist spiritual treasures. When comparing the ability to refine grand mist spiritual treasures, one could tell by a single glance who's better and who's worse, said Che-Ho Yuan confidently. Upon hearing what Che-Ho Yuan said, Qin Yu was also unable to refrain from admiring this Che-Ho Yuan. Having researched the path of refining artifacts for all these years, I suddenly realized something not long ago. Actually, it is not true that the better the material the better the artifact. In order to refine an exalted celestial spiritual treasure, it is not enough to merely use grand mist spiritual energy and other top-notch materials of the divine realm. That's why I decided to come to the lower realm. Che-Ho Yuan continued. I have passed through numerous cosmic spaces searching for some fantastic materials that would help with my refinement. Junior from the immortal, devil and demon realm, by the time you see this image of mine, I will have long since left the bewitching god temple. Che-Ho Yuan's eyes started shining. That is because not long ago, while I was searching for the materials to use for refinements, I unexpectedly reached a higher level of comprehension. I think I should be able to refine an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Qin Yu felt as if his brain had started buzzing. Refine an exalted celestial spiritual treasure? This Che-Ho Yuan was that powerful? Of course, this is merely a possibility. However, as there is a possibility, I will definitely make an all-out effort to make the possibility bear fruit. That's why I've left here. I have to devote my heart and soul into refining that spiritual treasure, but... After saying all this, an extremely rare smile appeared on Che-Ho Yuan's face. This time around, I do not know whether I'll be able to succeed. Furthermore, I have a feeling that the day that I succeed in refining an exalted celestial spiritual treasure might be the day of my death. Qin Yu frowned. You won't be able to understand this. Your comprehension of the heavenly mystery should still be very low. Che-Ho Yuan said with a disappointed and frustrated tone. However, even if it will result in my death, I still want to create an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Qin Yu was unable to refrain from admiring this Che-Ho Yuan. This sort of person who was willing to sacrifice his life for his ideals was someone who's worth being admired. Junior from the immortal, devil and demon realm, you have still not ascended to the divine realm yet. Even though your soul's level is very high, I reckon your body's strength is still not up to much. I suspect, with your current strength, you're simply unable to enter the Artifacts Palace and Refining Flames Palace, the locations where the true treasures are located. Che-Ho Yuan suddenly said. Senior Che-Ho Yuan, you might have underestimated me. Qin Yu muttered. Since you found this place and also saw the image that I left behind, I also cannot let you return empty-handed. A slight smile appeared on Che-Ho Yuan's face. The bewitching god temple has a total of 4 palaces and a shared courtyard. When you exit the front palace and enter into the courtyard, you should be able to see a spear sticking beside the flower terrace. Qin Yu was overjoyed. It would appear that he was still able to obtain a powerful treasure. Che-Ho Yuan's gaze turned fuzzy. That spear is not a grand mist spiritual treasure. It is a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Not a grand mist spiritual treasure? Qin Yu felt a bit disappointed. According to what he had heard, the grand mist spiritual treasures seemed to be very powerful. Che-Ho Yuan continued. The spear does not contain grand mist spiritual energy, that's why it's only a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. However, that spear was something that I refined through gathering the rare materials of the divine realm and spending 3 entire years. It is the high-quality heavenly divine artifact that I am most proud of. Although it does not have grand mist spiritual energy within it, when comparing its might, then it surpasses ordinary grand mist spiritual treasures. No matter how calm Qin Yu might be, he still grew excited. So it turned out that the spear that Che-Ho Yuan was giving him was actually the high-quality heavenly divine artifact that he was most proud of. When you've reached the courtyard and see the spear, you merely need to write Yuan on the shaft of the spear to break the barrier placed on it. The spear would then be yours to keep, said Che-Ho Yuan. Qin Yu firmly remembered it. Well then, you can leave this room now, said Che-Ho Yuan indifferently. Following that, his figure started to slowly disappear. Senior Che-Ho Yuan, thank you. Qin Yu gave a proper bow. Although he knew that what stood in front of him was an image and not the real person, Qin Yu still grew to admire a genius like Che-Ho Yuan and his determination to create an exalted celestial spiritual treasure even with the risk of him losing his life. Qin Yu exited the cave. He flew past the waterfall and left the room. Gaga right after Qin Yu left the room, the wall of the corridor once again descended back down. The room was once again hidden. This time around, Qin Yu did not explore all the rooms one by one. That was because he came to know from Che Ho Yuan's words, that even if there were treasures in these rooms, they would still not amount to much. The true treasure was that high-quality heavenly divine spear that Che Ho Yuan prided himself in. After coming out from the corridor, Qin Yu entered another corridor. After reaching the end of this corridor, Qin Yu saw a tunnel. That tunnel leads precisely to the courtyard. I'm about to reach the high-quality heavenly divine spear now. I'd best not be too careless and end up like Immortal Emperor and I Yang. Qin Yu laughed at himself. He spread out his divine awareness to completely cover the area 10 meters surrounding him. Actually, even if Qin Yu were to be poisoned by that divine realm's poisonous bug's poison, he would still not end up like Immortal Emperor and I Yang. Back then, Immortal Emperor and I Yang's soul's level was merely that of a level 8 Immortal Emperor. Qin Yu, on the other hand, had already condensed his soul into a golden soul pellet. His soul was even stronger than ordinary deities. Furthermore, Qin Yu also possessed the meteoric tear. Having exited the tunnel, Qin Yu finally entered into the courtyard. This courtyard was very spacious and empty. There was only a single large tree in the entire courtyard. This large tree is so large that it required 3 to 4 people to encircle it. Its height was around 20 meters. However, the treetop covered an extremely large area, over 100 meters in diameter. There was a long stone bench located in the courtyard. Beside the stone bench was a row of weapons. Swords, spears, staffs, clubs, and all kinds of exotic weapons were all present. According to Qin Yu's knowledge, he suspected that those weapons were all above high-quality divine artifact level. They ought to be at the level of low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Was that the poisonous bug that caused the death of Immortal Emperor and I Yang? Qin Yu saw that in front of that row of weapons were actually several tens of bug carcasses. I Yang from back then, after he threw Emperor Yu and the mystic Emperor off and came to the courtyard, did he get too excited and want to obtain the weapons without paying attention to the bugs under his foot? Seeing the scene in front of him, Qin Yu was able to imagine what had happened back then. After a moment, Qin Yu's gaze was cast toward the left side of the courtyard, toward a simple and unadorned spear located beside the flower terrace. Immortal Emperor and I Yang, how could you have known that this ordinary-looking spear was actually a weapon more precious than that entire row of weapons? Qin Yu proceeded to walk towards that spear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 31. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 31, The Housekeeper of the Bewitching God Temple. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. TL, in this chapter, IET used 2 different forms of refine. First, there is the refine to create. The refine from previous chapter that I decided to change to refine and create to differentiate. The second form is to refine for usage. Essentially, it has to do with the dripping of blood to form a blood oath. I decided to keep this as refine for now. Editors, if there are any suggestions, please feel free to change them. In the peaceful courtyard stood a short and robust tree. Qin Yu slowly walked to the spear beside the flower terrace. At the same time, he was carefully surveying this high-level heavenly divine artifact that the master of the bewitching god temple, Che Ho Yuan, prided himself in. The entire spear was simple, unadorned, and black-colored. The tip of the spear was very bright. Only on the edge of the tip was there a blood-red colored line, adding a hint of murderous aura to the spear. Merely, at this moment, the blood-colored line on the edge of the spear was somewhat dull in color. Upon seeing this spear, Qin Yu had immediately grown fond of it. He liked the feeling of the spear, simple and unadorned, yet still possessing a hint of murderous aura. Che Ho Yuan's level of skill, regarding barrier techniques, is truly profound to an astonishing level. Qin Yu smiled as he walked to the front of the spear. He then used his finger to write Yuan on the spear. Right after he finished writing the word Yuan, the spear immediately started emitting a faint crimson light. Qin Yu faintly smelled the stench of blood. His gaze grew brighter and brighter as he was looking at the spear. After a short moment, that crimson-colored light disappeared. However, at this moment, the spear's appearance had already undergone a huge change. The shaft of the spear was now a dark black color. It was radiating a fascinating deep and black luster. It was like the spear's shaft was able to swallow one's soul. The tip of the spear was bright and shiny. It was so sharp that merely by looking at it one would feel a burst of chilliness in one's heart. On the edge of the flat spearhead was a line of bright-colored blood. That line of blood extended from the edge and around the entire spearhead. Upon seeing it, Qin Yu had an urge to kill. Heavenly divine artifacts, I'm not even sure if I can bind it. Muttered Chinyu. You can. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Chinyu was immensely shocked. Immediately, he turned his head over to look. However, there was no one behind him. Chinyu was unable to refrain from displaying a shocked expression. Am I hearing things? I am certain I heard someone saying something earlier. I'm over here. The voice once again sounded from his side. Chinyu turned over to look at a lightning speed. He saw a kind-looking old grandpa walking over. This kind-looking old man continued. Youngster of the immortal, devil and demon realm, can you tell me your name? Chinyu frowned as he looked at the man in front of him. He started pondering in his mind. Who is he? According to the words of the master of the bewitching god temple, there shouldn't be anyone else here. How did such an expert appear here? The reason why Chinyu called this old man an expert was because Chinyu was unable to detect the aura of the man standing in front of him at all. Chinyu was certain that this man in front of him possessed an extremely frightening level of power and might even be a heavenly deity-ranked expert from the divine realm. I am called Chinyu, may I ask who senior might be? Said Chinyu immediately. Where exactly did this old man come from? Is he coming to steal the high-quality heavenly divine spear? Me? I am the housekeeper of the bewitching god temple, Afu. This name was bestowed to me by my master. The kind-looking old man said with a smile. Chinyu, you can address me as Uncle Fu. If one day you become the master of the bewitching god temple, you can also address me as Afu. Chinyu was stunned. This great expert in front of him was actually called Afu? That master of the bewitching god temple truly plays around too much. Uncle Fu, how come you're in the bewitching god temple? Chinyu asked. Uncle Fu lightly smiled and said. Me? I've lived in the bewitching god temple for my entire life. I have never left it. Even when those people from the immortal, devil and demon realm came in here to test out their luck and try to obtain a divine weapon, I still only observed them. Chinyu was unable to refrain from feeling ashamed. It would appear that everything that he had done when entering the bewitching god temple was completely known by this Uncle Fu. According to the order my master had left behind when he left here, whoever obtains the message my master left behind, shall become his sole successor. So from now on, I will consider you my master's sole successor, said Uncle Fu. Chinyu felt a burst of dizziness. However, he instantly recalled what the bewitching god temple's master Cheho Yuan had said. Since you found this location and also opened the image I left behind, you shall become the sole person with the opportunity to obtain the greatest treasure of my bewitching god temple. Of course, as to whether or not you'll obtain it, will depend on your luck as well as your ability. Combining what Cheho Yuan had said with what Uncle Fu had just said, Chinyu realized one thing. Opening that image is merely the starting point, becoming the official successor of the bewitching god temple. However, what he'll be able to obtain, that would still have to depend on his own ability. Chinyu, although you are the sole successor of my master, according to the order my master had left behind, you must have sufficient strength in order to obtain the two great palaces. Of course, even if you do not possess sufficient strength, just by merely opening my master's hidden room, you are qualified to obtain this divine spear, said Uncle Fu while smiling. Chinyu nodded. This Uncle Fu mentioned obtaining the two great palaces that the bewitching god temple's master left behind. Where then are the two great palaces? Chinyu, this spear is a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. With your current soul's level, you are capable of personalizing such an artifact, said Uncle Fu with a smile. Quickly, drop some blood on the heavenly divine spear and make it yours. Chinyu nodded. He extended his right hand and grabbed the spear. A coldness that penetrated through the heart. That dark black-colored spear shaft sent an ice-cold sensation to Chinyu following along his palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Chinyu immediately dripped blood out from his finger. Buzz, having absorbed a drop of Chinyu's blood, the spear immediately started trembling. The crimson-colored radiance was faintly emitted once again. The bloodline revolving around the tip of the spear had also grown even brighter. Chinyu was able to clearly feel a sort of connection, the connection between this spear and his soul. Spear name, Waning Snow. High-quality heavenly divine artifact. Its firmness is so strong that it cannot be destroyed. Two major auxiliary powers, Body Break and Devouring Soul. Information regarding the heavenly divine spear Waning Snow had instantly appeared in Chinyu's mind. When Chinyu completely comprehended the attack power of this divine spear, Chinyu was unable to refrain his shock. With this divine spear, my attack power has increased 10 times at the very least. Chinyu was overjoyed. This divine spear was said to be so hard that it cannot be destroyed. Furthermore, it can even completely crush its opponent's body in order to amplify its attack power. At the same time, it also has the ability to devour souls, truly amazing. Uncle Fu, who stood to the side, saw Qin Yu's expression. He laughed and said, "Only by having the soul-devouring effect would an artifact be considered as an absolute top-class treasure." Back then, Master had collected all kinds of top-notch materials from the divine realm and spent 3 entire years in order to create this high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Ordinarily, only powerful Grand Mist spiritual treasures would possess the ability to devour souls. However, this high-quality heavenly divine artifact also possesses it. There is no need for me to say any more regarding the preciousness of this divine spear waning snow. Excited, Qin Yu nodded his head. Soul-devouring. That is, devouring the soul's energy. Against the true experts of the divine realm, mere physical attacks do not possess much effect. Their true lethal weakness is the soul. Only through eliminating the soul would one achieve true victory. As long as one was struck by this divine spear, even if one's body does not suffer any injury, one's soul would grow weaker. After being attacked by the divine spear numerous times, one's soul could even disperse. One could easily imagine how powerful this divine spear was. Body break. If one's opponent's strength is too strong, then even trying to damage their body would be hard, said Qin Yu as he smiled. Uncle Fu nodded and said, "Body break. That is an effect caused by the bloodline imprint on the spear tip of this divine spear waning snow. Even if one's opponent possesses a very powerful body, even if you're unable to destroy their body, you can still leave behind a hole in their body." Qin Yu held the spear with one hand. He brandished it for a little while and was extremely satisfied. Regarding spears, Qin Yu knew how to use them pretty well. "Uncle Fu, earlier you said that I am capable of binding this divine spear snowbreaker? How did you determine that?" Qin Yu thought of this. When binding a treasure, it would usually be determined by one's soul's level. However, even though Qin Yu's soul's level was very powerful right now, he was still unable to even bind the meteoric tear. Uncle Fu laughed and said, "Refining weapons is indeed dependent on one's soul's level. I can tell you that the people of your immortal, devil and demon realm are capable of refining divine artifacts when their soul reaches the emperor level. However, only when their soul's level reached that of the deity stage, would they be able to bind heavenly divine artifacts. Some time ago, there was another person from the immortal, devil and demon realm that came here. Unfortunately, his soul's level was truly too weak. He was unable to even withstand the poison from the divine realm's poisonous insect. Even if he were to be allowed to bind a heavenly divine artifact, he would still be unable to do it." Uncle Fu lightly laughed. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. So it turned out that in order to bind a heavenly divine artifact, one's soul must be at the level of deities. Currently, Qin Yu's soul had reached the golden soul pellet stage. That was to say, the level of deities. However, why was it that he was unable to bind the meteoric tear? What exactly was this meteoric tear? Uncle Fu, are there treasures that even deities were unable to bind? Qin Yu asked. There are. Uncle Fu nodded and said, as heavenly divine artifacts and divine artifacts are all man-made, they are comparatively easy to bind. Yet there is another kind of artifact. Grand Mist spiritual treasure. The Grand Mist spiritual treasures are hard to bind. Qin Yu recalled 3 things. John Lan's realm, meteoric tear, as well as that golden bead he obtained on the 14-star Emperor level Dark Star. These 3 items were all items that he was unable to completely bind. How hard is it to bind the Grand Mist spiritual treasures? Qin Yu asked. It's not that they are hard to bind, but rather that Grand Mist spiritual treasures possess spirituality. Binding them requires not only ability, it also requires luck as well as many other things. Uncle Fu had followed the master of the bewitching god temple for numerous years. Thus, he also knew quite a lot. There are some Grand Mist spiritual treasures that, if brought together by fate, could be bound by even a mortal. However, there are also Grand Mist spiritual treasures that are hard to bind even for heavenly deities. Uncle Fu was smiling. Grand Mist spiritual treasures contain within them Grand Mist spiritual energy. In order to bind them, firstly it would depend on your ability and secondly your destiny. Of course, the higher one's soul's level is, the easier it will be for one to bind a Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Uncle Fu summarized. Qin Yu nodded in contemplation. Qin Yu now understood somewhat. Grand Mist spiritual treasures, regardless of whether they're innate Grand Mist spiritual treasures, produced by nature, or man-made acquired Grand Mist spiritual treasures, all contained Grand Mist spiritual energy. Binding them was no easy task. John Lan's realm was created by Uncle Lan, it should be an acquired Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Qin Yu thought in his heart. Even with his current strength, he was still unable to open the third layer of the Jianglan's realm. Thus, he had naturally come to the conclusion that it was a grand mist spiritual treasure. As for the meteoric tear, it was absorbed into my body when I was still a mortal and could be considered as having recognized me as its master. However, even now, I still have yet to gain complete control over it. It would appear that it is another grand mist spiritual treasure. Qin Yu started smiling. Although he had still not gained complete control over it even now, that meteoric tear had admitted him as its master since back in the mortal realm. Evidently, this meteoric tear was brought together with him by fate. Some grand mist spiritual treasures were able to be bound by mortals. That was true. Unfortunately for the golden bead, it froze even my soul's power when touching it. I truly don't know how to go about binding it. Qin Yu thought to himself. He then immediately shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After putting away the high-quality heavenly divine artifact Waning Snow, Qin Yu started chatting with the housekeeper of the bewitching god temple, Uncle Fu, as they walked to the weapons rack with the numerous weapons. Back then, that man from the immortal, devil and demon realm, that came here with the bewitching god painting, stepped on a dead poisonous bug. Sigh. With such a weak soul, he still tried to vainly attempt to obtain a heavenly divine artifact. Isn't that courting death? Said Uncle Fu with a light smile. Qin Yu looked to the numerous dead poisonous bug carcasses on the ground. Uncle Fu, is the poison of these poisonous bugs very powerful? Qin Yu asked. Not at all. If one soul reached the deity level and condensed into a golden soul pellet, then even if he were to be poisoned by these bugs, it would take merely a short while for him to remove the poison. Merely, if one soul still hasn't condensed into a golden soul pellet, then one would definitely die upon being poisoned. Said Uncle Fu indifferently. Qin Yu nodded. He then walked to the rack of heavenly divine weapons. These ought to be all heavenly divine weapons, right? What quality are they? Qin Yu asked. Uncle Fu nodded and said. These heavenly divine artifacts are all ornaments that my master had casually forged. They are all weapons that are made from the discarded materials guests had left behind. All of them are low-quality heavenly divine artifacts and possess no special abilities. They are extremely ordinary. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Discarded materials left behind by guests? This master of the bewitching god temple was truly amazing. He had casually created a series of heavenly divine artifacts and threw them aside as ornaments. If you want them, you can have them. However, I suspect you do not have any heavenly divine artifact level spatial ring, right? It'll be hard for you to put them away. Said Uncle Fu with a light smile. Qin Yu merely smiled mysteriously. He walked to the front of those weapons. Then, with an intention of his mind. Absorb. That weapons rack disappeared into thin air. Of course, the series of low-quality heavenly divine artifacts on the weapons rack was also absorbed into the Jianglan's realm by Qin Yu. You. Uncle Fu looked to Qin Yu in shock. You possess a heavenly divine artifact level spatial ring? Spatial artifacts are things that are extremely hard to make. My master hated creating that sort of artifact the most. However, to those god kings, even though they are relatively unskilled at forging artifacts, due to their complete comprehension of the spatial laws, creating those spatial artifacts becomes comparatively easy. Qin Yu lightly smiled. There is even specialization in techniques. Those god kings that stand at the apex of the divine realm had completely comprehended the spatial laws. Thus, it was naturally not too hard for them to forge spatial rings. No matter how amazing Cheho Yuan was, his comprehension of the spatial laws was still inferior to the god kings. Uncle Fu, earlier you had said that the master of the bewitching god temple left behind 2 palaces. Where are they? Qin Yu had been concerned about that the entire time. I knew that you've been concerned about that the entire time. Uncle Fu turned around and looked to the palaces behind him and to the right of him. He then said, Qin Yu, this bewitching god temple is divided into 4 great palaces: Front Palace, Transfer Palace, Artifacts Palace, and the Refining Flames Palace. My master had practically hidden all his treasures within the Artifacts Palace and the Refining Flames Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 32. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 32, Do You Have a Soul? Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Artifacts Palace? Refining Flames Palace? Qin Yu felt that his heart had jumped ferociously. He was already able to guess the status the master of the bewitching god temple possessed in the divine realm. The treasure storage left behind by such a person, oh how astonishing that would be. The palace across from the Front Palace is the Artifacts Palace. The palace to the left of the courtyard is the transfer palace. To the right is the refining flames palace. Uncle Fu explained as he pointed at the three palaces. Qin Yu looked to the three palaces. The entrance of the transfer palace was wide open. It ought to be very easy to enter it. However, the entrances of the Artifacts Palace and the Refining Flames Palace were completely shut. My master's ability to create artifacts could be regarded as the best in the entire Divine Realm. The Refining Flames Palace is the place where my master would generally create artifacts. Inside the Refining Flames Palace is the refining mastery that my master had left behind. There are also many instruments that my master used to create artifacts. Uncle Fu said while smiling. Qin Yu's gaze immediately turned blazing as he looked to the Refining Flames Palace. Qin Yu understood very well that regardless of whether it was the immortal, devil and demon realm, the divine realm or the mortal realm, they were all locations where one's strength determines one's status. In a world where those with strength prevail, the status of a master who possessed the greatest ability to create weapons and artifacts, its exaltedness was something one could easily imagine. Che Ho Yuan had also said that there were even God King level experts that had come to him to ask him to assist them in creating grandest spiritual treasures. Che Ho Yuan, his craftsmanship ability had reached such a level where even God Kings have come to ask for his help. The status that Che Ho Yuan possessed was well imaginable. If I were to learn this ability to create artifacts, then it'd likely be a lot easier for me to take Lear as my wife. Qin Yu's heart grew excited. Qin Yu also knew that even if he were to obtain the forging mastery, he would still have to spend a large amount of time in order to become a forging master. However, if he didn't have the forging mastery, then no matter how hard he tried, it'd still be very difficult for him to achieve major accomplishments in the field of refining and creating artifacts. After all, the statuses of peak experts of all skills and trades were not something that one could reach with merely effort. There was also the need for heavenly resources. Uncle Fu continued. Although there are not many treasures in the Refining Flames Palace, contained within it is my master's forging mastery. Thus, it can be considered the most important place in the entire Bewitching God Temple. There are two requirements for one to be able to open the Refining Flames Palace. What are they? Qin Yu blurted out. Even someone as calm as Qin Yu was unable to resist his thirst for the forging mastery. My master once said that only his disciple would be qualified to succeed the Refining Flames Palace. Thus, of the two requirements to open the Refining Flames Palaces, the first one is for one's true flame to be at the white pure flame level, said Uncle Fu with a light smile. White pure flame? Qin Yu was stunned. He only recovered after a short moment. What level flame is the white pure flame? Uncle Fu explained. Generally, the true flame of deities are black divine flames. As for experts at the heavenly deity level, their body's true flame is the white pure flame. In order to learn my master's refining techniques, merely the requirement to become a disciple is that one's true flame must be white pure flame. The requirement to become a disciple is that one's true flame must be white pure flame? Qin Yu felt bitter in his heart. Although the forging mastery of the forging master was extremely precious, the requirement one must meet in order to learn it was extremely astonishing. Fortunately, his stellar transformation martial technique was also special. Qin Yu was only at the origin stage, but his true flame was already the black divine flame. Qin Yu suddenly thought in his mind. That Che Ho Yuan said that the Bewitching God Temple would block the people from the divine realm from entering it. If one haven't reached the deity level, how would their body's true flame be at the white pure flame level? Uncle Fu seemed to have guessed what Qin Yu thought. He continued. My master had already anticipated that the true flame of people from the immortal, devil and demon realm cannot be the white pure flame. Thus, he had relocated an item from the Refining Flames Palace to the Artifacts Palace. Qin Yu started at Uncle Fu. What's in the Artifacts Palace? Qin Yu asked. The Artifacts Palace contains within it a large number of things. For example, there are precious forging materials. My master's forging materials are all placed in the Artifacts Palace. At the same time, there are also some precious heavenly divine artifacts and even a couple acquired grandest spiritual treasures, said Uncle Fu solemnly. Even though he was already prepared, Qin Yu was still unable to refrain from looking at the Artifacts Palace again. Che Ho Yuan's forging materials? Precious heavenly divine artifacts? Precious acquired grandest spiritual treasures? The Artifacts Palace is the storage of all kinds of treasures that my master possessed. It is still possible for you to obtain them, Uncle Fu said while smiling. There are a lot of things in the Artifacts Palace. At the same time, it is also very messy. There are also precious items like the divine spiritual crystal soul, machineries that my master has created and so on. Qin Yu nodded. It would seem that practically all of the treasures of the Bewitching God Temple was hidden in the Artifacts Palace. As for the Refining Flames Palace, it contained only the forging mastery as well as some forging tools. Qin Yu suddenly asked. Uncle Fu, you said that the master of the Bewitching God Temple had once transferred one item from the Refining Flames Palace to the Artifacts Palace. What is that item? Qin Yu had a premonition that this item that was transferred was no ordinary item. Uncle Fu smiled and said. It was 9 purple origin flame beads. 9 purple origin flame beads? What is a purple origin flame bead? Qin Yu grew puzzled. He had never heard about something called purple origin flame bead. Uncle Fu explained. The purple origin flame beads are 9 flame beads birthed by the world. They could be considered as innate Grand Mist spiritual treasures. Since they're Grand Mist spiritual treasures, they most definitely won't be inferior. That was what Qin Yu thought. However, the purple origin flame beads are merely third-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures. If one were to compare the preciousness, then they are inferior to even your high-quality Heavenly Divine Spear Waning Snow, said Uncle Fu with a light smile. Qin Yu nodded as if he had expected that. He knew that Grand Mist spiritual treasures only meant that they contained within them Grand Mist spiritual energy. Their strength was not necessarily higher than that of Heavenly Divine artifacts. Furthermore, one must also consider as to what quality the Grand Mist spiritual treasure was. A third-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure like this was nothing extraordinary. Uncle Fu's tone suddenly changed. He said. However, the 9 purple origin flame beads have been remade by my master. I do not know how my master did it, but he basically combined all 9 purple origin flame beads into one and increased their power by a large margin. At the same time, it turned into the core of the entire Bewitching God Temple. Core of the entire Bewitching God Temple? Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. Uncle Fu nodded. That's right. In the past, these 9 purple origin flame beads were located in the Refining Flame Palace. That was because when my master extracted the fire energy from those flame beads, it allowed him to create artifacts more effortlessly. This time around, when my master left, he transferred these 9 purple origin flame beads into the Artifacts Palace. As long as you can absorb these 9 purple origin flame beads into your body, this entire Bewitching God Temple shall be yours. Qin Yu was unable to refrain his joy. This aspect is actually pretty similar to the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. The Qingyu Immortal Mansion also has an elemental spirit essence soul as its core. This Bewitching God Temple also possesses a core. My master once told me that it is hard to open the Refining Flames Palace. However, if you are able to open the Artifacts Palace and obtain the 9 purple origin flame beads, then you'll have obtained the Bewitching God Temple. You would then be able to carry the Bewitching God Temple with you and open the Refining Flames Palace when your strength grows stronger, said Uncle Fu. Qin Yu suddenly remembered something. Uncle Fu, you said earlier that there are 2 major requirements to opening the Refining Flames Palace. You've only said that the body's true flame must reach the white pure flame level. What is the second requirement? Qin Yu suddenly asked. The second one is truly difficult. Uncle Fu sighed. When your true flame reached the white pure flame level, you'll be able to open the entrance of the Refining Flames Palace. However, after you enter the Refining Flames Palace, you'll encounter 3 Great Formation Arrays. You must break through all 3 of the Great Formation Arrays in order to obtain it. The second requirement is thus requiring you to achieve a very high level of comprehension toward the Divine Realm's formation arrays and barriers. Qin Yu was speechless. Formation arrays, barriers? Qin Yu knew that this was his biggest failing. That was because the time he had cultivated was truly too short. Formation arrays and barriers are things that required the most time to research. Furthermore, the requirement of the Refining Flames Palace was to achieve a high-level comprehension of the formation arrays and barriers of the Divine Realm. Yet currently, Qin Yu merely knew of some basic formation arrays and barriers of the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm. What level is that illusion array outside of the Bewitching God Temple? Qin Yu asked. That's only the lowest, the most basic of the Divine Realm's illusion array. Qin Yu, think about it. As even you people from the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm were capable of entering into parts of this Divine Realm's illusion array, just think about how low-level that formation array is, said Uncle Fu indifferently. That formation array was merely something that Master had casually set up in order to prevent the people from the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm from bothering the Bewitching God Temple unceasingly. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He started laughing. Forget about it. I won't think about the matters of opening the Refining Flames Palace right now. Let me first open the Artifacts Palace. Inside the courtyard, Qin Yu and Uncle Fu walked to the entrance of the Artifacts Palace. The entrance door of the Artifacts Palace was entirely dark red in color. This entrance door was not in a style of two opening doors. Instead, the only way to open this entrance door was to slowly lift it up to expose a tunnel leading to the Artifacts Palace. My master once said before that the requirements to open this Artifacts Palace are not high at all. The first requirement is to find the mechanism of this entrance door through using divine awareness. The second requirement, once you found the mechanism, I will tell you. Uncle Fu looked to Qin. Confidently, Qin spread out his divine awareness. Qin divine awareness covered the entire entrance door. It was carefully inspecting every single area of the entrance door. One time. No result at all. Let me remind you, the mechanism is located above the entrance gate, said Uncle Fu indifferently. Qin nodded. He then proceeded to search for it even more attentively, over and over. The entire entrance gate was merely that big. However, Qin searched for the mechanism with his divine awareness several times back and forth to no avail. Qin divine awareness was locked onto two locations toward the bottom of the entrance gate. Earlier, when his divine awareness passed through those two places, he had felt that they were unusual. What are these two places for? A divine sword appeared in Qin hand. He struck those two places with his divine sword. His origin energy had also passed through the divine sword and struck on those two places. Suddenly, cyan lights exploded outward from those two places. At the same time, two protrusions appeared from those two places. Very good. You've accomplished the first requirement to opening the Artifacts Palace. Originally I thought your soul's level to be at the Golden Soul Pellet stage. However, it would appear that your soul has already reached the Embryo Soul stage, said Uncle Fu while smiling. Qin looked to Uncle Fu in confusion. Embryo Soul? Uncle Fu, you said that my soul has reached the Embryo Soul stage? Qin asked again. Uncle Fu said matter-of-factly. As far as I know, in order to detect the hidden mechanism, one's soul must reach a level close to that of a high-level deity's. In order to find the hidden mechanism in the door, one's soul must reach the Embryo Soul stage. If you did not reach the Embryo Soul stage, then how could you have found the location of the mechanism? Qin nodded in understanding. Could it be that this Uncle Fu was not a heavenly deity-level expert? Qin grew puzzled. Qin knew very well himself that his soul was merely at the Gold Soul Pellet stage. For him to be able to luckily find the location of the mechanism, it likely was because of the assistance from the meteoric tear that allowed his soul's power to be even more sensitive. If Uncle Fu was a heavenly deity-level expert, he should be able to discover my soul's level. However, he was unable to discover it, then he isn't a heavenly deity. However, I am unable to detect Uncle Fu's aura at all. Why is that the case? Qin grew puzzled. With Qin current soul's level, if he was a deity, Qin would definitely be able to tell. Qin was unable to refrain his confusion. Qin, as you found this hidden mechanism, these two protrusions have also appeared. What you must do now is to grab these two protrusions with your hands and pull the entrance door up, said Uncle Fu. Qin woke back up from his pondering. Pull up the entire stone entrance door? Confidently, Qin walked to the two protrusions. These two protrusions were merely a foot taller than the ground. The distance between the two protrusions were just right for Qin to grab onto them with his hands. Qin grabbed the two protrusions and started pulling them. Qin shouted. The muscles in his arms immediately started bulging. However, the entrance door did not move in the slightest. You can use both your body's power as well as the energy within your body. It is all fine as long as you can open this entrance door, said Uncle Fu as he stood to the side. At this moment, Qin was half squatting and grabbing firmly onto those two protrusions. 9 steps force, gold force, origin energy. Qin poured all of his power into his hands. Qin muscle strength had also burst forth to their limits. His face had also turned red. Rise! Qin roared. This was the strongest power that Qin possessed. Qin muscles started to tremble. His muscles were clearly bulging. However, the entrance door merely slightly trembled and then stopped responding. To be able to make the entrance door tremble, that means, once you increase your strength to 3 times the strength you possess now, you'll be able to pull the entrance door up completely, said Uncle Fu, who stood to the side. Qin was unable to help himself from letting go of the protrusions. According to the setup that my master had made, in order to open the main entrance door, one's power must reach the low-level heavenly deity level. In order to find the hidden mechanism, one's soul must reach the low-level heavenly deity level. My master had said that at the very least, one must reach this level to be qualified to possess the bewitching god temple, said Uncle Fu slowly. Low-level heavenly deity? Qin Yu was shocked. His strength was comparable to 1/3 of that of a low-level heavenly deity? Your soul's level have reached the embryo soul. If you continue to train, you should be able to increase your strength to low-level heavenly deity level, said Uncle Fu. Qin Yu was once again puzzled. Uncle Fu, do you have a soul? Qin Yu suddenly asked. Qin Yu was unable to think of a reason why he was unable to detect even the slightest amount of aura from Uncle Fu. There was only a single possibility. Uncle Fu does not have a soul. However, could a human not have a soul? Uncle Fu was unable to refrain from looking at Qin Yu with a shocked expression. He then calmed down and said with a smile. You found out? That's right, I do not have a soul. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 33. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 33, Puppet. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. As Qin Yu was unable to detect Uncle Fu's aura, he had concluded that Uncle Fu should be levels above him. However, Uncle Fu was unable to detect his true strength. That appeared to be a contradiction. Qin Yu was only able to think of one possibility, that Uncle Fu does not have a soul. However, Qin Yu was unable to accept this conclusion. Thus, he blurted out that question. Yet, Uncle Fu's response had truly shocked Qin Yu. Uncle Fu, you truly do not have a soul? Qin Yu asked again to confirm. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded. That's right, I don't. What, is that strange? How is that possible? The most important aspect of a person is their soul. If one does not have a soul, how could they exist? Qin Yu retorted. Even if one were a heavenly deity, I'd suspect that one would still die without a soul. Uncle Fu smiled and instead asked Qin Yu a question in response. Have I said that I am a person? Qin Yu was stunned. Uncle Fu, you mean? Uncle Fu took a deep sigh. I am not a person at all. Instead, I am a puppet that was created by my master. Merely, I am a relatively high-level puppet. Puppet? Qin Yu was listening attentively. In the divine realm, some of the high-level craftsmen are able to directly create bodies. After placing some simple sentience into the bodies, those bodies would then become puppets. Uncle Fu shook his head and said while smiling. Merely, to create a puppet is very difficult. For one, it is hard to create a human-shaped corporeal body. Secondly, it is hard to install wisdom and sentience into the body. Qin Yu suddenly recalled the hometown of his master Lei Wei. That's science and technology cosmos where Earth was located in. I know of a mortal realm-level cosmic space. In the cosmic space, there is the existence of a kind of science and technology. Within that was the existence of artificial intelligence. Qin Yu said. Uncle Fu shook his head and said unconcernedly. I too gained some knowledge of the existence of the science and technology cosmos during the time when I was in the divine realm. It is merely an ordinary level cosmos of the same level as the mortal realm. They utilize extrinsic matters to research the cosmos. That is truly very low level. As far as I know, there has yet to be a single science and technology cosmos that has managed to break through the bindings of the mortal realm to a cosmic space at the level of immortal, devil, and demon realm. Qin Yu nodded. Merely by relying on external forces, without cultivating one's own body, it was very hard to achieve success. Furthermore, that sort of intelligence is also very low level. It possesses neither emotions nor the ability to think for itself. It is merely a very low-level intelligence. However, the puppets that deity-level experts create, they are practically no different from people when looking from the exterior. Uncle Fu said. Indeed. From the conversation with Uncle Fu, Qin Yu sensed that Uncle Fu possessed the same intelligence as people. Uncle Fu, how did puppets manage to possess intelligence? Qin Yu asked. Uncle Fu shook his head and said. Regarding that, I am honestly not very certain. That is because even in the divine realm, there are not many people who know how to create puppets. In the divine realm, those who possess puppets as servants are all people with great status and power. Qin Yu suddenly recalled a thing. Uncle Fu, look. With but a thought, the sword immortal puppet that was bestowed to him by Uncle Lon flew out from Qin Yu's body. Is this the sort of puppet that you spoke of? Qin Yu still remembered that back then when Uncle Lon gave this to him, he had called it the sword immortal puppet. This is a puppet. Uncle Fu instantly confirmed it. However, after looking at it for a long time, he said, the material that was used to create this puppet isn't very precious. Its body's toughness also could not be considered very strong. Merely, the expert who created this puppet possessed an extremely high level of craftsmanship. He was actually able to make such a result from ordinary materials. How good is the strength of this puppet? Qin Yu promptly asked. Uncle Fu said indifferently. The skeleton of this puppet could be considered as being tough and durable. I reckon it's comparable to a low-quality heavenly divine artifact. Yet, its muscles are only ordinary. However, I sense that this puppet's skeleton and muscles complements one another. It was forged extremely skillfully. To be able to create such a puppet, there are also not many experts in the divine realm that are capable of doing it. Uncle Fu had followed the master of the bewitching god temple, Cheho Yuan, for all these years, thus he also know quite a lot. However, this puppet does not have intelligence. Uncle Fu was a bit puzzled. I believe that for an expert who could refine such a harmonious corporeal body, it should not be hard for him to install simple intelligence to this puppet. Qin Yu suddenly came to a realization. Uncle Lan had actually given him a divine realms puppet. This signified that Uncle Lan's intention was to give Qin Yu a better guarantee in his survival. It was very simple why Uncle Lan did not install intelligence to the puppet. Uncle Lan wanted Qin Yu to rely mostly on himself. Uncle Fu, how good is your corporeal body? Qin Yu suddenly asked. A confident shine flashed through Uncle Fu's eyes. He said, as the housekeeper of the #1 artifact craftsman of the divine realm, there are not many puppets that are stronger than me in the entire divine realm. My body's toughness is definitely at the level of high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Qin Yu was startled. High-quality heavenly divine artifact. Oh, how tough and durable that was. It was likely that even ordinary high-level heavenly deities did not possess such a valiant body. Uncle Fu's body was actually this powerful. However, what use is there for my body to be tough? Although I possess the same intelligence as people, I still do not possess a soul. I am not a living thing and cannot cultivate nor could I comprehend the spatial laws. With my strength, if I were to encounter a mid-level heavenly deity, then I'd have my hands tied, waiting to be captured. A trace of helplessness appeared on Uncle Fu's face. Qin Yu understood. Experts of the heavenly deity level most likely possess a very powerful comprehension toward the spatial laws. When experts reach that level, who among them would actually fight you in close range? Through merely controlling the space, they're able to execute people from afar. This was also the reason why Uncle Fu stated that he is inferior to mid-level heavenly deities. Inside the courtyard, a leaf floated by Qin Yu and slowly landed on the floor. Qin Yu turned his head around to look. Uncle Fu, what is the name of this large tree? Red tongue tree. It is also classified as a treasured variety in the divine realm. Red tongue trees grows extremely slowly. This red tongue tree is already several billion years old, said Uncle Fu while smiling. Qin Yu looked to the red tongue tree in front of him in shock. This tree had a girth requiring 3 to 4 people to surround it. Its height was only around 20 meters. Its treetop could also be considered wide. The diameter was over 100 meters. However, a height of 20 meters and a girth requiring 3 to 4 people to surround it. Had this been in Qin Yu's hometown, the purple mystic star's great wilderness, then a tree of this height and thickness could be seen everywhere. In merely several tens of years a tree would be able to grow to this size. However, this tree was several billions of years old. It's only this tall after such a long time? Qin Yu was somewhat shocked. You'd best not underestimate the red tongue tree. I can let you know explicitly that this red tongue tree definitely worth more than your high-quality heavenly divine spear waning snow, said Uncle Fu with absolute certainty. Qin Yu looked to the red tongue tree in amazement. The red tongue tree, whether its roots or its branch, they are all extremely tough and durable. Their toughness are naturally comparable to ordinary high-quality divine artifacts. If one were to create items using either the roots or the branches of the red tongue tree, then one could make a low-quality or mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. Slowly said Uncle Fu as he looked to the red tongue tree. Especially the trunk of the red tongue tree. With such a thick red tongue tree trunk, with merely a slight refinement, its toughness would definitely be at the level of high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Qin Yu now understood that this red tongue tree was covered with treasures. This red tongue tree was a reward that my master had sought for when he helped God King Leibu refine a grand mist spiritual treasure. Back then, God King Leibu was very pained to give this to my master too. Uncle Fu said while smiling. I suspect that in the entire divine realm, the only tree that's more precious than a red tongue tree would be the legendary ancient ironwood tree. Qin Yu was shocked. He did not expect for there to be a tree even more amazing than the red tongue tree. That ancient ironwood tree is something that even my master had never seen before. He had only seen a branch from the ancient ironwood tree before. It was a material that a high-level heavenly deity brought with to my master when asking him to help create an artifact. Said Uncle Fu. Qin Yu naturally understood it in his heart. Even the bewitching god temple's master had never seen it before. The preciousness of the ancient ironwood tree was something that one can well imagine. Uncle Fu, I am unable to open this artifact's palace. What should I do? Qin Yu looked to the stone entrance door beside him. He felt a bit helpless in his heart. Uncle Fu still had a face filled with smiles. He said, "Don't worry. Didn't I tell you this before? As you've opened the image my master had left behind, you are then the sole successor of my master. It is fine for you to be unable to open it now. It is not too late for you to come back when you possess the strength to open it in the future. By the time I possess the strength to open it, I reckon I'll already be in the divine realm," said Qin Yu helplessly. Even if you've ascended to the divine realm, you could still find people to assist you in descending to the immortal, devil, and demon realm after your strength has increased greatly. Comforted Uncle Fu. Is it very easy for one to descend from the divine realm to the immortal, devil, and demon realm? Qin Yu grew puzzled. Uncle Fu shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. Other than god kings and exalted celestials who would casually pass through space, the rest of the people, including people of high status like my master, would require others to help them if they want to descend to the lower realm. Require others to help them? Qin Yu looked to Uncle Fu. He was waiting for Uncle Fu's response. It is too early for you to ask this. When you reach the heavenly deity level and attain a status in the divine realm, you would naturally know how to descend to a lower realm. At that time, you merely need to spend some treasures to bribe others to help you descend, said Uncle Fu. Qin Yu was unable to refrain from smiling. Bribe? It would appear that interpersonal relationship was the same everywhere. Qin Yu suddenly remembered a question that he had. Uncle Fu, didn't you say that people who possessed the aura from the divine realm were incapable of entering the bewitching god temple? Once I ascend to the divine realm, even if I descend back to the immortal, devil, and demon realm later, I reckon the bewitching god temple would still not allow me to enter it. Ha, you are wrong about that. Although the bewitching god temple blocks people with the divine realm's aura from coming in, you'd best not forget that I am the housekeeper of the bewitching god temple. As my master is not present, I am the administrator of the bewitching god temple. As long as I discover that it is you who has come, I would naturally give you access, said Uncle Fu. Hearing Uncle Fu saying that, Qin Yu also had a long sigh of relief. The treasures left behind by the number one artifact craftsman of the divine realm, even if he had to return back here after ascending to the divine realm, it would still be worth it. Qin Yu had heard that even the god kings of the divine realm had asked Che Ho Yuan to help before. If I have the opportunity, I must definitely learn Che Ho Yuan's artifact forging skills, thought Qin Yu. Qin Yu, with your current strength, it is impossible for you to open the Artifacts Palace and the Refining Flames Palace. As you've already been to the front palace, let me bring you to the remaining palace, the Transfer Palace. Uncle Fu said those words and started walking. Robin, I want him to ask about the treasure that the Cyan Emperor obtained so badly, laughing face. Qin Yu followed behind Uncle Fu. The two of them proceeded to walk toward the Transfer Palace. Unlike the Refining Flames Palace and the Artifacts Palace with closed doors, the Transfer Palace's entrance was wide open. Furthermore, the entrance to the Transfer Palace was extremely wide. The entrance, with a height of around merely 10 meters, actually possessed a width close to 30 meters. Qin Yu and Uncle Fu stepped past the entrance of the Transfer Palace. This is? Qin Yu looked to the Transfer Palace in confusion. The Transfer Palace was very strange. There was no room whatsoever. Only numerous thick and solid pillars were present. Furthermore, there were words written on each and every pillar. There are over 30 pillars here. What are they for? These pillars are not as tall as the roof. They are not there to support the roof at all. Qin Yu was a bit puzzled. What exactly are these 30-some erected pillars there for? Upon seeing Qin Yu's expression, Uncle Fu opened his mouth and said, Qin Yu, you ought to know that the higher level a cosmic space was, the more steady it is. My master possessed the strength of a high-level heavenly deity. In the divine realm, he was still incapable of breaking through the space barrier. However, with my master's strength, he was able to easily create a space channel in the immortal, devil, and demon realm. But that's right. The space in the immortal, devil, and demon realm is much more steady than the space in my hometown, the Purple Mystic Star, Qin Yu said. The space of the mortal realm was something that even a level 9 heavenly immortal could rip apart. However, the space in the immortal, devil and demon realm, even if one were a level 9 immortal emperor, one would still need to use a large amount of energy and a divine artifact to rip apart the space. Just by comparing that, the stability of the spaces was easily seen. My master is a master at creating artifacts and puppets. Likewise, he is also extremely good at making space channels. These 38 pillars are 38 space channels that leads to 38 different cosmic spaces, said Uncle Fu dully. Qin Yu, however, was greatly startled. Space channels that leads to 38 different cosmic spaces? How is that possible? Qin Yu found it hard to believe. How is that not possible? Said Uncle Fu indifferently. For a cosmic space at the level of the immortal, devil and demon realm. For example, if my master wanted to create a space tunnel that connected the immortal, devil and demon realm with the dinosaur realm, he would be able to create that easily. After all, my master is a high-level heavenly deity. He is merely a step away from becoming a god king. Qin Yu could only nod. High-level heavenly deity. Their comprehension toward the spatial laws were definitely not something the current Qin Yu was able to imagine. How do you make a space channel? Qin Yu suddenly asked. I am not sure myself. However, the space channels resemble black holes. Uncle Fu suddenly said. Qin Yu was stunned. Black hole? How is that possible? I am most definitely unable to withstand against the gravitational force of a black hole. Qin Yu knew very well how hard it was for him to resist the gravitational force of the 18 Emperor-level dark stars. Thus, there was no need for mention of the gravitational force of a black hole. I merely said that they are similar to black holes. I never said that they are black holes. Their gravitational forces is many times smaller than a real black hole, said Uncle Fu with a slight smile. Only then did Qin Yu understood. Uncle Fu pointed at the erect pillars and said, these pillars are not real entities. You are able to directly step into them. You'll enter the space channel when you do. As for which cosmic space they lead to, they are written on each of the pillar. 38 cosmic spaces. Truly amazing. Qin Yu started checking out the pillars one by one. Dinosaur realm. Discovered heavy milky spiritual bead on the flowing cloud star. Illusion devil realm. Discovered 5 clever block stone on the sky blue star. Third cosmic space of the mortal realm. Discovered black ivory spring water on the mainland star. On each of the pillar listed the cosmic space that it leads to as well as the precious material that was discovered on the cosmic space. Among them, those cosmic spaces of the same level as the immortal, devil and demon realm all possess names. However, the mortal realm's cosmic spaces merely have numbers to indicate them. Evidently, there were too many mortal realms and they do not possess the same name. My master purpose was finding peculiar materials. Thus, he naturally proceeded to search for them through each and every cosmic space. Constructing set space channels allows my master to travel about those cosmic spaces more effortlessly. Of these 38 cosmic spaces that these space channels leads to, 22 of them are of the same level as the immortal, devil and demon realm. The other 16 are all at the level of mortal realm, said Uncle Fu. At this moment, Qin Yu did not say anything. That was because he saw the words written on a pillar. 11th cosmic space of the mortal realm. Discovered bipolar spiritual stone on the purple mystic star. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 34. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 34, Returning Home. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Purple Mystic Star. Seeing those words, Qin Yu appeared to be struck by lightning. Scenes immediately flashed through his mind. The scene of when he was training as a child, the scene when he was chatting with his big brother and second brother happily in the hot spring, the scene when he was together with his royal father. Returning home. Qin Yu felt as if his entire soul was throbbing. The impulse to return home had instantly lifted up heavy waves in the commotion that was Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu was unable to hold down that urge to return home at all. Uncle Fu, you said that I can reach the cosmic space listed on the pillar just by entering it? Qin Yu asked. That's right. Why? Are you planning on entering one? Upon seeing Qin Yu's expression, Uncle Fu asked. Qin Yu took a deep sigh. The purple mystic star is the place that I lived in my childhood. Although I have reached a level where I could rip apart space, it is still very hard for me to create a space channel that would allow me to reach the mortal realm. I still do not have the strength to do that. Fortunately, Senior Cheho has already refined such a space channel. Shinyu was overjoyed. It is fine if you want to enter it. However, Shinyu, you must definitely never forget to come back when you have the strength to open the entrance door to the Artifacts Palace. Uncle Fu said, entrusting this task to Shinyu. Shinyu nodded. Rest assured, I will definitely return. After Shinyu said those words, his gaze shifted toward the pillar in front of him. Shinyu took a step and disappeared into the pillar. In an instant, everything changed. Shinyu felt that his body was rapidly passing through space. The only thing that he could see was the chaotic space rifts. It was something that Shinyu would frequently see when he ripped apart spaces. After about 7 breaths' time, Shinyu felt that the scene in front of him had changed. The chaotic space rifts had disappeared. A boundless outer space appeared before Shinyu. The gravitational force here is truly small. Shinyu turned around. He saw that there was an unremarkable space tunnel behind him. From a glance, this space tunnel appeared to be a black hole. Merely, the gravitational force of this black hole was too small. Shinyu understood that once he entered this black hole, he'll be able to return back to the bewitching God Temple. Shinyu remembered this place in his heart. The purple mystic star ought to be not far away from here. Shinyu looked to the boundless outer space. He immediately started to spread out his divine awareness. Upon spearing out his divine awareness, Shinyu discovered that the range of his divine awareness was much greater than the time when he was in the immortal, devil, and demon realm. Shinyu had a very clear-headed sensation that as long as he just slightly spread a bit of his energy, he would easily be able to rip apart the cosmic space of this mortal realm. The space here is indeed a level lower than the space of the immortal, devil, and demon realm. Shinyu waved his hand. Instantly, a over 10,000 meters long enormous space crack appeared before Shinyu. Engulfing energy was being emitted by this space crack unceasingly. Merely, this engulfing energy did not affect Shinyu in the slightest. After a short moment, this space crack was automatically restored by the cosmic space. It would appear that what Zhou Xian did back then could not be considered as anything exceptional. Gasped Shinyu. TL, have to check out who Zhou Xian was. Dude's Lear's cousin. That scrub who killed tons of mortals and almost killed Shinyu. Back then, in front of Shinyu, Zhou Xian was able to rip apart the space with a wave of his hand and easily extinguish everything in a location. The Shinyu from back then was indeed shocked and stunned. However, from the way it seemed now, the space that Zhou Xian ripped apart and extinguished back then was merely the space of the mortal realm. The space of the mortal realm was the lowest level space. Ripping apart such a space was nothing exceptional. The current Shinyu was also capable of easily accomplishing such a thing. The purple mystic star, its distance is indeed not far from here. Shinyu's divine awareness had already covered the purple mystic star that was located about half a galaxy away from where he stood. With a greater teleportation, Shinyu disappeared from the cosmic outer space. Shinyu stood on the Yellowstone star. He was looking at the enormous planet located not far from him. The purple mystic star. Back then, Shinyu had trained on this Yellowstone star until he finally reached comprehension and attained the dark star realm of stellar transformation. The purple mystic star, when looking at it from the faraway Yellowstone star, one could still see that it was filled with torrent-dashing flames and a white-colored mist. Those are naturally the two great extreme regions of the purple mystic star. Shinyu's figure was rapidly flying toward the purple mystic star. As Shinyu approached, he began to see the vast ocean of the purple mystic star. He had also seen the chaotic astral ocean located within the middle of the vast ocean. On the north of the chaotic astral ocean was a small area of land. That was the hidden dragon continent. The large area of land to the north of the chaotic astral ocean was the soaring dragon continent. TL, Xianlong continent, hidden dragon continent. Tenglong continent, soaring dragon continent. As he looked at the various locations on the purple mystic star, various scenes began to form in Shinyu's mind. The time when he was training on the hidden dragon continent. The struggle and battles in the seabed cultivation realm. The frantic burning by the heavenly flames on the soaring dragon continent. Shinyu stood in front of the purple mystic star. However, he still did not go to the purple mystic star. Only after a long time did Shinyu manage to calm his disturbed frame of mind. He shook his head, forced to smile and sighed. The closer to home, the more timid one gets. Soon after, Shinyu's figure disappeared. Evidently, he had arrived at the purple mystic star. Hidden Dragon Continent. It had already been around 4,000 years since Shinyu ascended to the immortal, devil, and demon realm. In the period of 4,000 years, numerous dynasties have succeeded through the Hidden Dragon Continent. There was no dynasty that was capable of having perpetual glory. The Qin dynasty of the olden days, the Han dynasty of the olden days, the Song dynasty of the olden days, they have all become things of memories. In the current hidden dragon continent where mortals lived, a rare unity has occurred. The Tang dynasty empire. Li Shi, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty empire, fought for close to half of his lifetime. In the end, he managed to unify almost the entire hidden dragon continent. With the exception of the restricted area of humanity, the Great Wilderness, which belonged to demon beasts. The Tang dynasty empire had existed for over 200 years. Currently, it is incomparably bustling. However, because it did not have any enemy, the hierarchy of the entire empire appeared to be decaying somewhat. The people sought for pleasure, beauty, and longevity. This had also caused true cultivators to become even more esteemed. Tang dynasty empire. Broad Hill City. The Broad Hill City was a remarkable large city of the Tang dynasty empire. The most famous things in this city is the beautiful women and the fine foods. The beautiful women of this city have attracted a great amount of gifted scholars. The fine foods have attracted some nobilities and people of high standings. There was no need to mention how flourishing the Broad Hill City was. When night falls, lanterns were hung in all of the streets and alleyways of the Broad Hill City. The night was actually the most flourishing time for the Broad Hill City. People would walk about the street. There were many people wearing embroidered clothes. There were also servants following behind those people. "Master, where are we heading to today?" a servant asked respectfully. This master had a potbelly. He flicked his thin mustache with his pinky finger. With a light smile, he said, "Today we shall go to the Moonlight Boat." "Yes, master," said the servant respectfully. However, right at this moment, a brilliant light landed from the sky. That was a sharp sword. That master with the big belly's expression immediately changed. He violently inhaled. That potbelly of his actually violently grew smaller. This master's right fist had also grown red. Following a violent gale, this master violently smashed his fist forward. His fist actually created sonic boom as it flew forward. Bang! The long sword shattered. The assassin also spurted out a mouthful of blood before immediately escaping. The servant's eyes shined with a cold light. He was about to chase after the assassin. However, the master coughed. Indifferently, he said, "Don't chase. That man is merely a bronze assassin of the heavenly net. Even if you chase him, it's still useless." "Someone from the heavenly net?" The little servant's expression also changed. "Master, then. Return first. Whoever it is that wanted to kill me, they've actually only hired a bronze metal assassin. They truly are belittling me a bit too much." This master's complexion turned cold. He immediately turned around and proceeded to leave. The scene that had just happened on the street was seen by many people in the restaurant beside the street. "Heavenly net? The heavenly net is actually still in existence," muttered a black-clothed youth who sat in the restaurant. This was precisely Qin Yu, who had arrived on the hidden dragon continent. Having returned to his hometown, Qin Yu did not immediately return home. Instead, he proceeded to first get to know his hometown of 4,000 years later first. Furthermore, Qin Yu's divine awareness had covered the entire purple mystic star. On the purple mystic star, only his second brother, Qin Zhang, still remained. As for his royal father Qin De, his big brother Qin Feng, Feng Yuzi and the others, none of them remained on the purple mystic star. Even his little sister from back then, little Lu, also disappeared from the purple mystic star. Qin Yu knew that the cultivation speed of his brothers and them could still be considered relatively fast. Adding on the treasures that he had left behind, the 4,000 years was sufficient for them to ascend to the immortal realm. As for his second brother Qin Zhang, the fact that he still remained in the mortal realm now was also something that Qin Yu had anticipated. After all, the second brother Qin Zhang was the one with the slowest cultivation speed among the three brothers. That man from earlier was a bronze metal assassin from the heavenly net. Never had I expected that the hidden expert boss Wang actually possessed such a strength. Some of the sons of nobilities in the restaurant started chatting. Only a bronze metal assassin. It would appear whoever it was that wanted boss Wang dead was unwilling to spend enough money. If they were to have requested for a bone ash assassin from the heavenly net, who would possibly be able to escape? Another son of nobility said. Qin Yu was shocked upon hearing that. Bone ash assassin? Back when he was still in the mortal realm, it seemed that there were no such rank called bone ash among the assassins. The changes of 4,000 years is truly great. Qin Yu lightly sighed. He then drank the wine in his cup. After all these years, the wine brewing skills of the hidden dragon continent had actually increased greatly. Brotherly, I've heard that the eldest daughter of the number 1 martial family, the Qin clan, Miss Qin Yuton, was about to arrive to the Broad Hill City. Do you all know of it? Said a son of nobility. Brother Gua, I've already known about this. If I didn't, why would I rush to this Broad Hill City? Furthermore, I know that Miss Qin Yuton ought to be arriving tomorrow. Said that brotherly. Miss Qin Yuton is the number 1 beauty amongst the martial world. If anyone were to be able to marry her, then not only would he obtain a beauty, he would also be able to learn the top martial techniques of the Qin clan. That's of course. The Qin clan has existed and inherited over 3,000 years of martial techniques. There is absolutely no need for us to suspect of their strength. Immediately, a group of people started chatting around the topic of this Qin Yuton. Qin Yu instead grew suspicious. For this Qin clan to be able to exist and inherit over 3,000 years of martial techniques, this ought to have something to do with second brother. Thought Qin Yu in his heart. However, according to Qin Yu's thoughts, he did not believe that his clan would only be a mere martial arts clan. Furthermore, after merely inspecting with his divine awareness, in his family's headquarters, the flame capital city, other than his second brother, Qin Zhang, there was also many Du Jie level experts and Lucy mortal level experts. With such strength, the Qin clan was strong enough to compete against some of the cultivation sects of the soaring dragon continent. TL, Du Jie equals about to undergo tribulation. On the second day, Qin Yu also slightly observed that Qin Yuton. She was indeed an outstanding beauty. However, he did not care too much about her. Soon after, Qin Yu started roaming around the cities of the hidden dragon continent. After 3 days, Qin Yu arrived at the Flame Capital City. Flame Capital City was the headquarters of the Qin clan. Even after all these years, it is still the capital. Although the dynasties of the hidden dragon continent changed many times, all of the dynasties knew of one thing: there was a great hidden clan in the hidden dragon continent, the Qin clan. This clan possessed the strength to instantly destroy an entire dynasty. Therefore, in all these years, the Flame Capital City has always been under the control of the Qin clan. The prince who pacified the East's mansion from back then has already been renamed the Virtue Garden. In the 4,000 years, the master of the Virtue Garden had always been from the Qin clan. Qin Yu stood on the outside of this Virtue Garden by himself. I have returned, said Qin Yu softly. Outside of the gate of the Virtue Garden's mansion house. Other than Qin Yu, there was no one else who dared approach it. Whenever someone approaches the Virtue Garden's mansion house, the guards of the Virtue Garden would always coldly stare at them. However, with Qin Yu standing there, the guards instead seemed to act as if they didn't see Qin Yu. Furthermore, even some of the people that were walking by acted as if they didn't see Qin Yu. Whenever light shined on the area that Qin Yu stood, they would automatically distort. Qin Yu's comprehension regarding the spatial laws was sufficient enough for him to distort the space and make it so that no others can see him. It might be that he was unable to accomplish such a thing so easily in the immortal, devil and demon realm. However, the space of the mortal realm was extremely simple and effortless for Qin Yu to control. At this moment, a father and daughter walked by. The woman was wearing a veil. The father was instead wearing plain and simple clothes. Even though the woman was wearing a veil, Qin Yu was still able to see through her appearance. This woman was precisely that so-called number 1 beauty of the martial world that Qin Yu had met yesterday, Qin Yutong. Father, why did the clan master gather everyone from the branch family over? A 20 years old or so beautiful young lady said to the black-clothed middle-aged man beside him via voice transmission. This middle-aged man responded back indifferently via voice transmission. Don't ask. Our clan master has already dispatched the order for us to gather 3 days ago. He most definitely has something important to tell us. This pair of father and daughter were both using the voice transmission that internal experts were proficient in. With Qin Yu's strength, he was able to easily hear their conversation. The guards of the Virtue Garden's mansion house stopped this pair of father and daughter. This pair of father and daughter displayed their invitation card. Immediately, the guards allowed them entrance. Branch families? Never had I expected for second brother to separate our clan into different branches. However, this is also good. Qin Yu was calmly looking from the entrance of the mansion house. In merely a day, many people had displayed their invitation cards and entered into the Virtue Garden's mansion house. These people had all come here either by themselves or with 1 or 2 people. Master, are you not coming in? A voice sounded in Qin Yu's mind. Mind voice transmission. It was the Ink Qilin. Only the spiritual beast that possessed a soul connection with Qin Yu, Ink Qilin, knew that Qin Yu have arrived. Ink Qilin, you've told the news of my return to my second brother, right? Asked Qin Yu through mind voice transmission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 35. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 35, Second Brother Qin Zheng. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Yes, that's right, Master. Qin Zheng already knows that you have returned. That is the reason why he has gathered all of the Qin clan branch families to the Virtue Garden, said the Ink Qilin extremely sincerely. It's fine for my second brother to know that I have returned. I will go and meet my second brother later. For now, I shall first go and check out what the descendants of my Qin clan are like, said Qin Yu indifferently. Yes, Master, answered the Ink Qilin. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yu calmly walked through the gate of the Virtue Garden. With Qin Yu's comprehension toward the spatial laws, how could those guards that are not even heavenly immortal level possibly be able to see him? Qin Yu was walking step by step on the familiar hallway. This is the place where my big brother used to live in. Qin Yu looked to a courtyard manor. However, after 4,000 years, this place has been rebuilt countless times. Qin Yu was able to sense that the tiles and bricks have been refurbished. This place has actually become a prohibited area where others are not allowed to enter. Qin Yu smiled. After strolling through the entire Virtue Garden, the mansion house of the prince who pacified the East from back then, Qin Yu discovered the residences that he, his big brother as well as his royal father lived in were all guarded. Outsiders were not allowed entrance into those places at all. Second brother's cultivation speed is indeed slow. Qin Yu's divine awareness clearly detected his second brother's current strength. Middle stage Kongming. He had only reached middle stage Kongming after 4,000 years. This sort of cultivation speed was indeed something that would cause one to be speechless. TL, Kongming equals enlightened stage. After returning to his hometown, Qin Yu's mood was very tranquil. The courtyard manors that used to be residences that guests of his family stayed in have now turned into places that some people from the Qin clan branch families stayed in. All of these people were people standing at the apex of the Tang dynasty empire. However, in the headquarters of their clan, each and every one of them were extremely modest. That was because all of these branch family members knew that their status were all obtained through the help of the main Qin clan. Furthermore, the Qin clan's true strength were extremely terrifying. Qin Yu walked to the entrance of a courtyard manor. Dad, are we not going to be able to see younger brother in the future? A familiar voice sounded. It's that Qin Yutong. With a movement of his foot, Qin Yu entered into the courtyard manor. At this moment, Qin Yutong was chatting with her father. Yutong, do not think too much about it. This is the order of the sole existing utmost supreme second elder of our Qin clan. Not only our branch family, the other branch families have also sent over the elites of their younger generations. Qin Yutong's father Qin Fulan sighed helplessly and said. Qin Yu was slightly startled. The sole existing utmost supreme second elder? I understand. A trace of helplessness appeared on Qin Yutong's face. She then looked to her father. Father, have you seen the utmost supreme second elder before? I have once. You too ought to know of the identity of the utmost supreme second elder. He is the true first emperor of our Qin royal dynasty from back then. Qin Fulan gasped in admiration. A trace of adoration appeared in Qin Yutong's eyes. She said. Of course I know about the utmost supreme second elder. Not only him, I also know of the utmost supreme first elder. Back then, he led our Qin royal dynasty's army and swept across the entire continent unobstructed. Furthermore, the most powerful was the utmost supreme third elder. I have heard that the utmost supreme third elder's strength pierces through the heavens. He was the first among our Qin clan to ascend to the immortal realm. Not only that. Utmost supreme third elder's strength was even more frightening than what you have imagined. The reason the powers of the chaotic astral sea is so considerate of our Qin clan, that too is because of the utmost supreme third elder. Qin Fulan said after a gasp of admiration. I have grown up hearing about the achievements of the utmost supreme third elder. Sigh, he is the true genius. Aren't I the same? I have also grown up hearing about the achievements of the utmost supreme third elder. He is the first person in the hidden dragon continent that had reached the Xiantian stage using external martial techniques. In a mere 20 years, he entered the cultivation world. I truly didn't dare to believe that he managed to enter the Xiantian stage using external martial techniques. Oh, how much pain and suffering he must have gone through. Nowadays, those martial arts circles sons of nobilities would come to me and show off. Each and every one of them managed to attain their status through the help of their status. Yet they think that they're extraordinary. When comparing to the utmost supreme third elder, those people are truly, Qin Yutong have traces of disdain in her eyes. TL, Xian Tian equals an 8. Xin Yu, who had been listening from the side, was unable to refrain his laughter. So it turns out that this utmost supreme third elder was actually he himself. Unfortunately, reaching the Xian Tian stage through external martial techniques was truly too difficult. I have heard that in every generation, our clan would select 10 outstanding disciples to train in the external techniques. However, in the past 4,000 years, almost everyone was unable to continue to move forward the moment they reached the pinnacle of external martial arts technique. Only one have managed to successfully train in the external techniques, nearly your uncle Qin Shi Tian. But, I've heard that the martial technique that your utmost supreme third elder practices is extremely powerful, said Qin Fulan. Uncle Qin Shi Tian. I know of him. Each and every disciple of our Qin clan revere him. He is the sole successor to the utmost supreme third elder after all these years. Qin Yutong gasped in admiration. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was startled. There's a successor to the stellar transformation martial technique? Qin Yu immediately covered the entire virtue garden with his divine awareness. Back then, Qin Yu merely spread out his divine awareness to search for his second brother and had not carefully observed the other people. However, this time around, Qin Yu managed to easily detect the person training in the stellar transformation martial technique. Early stage nebula stage. To be able to reach this stage in about 40 years could be considered as being pretty good. Qin Yu instantly discovered that man called Qin Shi Tian. Yutong, when are you going to get married? Dad cannot wait any longer. To be honest, there are still some that are pretty good among the people that are chasing after you, said Qin Fulan while smiling. Qin Yutong shook her head. I'm not thinking about it for now. I do not seek for my future husband to possess the perseverance and talent at the level of the utmost supreme third elder. I merely want him to possess 1/10 of the perseverance and talent of the utmost supreme third elder. Those sons of nobilities. Qin Yu was startled. He then started laughing. Amusing. Who are you? Qin Yutong was shocked to find that there was actually a black-clothed youth standing not far away. Qin Fulan also turned around. Seeing this black-clothed youth, he immediately said humbly, Are you also a descendant of my Qin clan? Qin Fulan knew that even if one were a powerful cultivator, they would also not be able to easily charge into the virtue garden of the Qin clan. That was because there was a clan protecting divine beast within the virtue garden. The information regarding the clan protecting divine beast was something that practically everyone from the Qin clan knew about. That's right, I am from the Qin clan. Qin Yu nodded and said while smiling. His gaze shifted to Qin Yutong. Little girl, sometimes, you must not possess too high of a demand for your husband. It is all fine as long as he fits. Little girl? Qin Yutong opened her eyes wide. How much older are you compared to me? I am much older than you, said Qin Yu with a light smile. At this moment, Qin Fulan's heart was beating. He was able to sense the special aura that Qin Yu radiates. That is the kind of aura of someone who have assimilated with the heaven and earth. Even though he had met the utmost supreme second elder only once, he could also sense that the utmost supreme second elder was inferior compared to the man in front of them. He might be a certain loose immortal expert of my Qin clan, though Qin Fulan in his heart. In the past 4,000 years, there have been quite a few loose immortal experts in the Qin clan. And right at this moment, another man walked into the courtyard manor. Qin Fulan. The person who arrived said indifferently, Lord Emissary. Upon seeing the person who have arrived, Qin Fulan immediately bowed. Even Qin Yutong bowed. In the Qin clan there are clan protector emissaries. The clan protector emissaries are divided into 3 levels. The gold-clothed clan protector emissaries are the lowest level. The blue-clothed clan protector emissaries are a slighter higher level. The highest level was the black-clothed clan protector emissaries. Even the lowest level gold-clothed clan protector emissaries, their strength was at the very least at the nascent soul stage. TL, Yuanying nascent soul. Clan master has ordered, in 2 hours, everyone is to be in the Maple Evening Hall to attend in the banquet, said that gold-clothed emissary. Immediately after, he turned and left. It was as if he didn't see Qin Yu at all. Only when the emissary left did Qin Fulan and Qin Yutong raise their body back up. How come Lord Emissary seemed to not have seen that person at all? Qin Yutong looked to Qin Yu with a confused expression. If Qin Yu's status was high, then the gold-clothed emissary would at the very least salute to him. If Qin Yu's status was to be lower, then he would at the very least salute to the gold-clothed emissary. However, the gold-clothed emissary did not even look to Qin Yu the entire time. This was something that brought about confusion to others. Qin Yu walked to a stone bench on the side and sat down. He said, "If I want him to see me, then he'll be able to see me. If I don't want him to see me, then he won't be able to see me." Soon after, Qin Yu flipped his hand around and took out a wine jar. He drank a mouthful. "Men, the wine from the flame capital city is the best after all." Qin Yutong and Qin Fulan looked to each other. However, they were unable to say anything. Standing in front of others, if he wanted others to see him then they will, if he didn't want others to see him then they won't, is there such a remarkable ability? That was something that neither of them have ever heard of before. Qin Yu continued to drink in the courtyard manner happily. 2 hours later. Inside the Maple Evening Hall. At this moment, a large number of people from various great Qin branch families were gathered in the Maple Evening Hall. These people have covered several tens of tables. One could easily imagine how many people there were. However, at this moment, none of the people have moved their chopsticks. That was because the clan elder had yet to arrive. Qin Yu was also seated on a corner table of the Maple Evening Hall. The Qin clan merely checked the invitation cards of everyone outside the entrance. They did not do any checking afterwards. That was because everyone knew that there is no one in the hidden dragon continent that would dare come to stir troubles for the Qin clan. Because of the fact that for some branch families only one person come while for other families there might be 2 or 3 people, the amount of food that was prepared was still extremely big. With Qin Yu joining the rest, the other people had thought that Qin Yu was also someone from the branch families. "The clan master has arrived," said a gold-clothed emissary in the front of the Maple Evening Hall. Immediately, everyone stood up. The current clan master of the Qin clan walked in from the back hall followed by 4 blue-clothed emissaries. This clan master's eyes were filled with calmness. Qin Yu nodded in his heart. The strength of this clan master is not strong. He is merely a middle-stage nascent soul stage expert. "Everyone, today is a day of great happiness." The first word from this clan master had caused all of the branch clansmen to become stunned. That was because everyone remembered that, not long ago, the utmost supreme second elder had personally ordered for all of the branch families to dispatch the elites of their younger generations to the Virtue Garden so that they could be hidden all over the continent in order to keep the bloodline of the Qin clan intact. At the same time, he claimed that the Qin clan is faced with an enormous calamity. All of the branch families were alerted by that. However, in a blink of an eye, this clan master actually stated that today is a day of great happiness. Although they were shocked, the branch clansmen did not grow noisy at all. "Everyone, please rest assured. The utmost supreme second elder had personally ordered for all of the elite younger generations that was dispatched all over the continent to be returned to each and every branch family. Furthermore, the utmost supreme second elder would soon come to the Maple Evening Hall," said the clan master loudly. No matter how calm they were, the branch clansmen still started to make a racket. "Utmost supreme second elder will be coming? Am I mishearing things? For real? Utmost supreme second elder will be coming?" Even Qin Fulan had only met the utmost supreme second elder once. And that was because he was the leader of a Qin branch family. Amongst those sitting in the hall, there are less than 10 who have even seen the utmost supreme second elder. "Quiet!" A voice sounded from the side entrance of the Maple Evening Hall. A black-clothed emissary had walked in. Immediately, everyone had grew silent. The legendary clan protector emissaries of the Qin clan were separated into gold-clothed, blue-clothed, and black-clothed. This black-clothed level was the highest level of the emissaries. Even the weakest among them have reached the Kongming stage. The stronger ones have even reached the Dujie stage. With 3 black-clothed emissaries leading the road, a scholarly youth wearing a light yellow-colored gown walked in. "Utmost supreme second elder." The clan master saluted respectfully. The Qin clan changed its clan master once every 100 years. However, the position of the 3 utmost supreme elders were everlasting. Any one of the 3 utmost supreme elders possessed strength that surpassed the clan master by far. Utmost supreme second elder. The people sitting below have finally woke back up to reality. Each and every one of them respectfully bowed. Only a single person did not bow, it was Qin Yu. "Second brother." Qin Yu merely slightly nodded. Qin Zhang saw Qin Yu. A pleasantly surprised expression erupted from his eyes. However, Qin Zhang was also an emperor in the past and had also controlled the Qin clan for 4,000 years. In an instant, he held back his emotions and also nodded to Qin Yu. The couple clan protector emissaries saw that Qin Yu did not bow and was about to immediately shout at him angrily. "Do not be impulsive." Qin Zhang's spiritual awareness voice transmission sounded in the minds of these couple people. When all of the branch families lifted their heads back up, Qin Zhang said with a light smile. Everyone, a while earlier, our Qin clan was faced with a calamity. However now, the calamity has passed. I am currently deploying all of the elite younger generations. I believe that within a month, they would all be returned to their respective families. Everyone could also be at ease now. All of the great branch families heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing those words from the utmost supreme second elder. A while back, the calamity have caused all of the branch families to become frightened. Everyone, please enjoy the banquet. After Qin Zhang finished his words, he proceeded to walk down toward the banquet hall. Those people, upon seeing Qin Zhang walking down toward them, were all excited speechless. Qin Zhang merely nodded and smiled. He then walked to Qin Yu's table and looked at Qin Yu. Second brother, your administration is indeed pretty good. There must be more than 10,000 descendants of our Qin clansmen now, right? Qin Yu stood up. To be exact, the Qin clan, when all is added up, numbers over 80,000 people now. Qin Zhang said. Qin Yu walked to Qin Zhang. Second brother. Third brother. Qin Zhang also looked straight at Qin Yu. Qin Yutong, who sat on the same table as Qin Yu, heard the conversation of the two and grew dumbstruck. Everyone, please do not spread what you have heard today. Qin Zhang glanced at everyone present in the Maple Evening Hall. Soon after, Qin Yu and Qin Zhang left the Maple Evening Hall together. Dad. Am I mishearing things? Qin Yutong looked to her father. Qin Fulan also found it to be hard to believe. If I am not mishearing things, then that person is the legendary Utmost Supreme Third Elder. Him, the Utmost Supreme Third Elder? Qin Yutong instantly recalled about talking about the conditions for her husband in front of Qin Yu. She immediately grew red. All of the leaders of the numerous branch families in the Maple Evening Hall were excited. The Utmost Supreme Third Elder had returned? What sort of calamity would there be then? Everyone was excited to the peak. Everyone was at ease now. To ease the minds of everyone present, that was the reason why Qin Yu called Qin Zhang second brother in front of everyone present. With his strength, there was no need for him to be secretive at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 36. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 36, Qin Yu's Return. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Inside a secluded courtyard manor was a simple and unadorned stone table. On top of the stone table was 6 or 7 small dishes and 2 jugs of wine. Qin Yu and Qin Zhang were sitting around the table and chatting with each other. Little Yu, fortunately you have come back this time around. Otherwise, our Qin clan would definitely suffer serious injury. A trace of smile was on Qin Zhang's face. His mind had also grew a lot more relaxed. Ever since the Ink Qilin told Qin Zhang of Qin Yu's return, Qin Zhang had grown completely relieved. Second brother, what exactly had happened? Qin Yu asked. Qin Zhang smiled and said. Ever since you've ascended, our Qin clan have been slowly expanding. Furthermore, the Pang Devil Island of the chaotic astral ocean have looked after us greatly. This had allowed our Qin clan to progress steadily. However, several tens of years ago, the Pang Devil Island's island master, Lian Chong, ascended. Lian Chong? The scene of the time when he saved Lian Chong from his 8th loose devil tribulation appeared in Qin Yu's mind. That's right, ever since Zhongju ascended, Lian Chang's mother became the new island master of the Pang Devil Island. After Lian Chang's mother ascended, Lian Chang's father became the new island master. With the support from his parents and adding on the fact that his own strength was also pretty good, Lian Chong became the island master of the Pang Devil Island after his father. Said Qin Zhang while smiling. Lian Chong had always remembered your benevolence in saving his life. Thus, he is usually relatively concerned about the well-being of our Qin clan. This had allowed our Qin clan to become very stable and without any calamity befalling it. Qin Yu nodded. If I have the opportunity, I would definitely go and thank Lian Chong. Said Qin Yu while smiling. However, ever since Lian Chong ascended to the Devil Realm, trouble has befallen our Qin clan. Said Qin Zhang helplessly. What kind of trouble? Qin Yu asked. Qin Zhang said helplessly. Do you still remember that before you ascend to the immortal, devil and demon realm, you had left behind some immortal artifacts in the Qin clan and even deemed one of the top quality immortal artifact sets among them as the inherited treasure of our Qin clan? Right, I do remember that. Back then, I have obtained all those immortal artifacts in the Ni Yang's realm. Thus, leaving behind some for the clan is only natural. Qin Yu remembered it clearly. Back then, after Qin Yu successfully cultivated in the Yellow Stone Star and returned back home, during the period of time when he stayed at home, Qin Yu had arranged the plans for the Qin clan. That set of top-quality immortal artifacts was composed of a top-quality immortal armor and a top-quality immortal sword. We knew of the principle of not showing off one's valuables. That set of top-quality immortal artifacts was something that we had never told outsiders about. Only Lian Chong, who was benevolent toward us, knew of it. However, we suspect that Lian Chong might have told about them to some of the experts of the Pang Devil Island. The current Pang Devil Island's island master have started to long for our set of top-quality immortal artifacts," said Qin Zheng helplessly. Killing intent shined through Qin Yu's eyes. To those that threatened his clansmen, especially a threat at the level of wiping out the entire clan, it was best to take care of it as soon as possible. However, as Lian Chang's family of three were three successive island masters of the Pang Devil Island, Lian Chang's influence toward the Pang Devil Island was still very great. That newly appointed island master of the Pang Devil Island also would not dare to come killing at us directly. He feared that he would be opposed by some of the elders of the Pang Devil Island," said Qin Zhang with a smile. Qin Yu was able to guess that. For such a large power like the Pang Devil Island, if one does not possess an unequaled strength like that of Zhongju, then when one becomes the island master of the Pang Devil Island, they definitely have to take into consideration of the elders and experts of the Pang Devil Island. The Lian family of three were all Pang Devil Island's island masters. Thus, Lian Chong likely would have also entrusted some elders before he ascended. Hence, that newly appointed island master naturally would not dare to openly come and threaten the Qin clan. Thus, that new island master had told about this information to a single person, the current controller of the Great Wilderness, a 12th Tribulation loose demon with the name Shoku. This Shoku is extremely powerful," said Qin Zheng solemnly. Qin Yu smiled indifferently. A 12th Tribulation loose demon was the equivalent to a level 9 heavenly demon. A person of such strength would only dare to proclaim himself hegemon in the mortal realm. In front of the current Qin Yu. Such level 9 heavenly demons, even if 10,000 of them were to appear, Qin Yu would still likely be able to exterminate them all with a single wave of his hand. After all, they were of two completely different standards. A 12th Tribulation loose demon. Back then, the controller of the Great Wilderness, Yulan, also tried to steal our Qin clan's immortal artifacts and lost his life. Could it be that this newly appointed controller of the Great Wilderness didn't take lesson from his predecessor? Said Qin Yu cold and matter-of-factly. Qin Zheng shook his head and said, "It is very normal. That 12th Tribulation loose demon is a high-level divine beast. In the entire chaotic astral ocean and the Dragon Clan, there had not been any newly emerged super-divine beast. In this world, there is truly no one capable of defeating that new controller of the Great Wilderness. When there are no tigers in the mountain, the monkey would become king," Qin Yu said with a light smile. Qin Yu still remembered the years back then before he ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm. With the 5-clawed golden dragon Fall Tian, the golden-winged great ping bird Zhongju as well as the emissaries from the upper realm descending. With all these experts present fighting for the treasures within the Ni Yang's realm. At that time, even someone of Yu Liang's ability was merely a nobody. Back then, Qin Yu was merely at the Deshang stage. Yet, he was competing with those people. Yet now, Qin Yu's strength was comparable to that of deities. However, he had allowed his clan to be humiliated by such a nobody. Qin Yu spread out his divine awareness and covered the entire purple mystic star. What did the two of them say? Qin Yu looked to his second brother. Qin Zhang said, "At the beginning, they merely threatened us and I did not pay attention to them at all. However, not long ago, those two simultaneously sent people to display me a message. They wanted me to hand over that set of top-quality immortal artifacts within a year. Otherwise, they would not give us face and directly attack us. It would appear that they also have things they were concerned about," said Qin Yu with a light smile. Qin Zhang nodded and said, "Of course they are concerned. The new Pang Devil Island's island master as well as new controller of the Great Wilderness were afraid that they'll encounter retaliation when they reach the immortal, devil and demon realm. After all, with Zhongju and the Lian family, they are definitely stronger than them. If these two people were to attack, they would definitely kill all of our Qin clansmen," sneered Qin Yu. "They would definitely wipe out our clan completely." Qin Yu was able to understand the mindset of these two people. After all, the immortal, devil and demon realm was boundless. From the way these two people thought, even if the Qin clansmen in the immortal, devil and demon realm knew of this information, it was also highly unlikely that they would be able to find them in the boundless immortal, devil and demon realm. Only because of that did these two people dare to do such a thing. The two of them never anticipated that, little you, you'd return to the mortal realm," said Qin Zhang while smiling. Ever since he knew of Qin Yu's return, Qin Zhang had been very happy the entire time. Well then, let's not talk about these two people anymore. It'll only dampen the mood. Qin Yu shook his head and said. Immediately after, he said. Second brother, when did Big Brother and Royal Father ascend to the immortal, devil and demon realm? Is there a way for me to contact them? Qin Zheng shook his head. In the past 4,000 years, there were over 10 people from our Qin clan that had ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm. Big Brother was the first to ascend. Royal Father and Uncle Feng were instead pretty late. However, they both managed to successfully ascend. I've noticed that we have quite many loose immortals in our Qin clan. What's with that? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. With the immortal artifacts that the Qin clan possessed, it shouldn't be hard for them to ascend. That was a regulation set by me. Only a few people were qualified to bring the immortal artifacts into the immortal realm. The rest of the people must rely on their own strength. Even if they were to fail and become loose immortals, they would still be able to increase the strength of our Qin clan in the mortal realm. Said Qin Zheng as he ate the food. That is good too. However, it's also hard for me to find my royal father and big brother. Qin Yu frowned. Trying to find his royal father in the boundless immortal realm was indeed a difficult matter. After all, with the range of his current divine awareness, trying to search through the entire immortal realm was not a simple task. There were close to 20 star fields in the immortal realm and several hundred galaxies. Second brother, do you know anyone who is about to ascend to the immortal realm? Qin Yu suddenly asked. That was because Qin Yu knew that if someone were to ascend to the immortal realm, he would ascend to the same location others from the same planet have ascended to. This holds true for also the devil realm. Qin Yu believed that with his royal father's strength, it was likely that he was still on the same location he had ascended to. Even if he had left, he likely wouldn't have left far away. Ascend? Qin Zheng muttered. Suddenly, Qin Zheng's eyes shined. He said. There is a person from our Qin clan that has reached the middle Dujia stage. I suspect that he'll soon be undergoing the tribulation. Qin Yu shook his head. That's too slow. Reaching the Dujia middle stage would still require one to undergo the tribulation. Only after reaching the Deshang stage would one be able to ascend. That's too slow. Are there any Deshang stage experts? Qin Zheng said helplessly. Our Qin clan's history is too short. The number of experts we possess isn't too overwhelming. We truly do not have anyone who has reached the Deshang stage. I think, only in the Soaring Dragon continent would there be someone who fits your requirement. Soaring Dragon continent? Qin Yu suddenly smiled. I am truly foolish. There are sects in the Soaring Dragon continent that are capable of communicating with the immortal realm directly. They definitely know which planet they would ascend to. Won't it do if I just go and ask them about it? Qin Yu grew relaxed. In that case, everything's good. Come, little Yu, drink. Qin Zheng raised his wine cup for a toast. Qin Yu also smiled and raised his wine cup to toast. The two brothers toasted and drank their wine in a single gulp. The second day. Within the boundless Great Wilderness located on the east of the Hidden Dragon continent, the new controller of the Great Wilderness, Xiaoku, was currently in his back hall. He was lying on a chair and enjoying the massage from beautiful demon foxes. You should be Xiaoku, right? A voice suddenly sounded from nowhere. Xiaoku, who was originally dozing off and enjoying the massage, violently opened his eyes. Only now did he notice that there was a man standing in the middle of the back hall. For some unknown reason, he was unable to see clearly the facial appearance of this person no matter how hard he tried. Even the light that grew closer to that man appeared to be swallowed. Who are you? Xiaoku's expression changed. Didn't you want the top quality immortal artifacts of the Qin clan? If I were to give you a divine artifact, would you want that? Said that man. Xiaoku took 2 gulps of saliva. He looked to the 2 demon fox maids beside him. As if they were stunned, the 2 maids were unable to move. You 2 demon foxes, listen carefully. Tell the remaining people of the Great Wilderness that I am taking your new controller, Xiaoku, and that the previous controller of the Great Wilderness, Yu Liang, had longed for my Qin clan's top-quality immortal artifacts and ended up dying. Never had I expected that you, Xiaoku, also dared to long for them. I reckon you've also prepared for the same ending as Yu Liang. Said Qin Yu indifferently. Only at this moment did Xiaoku know who it was that had come. No, I wouldn't dare. Said Xiaoku in great fear. However, he had merely said a few words before he discovered that he was unable to utter a sound no matter how hard he tried to speak. Have the 2 of you heard that clearly? Have the Great Wilderness prepare to select a new controller for the Great Wilderness. If they do not wish to suffer the same fate as the previous two controllers of the Great Wilderness, then they can feel free to come to the Qin clan and seize their immortal artifacts. I would welcome them at any time. After Qin Yu finished saying those words, his figure instantly disappeared. Xiaoku had also disappeared alongside Qin Yu. Only after Qin Yu disappeared did those two demon fox maids manage to regain their ability to move. At this moment, the two of them started shouting in dismay. Immediately, 311 Tribulation loose demons have rushed in. Where is his lordship the controller? One of the three enormous demons shouted. The two demon fox maids possessed deathly pale complexions. One of the two said stammeringly. He was arrested. That man said, to tell the lords to select another new controller. The complexion of those three enormous demons with status second only to Shoku all changed. That man had also said that if your lordships want to follow the footsteps of the previous two controllers, then go ahead and go to the Qin clan to seize their immortal artifact. Said the demon fox maid stammeringly. The three enormous demons glanced at each other. Qin clan, there's such an expert in the hidden dragon continent's Qin clan? The three great demons have all grown silent. To capture a 12 tribulation high-level divine beast without a word or movement, such strength had already brought fear to them. Not only the Great Wilderness, the same sort of thing had happened in the Pang Devil Island. Merely, compared to the Great Wilderness, the spectacle in the Pang Devil Island was even greater. That was because the new island master of the Pang Devil Island was having a meeting with the 6 great elders and some of the important high-level experts. However, Qin Yu appeared during the meeting. At the moment when Qin Yu appeared, all of the people in the Pang Devil Island were shocked to find that they were unable to move. Lian Chong is a close friend of mine, I shall give him face. This time around, it was merely your new island master that were thinking of taking advantage of my Qin clan. Thus, I will only take him with me. Well then, everyone, continue your meeting. Go and casually select a new island master. Just like that, Qin Yu brought the new island master of the Pang Devil Island and left with a teleportation. All of those 11 tribulation and even 12 tribulation experts of the Pang Devil Island were shocked to find out that they were unable to even see Qin Yu's facial appearance. In front of Qin Yu, they were as helpless as ants. Regardless of whether it was the Pang Devil Island or the Great Wilderness, both of them selected a new island master as a new controller. At the same time, everyone engraved this day in his or her minds. Who exactly was this supreme expert that had suddenly appeared? This brought fear to everyone. Flame Capital City. Inside the Virtue Gardens mansion house. Second brother, how shall we take care of these two? You decide. Qin Yu and Qin Zhang both sat on top of chairs. As for the controller of the Great Wilderness, Xiaoku, and that island master of the Pang Devil Island, Lan Tai, they were unable to move in the slightest. Qin Zhang checked these two people out. The controller of the Great Wilderness Xiaoku and the island master of the Pang Devil Island Lan Tai were both filled with fear. Qin Yu was too powerful. In front of Qin Yu, the two of them were incapable of even killing themselves. They were not at the same level at all. Controller of the Great Wilderness Xiaoku, what is his true form? Qin Sheng suddenly asked. I've heard that the new island master of the Pang Devil Island was also a demon beast. One is from the leopard clan whereas the other is from the bird clan. Said Qin Yu with a smile. Qin Zhang looked to Qin Yu. Third brother, don't you think that it's too easy on them for us to kill them? Do you have any spiritual beast ring? I sense that our Qin clan's defense is not sufficient, but... Spiritual beast ring? I've used them all. However, such a simple artifact was extremely common in the immortal, devil and demon realm. The many great demon emperors of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas all know how to create them. Qin Yu's gaze turned to Xiaoku and Lan Tai. The two of you, do you wish to die or become spiritual beasts? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 37. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 37, Flowing Spring Galaxy. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The controller of the Great Wilderness Xiaoku and the Pang Devil Island's island master Lan Tai's hearts were both filled with agony and pain. Are you two willing to become spiritual beasts? The two great leaders of the Great Wilderness and the Pang Devil Island were now going to be forced to become spiritual beasts that were controlled by others. Was one's life more important or one's liberty more important? Of course, becoming a spiritual beast does not necessarily mean that one's liberty would be lost. However, one's ego would be lost. Are you done thinking? The two of you can also choose death. Qin Yu lifted his teacup and drank a small sip from it. Against his enemies, Qin Yu has never been compassionate or lenient toward them. That was because Qin Yu knew that if he were to be compassionate and lenient, then these people would not be thankful but instead would be harboring their hatred within their heart. With all these years of battles, Qin Yu already knew when he ought to be fierce. I am willing," said Lan Tai as he clenched his teeth. Only, the muscles on Lan Tai's face were trembling slightly. One could imagine the anger he was holding back. Xiaoku took a glance at Lan Tai beside him. He then looked to Qin Yu. "If I am to become a spiritual beast, I am only willing to become your spiritual beast. I don't need one." Qin Yu stood up. "The number of spiritual beasts I possess far exceeds your imagination. Much less you. Even if a demon emperor wanted to become my spiritual beast, I would still not care about it." Qin Yu had an indifferent expression on his face. Xiaoku and Lan Tai were dumbstruck. To not even care about demon emperors? What was the strength of this man in front of them? How could there be such an expert in the mortal realm? "Xiaoku, I do not have the time to waste on you." Qin Yu's brows slightly creased. Qin Zhang glanced at his third brother. He nodded in his heart. In this world, one must be benevolent toward certain people. However, against some people, there was no need for benevolence. Only through knowing this would one be able to live even better. "I agree." Those words were forced out from Xiaoku's teeth. Qin Yu and Qin Zhang glanced at each other. They both had smiles on their faces. Qin Yu asked his spiritual beasts in his 10,000 Beasts Atlas and discovered that a level 8 demon king called Jun Xiao was proficient at refining artifacts. He was also extremely proficient in refining spiritual beast rings. Thus, Qin Yu ordered this level 8 demon king to refine the spiritual beast rings. "Second brother, order 2 people to confine these 2 people first," Qin Yu said to Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang looked to Qin Yu. "Little Yu, if they tried to flee, then rest assured, their powers have been completely sealed by me. Even in the immortal, devil and demon realm, there are also not many people who are capable of breaking my seal," said Qin Yu with a smile. However, his words were filled with confidence. Qin Zhang nodded and then casually ordered 2 gold-clothed emissaries. "Utmost Supreme Second Elder," said the 2 gold-clothed emissaries respectfully. Qin Zhang nodded. He then looked to Qin Yu. "He is my third brother. That is, the utmost supreme third elder." The 2 gold-clothed emissaries had already been told by their close friends that the utmost supreme third elder had appeared. Yet at this moment, hearing those words from Qin Zhang himself, the 2 of them were capering madly with joy. They both looked to Qin Yu. After all, the 2 of them have grown up listening to the stories of Qin Yu. Seeing their idol in their hearts, the 2 of them grew very excited. "Second brother, are these both descendants of our Qin clan?" Qin Yu asked. Qin Zhang smiled and nodded. "These are both the descents of our Qin clan with pretty good abilities. However, the path of cultivation is indeed hard. Of the 80,000 descendants of our Qin clan, the number of descendants that have managed to attain success in cultivation is still truly too few. For some of our branch families, only one person was able to cultivate in an entire generation." At this moment, the 2 gold-clothed emissaries were chatting with each other via voice transmission. "Fourth bro, is he the utmost supreme third elder?" "That's right. The utmost supreme second elder had said it personally. Never had I expected that the utmost supreme third elder would look this young. His appearance also resembles the utmost supreme second elder greatly. As expected from blood brothers. When we return and tell first bro and them that we have personally seen the utmost supreme third elder, they will definitely be extremely envious of us." Suddenly, Qin Zhang's voice sounded. "Where is your etiquette when you see the utmost supreme third elder?" These 2 gold-clothed emissaries who were shocked to see their idol only now woke up to reality. The 2 of them hurriedly said, "We pay our respects to utmost supreme third elder." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "Amen, continue to put effort into your training." Immediately, these 2 gold-clothed emissaries were extremely moved. The legendary utmost supreme third elder had actually spoken to them. Immediately after, Qin Yu looked to Lan Tai and Xiaoku. "In these couple days, the 2 of you better behave yourselves. Do not hope that you'll be able to escape. With my seal within your bodies, no matter where the 2 of you would try to escape to, I would still be able to find you. Furthermore, killing the 2 of you is also an extremely simple matter for me," said Qin Yu indifferently. Xiaoku and Lan Tai laughed bitterly in their hearts. Having seen Qin Yu's strength, how would they possibly dare to try escaping? At this moment, Qin Zhang said to the 2 gold-clothed emissaries, "The 2 of you are to carefully watch over them. You must not make a mistake. Yes, utmost supreme second elder. The two gold-clothed emissaries complied with the order. In front of Qin, the two of their voices were both in high spirits. Afterwards, the two gold-clothed emissaries detained and escorted Shoku and Lu Tu down. Second brother, I've heard that there's a successor to my stellar transformation martial technique? And his name is Qin Shitian? Qin Yu suddenly said. Regarding this Qin Shitian, Qin Yu was still somewhat looking forward to meeting him. After all, he could be considered the sole successor to his stellar transformation martial technique. Haha, little you, so you've already heard about it. Good. I shall order him here. Qin Zhang immediately spread out his spiritual awareness and sent a spiritual awareness voice transmission. Soon after, a tan scraggly bearded man walked in. Qin Yu carefully inspected this man called Qin Shitian. Qin Shitian. His appearance was very firm and persistent. Qin Yu was able to tell that this Qin Shitian was a forthright and straightforward man. His bright eyes were staring at Qin Yu. Utmost Supreme Third Elder? Qin Shitian was a bit uncertain. Qin Zhang, who stood to the side, said, What's with the Utmost Supreme Third Elder? Just call him Master. Little you, what do you think? Master? Qin Yu was slightly startled. A figure had suddenly emerged in Qin Yu's mind. Lu Hanshu. Little you, what are you thinking about? Qin Zhang noticed that Qin Yu was absent-minded, thus he asked. Oh, no, nothing. Qin Yu looked to Qin Shitian. Seeing the longing expression in Qin Shitian's eyes, Qin Yu said indifferently. Good. From today hence, you shall be my second disciple. Second disciple? Qin Zhang looked to Qin Yu with a confused expression. Qin Shitian, however, immediately kneeled down. He kowtowed and said, This disciple pays his respects to Master. East Hazy Mountain. Misty Mountain Villa. For 1,000 years have passed. However, the Misty Mountain Villa, under the maintenance by the Qin clan, was practically unchanged from 4,000 years ago. Generally, only Qin Zhang would come to the Misty Mountain Villa. However now, Qin Yu was living in the Misty Mountain Villa. Night. Lanterns was hung in the Misty Mountain Villa. Qin Yu was wearing only shorts. His chest was completely bare. He was lying on his back in the hot spring within the Misty Mountain Villa. He was lying there like how he was back during the time of his childhood. Only Qin Yu was in the hot spring. This kind of sensation is truly comfortable. A peaceful smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu's mind and spirit, which were as hard as a boulder, have also now grown soft. Under the dusky lantern lights, Qin Yu was enjoying the tranquility of the night. He was lying on his back and looking at the numerous stars in the sky. Just like the time in his childhood. Back then, he was also lying on his back like this and seeing the stars in the sky. He had once trained in his martial arts in this hot spring, trained in his external techniques in this hot spring. Qin Yu closed his eyes. It was as if he was still able to hear his shouting sounds from back then. 4,000 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Time passed so fast. Royal Father, Big Brother, and them have already ascended to the immortal realm. Tomorrow, I shall go to the Soaring Dragon continent and figure out where the experts from the Purple Mystic Star would ascend to. After I finish settling down my Royal Father in them, I shall concentrate on my training. Qin Yu's thoughts started to shift toward Lear. Lear's smiles and frowns. Especially the helpless and reluctant expression on Lear when she left with Zhou Xian. However, Qin Yu was forever unable to forget about the disregard, disdain, and the words that Zhou Xian said to him. Brat, you are merely immortal. Lear is not a name that you can call. Likewise, my name, Zhou Xian, is also not a name that you can call. From today hence, you are not allowed to utter Lear from your mouth. Likewise, you also cannot call my name. Understand? Qin Yu clearly remembered the disdainful words left behind by Zhou Xian back then. Zhou Xian, people like him will definitely obstruct Lear from being together with me. Qin Yu clenched his fists. His veins bulged outward. A sharp shine burst forth from his eyes. Pop. 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 The space and the surroundings started to violently vibrate. The hot spring that Qin Yu was lying on was also blowing up unceasingly. Splashes were flying all over the place. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He suppressed the impatience as well as the anger in his heart. Only then did the surface of the hot spring calm back down. Divine Realm. Qin Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. I have never enjoyed killing others. However, if Zhou Xian and them are going to continue to obstruct Lear and I from being together, then they cannot blame me for turning into an Azura and start killing them. A killing intent was born in Qin Yu's mind. Even if his current strength was weak, Xinyu still did not fear in the slightest. After all, the gap between the current him and heavenly deities was a visible gap. Those are things for when I ascend to the divine realm. For now, what I must do is to increase my strength as much as possible. Xinyu nodded in his heart. And before that, I shall set up the arrangements for Royal Father, Big Brother, and them. Under the hazy lantern lights, Xinyu's eyes were glistering. Soaring Dragon Continent. The Soaring Dragon Continent was mostly separated into the side of immortal cultivators and the side of devil cultivators. Back then, the main faction of the immortal cultivators, the Clear Emptiness Monastery, suffered the fate of being burned with heavenly flames by Xinyu. In the end, even the experts of the Clear Emptiness Monastery were killed. TL, Clear Emptiness Monastery Qingshu Guan. This had caused the Clear Emptiness Monastery to reach their lowest point in history instantly. Currently, the two strongest sects in the Immortal Cultivators side was the Purple Sun Sect and the Blue Center Sect. When the Clear Emptiness Monastery lost their divine altar and became a second-rated sect, these two great sects were instead incessantly recruiting new disciples. TL, Purple Sun Sect Xiang Men, Blue Center Sect Lanyang Men. The monastery of the Purple Sun Sect was located on verdant hills and limpid water. Practically every day, there are people trying to join the sect and become their disciple. Today was no exception. A group of youngsters were filled with excitement as they stepped onto the mountain path of the Purple Sun Sect. These youngsters were all from the same village. This time around, they have all come to join the Purple Sun Sect. Merely, it was still hard to tell whether or not the Purple Sun Sect would accept them. These youngsters walked to the outside of the Purple Sun Sect's monastery's main gate. This is the Purple Sun Sect. Outsides are not allowed entrance. A youth stepping on a flying sword shouted at that group of youngsters. This group of youngsters immediately bowed and said, "Senior, we wish to become disciples of the Purple Sun Sect." "Oh, wait a moment," said that youth indifferently. And at this moment, a white-clothed man walked past this group of youngsters as if he was floating. That youth on top of the flying sword immediately shouted, "You, stop." However, that white-clothed man did not look at that youth at all. He merely took a gaze at the entire Purple Sun Sect. He gasped in admiration and said, "Purple Sun Sect, it's even more flourishing than the Clear Emptiness Monastery from back then." After he finished saying those words, this white-clothed man's foot moved. He had arrived outside of the main hall of the Purple Sun Sect. Teleportation? That youth on top of the flying sword immediately did not dare to shout loudly anymore. It's merely been 4,000 years. The current Purple Sun Sect possesses even more loose immortal experts than before. The white-clothed man stood outside the doorway to the main hall. His gaze was instead cast toward a palace in the Purple Sun Sect. Afterwards, he disappeared again. The two disciples guarding the outside of the main hall looked at each other. They were dumbstruck. Immediately after, the two of them rushed to inform the higher levels of the Purple Sun Sect. A lot of the loose immortals from the Purple Sun Sect were still in the chaotic astral ocean. Only about a third of them remained in the Purple Sun Sect. However, the current number one expert of the Purple Sun Sect, 12th Tribulation Loose Immortal, Reverend Fenyang, was in the Purple Sun Sect. That was because he was about to ascend soon. The palace that the white-clothed man saw earlier was precisely the palace that Reverend Fenyang was doing his training in. Inside a training room of the palace, Reverend Fenyang was sitting on the ground in a cross-legged position. "I'm going to ask you about a thing, you merely need to answer it." A voice suddenly sounded in this room. That Reverend Fenyang opened his eyes in astonishment. Finding it unbelievable, he looked to the man in front of him. The room was completely closed off. There was even a barrier outside the room. Reverend Fenyang was unable to believe that someone would be able to come into the room without alarming him. The barrier is not destroyed? The door is also not open? Upon checking, Reverend Fenyang was even more astonished. "Let me ask you, the Deshang stage experts of our Purple Mystic Star, which planet would they ascend to?" Xinyu asked directly. The Xinyu from today wore all white. He also did not have any of the killing intent that he had before. At this moment, Reverend Fenyang didn't dare to think too much. He promptly replied respectfully, "Senior, the immortal cultivators of our Purple Mystic Star, once they ascend, they would ascend to the immortal realm's Flowing Spring Galaxy's Fish Sun Star." Xinyu was startled. "You said Flowing Spring Galaxy?" Xinyu's voice grew a bit louder. Reverend Fenyang hurriedly replied, "That's right. This junior is certain. Furthermore, our Purple Sun Sect possessed method of communicating with the immortal realm. In our sect, all of our previous generation seniors have ascended to the Flowing Spring Galaxy's Fish Sun Star." Flowing Spring Galaxy. That was formerly Emperor Yu's territory. It is currently administered by the Mystic Emperor. Hopefully nothing happens to my royal father in them. Qin Yu frowned. Qin Yu had originally thought to carefreely enjoy some time on the purple mystic star. However, after knowing where his royal father in them have ascended to, Qin Yu no longer have any intention to relax anymore. I must go back immediately. Qin Yu glanced at Reverend Fun Yang and said indifferently. Just act as if you never saw me and continue your training. After saying those words, Qin Yu disappeared. Yes, senior, replied Reverend Fun Yang hurriedly. Afterwards, he looked to the empty room and sensed that the barrier was still intact. He felt that what had happened was even more like a dream. An existence that could ignore the barrier? Could it be that I was dreaming earlier? Muttered Reverend Fun Yang. Beads of sweat were seeping out from his brows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 38. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 38, The Reunion of Father and Son. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Hidden Dragon Continent. Flame capital city of the Tang Dynasty Empire. In a certain guest room in the Virtue Garden. Qin Yu and Qin Zhang were the only people in the guest room. Second brother, I must go. Qin Yu looked to his second brother Qin Zhang and said in a serious tone. What happened? Why hurry back? If there's nothing going on, stay a couple more days on the Hidden Dragon Continent. Qin Zhang didn't want Qin Yu to leave so quickly. After all, he had only came back a couple days ago. Qin Yu shook his head and said helplessly. I can't. I've found out the location where the Deshang stage cultivators of the Purple Mystic Star would ascend to. That location is located within an area that an enemy of mine, from the immortal, devil and demon realm, controls. Little Yu, you mean? Qin Shang's expression changed. Qin Yu nodded. He said solemnly. That's right. What I fear the most is that person would go and find our royal father and big brother. If that was the case, then things would truly be bad. This, Qin Zhang also started worrying. Little Yu, is that enemy of yours powerful? Only so. However, it is impossible for royal father and them to contend against her. I hope that she still hasn't taken note of royal father, big brother, and them. The gaze filled with hatred from the time when Mystic Emperor fled from him appeared in Qin Yu's mind. The death of Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor most definitely sees it as Qin Yu's fault. Upon thinking about this, Qin Yu grew even more worried. Well, since this is the case, I will not obstruct you anymore. Little Yu, no matter what, you must save royal father and big brother, said Qin Zhang impatiently. Second brother, I would do so even if you didn't mention it. They are not only your royal father and big brother, they're also my royal father and big brother. Qin Yu comforted Qin Zhang. Before he leaves, Qin Yu also has a couple things he must settle. Qin Yu said to Qin Zhang. Second brother, everything regarding our Qin clan in the mortal realm shall be in your hands. Now that you have those 212 tribulation loose demons as your spiritual beasts, there should not be any problem. Merely, once you ascend to the immortal, devil and demon realm, those two loose demons would also ascend with you, thus, I will leave behind another thing with you. Qin Zhang looked to Qin Yu. With an intention, a figure came out from Qin Yu's body. It then fell to the ground beside him. It was the sword immortal puppet that Uncle Lon had given him. The sword immortal puppet, its strongest strength was only that of a level 9 golden immortal. Only its defense was a bit stronger than that. However, to the current Qin Yu, the sword immortal puppet was not of much use. This is the sword immortal puppet. From today hence, this sword immortal puppet shall become the inherited treasure of our mortal realm's Qin clan. Regardless of who it is, before they ascend to the immortal, devil and demon realm, they must pass on this sword immortal puppet to the next great elder, said Qin Yu. The clan master of the Qin clan changes every 100 years. It was still relatively fast. However, the position of Great Elder was a position for life. Only when the previous Great Elder ascends to the immortal, devil and demon realm would the next Great Elder be chosen. Sword immortal puppet? Confused, Qin Zhang looked to the sword immortal puppet. Little Yu, is this a human's body? You can consider it as such. However, it is something that Uncle Lon created back then and gave me. Merely, to the current me, this sword immortal puppet is of no use, said Qin Yu while smiling. This sword immortal puppet requires the use of top-quality elemental spirit stones to use. These are 150 top-quality elemental spirit stones. As to the key information regarding how to use the sword immortal puppet, you can know about all of them from this. Xinyu took a mid-quality divine artifact level spatial ring. This spatial ring was something that Xinyu obtained from the Ni Yang's realm. There are top-quality elemental spirit stones within this spatial ring. It also contains the information as to how to use the sword immortal puppet. Xinyu said as he entrusts the spatial ring to Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang immediately received the spatial ring. After he dripped blood on it to and formed the blood oath, Qin Zhang took out the jade slip from the spatial ring. With merely a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he had came to completely understand everything contained within it. This sword immortal puppet. After knowing about the strength of the sword immortal puppet, Qin Zhang was stunned. Oh heavens! With the sword immortal puppet, the Qin clan would be practically unequaled in the mortal realm. Second brother, make it so that only the several elders of each successive generation will know about the existence of the sword immortal puppet. You must definitely not let others know. Otherwise, our Qin descendants would all become too arrogant, and my intention for leaving behind this sword immortal puppet would also be lost. Qin Yu continued. This sword immortal puppet must absolutely not be used unless it's a time of crisis. Although I have left behind a large amount of top-quality elemental spirit stones, we must also take the future generations into consideration. Qin Zhang nodded and said while smiling. Rest assured, little Yu. I, your second brother, have been the emperor of the Qin dynasty for several tens of years in the past. I know what must be done. This sword immortal puppet, unless our Qin clan is in a time of crisis, we will absolutely not use it, but... Only then did Qin Yu grow relieved. Men, those two spiritual beasts have been arranged, and I've also given you this sword immortal puppet. I am now at ease. Qin Yu forced to smile. Second brother, I'm going now. Qin Zhang placed his hands on Qin Yu's shoulders. He stared at Qin Yu. Don't be like this. Qin Yu said as he squeezed out a smile. Amen, we will be able to meet each other again in the future. After he finished saying those words, Qin Yu moved and teleported into the sky. Little Yu. Qin Zhang looked at Qin Yu's silhouette in the sky with reddened eyes. Qin Yu turned around. He smiled and then disappeared from the sky. With a greater teleportation, Qin Yu returned to the space channel. After passing through that black hole-like space channel, Qin Yu returned back to the bewitching god temple in the immortal, devil and demon realm. Robin, I can't believe he didn't let Ho Fei and Heiyu out. The purple mystic star was their home as well? Sad times. Right after Qin Yu walked out from the transfer palace and into the courtyard, the housekeeper of the bewitching god temple, Uncle Fu, appeared. Qin Yu, you're leaving? Said Uncle Fu while smiling. Qin Yu nodded. Uncle Fu, the next time I come here will be the time when I take over the bewitching god temple. I am also looking forward to that day. Being here by myself all this time, I have also started to long for the time back in the divine realm. Uncle Fu's gaze turned misty. It was as if he was recalling the days in the divine realm. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Is Uncle Fu really not a person? It seems like Uncle Fu has feelings, thoughts, and everything else. The ability that the people of the divine realm have when it comes to forging puppets was much above what one could imagine. Uncle Fu, farewell. Qin Yu bid his farewell to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu nodded and said while smiling. Qin Yu, when you leave, you do not have to go through all those troubles. With your strength as well as the might of the high-quality heavenly divine artifact, Divine Spear Waning Snow, you possess enough power to break through the seals in those two tunnels. Although Qin Yu had received the top-quality heavenly divine artifact, Divine Spear Waning Snow, he has never truly used it yet. The seals on the two tunnels, their strength was something that Qin Yu had experienced for himself before. Never had he expected that he who was only able to jolt those two seals in the past, after possessing the Divine Spear Waning Snow, would be able to easily break through them. One could easily determine how many times his power had increased with the addition of the Waning Snow. There is no need in using the Divine Spear Waning Snow in the immortal, devil and demon realm, said Qin Yu with a light smile. After he finished saying those words, Qin Yu exited the courtyard and entered the front palace. Following the corridors within the front palace, Qin Yu easily left the bewitching god temple. He then flew to the foggy land covered by the illusion barrier. Just continue forward directly. There is no need for you to concern yourself over the illusion barrier. Uncle Fu stood at the entrance to the bewitching god temple and said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded. Whenever Qin Yu moved to, the illusion barrier actually opened up a path for him. Qin Yu directly flew onward. Easily and quickly, he had passed through the enormous illusion barrier. Time to find my royal father. Qin Yu looked to the seal on the bewitching god temple's entrance tunnel and muttered. Immortal Realm, Flowing Spring Galaxy. Fish Sun Star was the core planet of the Flowing Spring Galaxy. It was an extremely bustling place. As the location where many of the mortal realmers ascend to, the number of small sects and schools within the Fish Sun Star was also quite large. Clear Emptiness Monastery, Purple Sun Sect, Heaven South Sect, essentially, there are numerous amount of small sect members here. Of course, the main power controlling this location was still the troops of one of the Immortal Realm's three big shots, Mystic Emperor. 9 Amplification Sect, the largest sect on the Fish Sun Star. The sect leader was one of the important personnel underneath the Mystic Emperor. With a strength of level 4 Immortal Emperor, the sect master of the 9 Amplification Sect possessed enough strength to display arrogance throughout the entire Flowing Spring Galaxy. 2 men were sitting inside a restaurant on the Fish Sun Star. "Brother Feng, where do you think you would be?" said a middle-aged man who sat to the left. This middle-aged man was Qin Yu's father, the then prince who pacified the East, Qin De. As for the person sitting across him, it was Feng Yuzi, the extremely powerful person of rumors that managed to suppress Emperor Yu, and the Mystic Emperor was also called Qin Yu. "Say, do you think it might be possible that person is Yuer?" said Qin De as he frowned. Feng Yuzi said indifferently. "Brother Qin, the two of us have been friends for all these years. You are also a calm and unflustered person. How come you lose your head whenever we chat about little Yu? Do you know how powerful that Qin Yu who suppressed Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor was? He is definitely a level 9 Immortal Emperor. How many years has it been since little Yu ascended? Furthermore, the most glorious moment of that other Qin Yu was 3,000 years ago. At that time, little Yu had only ascended for several hundred years. Possessing the strength of level 9 Immortal Emperor in merely a couple hundred years? Is that even possible? Right, I am indeed muddled." Qin De laughed at himself. Although little Yu's talent was good, to attain such a cultivation speed is highly unlikely. Furthermore, Mystic Emperor as well as the 9 Amplification Sect underneath her have treated us extremely well. Feng Yuzi gasped. If that legendary Qin Yu were to be little Yu, then how could the Mystic Emperor as well as the 9 Amplification Sect be so good to us? Qin De nodded. Sigh. This immortal, devil and demon realm is too populated. The number of people on a single planet numbers several billions or more. Moreover, these sort of planets are countless. The people with the name Qin Yu, there are several thousands of them on a single planet. There is even less of a need to mention the entire immortal, devil and demon realm. Finding Qin Yu will be truly difficult. Qin De sighed deeply. Feng Yuzi lightly smiled and said, "Rest assured, with little Yu's temperaments, he would definitely not become obscure and unknown. Once he became famous, you'll naturally be able to find him." "That's true. Come, let's drink." Qin De stopped thinking about it anymore. At once, he raised his wine cup. Ah, truly a great joke. A youth sitting on another table in the restaurant started laughing out loud. He then pointed to Qin De and Feng Yuzi. These two people actually said that Senior Qin Yu was their so-called little Yu? Two nobodies who are merely at the heavenly immortal stage actually tried to say they're related to Senior Qin Yu. Truly. Ha, you're killing me with the joke. An immortal who sat on the same table as this youth sneered. Enough, there is no need to bother with two heavenly immortals. If they want to dream, then let them continue on dreaming. The two of you, listen up. A black-clothed man on the corner of the restaurant also glanced toward Qin De and Feng Yuzi. Coldly, he said, "In the future, do not say that Qin Yu is some little Yu. Senior Qin Yu is not someone that people like you could discuss about. Clearly, this black-clothed man was someone who idolized Qin Yu. With Qin Yu's strength, there was indeed a large number of people who idolized him in the immortal realm. This black-clothed man who appeared to be very powerful was clearly one of those people." Qin De frowned upon hearing this. "Brother Feng, let's go back," said Qin De to Feng Yuzi. Feng Yuzi also sensed the disdain the people in this restaurant had toward them. He immediately nodded. The two of them were merely heavenly immortals. On a galaxy's core planet like the Fish Sun Star, they belonged to lowest level category. Any random immortal was able to trample upon them. The two of them could only endure. "Shut your mouth." Suddenly, a large shout was heard. A purple-clothed old man walked up from the stairway. The purple-clothed old man coldly glanced at everyone present in the restaurant. His gaze was then cast on that black-clothed man. "Ah, second elder." Immediately, 3 people stood up and said respectfully to this old man. The boss of the restaurant also walked out. "So it's actually your lordship, the second elder of the 9 Amplification Sect, who has arrived," "Second elder, please," said that restaurant boss at once. The second elder instead said coldly, "You all, listen carefully. Chinda as well as Feng Yuzi are noble guests of our 9 amplification sect. In the future, if you all dare to speak rudely to them, then you'll be insulting our 9 amplification sect. You got that?" Those 2 immortals that were arrogant earlier immediately grew silent. As for that black-clothed man, he merely turned around and also grew quiet. When comparing strength, this black-clothed man was still no match for the second elder, who was a level 9 golden immortal. "Brother Chinda, my apologies in letting these 2 people disturb you." "Sigh, Brother Chinda, didn't I already say this? If you want to dine and drink in the future, then come to the couple restaurants owned by our 9 amplification sect. There would definitely not be anyone who would dare to disturb you there." When this second elder looked to Chinda, his tone immediately grew awfully amiable. Chinda said hurriedly, "Second elder, there is no need. We have already inconvenienced your 9 amplification sect enough. For us to even have to eat in your restaurants, we truly would feel too apologetic for that." "What's with those words? Brother Chinda, your words are meant for outsiders. You merely need to consider our 9 amplification sect as your family. On this Fish Sun Star, there is no one that dares to not give face to our 9 amplification sect," said this second elder arrogantly. He then said to Chinda with an amiable tone, "Brother Chinda, come, let's go have some fun at my place. I am still not resigned to losing to you in chess the last time. Today, I shall definitely win." Chinda and Feng Yuzi glanced at each other. Finally, the 2 of them stood up. And just at this moment, a black-gowned youth suddenly appeared in the middle of the restaurant. His gown was fluttering even though there was no wind. His long pitch-black hair was swaying gracefully. Everyone in the restaurant, including that level 9 golden immortal second elder, had sensed an oppression coming from their heart. All of the people felt a burst of fear. They even had a weak sensation in their arms and legs. "Who is this person?" The second elder looked at this suddenly appearing black-gowned youth in fear. The second elder even felt as if his immortal elemental energy within his body had grown chaotic and was not being controlled. You are." Chinda saw the man in front of him. However, momentarily, he didn't dare to admit it. Merely the aura emitted by this black-gowned youth had caused a level 9 golden immortal's immortal elemental energy to become chaotic. Such a strength, it was likely that even level 8 or 9 immortal emperors were unable to do that. The black-gowned youth looked to Chinda and Feng Yuzi. A smile appeared on his face. "Royal Father, Uncle Feng. You're really little you?" Feng Yuzi also looked to Chinyu in shock. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.